Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. While the hero was riding a horse, the narrator was talking about how he was now going to live for himself and the cycle of studying was no longer satisfactory and he would never study anywhere else. While he was adjusting the reins, he was talking about how he had decided so at least. Lehan exhaled heavily, closing his eyes. Suddenly, the fellow traveler pointed to the side and suggested that they take a look at this because it seemed that they were almost there. When the gates appeared in front of them, he continued by saying that this was the best Imperial Academy. Looking at the huge tower, he thought that he was very touched because he thought that he would become a useless old knight, but he was honored to become an escort. The old man, closing his eyes, smiled and said that he had the chance to watch how he grew into a beautiful young man and was now entering here, to which the guy meaningfully remained silent. The dark-haired man looked ahead with distrust, and the narrator said that in the end he was unable to break his connection with learning even in this life. Near the glass building there was a graduation sign. Students were standing with flowers and diplomas. One of the guys hugged the hero in the past life and said with a smile that this was happiness, because they were finally free and could not believe that they survived with their teachers. In the protagonist's mind, a professor appeared who scared him with an offer to join a hiking club because they met every weekend, to which he said that he was not worthy of attending meetings of such an honorable club. The next time, they pulled a stack of papers at him with a question about whether he would finish by the evening, and the bespectacled man with a dying look said that he could and thought that it looked like he would not sleep today. While Mick was eating kimbap, his friend looked at him with displeasure and said that they hadn't eaten anything except him for several days. Now the same guy was hugging his shoulders in horror and saying that he was sure that every student goes through this, but he was just something. They walked next to each other and the hero said that he was just doing everything in his power, to which the interlocutor said that he just didn't realize how cool he was. He began to take off his hat with a smile and said that he thought this kind of life suited him and asked why not get a second education, to which the protagonist anxiously told him that this was too much. He straightened his collar while Mr. Ice Guy approached him and said that he didn't care how it looked from the outside, because it was just his job and he was never going to study anywhere else. He looked down and said that he was going to live for himself and never go near any educational institution again. The truck driver began to quickly turn the steering wheel. He pulled the handbrake with an anxious look and was surprised that his brakes failed. The newly minted graduate turned to the side and saw the guide to the new world approaching, who shouted at him to get out of the way. But he only froze in place and waited. The hat slowly fell to the ground and the narrator mentioned that his certificate and diploma were now just useless pieces of paper, but his decision remained unchanged even after reincarnation. Suddenly, the baby opened his eyes and looked at himself. He frowned and said that he remembered everything. The hero began to examine the toys standing next to him and thought about how he was born as the third son of the Wardeness house, who were the main magicians in the empire, and wondered if all this was true and assumed that he was reborn in another world as a nobleman, and the third son of a rich and powerful family. He looked down with tears in his eyes and said that he understood everything. The protagonist raised his head up with a prayerful expression and said that he had been rewarded for all his suffering in his past life and that this was his chance for a peaceful life. While he continued to be happy, the narrator told us that he was wildly mistaken. When he was left behind the other sons, he wondered about the others, while the author told us that the first rule of their house was that the first son inherited everything, and all children except the first son. The dark-haired one looked ahead with wild anxiety and said that this could not be. After a strong blow of wooden swords, the narrator told us that they had to find their way in life. The old man trained the boy and said that he could not believe that he asked to teach him how to use a sword, to which he said that he thought it would be useful to him, and there was nothing else to do, and fortunately the family supported them in all their endeavors. Alrarlong moved the basin away and asked what if he wanted to follow the path, but he was interrupted. The boy defended himself and said that he was going to become a magician and thought that it would be best. The gray-haired man calmly looked at him and asked again. The hero was a little scared and thought that this was too unambitious an answer, but suddenly the teacher grabbed him by the shoulders and shouted that he admired his intelligence. The bearded man with tears in his eyes said that most noble children are unreasonably ambitious from a very young age, and he is already planning his prudent future. The dark-haired man anxiously forced a smile and thought that a person who had gone through the path of a postgraduate cannot but be a realist. He imagined many servants of the empire in the form of knights and nobles and thought that in the squads of knights, in the guilds of adventurers, and even in the imperial family, an experienced magician is always welcome. He imagined the academy and the name Einrogard popped into his head. The guy stood in front of the gate holding a horse and said nothing, and then said that he just needed to be patient for a few years. Suddenly, the escort introduced his father and said that he was sure that he would succeed, because even the patriarch noticed his talent. Then the hero looked at him mockingly and exhaled, saying that he would believe it, given that he had forbidden him to practice magic because it was dangerous for children, after which he thanked him. Suddenly the old man got off and took the reins and said that he was forbidden to go further with the horses. Immediately after, the protagonist noticed a carriage passing by. One after another, the carriages drove up to the entrance and shouts were heard that the Duke's daughter, the prince and others were here, and our reincarnated one immediately wondered if too many people had gathered here. After examining the knights, he said that the noble guard was going too far. Having seen the princess's protection, he basically didn't know what to say. The guy looked ahead with anxiety and said that Einrogard was a place where you had to go alone, but then the one who came up from behind said that all this was wrong. Puckliash began to examine his hands and was shaking, to which the protagonist asked him if everything was okay. He only clenched his teeth and frowned and said that he couldn't fall asleep without his servants. Lihan looked at him with anxiety, but decided to remain silent. Suddenly, a disgruntled man ran up to him and began to talk forcefully about how they were like arms and legs for him, and that it was the same as cutting off his limbs, and then asked if he agreed, to which the hero, in confusion, tried to wriggle out of it and agreed. Then the impudent guy ran to the employee and shouted that in the name of equality they even accept slaves, and said that he would write a complaint on behalf of his family. And the reincarnated one just looked and wondered why not, thinking that he was interested in what they would say about this. Then the dissatisfied one was simply enveloped in a spell. He stupidly went back and repeated the phrase that he repented, and the hero, seeing this, walked away in horror and assumed that this was mind manipulation magic. He frowned and tensed, thinking that they could use magic even against the children of nobles, and wondered if this meant that the rumors were true. He saw how the door opened with green smoke coming out of it and thought that one of the rumors was that there were a lot of monsters here and they would bury you in the mountains if you died. The doors swung open sharply and heavy energy flew out from there, and words of greeting and insults were heard from there. The hero covered himself with his hands and frowned, thinking about the terrible magical pressure. Trying to peek, he thought that he now understood who the rumors were about and mentioned the director. Turning around and seeing the frightened people, he thought that everyone was frozen from tension. Suddenly, the pressure increased and the voice that came from there said that it seemed to say to enter one by one, and then said that it did not matter. The horses and carts with things immediately went flying, and the director continued, saying that even if they did not want to obey the rules, he would make them follow them. The nobles immediately fell into hysterics, crying about their things and asking questions about who would carry out his orders if the servants were sent away. Everyone immediately turned towards the entrance when they were asked about why they were standing like fools. Everyone began to slowly move inside after the words that they should quickly carry their carcasses inside and enter. Above the gate was a huge skull that ordered them to enter. He became even bigger and shouted loudly for them to carry out the order faster. The door slammed shut, and it was the hero's first day at the academy, which was the greatest in the empire. The sun was softly shining on the huge towers and he had a bad feeling. The guys walked slowly down the corridor and complained about numerous insults despite their status. Suddenly, the hero was called out from behind. He turned around and asked again. There was a cute girl Yoner who introduced herself and said that her family was also a house of magicians. He came closer and said that he was pleased to meet her, and later asked how she could help, to which she pointed her finger to the side and said that His Highness wanted to see him. Then the protagonist turned and nodded and addressed the Prince of the Empire. The blonde actively waved his hand, and he thought that this was a place for development and socialization. The prince began to smile like a fool, and Lihan thought that here they build connections on the very first day. The dark-haired man became wary, thinking that calling him His Highness was too much because the emperor had more than 100 children. Suddenly, he imagined the king with the heir and thought that even in the imperial family, the throne only passes to the firstborn, and most likely the emperor does not support his children at all, and one can say that their life is worse than his. He imagined many aristocrats against the background of the fair-haired man and thought that in a place full of children of great families, how are these children of the emperor lower in status than Yoner, and wondered why she was acting like this. She approached him with a smile and asked if he wanted to go with her. The hero turned around when he heard a whisper behind him about why she was helping some incomprehensible prince. Then they shook hands, and the protagonist, thinking that it was better not to make enemies, said that there was nothing wrong with making friends. The redhead smiled sweetly and thanked him, saying that she felt relieved that he was the first one to agree. Then Lihan realized something important with horror. He grabbed his head while she ran away. Gainando was smiling broadly and was the 97th prince, and there was a rumor that he might be 101, but he was confident in his position. The reincarnated one looked around and thought that wanting to be in the top 100 was completely understandable. Then he turned around, seeing his displeasure, and how he asked if they were listening to him, and asked again. Then the green-eyed one with a displeased look insulted him and said that the scoundrel rejected his offer and wondered how he dared. The yellow-eyed one put his hands on his hips and said that perhaps he just did not know that he had a majestic origin, and he immediately asked again. The hero, looking at his satisfied face, was disappointed and thought that he was not only immature, but also an idiot, after which he said that majestic means a person of a prestigious class, to which he pointed his finger at himself and said that this was definitely about him. Suddenly, the chick turned around and frowned and said that they still refused him, and now they are sucking up to Adenart, which is humiliating. People surrounded the white-haired girl. The blue-eyed girl was shining with beauty and was the 44th princess, or something like that. The dark-haired man put his fist to his face and thought that she was elegant as befits a member of the imperial family, and of course people are drawn to her, and some are her complete opposite, until he couldn't close his mouth. Then the blonde came even closer and asked if he would take care of her, because he was tall and well-built, to which the hero said that majestic people do not mock others. Then the green-eyed man pouted and said that he was not asking to mock, but to teach him a little lesson, but he was interrupted by saying that majestic people do not act like that and asked to think about it. Then Ganando put his hands behind his head and anxiously asked what he should do then, and the protagonist calmly said that first he needed to forgive her, but if he did not want to, then he could challenge her to a duel. The low-ranking prince immediately became scared, imagining a battle, and was speechless. He wiped his nose with a proud look and said in a trembling voice that they did not need to go that far and he forgives them, as befits a majestic prince. Yoner noticed how Lihan ruffled his hair, calling him a good boy. Then she came up to him, making him turn around, and said that he was amazing. She waved her hand in front of his face and said that he had curbed his temper, although even she, his relative, could not do it, to which he said that the word amazing was too strong. The dark-haired man turned to her and said that he understood that they were relatives and asked why she was trying so hard for him, and while she was about to answer, the light interrupted her. A green flash lit up. The skeleton-headed man appeared and with an arrogant look asked them if they enjoyed their conversations and called them ironheads. Suddenly, one of the guys pointed his finger up and said with displeasure that this was the lick they saw at the gate. The hero imagined a mage with a skull and thought that this creature was the result of the great mage's desire to defeat death. He lowered his eyes and thought that the state of their director was unthinkable. The skull's mouth opened and he asked to be allowed to ask him a question and asked why they were called Ironhead. Suddenly, the princess raised her hand and said that it was because the symbol of this year's freshman class was steel, after which she was told that it was phenomenal and they awarded 10 points to their dorm. She smiled and asked if there was a dorm evaluation system in place, but then she was greatly confused by being told that it was not so and was told that if they wanted to become mages, they should learn to distinguish truth from lies. The lick raised several steel objects up and said that the symbol of this year's freshmen was steel, and it was a material that was completely dependent on processing, which was a valuable resource that could be used in many ways. The skull flew closer and said that this material was ideal for beginners and everyone became interested. But then the director pointed his finger at them and laughed loudly, saying that they were taken in again, and the real reason was that they all did not have an ounce of knowledge in their heads. Everyone was completely shocked by such behavior. Afterwards, the hero turned around and thought that despite the fact that he treated them like that, they could not object. Seeing the heavy flow of energy, he realized something. Looking at the scale of the incident, the guy thought that in a place with such strong magical energy, it was difficult to even move. He began to massage his shoulder and thought that he was already feeling better and thought that he was already getting used to it. The lick raised one eyebrow, and when he saw how Mick was spinning, he said that he was too harsh on those who found the strength to come here. Lihan, who turned away, was reflected in his eyes, and he thought about how he could move with such a density of mana. When the doors opened again, he asked everyone to look at the door on the left. A bright light was visible through the crack. When the gate finally opened, a luxurious hall full of delicious food appeared in front of him. Everyone immediately gathered to pounce on the table, and the hero slowed down and doubted, while the leader said to enjoy the holiday and relax after a long trip. The prince sat down next to a random guy and was happy to receive him. On the table was white bread generously spread with butter and a thick slice of cheese. Then they showed a plump chicken, greased with vegetable oil, spices and flour, which was boiled in wine for an amazing taste. Then a casserole covered with bechamel sauce appeared. The main dish was fresh fish cooked on coals in an oriental style. Gainando began to eat with a smile and thanked for the treat. But suddenly, from the pressure of a fork, the food immediately disappeared. Everything that surrounded them instantly disappeared and no one understood anything. The hero looked up in alarm and thought about what he heard. When you become a lick, you lose something, and he was sure that he had lost a lot. While the director continued to mock and said that they were caught again and asked him to pull himself together. The protagonist looked at him attentively without taking his eyes off him. Bone threw out a bunch of things and said that this academy is the birthplace of magicians and the biggest push for a developing magician is thirst. Bread, sticks, and clothes with rice flew at the aristocrats. The redhead lifted her dress and heard the head say that these were their clothes and food. Gainando looked at the rice in horror and was dumbfounded, and when he wanted to object, Asu immediately directed his gaze at him and said that this was the reaction he expected. Everyone was completely horrified after the words that if you don't like the dinner, you need to learn magic and create delicious food yourself, and if you don't like the clothes and stick, you need to use magic and get everything yourself. The director opened his jaw and, releasing mana, shouted that these were the rules of his academy. The boys started talking to each other and were going to ask their families for things, to which Asu pointed his finger and said that he had been waiting for this. He imagined the guards at the entrance and said that first-year students were not allowed to leave. Then the Bone One imagined the second-year students refusing the first-year students and said that asking anything from older students was prohibited. Then he dissolved and said that everyone was free. The hero watched this and heard the last words about him wishing them luck and hoping that they would become great wizards. Leon put 2 fingers to his forehead and wondered if it was true that there were crazy teachers in every place, and thought that he knew such people best of all. He remembered his teacher mixed with the new director and thought that his professor from his past life had the same gleam in his eyes, the gleam of madness. He put his hand to his chin and kept silent, while his green-eyed friend said in despair that he couldn't believe it. He turned away and asked how they dared to treat him like that, and then the protagonist said that Lick was probably better than the professor. Gainando picked up the bread and clothes and wondered how they could live in such terrible conditions. The reincarnated one looked ahead with a hopeful expression and said that they not only provided food but also clothes, and thought that it was definitely better here, but he didn't understand what was going on. Then he remembered his childhood and thought about how little was known about their kind in noble society, and because they were focused only on magic and had no contact with other people. He put his finger to his chin and thought that because of this, the misconceptions about the family only grew, and then the prince thought with horror that even his servants lived in better conditions, and wondered what kind of life he had. Then he put his hand on his cheek and said that he could stay in his mansion as he could, to which he said that he agreed. After passing under beautiful monuments, he suggested going to the dormitory. He imagined a child's hand that was taken by the hand of an aristocrat and thought that Einrogard accepted students regardless of their status, and the main thing was that they had talent. But in order to prevent strife between teenagers, the dormitory was divided into 4 towers according to origin. The guy imagined a huge dragon and thought that the Tower of the Proud Dragon, the entrance is available only to those from noble families. Afterwards, he imagined himself against the background of a flag and thought that only honorable nobles, such as the Lihan or imperial family, entered here. Then he imagined a huge bird, and against the background of priests, and thought that the Tower of the Unquenchable Phoenix was only for those who had dedicated themselves to the sacred flame, and this was a place where only priests from different faiths could enter. Then a huge tiger with knights popped into his head, and he thought that the Tower of the Thunder White Tiger, and only those who were not weak in spirit entered here. And in this tower there were children from knightly families. These were knights and wizards, people who were ready to walk 2 paths. The hero imagined a huge turtle against the background of which were commoners, and he thought that the Tower of the All-Seeing Black Turtle included only those who had endless patience. And this dormitory was the most diverse. It included commoners, slaves, beggars, merchants, and the lower nobility. The guy imagined a group of outcasts and thought about how the residents of other dorms ignored them because of their low status. He imagined 3 downtrodden people and thought about how most newcomers were intimidated. Then he imagined how the 2 gathered their strength and thought about how there are always exceptions. While they looked at him like a monster and discussed why he was staring at them like that and how it seemed like they were being looked down upon, the narrator told us that the hero considered them to be ideal business partners. The protagonist put his hand to his chin and thought with a soft smile about how he needed to make friends with them, because the best way to earn money is business. And to become a pro, you need to gain experience. Suddenly, one of the people present intervened and wondered how it was possible to accept such non-entities. The pathetic trio stood in the aisle. The pompous nobleman surrounded by sycophants folded his arms and asked why they were looking at him like that and asked if he was wrong. Suddenly Leon kicked the ground and thought about how he dared to be rude to his potential business partners and pointed out that the only worthless one here was that one. He stretched out his hand in front of him and said with a blessed look that they had abandoned everything they had. Heavenly light surrounded this benefactor and he asked if he had forgotten this and then thought about why he had stuck his nose into his future partners. Everyone suddenly became embarrassed remembering what house he was from and were surprised by the reaction. Then the reincarnated one clenched his fist and smiled, thinking that it was good because now the atmosphere had become better and they just needed to make friends. Suddenly the commoners were afraid of him upon learning his last name and they decided not to look him in the eye because it was too dangerous. The hero turned very pale after hearing rumors about his house and that their patriarch was a dragon, and they heard that they had a spirit bloodline. He stretched out his hand in front of him and asked in horror what kind of reaction this was, and the redhead nodded several times and thought that he was undoubtedly a man of a great family. The protagonist turned around and anxiously asked if he really looked so scary, to which he heard a negative answer. She looked at his beautiful face and said that he had the aura of a worthy aristocrat. But at that moment, he did not yet know about the bad reputation of his family. Suddenly, the prince returned and began to wave his fist with displeasure, asking how they could leave him alone, and they apologized. The dark-haired man slowly walked after his friend and reminded her of their recent dialogue, and she realized that they were talking about why she was looking after him. The blue-eyed girl looked back and said with a sweet look that the reason was his mother, and he was very surprised. A long time ago in a huge palace, Yoner was told not to run at a banquet. The baby began to play around and pulled her eye and stuck out her tongue. Suddenly there was a collision. The girl spilled a drink on the dress of a great person. She sat on the floor in horror and thought that this was the dress of the empress, and it seemed that this was the end for her family, and even her young age was not an excuse. But then they began to lift her up and said that there was nothing to worry about. With a smile, the beauty lifted the child and said that everyone was wrong and asked if she was okay. The blue-eyed cutie folded her hands with tears, but then the hero's assumptions were cut off. The redhead showed a ring of her fingers and said that she was simply very rich. The dark-haired man looked at her with horror while she was talking about how she was giving her money for being friends with him, and a lot of it. And then the reincarnated man lowered his head down with anxiety, saying that if that was so, walking along the path in the forest, he thought that he definitely needed to be friends with the prince. While the blonde man was tired, the hero looked around and said that it was decent here and just an academy, but there was a lake, a forest, and mountains. And then he looked away and remembered the lick and thought that he wasn't joking when he said that they should do everything themselves. And then he looked at his peers, who were wondering if they could walk here and reach the Blue Dragon Tower. The hero approached his friend and asked what happened, to which she said that she didn't know, because this was supposed to be their dorm. The dark-haired man calmly looked ahead and tried to find out from them. But suddenly something surprised him greatly. He stepped back a little and screamed like everyone else. The guys were standing in front of a tall tower. They were wondering with displeasure what kind of pathetic building this was. And then the prince pouted, putting his hands on his hips, and said that even his servants' estates were bigger, and asked if they really wanted to settle them here, while the protagonist thought that it would be cramped here. They began to slowly climb the stairs, and the blonde regretfully said that he was becoming more and more disappointed. Suddenly they stopped. The ground under Lehan's feet disappeared and he began to fall. He looked around and asked where everyone had disappeared to and wondered what had happened. Suddenly he was stopped and attracted by being greeted and asked where he was going. He was left completely alone in the void. The hero looked up and thought that he understood what had happened. The guy put his hand on his chest and thought with slight anxiety that this was expected from a magic academy, and the dormitory was a witch's tower, and then asked about where he could go. Suddenly, a huge energy gathered in front of him and said that he was catching on quickly. A portal to the room in the hall appeared, and the creature said that now the only places you can go are your personal room and a special steel lounge for first years. Then the dark-haired man pointed his finger in front of him and asked if there were other places that could be reached, to which he was told that it was true, and for some it would be enough to just know the name, while to get to others he would have to try. The outline of a skeleton's head appeared and said that he couldn't go there yet, to which he asked to be sent to his private room, noticing the unreasonable severity. Streams of energy ran down his legs and they agreed with him. The hero turned around and smiled when he was welcomed to the academy. Taking the book in his hands, he read about his new place. The guy was extremely focused and said that in addition to the main subjects, they could choose disciplines at will, and the final decision could be made after a trial month. Seeing another page with the definition of magicians, he immediately noticed that the director's name was Asu. The guy closed the book and said that it was not as difficult here as he thought, and it was much easier here than in graduate school. Looking around, he said with a smile that the room had everything he needed. Lehan was the only one who thought so, and as it turned out, the others were completely confused by what they saw. The reincarnated one looked away with a smile and thought that everything was clear and wondered where the others were signing up. In the rest room, he met the redhead. She looked at him with a smile and said that she wanted to study alchemy. She imagined herself in a picture and said that she had always been interested, because her dream was to open a workshop and supply her products to the imperial castle, to which he said that it sounded profitable. The blue-eyed one with a shining look and cunning asked him if he wanted to work with her, to which he said that alchemy was a difficult business and asked to let him think about it. He imagined the bloody potion money and thought about how the empire's alchemical industry was very developed, from spreading bad rumors about competitors to monopolizing potion ingredients, and countless guilds using any means necessary to fight for market share. Then, two people fighting on a scale popped into his mind, and he thought about how a stable niche might be the best solution. The protagonist pointed at himself and asked what subjects he would take, and asked again. He looked away and thought about how he wanted to take something simple so that it would be easier to get good grades. Lehan imagined himself in a portrait and thought about how his priority goal was to become an imperial officer, in other words, a civil servant, and the most important thing was his academic performance and qualifications to take it, absolutely all the same. Looking at his girlfriend's satisfied face, He thought about how he was sure that such an ardent girl would be disappointed with his answer. He put his hand to his chin while the anxious prince ran towards them and said that he was thinking of trying everything during this month and then choosing, because you can't make important decisions frivolously. The green-eyed man grabbed his heart in horror and screamed that his room had been robbed and there was absolutely nothing there. As a result, his friends turned around with stony faces and kept silent meaningfully. The tower stood in the night, and he was still trying to convince them that there was a thief there. Reading the book the next day, Leon found the basics of magic. He was not distracted for a second and thought about how this was the main subject for first years and each dorm had its own schedule. Then he slammed the book shut and noticed that there was one but. The guy noticed that everyone else looked like zombies, unlike him, and wondered what was wrong with everyone. And Yoner, looking away with a negative look, said that they wanted to eat and sleep on normal beds, and these annoying rags were not even worthy of words. The handsome man looked at them with sympathy and wondered if it was really that hard for them, because compared to his past life. In his past life, the clock showed 10 o'clock and he wondered if he was seeing things. He turned to his colleague and worriedly said that there was no lunch break in the schedule. He handed him an energy bar and said that it was his daily ration and he needed to eat it as soon as possible. The hero burned him with his gaze, but he covered his face with his hand and asked him not to look at him like that because he was forced to live like that too. The protagonist was happy after the words that a feast awaited them after the end and said that he would kill him if he talked about ramen. Lehan sadly leaned over the table while he was happy that it was not ramen but a beef bag and even a triangular kimbap. In the new world, he smiled while everyone else was dying and thought that it was definitely better here. The boys approached the door and wondered if this was a lecture hall. A dark-haired girl walked in with relief and said that she was glad that the office was on the first floor. Suddenly, they suffered a wild shock. Everyone suddenly screamed and jumped back and screamed about what it was and wondered if this was really a lecture hall. A blue leg appeared and they talked about what was inside. A cute face with a fang appeared. A beauty with long ears looked at them and they screamed that it was a troll. The boy imagined a huge monster and thought that these creatures were fierce and dangerous monsters with a bad reputation even among the protected nobles. The hero also became a little alarmed when he saw her and wondered what a well-dressed troll was doing in a lecture hall, to which she said that she was greeting them and asking them to sit down. They exchanged glances, but she continued to persuade them. Everyone sat down. The protagonist watched her with concern, and she said that it was nice to meet them and told them her name and race. The students were scared, and she continued and said that she understood their fear, but they could not be afraid of her. She put her hand on her chest with a smile and said that she does not eat people. After that, the half-human licked her lips. Garcia brought her hand to her chin and said with desire that this is until she gets hungry. The prince foamed at the mouth, and the dark-haired man tensed up with anxiety and thought that she would eat them as soon as she felt hungry. She began to apologize with anxiety, explaining that this was a joke and suggested starting a lecture. She created light in her hand and said that most of those present had never used magic because it is very dangerous, and therefore only adults can use it. Afterwards, the beauty squeezed her hand and said that they were all now seeds who had received the title of Steel, and the purpose of this practice was to enlighten them in magic and help them find an inclination towards a certain type of it. The redhead listened to her with a sweet look and she continued, saying that the path of a magician is a difficult and harsh journey, and she hoped to become their guide. The trio breathed a sigh of relief, imagining the lick, and thought that this meant that not all the professors here were as crazy as the director. The blue-skinned one raised her wand and suggested starting with the basics, asking what magic was. Adenart raised her hand and said that it was the desire of a wizard to change the world with his will, to which she was told that this was a good answer. The teacher imagined a mage in front of her mentor and said that it was the use of magical energy, mana, as a fundamental force to change the world, and everyone who entered the academy was talented enough to feel it. Then she imagined a wizard waving a wand and said that in order to use magic, they had to go beyond that, and they had to call upon mana at will and gracefully weave it together, and only then would magic be born. The half-troll placed her hand on her chest and said that it was usually believed that you had to cast a spell or make a movement, but that what was truly important was the will, and then asked them not to forget that. Bright sunlight was pouring through the windows, and she continued, saying that she thought a little practice wouldn't hurt, and asked everyone to stand up. The hero got to work when he was asked to raise his wand and gather mana, and thought about finally trying his hand at the craft. Energy began to gather at the tip of the tool. The redhead tried to release a spark while she was talking about how she wanted them to imagine light while collecting mana. Yoner tensed up thinking about how hard it was and thought about how she understood how to control magical energy. She imagined herself on horseback and thought about how it was like controlling a madly running horse, and if she lost control for even a second, it would all be over. Garcia raised her wand and, closing her eyes, suggested that while they were concentrating, so that the magic would not dissipate, they needed to cast a spell. Suddenly, she raised a bright spark and used light. The entire room was illuminated by a flash. The students began to cover their faces while she was talking about how they could say anything that came to mind and asked them to keep in mind that the shorter the spell, the easier it was to maintain. The protagonist looked away and, putting everything in order, thought about how he got the gist. Particles and mana began to gather on his wand. After the light blinded the hero and he thought that it did not seem that understanding alone would be enough. The princess dropped her wand and closed her eye. The redhead simply closed her eyes. The young prince was very frightened and screamed, asking what it was and wondered how mana moved on its own. Suddenly, he closed his eyes sharply. The half-troll took the wand away and used magic. Wings appeared behind the green-eyed man's back. Putting him back in place, she said that if you lose control, you can harm others, but as long as there is a professor nearby who can stop them, you cannot be afraid to train. After the beauty picked up the wand and with a smile said not to worry, if they have mana left, and can try again. During the second attempt, 2/3 of the students continued to practice and the rest gave up. Garcia watched them with a smile and thought that light is the simplest spell, but it usually takes about a month to learn. Raising her wand, she thought that there is something that the students should figure out themselves, so she will not tell them anything and ask to try again. Everyone was wildly exhausted, and after each attempt the number of people was reduced, and after the 5th attempt there was only one student left. Suddenly, one of them raised his hand. The hero was in perfect condition and asked if he should continue, because it seemed that only he was left. The guy calmly waited for an answer. The half-troll watched and thought that they were already on the 7th attempt and even outstanding first years run out of mana on the 5th. She imagined a master from the east and thought that magical energy, they call it Kai, scientists who love to show off call it ether, and some stubborn priests like to call it divine energy, and this force with many names is the source of magical power. Then she imagined a guy with an empty bucket and thought that due to the mana costs of casting spells, novice mages often face a lack of magical energy. Looking at the hero, the beauty thought that he was fine, despite the fact that this was the 7th attempt and asked about his name, to which he said his name. And then she thought about the guy did not say his family, and earned the professor's favor by demonstrating the principle of equality. The blue-skinned girl asked him to come forward with a smile and thought that she recognized him. She extended her palm to him and asked for her hand. The protagonist fulfilled the request with caution. Suddenly, something struck the yellow-eyed girl. She felt a large stream of water. It was as if waves were enveloping her. It seemed to her that she drowned in the whole sea. There were many streams and currents around her. Suddenly, Garcia woke up when she was loudly called out. The hero looked at her with concern and asked if there was a problem. She, looking tired and terrified, stuttered that there was nothing wrong and suggested going back to class, but during this she realized something. Then the prince turned to his bored friend and whispered to save him, because what if the professor eats him, to which she quietly suggested that he keep quiet for a bit. Suddenly, the blue-skinned girl put her hand on the student's shoulder and, smiling, asked him to come by after class, to which he agreed. The princess was doubtful, and the teacher told them that she was sure that everyone felt how quickly their energy ran out. But there was no need to worry about it, because as they practice, the amount of mana will only increase, and its consumption will be less and less. Suddenly, the pale Gainando stood up with a pale face when he was told that sometimes a highly motivated student loses control and gets injured, so they need to be careful. The half-human pulled her hand away and said that she also doesn't eat students, but he suddenly shrank and apologized. The academy was under the light sun, and at that moment their lesson ended. Suddenly, voices were heard behind the closed door. There, the protagonist approached the professor and asked what happened, because she wanted to talk. She turned around and said that she was going to be frank. The guy perked up after he learned that the director had already spoken about him. He immediately imagined the skeleton-headed man and thought that she was talking about this madman. But she immediately calmed him down, holding out her hand and asking him not to worry. She smiled softly and said that although the director looked crazy, he was a good person. The huge head leaned over the table with the rest of the professors, and the students did not know this, but the director was very attentive, and every year he told the rest of the staff about new students. Looking at the fanged and horned one, he said that they need to be careful with this criminal, because he is quite capable of burning down the dorm 3 times, and with this half-demon you need to be careful with divine magic. Skull put his hand to his chin and, looking up, said about the hero that he is very stupid. Garcia looked at him in surprise and thought that it would seem that this does not mean anything. But in the East there is a famous proverb that says that a sage is stupid only on the outside and only a stupid view of the world borders on wisdom. Lowering her eyes, she imagined the protagonist and thought about what Asu was trying to say, that he sees a lot of good in him and then became interested in what he is. Again imagining the guy, she thought about what she was waiting for with impatience. At this time, he stood in front of her and called out to her again. She looked at him with anxiety and thought about what she could not say about this and began to speak. Taking her hand away, the half-troll said that she had called him because he had a huge amount of mana. Lehan rubbed his head and asked again, thinking that he was glad about it, and then wondered if this was all he had been called for and thought that he would need to increase the load during training. Suddenly, the beauty distracted him from his thoughts and said that his mana was not just great. The guy immediately seemed to be illuminated by light after the words that it was impossible to even imagine the limit of his strength. He looked at her with anxiety and meaningfully remained silent, thinking that mana is one of the indicators of a magician's talent. Then he imagined a circle and stones, thinking that if it is not enough, then this can be corrected, albeit with difficulty, and a large amount of mana speaks of complete freedom of action. The reincarnated man looked at his hands with a smile and embarrassment, thinking that this promised him great talent. He clenched his fists and looked ahead with confidence, thinking that if this was true, then his future was simply wonderful. But then Garcia looked at him with regret and said that she was very sorry. Suddenly, he woke up from his thoughts and leaned over to ask again, after which he asked if this was something good. She took the glass and said that it was, but he had too much of it. Holding out the vessel, she said that she would compare the magical energy to the water in this glass and said that it was easy to control, but there was one but. The guy immediately imagined a huge stream of water surrounding him when she said that, for example, he would need to cope with a large volume, for example, the sea, and asked if it would be difficult. The dark-haired man was incredibly worried. He imagined his peers in class and thought about how incredibly difficult it is to control such a large amount of mana, the main source of energy. He immediately fell to his knees and grabbed his head as she climbed into the table. The blue-skinned girl put a bracelet on his hand, and he asked what it was for. Lehan was happy when they told him that this item absorbs mana and will help for the first time, and immediately thanked her, after which he asked if there will be any more problems with it. But then his joy disappeared from his face after the words that if everything was so simple, then she would not have called him. She put her hand to her chin and calmly said that it would be better for him to release most of his mana. She folded her palms together and said with a smile that he could study alone, because there would be no problems due to the lack of mana, to which he thanked her, but to himself he thought that he did not need this. He clenched his hand and thought about how his future was getting darker and he needed to study hard because he needed good grades now and wondered if he should transfer to another class where he wouldn't have to use magic. Suddenly he turned to his friend and asked about their electives. The blue-eyed girl smiled sweetly and said that it was alchemy and asked if he wanted to join, but she was suddenly interrupted. The protagonist looked worriedly at the prince, who smiled and said that it was only for servants and told her that she was weird. Suddenly the red-haired girl clenched her fist and asked Leon to move away. He saw the tightly clenched veiny fist with horror. The green-eyed girl looked happy when he was called out. After a blow of great force from a beauty, he flew a couple of meters, and she screamed that he should never ask for a potion again when he was in the hospital again. The dark-haired man looked at her in horror and knew a few things about fights thanks to fencing lessons at home. Looking at his friend who was not lying in blood, he gave a thumbs up and in his eyes this blow was 10 out of 10. On the way to the lesson on understanding the basics of alchemy, Gainando complained about whether it was possible to hit like that, to which she said that she would apologize tomorrow. The hero looked at her with suspicion and thought that this seemed not to be the first time. Yoner noticed a crowd in front of her and noticed that there were a lot of students, especially students from the Black Turtle. The protagonist noticed how they looked at him with disdain and thought that he did not care, but it bothered him. He remembered how they were scared of him and thought that when a commoner meets an aristocrat, usually one of two things happens, or the aristocrat doesn't want to mess with him. The guy walked calmly while they talked about him behind his back and hated him, and thought that otherwise they show hostility. He put his hand on his side and exhaled heavily, thinking that if he behaves too friendly, it will not lead to anything good. A luxurious beard appeared from the side. Suddenly, the reincarnated one sharply turned his head, hearing the question of whether everyone had come and thought that it was the professor. He immediately imagined the director and the half-troll, thinking that he had already seen two monsters, and it would be normal if someone like that came out. In front of the guys stood a beautiful, but small man. It was a stately and handsome dwarf. He pointed at himself and said his name and asked to call him Professor. The long-haired man pointed to the towers and said that he was sure that they were all thinking about the same thing, namely that there was such a beautiful school building behind them. Spreading his arms, he asked a rhetorical question about why they had gathered on the field without a single desk. The princess immediately raised her hand and suggested that it was to feel the mana of nature, because understanding the power of nature is important for an alchemist. Urigolm looked at her suspiciously and raised an eyebrow. She was embarrassed when she was told that this was not true. Suddenly, the redhead turned to the hero, which the teacher noticed, and asked what he was thinking. The dwarf immediately pointed at him with his strong hand after his answer that it was to collect ingredients, and this turned out to be true. The guy was confused. The blonde looked at him with displeasure, while the bearded man with a smile said that he was smart and called him a first year, correcting himself after trying to call him Ironhead. Adenart looked at him with a frown and turned away. The dark-haired man looked ahead with concern and faked a smile while thinking about how to ignore the fact that it was an accident and begged her not to compete with him in her head. Durugu imagined many flasks and a crystal, saying that they had gathered here so that they could learn what was needed for alchemy. He turned away and said that he was sure that most of them knew that alchemy required an exceptional mind and the ability to control mana. The owner began to actively write down, sticking out her tongue while he was talking about how the most necessary skill for an alchemist was actually this. After a short pause, the dwarf pointed his finger at them and shouted at the top of his lungs that it was the ability to gather ingredients. The blue-eyed woman immediately turned pale upon hearing this. Suddenly, the princess raised her hand and said that the materials can be ordered or grown by yourself, and saying that gathering the ingredients is the most important thing is a little weird. Suddenly, the people behind her started whispering and wondering why they would do that, and it was weird. The professor went into a rage right after that. The silver-haired girl was embarrassed and scared when they yelled at her and said that she didn't know anything about the real world. He imagined himself in the field and thought about how they wouldn't be able to grow even 10% of the required materials themselves. Then he imagined a stupid adventurer with a mint herb and yelled about how store-bought ones can't be used at all, and the reason they travel with adventurers is because they are complete fools when it comes to digging up priceless herbs. They turn into real fools. Everyone watched in horror as he tried to catch his breath. He cleared his throat and calmly said that an alchemist must be able to obtain materials himself, and if they did not learn this, they would achieve nothing. Sheets appeared in their hands and the teacher continued, saying that he thought he had explained everything clearly. A twisted mushroom was drawn on the sheets and they were asked to move on to practice, and they should all bring this plant. Despite all the prestige of Einrogard, there were many unpleasant rumors about it. The hero sat with a sheet of paper and said that this plant is used to make antidotes, and asked the owner if she had ever encountered them. One of these rumors was that students die from using magic, and she looked at him with a smile and said that this was true even before enrollment. Leon glanced anxiously to the side and thought that it was obvious that magic was dangerous, so accidents were possible, and also thought that this was complete incompetence and wondered how it was possible to send children away. The guy calmly looked forward and said that this was a dangerous place for two, to which she lowered her head and said that it was true, for this there should be at least 3 of them, and wondered if there was anyone else from their tower. Suddenly, the dark-haired man imagined the princess and asked about her. Then he spread his arms when asked about this boar and whether he thought she was too difficult, and said that they were just collecting herbs. But suddenly the red-haired woman pointed her finger to the side and said that it seemed like they were already late. The royal person had already gathered the team and was looking away with a smile. The blonde was chatting sweetly with her teammates. The hero bit a rag out of resentment and wondered if there were any students from the Black Turtle here, and was upset that they were avoiding him, to which Yoner tried to console him and said that she was popular even before she entered. She imagined Adenart surrounded by sycophants and said that among the royal family, she is famous for her extraordinary intelligence and talent, and she has a special charm that attracts other people, so many people, regardless of status, follow her. Gaynando, sitting in his room and drinking a potion, thought about what they were saying about him when his friends realized that he had not found anyone. The protagonist looked at the backs of his peers and said that everyone had already gathered their teams and left, and it seemed that now only the students of the Black Turtle Tower remained. He put his hand to his chin and thought that they hated him and that going together was too dangerous, and they needed a person who could cover their backs. Suddenly, something interesting caught his eye. One of them had a moon badge hanging on his belt. Straight white hair with long ears appeared. The beautiful elf glanced at them and he immediately realized that it was her. The hero's head flashed with that emblem and he thought that this was Nilia from the Black Turtle, and she was a dark elf from the Shadow Guard patrol of the northern part of the Empire. He immediately imagined elves jumping on trees, and thought that the Shadow Guard consisted of experienced hunters and scouts working on the northern mountain range, and they knew these mountains like the back of their hand. The short-haired girl looked at the task. Then she squeezed the sheet and, smiling, looked away and said that there was nothing complicated here and that she was hearing about dirty grass for the first time, but she would find it without difficulty. She leaned forward a little and thought with a smile that the forest was like a playground for her, and it was surprising that there were so many outstanding students among the newcomers. But now was the time to shine, and wondered in her head if they got it. Suddenly, her ear twitched when she was called. The hero and his friend approached her and immediately introduced themselves kindly. The pink-eyed girl looked at them with suspicion and thought that this girl was an aristocrat and wondered who that person was and asked what they needed. The red-haired girl put her hands on her hips and asked if she wanted to go with them. The elf glared at them menacingly and asked what they were planning. She immediately clenched her fists and thought that all nobles were the same. She immediately remembered how they pointed at her during their rest, and the beauty thought about how they called them savages, and even when they were hospitable to them, they still complained that they were disrespectful to them, and wondered why those guys would suddenly be different. But suddenly Lehan approached her, taking his hand away, and said that it was dangerous to walk alone, and asked what would happen if a monster attacked her. but she only turned away and hissed that she did not need their help, and then he continued asking why. The blonde immediately became embarrassed when he asked if she thought they would use her as bait and abandon her, and thought about how he found out. The huntress became embarrassed and said that she wanted to go alone, but the guy slowed her down and asked again. He imagined himself collecting herbs under the ogre's club and said that it was unreasonable, because not only did she not know what could happen, but she also needed to collect and bring herbs. The short-haired girl blushed even more when the protagonist began to tell his friend that he was sure that she was not a stupid girl who thought she could handle everything alone. The pink-eyed girl turned around sharply, ordering him to be silent, and agreed to go while he condescendingly thought. The redhead looked at him with horror while he extended his hand and said that he knew that she was a smart girl and offered to go, thinking about what they teach in their family. The forest thicket quickly flashed before his eyes. Tenacious hands grabbed a branch. The huntress moved through the forest as if it were her home. The hero and her friend watched her in surprise. The blue-eyed girl put her hand over her eyes and said with surprise that she was indeed quite experienced, and asked how he knew that. The guy looked away and began to recall distinctive features, saying that she had well-developed calf muscles, and judging by the calluses on her palms, she must have often shot a bow, and this proved that she had experience in hunting. Nilia looked down at him with suspicion. She looked at him with even more suspicion and thought that he understood this only by such trifles. The girl carefully looked at her reflection in his eyes and thought that this guy had a strange aura, as if he saw right through people. But then she let go when he turned to his friend and said that he was joking and that she had a shadow guard badge on her belt. He turned to the tsundere with a smile, asking if she heard, to which she answered negatively, and the alchemist asked to slow down because they could not keep up with her. The pink-eyed girl embarrassedly sat down on a branch and asked why she would do that. But then she lowered her eyes, because there was nothing to say to the fact that she was reminded that only Yoner can distinguish herbs, and if she is not with them, they will not be able to find them. Suddenly the protagonist was taken aback when she yelled at him, asking what he can do then, because the redhead understands herbs and she is their guide, but he does nothing. The dark-haired man moved his hand to the side and thought that he really does nothing, saying that he is here to protect them. But then the white-haired girl looked at him and said that if you think about it, he was well built and apparently from a family of knights, and then asked why he was in the blue tower. And then Leon raised his finger up with a smile, presenting the family coat of arms, and said that he was from the warden's house and thought that this was a chance to get closer. But the pink-eyed girl did not appreciate this turn of events and was dumbfounded, loudly asking again. The guy was ready to burst into tears when his last name was repeated. She anxiously fell onto a branch and asked what the hell it mattered that he was from a family of magicians, and anxiously repeated herself. Then the dark-haired man turned pale and pointed his finger at himself, asking what was wrong with his family, to which he was told that usually there are always rumors about famous nobles, but especially strange ones are about them, and he immediately asked again. The redhead imagined a huge dragon and said that it was their patriarch, and during one crazy incident he burned all living things to ashes with his breath. Then she imagined a heart in chains and a fairy, saying that a long time ago their family signed an agreement with ancient spirits, and thanks to this all members of his family were gifted with magic, but the price for this was the loss of feelings. The third one she imagined was a dent in the middle of the city and said that their family was ruthless, and a magician from this family, who appeared during the uprising, destroyed the entire city. At this time Leon scratched his head and said that the rumors were really strange, and they were presented as monsters that destroy everything as soon as they appeared. Afterwards, he raised his hands with wild sadness, palms up, and asked if something like that would happen, would great magicians appear, or not, and wondered why such rumors were only about his family, to which his friend tried to calm him down, saying that he shouldn't worry so much. The blonde looked at him with a smile and said that she hadn't heard of such a thing. Looking at the worried hero, she realized that they were definitely not insensitive. Suddenly, in the middle of the forest, she shouted at him to stop whining and move on. The huntress continued jumping on the ropes like a monkey or Tarzan. Suddenly, something caught her attention. She jumped to the ground and said that they should wait a minute. Looking into the bushes, the long-eared one suggested that they do the same. Noticing tracks on the ground, the girl said that someone had passed here, and a healthy one at that. She exhaled with slight embarrassment and said that judging by the shallow traces he was trying to be unnoticeable, and suddenly one of the escorts pretended to be interested. The alchemist looked at her with a tortured look and was absolutely not interested, but was trying to be polite, to which she thought that she was fixated on her own again. She sadly looked away and thought that it was time to get used to it, after which she said that everything was fine, and thought that she doubted that anyone outside her village was interested in such things, but then she was distracted by the words that sounded fascinating. The hero surprised her by leaning towards her and asking if she knew anything else. The pink-eyed girl looked at him with loving eyes and was speechless. She immediately became active and asked if he was interested, to which he answered in the affirmative with bewilderment and asked why it shouldn't be so. The elf became even more embarrassed and confused him by mentioning his family and not understanding how it could be connected with the wild nature. After that, she suddenly stood up and lowered her ears with a red face, saying that in any case, you need to be careful when you notice something like that. She stood near the trail and said that it was not only the size, but also that it was difficult to guess where it would appear from. The beauty looked at her companion and said that she had heard that all kinds of monsters were hiding inside the academy, to which she answered in the affirmative. The protagonist immediately imagined a gathering of monsters and thought that Einrogard was a land filled with mana and therefore the appearance of many monsters here was inevitable. He was dumbfounded and listened to the story that there were still many monsters that arose during experiments and rare slugs created from discarded magic potions, to which he thought that it was definitely not safe here. Suddenly he was distracted, told that he needed to change the plan and follow the tracks because this was the only way to reduce the risk of falling into an ambush. And then Lehan abruptly stood up and asked the guide to teach them to distinguish them. She turned away and said that it was not easy, and most likely, while he was learning, he would give up halfway, but he tried to refute and confidently said that if she helped him, he would make every effort. Suddenly the elf lifted her leg and thought. She turned with a slight smile, showing herself in all her glory and offered to try. It was a hot sunny day. The team was walking along a trodden path. The redhead brought her hands to the right plant and said that they finally found it. She picked up the mushrooms and said with regret that it was a pity that there were only 2 of them and said that she was sure that they would find more soon. The blue-eyed girl turned around and happily suggested moving on, because there was nothing here. But then it turned out that everyone else had already taken a fighting stance, and she asked why they were silent. Suddenly, the blue-eyed girl was horrified. First, a huge paw appeared. It was a huge boar with 4 tusks. The animal immediately rushed towards the guys to attack. The dark-haired one crouched lower and frowned and said that this was not an ordinary boar, but one that senses mana, to which the huntress said to be careful because it was a monster. The guys stood right in front of the danger and did not dare to move. Lehan reached for his stick and said that although it was dangerous, he had no other weapon and needed to use magic. The size of the magic equipment changes according to the owner's wishes. In the hands of the reincarnated man was a rather long pole. The elf looked at him with a smile and thought that he really was from a famous family of magicians. She imagined him against the background of the coat of arms and thought that Wardenaz was a family of the greatest magicians of the empire, and he must have studied magic a little before entering the school. The big-eared one pressed herself against him and asked if he was sure, to which the guy with the same uncertainty said that he would try. The pink-eyed one looked at him seriously and said that if it didn't work out, then they needed to grab the redhead and run as fast as they could, and she would take care of everything. Everyone suddenly became wildly embarrassed, and the alchemist mentioned that she was so ready to do this to protect them, but that Sundar only said that only she was capable of such a thing. Then Leon grabbed the weapon while the boar was rushing at him and thanked her, saying that he was counting on her. She watched their battle with anxiety and thought about what kind of magic he would use to win. The guy grabbed the stick tighter. When he was only 10 years old, his mentor held a staff in his hands and said that although the sword is the king of all weapons, he must know how to handle other equipment and how to control many weapons in any situation. He imagined a swordsman mage and said that only the one who goes this way will be able to concentrate his mana in a weapon, and this is called the level of aura. The old man watched the little boy's efforts and thought that if he knew the truth, he would be disappointed because only a few had reached such a level. The young master wiped his forehead and exhaled, thinking about why he needed to study aura, because he just wanted to become a mage and not work in an office. Then he turned around and said with a smile that he thought that training his body and learning to defend himself was pointless for him and thought that this was enough. The gray-haired man almost shed a tear and turned to the little boy, thinking that he was definitely different from other nobles living only in their dreams, and crying. He promised him to reach the level of using aura and ordered him to do 100 repetitions of stabbing blows, to which he tried to object. The hero raised his wand back and his eyes lit up. He instantly stuck it in the boar's mouth. The girls were completely shocked by what they saw. The monster immediately began to shake, raising its head up. The monster fell dead and stopped. The beauties did not understand anything at all. The whole forest shook from the cry that this was not magic at all, but just a blow. The Einrogard staff is so strong that it can be used in close combat, but it is still impossible to defeat a boar that has become a monster. The only reason this was possible was that Lehan subconsciously used mana. He looked at his hands and did not understand, and although it was far from the level of using aura, it was mana that helped him survive. The guys surrounded the boar's corpse and were shocked. The elf handed the best mage the staff and said that he killed it. The redhead exhaled heavily while sitting on the ground and asked if this lesson should really be like this, and could not believe that students were allowed to go to such places. Suddenly they were all dumbfounded when they heard a wild scream from the side. Everyone with pale faces looked in the direction of the incident. The protagonist said with a tired look that there was probably another one. Yoner, closing her eyes, suggested simply running away from the lesson. Nilia, looking scared, asked not to do this. They were rushing with a huge left. The huntress stood in front of a bush and stopped the team. Below, another group was fighting a boar and she continued, saying that there were more. The hero raised his hand above his head and noticed that there were quite a lot of them and suggested watching, and she said that they would probably cope with him, to which his guide, folding her arms, said that they would probably cope with him. One of those standing below decided and shouted that he would fight him. The bespectacled man picked up his staff and was about to attack. The blue-eyed woman anxiously rubbed her forehead and asked if this was a descendant of the Dalcred clan. She imagined a mustachioed man playing chess next to the king and thought that this was a famous family, famous for its exceptional ability to solve problems, and if warned as had been an advisor for many centuries. Then she imagined a long-haired man with coins next to the crowned one and thought that another family was the prime minister and treasurer. Lihan watched the battle and thought that since he was from such a family, he could be relied on, and it seemed that he took fencing lessons. Ashan adjusted his glasses and told his opponent that he read him like an open book. He became even more aggressive and shouted that he won't be able to escape from his predictions. The guy immediately jumped into the beast's blind spot. The green-haired man tried to deliver a powerful blow to his back with a stick, but by doing so, he only angered him more by making a big one and tried to say that his predictions. At that moment, he was sent into a long flight while he was screaming that he was wrong after all. After that, the monster looked at the rest of the group. The princess covered the girls with her hand. She stuck her chest out, although she was afraid. The hero's friends looked at her in surprise and noticed that she had left and asked the hero what he would do. He looked at this and meaningfully remained silent. The blonde stood in the way of a dangerous enemy. She lowered her head and thought with anxiety that everything should be perfect as always. The girl rushed forward and thought that she would study his breathing during the dash, but suddenly something really surprised her. The boar's back was covered in a huge flame that burned him. The princess covered her face with a wand and closed her eyes. The creature fell dead. The protagonist picked up a smoking staff and said that it was good that he did not notice them. Suddenly the elf made him turn around by folding her arms and saying that he should know how important it is to approach from the windward side, to which he said that he would count on her advice from now on. The 44th daughter of the emperor looked at him with concern while putting away her wand and recognized him. She approached him and said that she thanked him, to which he waved her off and said that it was not worth it. Lihan's friends were perplexed and wondered why they were communicating so formally, because classmates usually addressed each other informally. But the fact was that they were carried away by the atmosphere. The girl lowered her head and said that she was obliged to return the debt for today's help, to which he said with a smile that he wanted to ask for a favor. The blue-eyed girl looked at him with concern and asked him to continue, while thinking about what they wanted from her. The guy with an interested simpleton look asked to tell him if there were any classes where you could easily get good grades, and asked about her connections. She looked at him with disdain, not understanding why he needed such information. She was completely confused and did not understand what he meant, and rushed between the options that he simply did not want to study or was testing her. But Lihan looked as good-natured as possible and asked if she knew where it was easier. Suddenly, they were pressed by a wild pressure and a cry that he also knew where it was easier and knew them better than anyone. The guy looked away and thought about what this ominous premonition was. He remembered how the professor in real life grabbed him by the shoulders and thought that this was a familiar tremor. Remembering how his shoulder was squeezed, the dark-haired man thought that this was a familiar situation. Behind him stood a dwarf who with a terrible aura addressed him. He came closer with a wild look and grabbed him by the shoulder, frightening him and saying that it was alchemy, to which the reincarnated man thought that this was the lesson in which he met the professor of the master's degree in his past life. He adjusted his clothes and with a pale face thought that he needed to calm down. He looked away and thought that he was no longer an inexperienced student. Lihan looked at him with a soft smile and with a gentle look said that if you passionately love alchemy, then this is it. He began to nod when he was told that this was an obvious answer, but suddenly the guy got scared when they told him that they would help him love it, to which he said that he would look at that in other lessons. Suddenly he was even more upset by the fact that they began to discuss behind his back that even the professor was already running after him, and he thought that such a thing is usually not envied. The bearded man raised an eyebrow and exhaled. He scratched the boar's belly and said that it looked like they would have to finish the lesson for today. Ashan leaned on his comrade and was very surprised when he said that unfortunately the other groups were unable to meet these boars and asked if it was on purpose. Then the dwarf turned around and asked anxiously if they thought that they were simply sent to collect herbs. He took his hand away and said that today's topic was the unforeseen circumstances that they would have to face while they were looking for herbs. The old man imagined the hero fighting the team and said that the alchemist must cope with any difficulties and fight back, be it killing, dodging, running away or hiding. Everyone looked at him with wild displeasure after these words and cursed him with insults in their heads. And then the redhead distracted him while another student was showing him the middle finger and said that this meant that they did not need the grass. She clutched the collected plants in her hands and sadly said that they had gone through so much for her sake and found her together. The professor was wildly surprised and said that he did not think that they would find her. He hugged them and said with a smile that the three of them had passed and that they were the talented students who should attend these lessons. Afterwards, the bearded man pressed himself closer to Leon, frightening him with his ominous aura and leaving him no choice, saying that he especially should attend them. Then the dark-haired man pretended to be happy, but he himself was in wild sadness and thought that he was finished. The bearded man, closing his eyes, said that the three of them had passed and that they were the talented students who should attend the lessons. He approached Leon's ear and said that he especially should attend them. The guy excitedly closed his eyes and thought that he was finished. The hero looked towards the man and, squinting his eyes, said that he would try his best and that he had always dreamed of studying alchemy, to which he looked at the student indignantly, but resigned himself. The bearded man looked at Mick and thought that he was acting quite maturely and that at his age he would have rebelled. He stood in front of the interlocutor and said that since he had killed a boar and found Dako grass, he would give him a special privilege, to which the interlocutor asked again about the privilege. Mentioning his house in the forest, the bearded man said that he would allow the student to visit it at any time this semester. Nick looked at him in surprise and asked again, wondering if he wanted to make him a maid. The interlocutor raised his hand to his mouth and said that he had expressed himself unclearly. The man with the crossbow turned to the young men and asked them what, in their opinion, the new students wanted most of all and, after a pause, said food. Leon looked at him with a frown and the interlocutor continued to say that perhaps they were not thinking about this now and, breaking off the sentence, said in a week. The man, imagining the food, thought about how hard it was to survive on such food. Remembering the children of nobles, he thought about how hard it would be for them. Remembering the food in his house, he said that his house was full of fresh food and that he even had spices and vegetables that he himself collected in the forest. The protagonist frowned and hesitantly began the sentence, saying what that meant. Imagining shelves with a huge number of dishes, he thought that this was a pass to a buffet. The student shook the bearded man's hand and said that he knew that alchemy was wonderful, to which he replied that he was starting to like the boy more and more. The student stood at the edge of the forest in front of a dead boar and expressed dissatisfaction with the teacher. The hero walked away from the crowd and said that he could say that he did not expect this, but he was not even surprised. He grinned, looked away and said that now was the most important thing, without finishing the sentence. There was a beautiful house in the forest. The sun's rays fell on the stream, piercing the surface of the water. 3 people stood in front of a dead boar and thought about stocking up on food. Mick closed his eyes and put the back of his hand to his forehead. He looked at the boar and said that although he had learned to butcher animals from Ararlong, he did not think he could handle it alone. A red-haired girl approached the guy. Taking off her cloak, she said that she would help him. He looked at her and asked if everything was okay with her and noted that she did not look well, to which she replied that everything was fine and asked to share the meat in exchange for a favor. The white-haired girl opened her eyes wide and asked with displeasure whether they really wanted to butcher him and whether nobles had experience in something like this. The protagonist looked at the lost girl and turned to her. Yoner and Liam looked at her aggressively and sarcastically asked if she wanted to eat meat. Nilia raised her hand and looked at them with displeasure. She closed her eyes and meaningfully fell silent. The white-haired girl began to confidently approach them and said that she would show them what a huntress is capable of. Yoner and the huntress stood with their backs to each other. One was a real expert, and the other was familiar with working with ingredients, and they said that together they could definitely handle it. The teacher opened a large bag and said that there were tools here, to which Leon thanked him. The boar lay on the fabric with its eyes closed and the hero suggested to begin. Nilia watched what was happening cautiously. Looking at the protagonist, she thought that he was doing very well and was surprised that their family taught such things. Yoner, carefully bandaging a stick, said that after removing the skin, they would cut out the flesh and hang it on wooden sticks. She thought of sausages and said that the intestines should be left in order to make them. The student, tiredly waving his fan, thought about how he did not know how long this hell would last and about the need to prepare semi-finished products. Boar meat was smoking on the beams and the teacher, approaching Lehan, praised him for his solution. He put his fingers to his lips and said that the meat would rot no matter how cold the weather was, and in this case, smoking would be the solution. The hero knelt down, blowing on the fire and thinking that he was surprised that he had come so far in 3 days of training and could not imagine that he would be doing this. The bearded man looked at him with a smile and thought that he had exceeded all his expectations. Standing with his back to the girls, he made a strange sound. The student looked at him and asked if he was hungry, to which he said that he was a little, and the protagonist asked him for bread, to which he said that he knows how to take everything from life. Leon held the frying pan over the fire. The teacher watched. The man stood by the cart, holding a bag in his hand, and the redhead looked away in amazement. The teacher looked at what Mick was doing. He was thanked for the lunch. Durugu looked happily at the sandwich he made. Lilia and Yonor enjoyed their lunch. Closing her eyes, the redhead said that the jam was very tasty, to which the teacher said that she could eat as much as she wanted because next time they wouldn't get it so easily. She looked at the plate with meat and said that she didn't know why he decided to add jam to meat, but the texture was amazing. They were sitting at the table. They had well-cooked meat and delicious bread with butter. They were surrounded by beautiful nature and good friends, even though these 3 days were difficult. The containers with meat were emptied and everyone was able to enjoy the conversation and food. Near them stood bags with the remaining meat. The owner turned to the hero and said that there was a lot of meat left and she did not know what to do with it, to which he answered that there was no more room in it. They looked at the bags in confusion. Lilia, sitting at the table, offered to share with the other students from the tower. The guy and the girl looked at each other, thinking of something. Lian, smiling, turned to the white-haired girl and asked if she wanted to sell it, to which the red-haired girl said that it was a good idea. The huntress said that she did not say such a thing. The girl looked at the two in confusion as they discussed how most of the students were rich and it wouldn't be a problem for them, and how they were nobles and wouldn't take anything for free. The hero and the student were beaming with their idea, and looking at them, the girl with white hair asked herself if all nobles were like that. Earnings were shining in their eyes. Lian wanted to earn a lot of money, and Yonor wanted to save up for a workshop, but Nilia didn't know about it yet. She looked at the couple and asked if they really wanted to sell the meat. They offered her to join, to which she refused and said that she would give it to her friends for free. They looked at their confused friend and said that it was her decision, but she might regret that the friendship was ending, but the wealth remained, to which she told them to shut up. Durugu watched what was happening with a sneer. He looked at them and thought that they were very talented, but despite this, they looked like troublemakers. The teacher sat in the shade under a tree. He looked at the school and thought that they would become his headache. Against the backdrop of mountains and landscape stood the vainglorious Blue Dragon's Tower, which is located far from the main areas and greets the students with fresh forest air, but today was an exception. The guy was thoughtfully silent. He asked the girl what kind of smell it was. The meat gave off a pleasant smell. Lian was holding a pair of tongs in his hands. Closing his eyes, he politely asked if the boys were hungry and offered to try the meat. The students looked at him in bewilderment. They turned to the couple and asked what they were doing and asked them not to talk. The guy interrupted them and asked them to sit down. Because they had already cooked for everyone, one of the students did not believe what was happening. The students were drooling from the smell of meat. The hero closed his eyes, stretched out his hand and pointed his finger upwards and said that all this would cost 2 silver coins per person. The boys ate the meat with pleasure and said that they had not eaten it for a long time and that it melted in their mouths and did not believe that they were eating something so delicious. The students began to make joyful sounds. The protagonist turned to his friend and said that they had set an inflated price, but were still able to sell so much. They narrowed their eyes slyly and he asked her where they would eat meat again and said that they were in a winning position. A guy who looked unwell stood by the door and did not understand what all the noise was about and thought that he was dying of hunger. In front of him was a table with juicy steaks. He was surprised and asked what it was. Lian turned to Gainando and asked about him being there too. Hearing the call that he could eat, the blonde happily opened his mouth and asked if he really could. He sat in front of the steak, thanked him for the food and asked if he really could. His hand was held by MC. He extended his hand and said that he needed 1 silver. His interlocutor was surprised and asked why he was taking money, to which he replied that noble pride did not allow him to feed people for free, to which he replied that he did not have money now. The hero reached into his apron pocket and said that it was not a problem. He put a loan agreement and a pen on the table and said that all he needed was to sign the agreement. Gainando looked at the agreement and turned to him. He took the pen and said that he was, and paused. The guy signed the contract with emotion and asked why he was so kind. He closed his eyes with happiness and said that he was friends with such a nice guy and that he did not know that he had such a sense for good people. Lian looked at Yonor with a smile and his friend said that this is true friendship. With this, a good day for everyone ended. The sun shone over the school and the towers of the building rose to the sky. 5 people entered the auditorium. The guy holding a book in his hands asked what the basics of education of a magical person are. He turned to the girl and inquired about who they took us for, to which she answered him with a question about why nobles like them should study something like this. She, walking ahead of her classmate, said that they were already perfect, to which he replied that he could not believe that they were seriously saying this. They went to the desks and began to put away their things. A magical funnel formed on the ceiling and a wish for a good morning was heard from it. The student looked up and remembered the voice. He did not believe what was happening. Descending from the ceiling, Lick wished him welcome. The student looked at him and asked himself that the teacher of personality education is the director. He looked at the students and said that look at them and it looks like they finally ate. The students looked with apprehension. He said that it took them a month to find food. The blonde turned to the teacher and asked if he really expected them to find it themselves. The student wanted to confront him, but the teacher interrupted him and ordered him to stop chatting, forcing him to remain silent with the help of magic. The teacher looked at them and said that he was glad that they understood this. He raised an eyebrow and thought that although they recruit students every year, Blue Dragon's tower has always been slow. The tortoise and the tiger were running on the treadmill, and Lick was thinking that the fastest tower was the Black Tortoise Tower, followed by the White Tiger Tower. The tortoise stood on a pedestal with the tiger. Next to it stood a bird with its head down, and only the dragon, incredibly tired, was lying on the treadmill, and the teacher was thinking that compared to them, the Blue Dragon's tower, which was made up mostly of nobles, always took a long time to get used to changes, and they did not have to experience hardships. He put his hand to his jaw and said that he was impressed that they had already resigned themselves. Staring at them, Lick thought about what, of course, he knew very well. Lehan stared at the head intently while she was thinking about what was behind all this. The teacher, without looking away, thought about how different he was from the others and knew it as soon as he saw him. The hero stood against the background of the faculty coat of arms, looking away, and the teacher was surprised to think that such a flexible person came from a stubborn family. The teacher looked at the students with aggression, and due to the fact that the director was sure that flexibility and free thinking were the most important qualities for a wizard, he always confronted the students with difficulties. The blonde man approached Lick and asked why they needed this subject. The teacher looked at them and answered the question with a question, what did he think? To which he replied that he was not sure. The teacher said in a rage that it was because the emperor came to them and made him take responsibility for the actions of people who graduated from this place. All the students looked at him in shock. He, approaching one of the students, asked if they even understood how many problems there were from senior students, and since someone was being blamed, he needed this lesson to avoid punishment for their actions. The director looked menacingly at the student and asked if they understood him. He looked at Lehan and said that wizards are quite unpredictable and that they should not try to deny it and say that they are different, and that such statements only angered him more. While the students opened the textbook, Lick asked to read the first page. The students began to read the page loudly and say that they will not use magic to harm ordinary people. He extended his hand forward, raising his finger up, and asked to speak louder. The hero looked at the desk in confusion while everyone repeated the phrase. The rays of the sun fell on the school and the screams of the students could be heard beyond the walls, but Mick wondered if this would work at all. The teacher looked at the students in the audience and said that he hoped that this lesson would help them become kinder and that he needed 2 volunteers. Everyone was silent. Lehan looked at his classmates and said that everyone was turning away and that it sounded strange. Lick, frowning, began to angrily ask about whether it would be worse if no one responded. The hero stood up and said that he agreed and thought that it would be useful. The teacher looked at him and sighed. He looked at him aggressively and asked if he wanted to stand out. The protagonist closed his eyes and excitedly said that it would be an honor for him to help the teacher. The teacher looked at him with disdain and said that he hated flattery. Turning away from MC, he said that anyway, it was okay and that in the end, opportunities only open up to people with initiative. Lehan turned his head to the side with a smile and thought that he realized what he did for the sake of potential benefits. Fernando turned to him and asked if he had gone crazy. He asked the interlocutor in horror about who knows what this director will do to him. The protagonist calmed his friend down and said that the teacher wasn't crazy and that he was sacrificing for them. The blonde guy looked at his friend uncertainly and asked again. He put his trembling hands on his knees and thought that in that case, he should also speak up for his friends. He closed his eyes and tried to stand up, thinking that his legs should let him stand up, and said that he was a volunteer. Ashan stood with his hand raised, ahead of him. Lick looked at him and said that her parents were doing quite well with the paperwork, for which he thanked him. Lehan carefully examined his classmate and thought that he had the same goal as him. He stood and adjusted his glasses. The guy with glasses turned to the hero and said that this was his payment for helping him last time. The protagonist looked at him and said that he didn't have to do this, to which he replied that his family had always been good at calculations. The teacher was behind them and said that he was glad that they were getting along well, but now they had to do the assignment. There were sheets of paper levitating near the hero, and the director said that he wanted them to rewrite them. The 2 boys looked at him, regretting what they had done, and he said that they had to rewrite all the safety rules for the next lesson. Ink clouds floated over the school, cutting through the sky. Ashan angrily rewrote the rules and repeated that he would not forgive. Tearing himself away from the sheet of paper, he said with unbearable anger that he would not forgive him. Gritting his teeth, he asked how he dared to make them do such a trivial thing when he could have taken care of it using magic. Lehan looked at his brother in misfortune and thought about how he would not faint. Lick spread his arms, and the hero thought that he probably knew why the director asked them to do this and thought that he wanted them to use magic to complete the task. Trying to conjure light, he remembered how they tried to conjure light, how they should use writing magic. Mick stood up, resting his hands on the table, and thought that if he had even a drop of conscience, he should have left a hint. Ashan turned to him and asked what he was doing. Lehan, without turning to his friend, said that he was looking for hope and that he could somehow help them, to which he asked if they would be okay if they did something like this. The hero turned to the guy with glasses and asked if anyone forbade it and said that besides, this was the director's lecture hall. The long-haired guy looked at him in confusion. He adjusted his glasses and said that we could be thieves for once. They decided to split up and started searching. The bespectacled man looked in the cabinet and said that there was nothing there, to which his interlocutor replied that he thought that there would at least be a clue. Lehan looked ahead thoughtfully. His gaze fell on a closed shelf which was surrounded by magic along the contour. He called his friend to him and said that he felt a little mana, which he did not believe. They looked at the door together. Grabbing the handle, one of them shouted what he was opening. A blinding light came out of the shelf. Lick appeared in the hall. The two guys became wary. The hero looked at the head with a grin and asked if this was illusion magic. The director put his hand to the jaw and said that if they opened this box, then they finished the stupid work. Two students stood and looked at the skull. He said that they thought of this as early as possible, and if not, then they are pathetic to the point of madness. There was a piece of paper on the shelf that had information about first-level magic. The teacher said that they would be able to learn it there and that they should learn it as quickly as possible. He wished them luck and disappeared, leaving the students. Lehan sat and shook. He guessed why the director hid it there. Ashan was furious and shouted that he could not believe that he did this and did not understand why the teacher used this method for teaching. He turned to his friend and suggested writing a complaint. The hero carefully read the paper. He looked at his classmate and apologized for starting without thinking, to which he replied that he was a traitor. The protagonist smiled and said something to make the guy in glasses think and understand that a complaint would not help against such a director. The interlocutor meaningfully remained silent. Lick stuck out his tongue and pointed his finger forward and said, "This is the law of Einrogard." Ashan folded his arms and said that there was a 95% chance that they wouldn't be able to do it, to which the hero said that he didn't believe even 5%. They were holding instructions on how to use magic and one of them suggested that they practice faster. They both stretched out their hand with a wand forward. They carefully touched the feather with the wand. They sat in front of two feathers and the protagonist said that he had no mana left. He looked at the floor and thought about how casting magic was really difficult and that from the outside magic might look like simple movements, but when used mana always behaves differently. Mick imagined a clown riding a unicycle and balancing plates on sticks in his head. He stood up again and, gathering his thoughts, said to himself that he should concentrate and imagine that this was his last chance. He closed his eyes and began to remember deadlines and their last minutes. Lehan imagined a bamboo forest and said that it was as calm and light as a feather and waved his wand. He extended his wand forward and shouted a spell. Magic from the tip of the stick rushed to the feather. The feather glowed and shook. It rose above the floor. The protagonist looked at the feather with relief and noticed that it was flying and said that now he just needed to move it slowly. The feather began to move slowly. Suddenly, a beam flew past the hero's face and, breaking the window, flew out into the street. They looked towards the window frames. The feather cut through an apple hanging on a tree and froze in the logs. The student thought about what happened and assumed that it flew out the window. Lehan picked up a sheet of paper and thought about how he needed to solve problems related to magic. He picked up the feather again and thought about how it would take not only casting a spell, but also staying focused in order to move an object. The hero closed his eyes and thought that if he could cast a spell, then controlling the object would not be so difficult. He picked up the pen, deciding to try again. Carefully holding the pen in mid-air, he slowly concentrated on it and the doors began to open. Lick came into the hall and asked if they had trained enough and said that he was glad about it and that he would finish writing everything himself with the help of his magic. Lehan looked at him in fear. The pen began to move. It flew across the entire hall. Having ricocheted off the walls several times, it hit the teacher who said that he hoped that they understood why he asked them to do this. The students screamed a pitiful denial. A flock of birds flew over the school and the scream rang out beyond the building. Ashan looked at what was happening in fear and said that the new student hit the principal. He covered his mouth with his hand and said that it was cool. The hero looked at him and thought about making him shut up. The pen broke on the teacher's forehead. He laughed, looked at the pen and said that they got the hang of it pretty quickly and that they were pretty good for idiots. The protagonist looked at the principal and wondered if he would comment on the situation and that he was apparently in a good mood. He smiled and asked Lick for advice on controlling things. Nick was looked at with admiration by a guy with glasses and the teacher asked him if it was hard for him to control an object, to which he responded with approval. Skull looked at him and said that all beginners have difficulties, to which he closed his eyes and thought that it was not his magic. The teacher laughed at the student and said that he lied and that control was the hardest part of the spell and that control required practice. Lehan looked ahead while he spoke about how people who had difficulty with this were special and that it would be his problem to find out. The protagonist closed his eyes and thanked him. Lick looked at the student's respectful nod and thought that it was boring to bully this kid. He extended his hand to Ashan, who looked at him questioningly, and thought that he would have reacted more violently. The teacher extended his hand with his palm towards them and said that understanding of magic grows with practice and asked not to worry and sent them to lunch. He directed magic at MC. He found himself behind the door and was shocked. He fell to the floor. Getting up and dusting himself off, he said that when necessary, the teacher does not use magic, and now he just sent them to the cafeteria. Ashan was sent to the clinic, but Leon did not know about this and asked where they could have teleported his partner. The hero looked at the cafeteria and thought that lunchtime had passed and there was no one here anymore. There was bread and rice on the table and he said that this was happening again. Looking at the lunch, he said that it was better than nothing and that he still had smoked meat left. A girl was looking at him. She came closer and turned to him. He looked at her and called out to her. He stood up from the table and asked her what she was doing there. She turned to him and handed him a piece of paper, saying that this was what he had asked for. The protagonist became embarrassed and thanked her. He looked at the gift mysteriously. He saw what was written on the paper and thought that this was not what he had asked for. He looked at the sheets and thought about why the basics of alchemy were popular and, remembering Einrogard, thought that it was better than nothing. He approached her and said that they had a misunderstanding and that he had asked where he could get good grades, not popular subjects. The girl looked at him puzzled and asked what he meant. He wrote on the board that he needed subjects where he could get a good grade without competition. The blonde looked tensely and said nothing. She looked at him and thought that he really was looking for subjects where it was easy to earn high scores and thought that he was a child. She looked away, remembering the other nobles, and thought that he was like all nobles, but apparently she was wrong. The blue-eyed girl began to rummage in the inner pocket of her jacket. She took out the necessary Lehan sheet and said that while she was working on the list, she took a couple more subjects to note. The hero happily looked at the sheet and said that this is what he needs and he can already tell that people will hate these disciplines. Two guys were practicing fencing. The protagonist said that few people would want to fence in a magic school. He talked about the practice of magical battles, imagined a fight and thought that most people are interested in research, so they are simply not interested in fights. Nick hugged himself and asked who cared, and the princess suggested learning more self-defense options, for which he thanked her. She turned away, looked at him and said that she would go. The sun was falling on the school. The guy walked forward and thought that it was a pity that everyone refused. He remembered how he suggested Ganando to attend unpopular lectures and how he replied that there was no point in it. He remembered how Yoner made excuses for the offer, and he remembered how Ashan asked him about why he was wasting time on such things. Lehan walked through the school and said that he understands that no one knows what can happen. MC's limbs were tied with ropes that the teachers pulled in different directions, and he said that when it comes to schools and teachers, there is no talk of understanding and that they all know that you go to other lectures, but they do not care. He stopped and said that in order to focus on important things, he needed to have something he didn't have to worry about and called it a compromise. He looked ahead and asked about the seriousness of the situation. The stairs led to the basement. He stood in front of it and asked about why the magic battle training hall was in the basement, and he thought that the stairs looked normal. But there was definitely something wrong with this place. The tower was covered in the darkness of the night, and everyone who lived in the Empire knew the old belief that you can't recklessly visit the magic tower. The photo showed a girl and a boy, although it looked normal from the outside, but once you get into the tower, you may not be able to get out. Little Liam looked away from the book in surprise and asked the nurse if the fairy tale was exaggerating, to which he was told that it seemed like it. The gray-haired man raised his finger and said that the fairy tale was just that you will never get out of the tower, most likely he will die. Liam looked at his interlocutor with fear. The tower pierced the sky and at its entrance there were people and a skull. Einrogard can be considered the worst version of a magic tower. The guy stood in front of the entrance, but did not dare to go in and start exploring the academy. Leon stood in fear and shook his head and hesitantly said that everything should be fine because it was just a school. He closed his eyes and said that everything was fine in the dormitories and on the first floor of the building. Lick appeared behind him and asked him if he really was going to the first floor of the dungeon. The hero turned to the director abruptly and fearfully and thought about what he was doing here. His face changed dramatically and he thought that this was his chance. The protagonist turned to the skull and said that he was glad to see him. He leaned over and said that he was trying to get in and now he was wondering if he had anything to say, to which he thought about it. He got angry, showed in his hand and shouted that he had nothing to say to him, but if his corpse was found tomorrow, he would put a flower in his grave. Lehan smiled, not showing indignation. The thought appeared in the hero's head that the one who can smile, being full of grievances and hatred, that's who the graduate is. The torch illuminated the corner of the wall. Walking along the floor, the protagonist thought that even though he tried to intimidate him, this place looked ordinary. He stood in front of the door and thought about why this thing looked so scary. A student appeared next to the hero. They saw the guy and said that they knew that he came here for a lesson. Nick put his finger to his nose and thought that he would not be alone here, but the blonde guy became interested. He read the sign and realized that they had come to the wrong place and the girl said that they had almost gotten into trouble. The guy asked the girl if people came here, to which she replied that even the guys from her tower had returned scared. Leon silently touched the door. He entered the hall where the students were sitting. He looked at them and thought that there were 3 more of them here. The hero looked at the couple and thought that they were not here of their own free will. His gaze fell on the ball on the table. He wondered what kind of thing was on each table. A voice behind the protagonist ordered him to sit down and he tensed up a little. The student turned around at the sound and thought that he had not even noticed him. The teacher looked special. He had white skin, fangs and sullen eyes. Leah thought that he was a vampire. The teacher stood up from the shadows and introduced himself as the teacher of this subject and said his name, Greg. He picked up the ball and offered to begin. The hero listened to him and looked at the ball while he was talking about how this ball was made of a spiritual star stone and was very sensitive to mana. The stone was collecting energy from the stars, and when the constellations took their places, they began to emit energy and made them change under the influence of force. The teacher asked him to stand up and fill the ball with his mana, and Mick slammed the ball on the table and thought about whether he could do it. Holding the ball in his hand, he said that he couldn't even use the light spell from the basics of magic. The students did it and their balls flew up. While the ball was in the air, Leon was surprised that he could do it and said that he couldn't believe that he could do it so easily and thought that maybe it wasn't just a spiritual star stone. A picture of working on a ball, which he thought was an artifact, appeared in his head. The teacher, addressing the students, asked them to look at the marks on the ball. The girl behind the hero was trying to fill the ball with mana while he was thinking about how much he could get for selling the artifact. The ball jumped out of her hands and rushed upward. The girl screamed that it was about to break through the ceiling. The ball, shining, continued to move. Greg calmed the girl down and said that he had cast a spell so that it would not break the hall. The girl's face changed and said that it was a relief. The ball flew into the girl with all its force. She was lying on the desk, and the ball, having lost all its energy, was jumping towards the vampire, who said that the spell did not apply to them. While the girl was coming to her senses, the teacher asked her not to break the ball, to which she replied that he meant not to hurt herself. Leon began to fulfill the teacher's request and raised the ball up and thought that the teacher was quite rude. The students began to try to draw a circle at Greg's request. The hero looked at the ball and thought that even though it was an artifact, it was still difficult to control and that it did not move at his will. One of the students managed to draw a circle and he told the teacher about it. He closed his eyes and asked him to repeat. The guy tried to hold the ball and repeat what he had done. One of the students looked at his watch and asked if they would do this the whole lesson. Mick stood up and asked the vampire about when they would stop drawing circles. He looked at him thoughtfully and said that when they could draw a circle perfectly. 2 people, worried, asked if they could leave the hall, to which he allowed them to leave. The girl looked at them in bewilderment. She looked at them excitedly and said that she also wanted to leave. She looked at the ball. She fell to the floor in bewilderment. Leon looked at her with interest and thought that she was not bad to have decided to go this far. Leon touched the girl's back, asking how she was. He saw her exhausted face and heard her say with difficulty about her mana. Throwing his classmate over his shoulder, Leon thought that she was not pretending and told the professor that she seemed to have passed out due to running out of mana. Greg looked ahead and said that once he recovered, he should continue drawing the circle. The hero looked at him with confusion and thought that it seemed like he would be the only one taking this class. There was a blue ball circling next to the boy. The professor looked up when he heard the question. How would the grades be given here? The vampire slammed the book shut and said that as per the rules, the grades would be given starting from first place, no matter how many students were present. The boy sitting at the desk said that he understood. There was a small smile on his face. He thought that this class was a jackpot. He imagined himself surrounded by honey and thought that if he held on until the end, he would easily get an A. This was exactly the class he was looking for. The ball in his hand seemed like a magic ball that gave grades, and he thought that he just needed to repeat. He was happy. The professor looked at the student silently. Looking ahead, Greg thought it was funny that he hadn't left yet. He imagined people running away like on the shore, and thought that every year students came to this class like the tide. He stood alone on the empty shore, thinking that they also disappeared like the tide. Remembering the empty attendance sheet, the man thought that last year there was no one at all. He imagined a green hand handing him a contract and thought that he didn't care. According to the contract, he was supposed to teach the class every year, not collect people willing to attend it. There was an hourglass on the table. He sat alone in the lecture hall almost every day and left when class time was over. A ball was hovering above his palm. Leon stood surrounded by blue swirls. An unusual first-year student appeared and broke the usual routine, a mature and handsome young man who, judging by his behavior and speech, came from a great house. He imagined the hero as if immersed in water. Greg did not know about the amount of magical energy in Sasha, but he easily noticed that he was special. The palm lay on the same ball. The man thought that it would be good if he continued to attend classes. The light tower had a blue roof. The man thought that then for the first time he would be able to move on to another topic of this subject. The students were sitting on the couch in the lounge. Holding a glass of water, the man told him to listen. He would tell him really valuable information. Leon happily clenched his fist, saying that this subject simply cannot be missed. He is guaranteed to get good grades just for being there. The owner scratched her head uncertainly. The guy asked for details. What did they teach there? Opening his mouth, he imagined a diagram, hearing the explanation that he needed mana and to pick up the star spirit stone that the professor had prepared and practiced drawing a circle with it. The hero clenched his fist and, hearing the question of what next, replied that he had not said anything else. His comrades stared at him in surprise. There was a chess set on the table. A question was heard. Was he a swindler? The hero asked. What was so important? He pointed his finger at himself and exclaimed that the important thing was that he would get his grades. The owner opened her mouth in amazement, thinking that he was very unusual. She imagined him as a dragon and thought that she knew that she was not the one to say such a thing, but he was obsessed with profit. Waving his hand, the guy said that since they were against it, nothing could be done. It was time for him to move on to the next subject. A fire was burning in the fireplace. A question was heard. What next? I wonder which one. The comrades introduced the knights in amazement and heard that this was the basics of fencing, asking in confusion, in the Magic Academy. The leg took a step. The hero approached the arch in the courtyard at the southern entrance to the main building and asked, "Is this a training ground where they teach fencing?" He saw a small crowd of students, thinking that there were many of them here. The guys laughed, discussing something. The brown-haired man said that, moreover, they were all from the White Tiger Tower. The students from the White Tiger Tower are mostly from the houses of knights, which means they are good at fencing and take it seriously. Leah closed his eyes, thinking that the basics of magical combat came to him very easily, so okay, he steadily practiced fencing. The guy covered his mouth with his hand, asking his comrade, "But isn't he from the Blue Dragon Tower?" Leon put his hand in his pocket, hearing that he was also from the Warden's house. The second one asked, "Does he mean to say that he came here because his mentor taught him fencing for the sake of general development? Does he underestimate fencing too much?" Looking forward, the hero thought he heard that they were very proud of their skills, but did not expect to encounter such hostility. The guy smiled, thinking that it did not matter, they were teenagers. A guy with green skin appeared behind him. Resolutely frowning, he said that he was from the Warden's house and lived in the Blue Dragon Tower. The guy standing opposite thought that he was an orc and asked, "So what?" The green one waved his hand and said that he thought he was in the wrong place. They were seriously practicing fencing here and did not teach beginners. Closing his eyes, the boy indifferently thanked him for the information, to which the orc angrily asked if he didn't understand that they weren't just waving swords around like aristocrats. Pointing at him, the orc said that he could be seriously injured in a fight. No one would give in. Leon waved his hand, agreeing that he would hold back in a fight with him so as not to seriously injure him. The green-skinned hero asked again in surprise, and then blushed with anger. He clenched his hand into a fist. The heroes turned to the man, who said that it would be great if they came here. The guy looked in that direction carefully. The man had a scar by his eye. He had a silver prosthesis on his leg. The blonde elf with a prosthetic arm introduced himself as Professor Ingoldal. The hero smiled a little, heard that he would be teaching them fencing this semester, and thought that an elf was teaching fencing. The students looked at the teacher, who said that he was sure they had all studied with him and came here to improve their skills or not to lose the ones they had already developed. Leon awkwardly looked away when he heard that they would be moving straight to practicing the skills they already had instead of learning the basics, and thought that he only cared about grades. A hand reached out to his shoulder. A blonde elf was standing behind him. The elf standing behind him, who looked like the one who was popular with the girls, waved his hand and asked, "Is he Leon from the Warden's house?" Coming closer, he said that he was curious why someone from a famous mage house would come to learn swordsmanship. Opening his mouth, the hero said that it was obvious. Leon gave a thumbs up, saying that there were few people who would choose this occupation, so it would be easier for him to earn a good grade. The blonde elf's expression darkened. The boy smiled, thinking that he would misunderstand if he told the truth, so it would be easier for both of them if he pretended to only care about grades. Extending his hand, the boy said that he understood and introduced himself as Jigel. Extending his hand, Leon thought that he looked like a softie, but his hands were calloused, and said that he was pleased to meet him. They shook hands. The hero thought about what else could be expected from his home. He imagined a castle with red flags, and thought that the Jigel family strictly adhered to the rules and protected the north. Being in a harsh environment, they were willing to resort to any means, methods and tricks to achieve their goals. The blonde elf looked at the hero innocently. The boy thought that he thought of them in this way, but it was completely different from his imagination. He imagined a stricken blonde girl, and thought that rumors were not always true. Perhaps they would even establish a good relationship. The hero imagined a man engulfed in blue light, thinking about the art of the sword Bluestone. It was taught to him by Alrarlong. Judging from the name, one can guess that it is effective and easy to use. The boy remembered doing push-ups with a weight on his back and thought that the training was so difficult that nobles were reluctant to do it, but Leon managed to do it because if you convince yourself that you can do it, then so be it. The boy stood with a training sword. The man asked what he was using. Bluestone art. The elf with a scar on his face said that he had a well-developed basics, what house he was from, and thought to himself that since he was using bluestone art. The man looked at the boy in surprise, who interrupted his thoughts, saying that he was Warden as. The professor looked surprised, thinking that he had such a good command of the basics even being from this house. There was a tent near the stone wall, and Goldel asked why he decided to study fencing, and heard that the hero was convinced that it was a vital skill for an aristocrat. Noticing how sad the man became, the boy thought that his face changed. The elf looked upset, and the boy thought that this was a signature expression of the professor's. Looking ahead carefully, Leon thought that if he said something wrong now, he could say goodbye to good grades he thought that he wanted to hear. The blonde elf listened as the boy continued that he had thought so before, but as he progressed in his studies, he realized. His eyes were burning with determination. The hero continued that he could not come here. The professor gave a thumbs up, saying that this was an excellent answer. He smiled and thought that he accidentally voiced all his thoughts. Looking at the boy, the man thought that with his background in magic, he would be a serious swordsman. He took swordsmanship more seriously than the students from the Tiger Tower. His hand was holding the hilt of the blade. The man said that thanks to him, he understood something. The elf pulled out the sword and said that he would be serious with it. The confused student heard him demand to take out his wooden sword and thought that it shouldn't be like this. Why did it turn out like this? The sun was shining in the sky. The boy fell to the ground. He leaned back in an exhausted state. Goldel towered over him, resolutely saying that the art of bluestone was like a boulder. Extending his hand, the man said that his strong point was that he would not falter no matter what. That was the art of bluestone. Helping the tired boy to stand up, he told him not to forget this. They would be done for today. The professor turned to the frightened students and called the next one. Rubbing his body, Leon thought that his whole body was tense, and he did not remember how many times he was hit. He remembered how the man attacked him, commenting on his weak points, and thought that he made good use of his gaps in defense. He was beaten until the very end of the fight. The man lowered his sword and called the next one. Adjusting his tie, the hero thought that this was not a joke. There were tired students around the professor. The guy thought that in the future, it was the students from the White Tiger Tower who would become knights, but he treated them more simply. The guy imagined how men held weapons, and thought that if Alrarlong was like an unshakable stone, then Goldel was like a stream of water, and this despite his prosthetic arm and leg. The guy stood by the wall, thinking that more than that. The professor waved his hand, leaving a bright glow, saying that if they use the art of purple clouds, then they need to alternate hands more. The difficulty of the two swords is that they are difficult to master. They should be more thoughtful when using them. Putting forward his hand with a sword, the professor continued that the art of the top of the moon is fast and sharp. Let them not be timid. Use the whole body to make a strike. The iron hand rested on his hip. Leon thought that this is how the professor is. He knows all the arts, even gives each student personal advice. The hero glanced sideways at the students who were laughing and thought that he understood everything anyway. He remembered how the professor smiled at his swollen face and wondered why he couldn't shake the feeling that he was the most beaten. Goldel looked ahead, thinking that it seemed like time was running out. Leon sat up when the man asked him to come over. Coming closer, he thought that he was worried that he called him. Meanwhile, the man called Durugu. The hero looked ahead carefully. The same green student approached him. He raised one eyebrow, while the hero thought that this was the man who started the conflict, so his name was Durugu. The boys stood opposite each other. The man with the scar on his face said that they would have a duel. All the students were amazed at what they heard. One of the students turned to his comrade and asked why them. He replied, would it be a fair fight? His fangs were sticking up. Durugu grinned and said that he agreed. A glorious aura was spreading around him. The boy thought that he should look at his face. It was obvious that he knew he was waiting for this because he had treated him too easily. The hero gripped the training sword, thinking that he had no intention of retreating now. He remembered holding the sword when he was young and thought that he could spend time playing, but he learned defense and received punches for moments like this. Leon had a slight smile on his face. Lehan and Durugu stood in front of the teacher, and Goldel had chosen them. The boy's eyes were determined. They were the most capable. Imagining training in an enraged bear, he thought that it was impossible to master the art of the sword through theory alone. Only by practicing hundreds of times and having real fights can one see the way of the sword. The man imagined the blade to his neck, thinking that, for example, someone had become skilled at reaching the opponent's neck. The man dodged the blow with a wide smile. If there were no other skills, the opponent would not be exposed so easily. The sword's movement left a trace. Theory is a basis, and understanding and applied skills as supporting factors. The blade was surrounded by a blue glow to extract all the necessary power of sword art. Lehan held the sword. Durugu grinned. They must have placed weak traces of magic. This means that they are especially gifted as knights. The opponents dispersed in different directions when the teacher ordered them to take their positions. Ingolda looked at the brown-haired man. The guy was heading forward, while the man thought that he had a good level of swordsmanship no matter what house he came from. The man imagined the aristocrats, thinking that he must have experienced tremendous pressure from his house, but he was very serious about this. The artificial hand clutched the sword. The man thought that he was a worthy student. Ingolda waved his hand and ordered to begin, thinking that he would lead him along the path of the sword no matter what it took. The boys stood opposite each other, while the elf thought that he expected a lot from their fight. The orc's body was surrounded by a glow. The art of the moon's peak was fast and furious. In contrast to it, the art of the blue stone was solid and strong. The man with a scar on his face thought that since they were complete opposites, there would be much to learn from each other. That's what opponents are for. The green leg took a step. Frowning, Durugu asked, "Is he not going to attack?" Lihan looked at him calmly. The orc rushed into battle, shouting that he would attack first then. Green whirlwinds surrounded him. The tip of the sword approached the boy's face. He dug his foot into the ground. Lihan swung his sword, forcing his opponent to close his eyes. Durugu closed his eyes and screamed. The students looked at him in shock. That he threw sand. The girl indignantly asked the professor, "Is that possible?" And Goldel smiled, exclaiming that it was amazing. The girl looked at him in confusion. The orc rubbed his face. Words were heard. No matter what methods they resorted to, this was a fight to the death. The boy swung his sword. His blade was surrounded by a blue glow. He understood exactly what these words meant. And Goldel looked away, thinking that it would be difficult to understand him now. The students looked at each other in disappointment, thinking that there was no point, while the professor thought that they were born in houses where honor was revered, so they could never learn such a thing. Moreover, he was able to ignore other people's words for the sake of victory. Lihan resolutely looked forward. The teacher thought that he was sincerely a true swordsman. Durugu winced. Turning his sword, he blocked the blow. Frowning, he thought, what a low trick. He let his guard down because he had a biased thought about his home. Lihan looked confident, thinking, great, he still can't think clearly. Opening his mouth, he swung, thinking that he should continue to attack. He remembered the picture of training with the teacher, thinking that after seeing his movement earlier, he knew that he was capable. Lihan grinned wickedly. He stepped on his opponent's foot with his foot. The sword's movement left many marks. He thought that he should create a scenario where he would definitely win. Wrinkling his face in dissatisfaction, Durugu thought, did he go that far? His hand touched the ground. Suddenly, the orc rolled on the ground. The hero looked at him in confusion. The opponent frowned, thinking, how did this happen? There was no point in thinking about how he looked from the outside now. Despite the puzzled students, the professor clapped happily, shouting that this was excellent. The orc leaned on his knee, thinking how humiliating it was. He rushed to attack, shouting that he would never forgive this. Lihan glanced at the shining sword. The enemy was surrounded by green rays. The hero raised the weapon above his head. Watching the fight, Ingoldel thought that they were better than expected. There was a slight smile on his lips. He thought that he knew that they were special. The training sword touched the orc's shoulder. The man thought that he did not expect him to demonstrate such a level of mastery of the art of the peak of the moon. But the harder he hits, the faster he uses up his stamina. Lihan resolutely held the sword, while the man thought that he, on the contrary, remained calm and only responded to the enemy's attacks. His eye reflected the orc's movements. The guy thought that he was too excited now. A green beam appeared next to the sword. Durugu froze tensely, thinking what kind of pressure was this. Lihan looked ahead carefully. The opponent's legs were next to him. The boy mentally ordered himself to concentrate. He can't show his emotions. Holding the sword in front of him, the hero thought that he could take advantage of the situation and win. He remembered how the disgruntled opponent was rolling on the ground and thought that he was bad at making decisions, as he did not expect such a turn of events, which led to him making unnecessary movements. Closing his eyes, Durugu swung his sword. The boy thought that judging by the mana in his sword, it was obvious that he was approaching the limit of his physical abilities. The hero's blade was surrounded by blue swirls. The boy thought that he did not get tired, using only a little mana. He imagined as if they were standing in an hourglass and thought that his victory was only a matter of time. He, Durugu, tried to parry the rapid attacks, cursing mentally. He gritted his teeth in displeasure, asking himself, was he not putting in enough strength? In front of him was an absolutely indifferent Lihan. He thought why he didn't get tired, he just didn't show emotions. The orc imagined as if the opponent was huge and thought that it was like trying to pierce a rock with a needle. The huge Lihan seemed to hold the opponent in the palm of his hand. Someone thought that all his actions were good for him. Frowning in displeasure, the orc screamed. Lihan looked at him indifferently. The movement of the sword left a bright trace. The training sword stuck into the ground behind. The blade flew past the green one's face. Durugu glanced sideways at the sword next to him. His gaze was very displeased. Lihan looked at him calmly, and Goldel, standing next to him, said that the fight was over. The guy hid the sword and heard a request to come over. Looking at the orc, the blonde thought about how shameful it was. He imagined his students on the scales and thought that if he were a little calmer, everything could have been different, but he collapsed under the weight of the pressure. He imagined the loser leaning on the scale and thought that considering his young age, it must be hard for him to bear. The man looked away. Lihan threw his clothes over his shoulder and the man thought that he was already learning the energy that belonged to a high-ranking aristocrat. Waving his hand, Goldel told the students that they both had a really great fight, but the victory was not 100%. Smiling slightly, he continued that he hoped the winner would remain humble and the loser would not stop persevering for the sake of their further growth. Closing his eyes, the professor asked to shake hands. Lihan looked at his opponent, thinking that judging by his character, he would not remain silent if he approached him. He immediately. His thoughts were interrupted by an outstretched green hand. Durugu calmly looked at him and said that it was a good fight, and then apologized for being rude back then. The brown-haired man was shocked to hear that he was more than qualified to attend these classes. Looking at the orc's calm face, the boy thought that it didn't look like he was trying to lower his guard and attack. Lihan shook his classmate's hand, saying that he probably said that because he was worried too. The teacher clapped his hands, pleased. Turning to the confused students, he asked why they weren't clapping. The full moon was shining in the sky above the castle. The students surrounded Durugu, addressing him. The boy and girl looked displeased, and they said that he was confident that as a student of the White Tiger Tower. The students looked away with displeasure. The blonde elf crossed his arms. Jigel waved his hand, continuing that he didn't plan on leaving things as they were after such a humiliation, right? Durugu looked at him resolutely, answering that he lost because he lacked the ability. One of the guys standing next to him exclaimed that no, he just threw sand at him. The second added that it was not his fault, but the guy objected that it happened due to a lack of ability. The blonde-haired blonde smiled and said that this was not important. He introduced the tiger and the dragon, saying that the honor and pride of their tower was trampled because of him. Jigel's eye glowed blue. He said that he would be held accountable for this. The orc frowned, thinking that his house ruled everything among the knightly houses, and asked out loud, how? The guy snapped his fingers, answering that it was simple. Two comrades threw their hands on his shoulder, saying that if he lost to him personally, let him defeat him with numbers. Looking at him, the guy asked, isn't it shameful for a knight to do such a thing? Raising his hand, Jigel replied that only losers say such stupid things. He crossed his arms. The students whispered that they had never heard anything like this. Wasn't this too much? The leader smiled and said that it seemed like some people disagreed. Why don't they tell him directly then? The students fell silent and turned away. Durugu walked past him, saying that he was against it and would not take revenge. Jigel chuckled, saying that the coward had given up. It seemed like he would have to find a replacement. The gray-haired boy pointed his finger at himself and asked to be allowed to do so. Durugu watched as the students gathered together, smiling. He looked down, thinking that Wardenaz was certainly capable, but it was no good for one to fight against three, not to mention that they were members of knight houses who trained every day. His hand clenched into a fist. He thought that he couldn't just turn a blind eye to this. This was not how knights should behave, no matter what the consequences of his actions would be. He would side with Lihan. The full moon shone in the sky. There was a mark on the ground. Durugu ran forward quickly. Looking ahead anxiously, he called Liam. Suddenly, something rushed past him. A small stone fell to the ground. One of the students was lying face down with his head smoking. The other two looked confused. The orc asked how dare he. His fingers were clutching the magic wand. The hero addressed the guys. Small stones were floating around Lihan. He said that if they wanted to die, then they should come closer. Durugu looked at this with confusion, thinking what was going on here. A while ago, the stick touched the ground, and the man called out to the hero. The three students surrounded Lihan, asking if he thought that nothing would happen after he ruined an honest duel. They would make it so that he would not be able to go to this subject anymore. Turning his gaze to the orc with dreadlocks, the guy wondered if the reason was really because of what happened in the duel. It was annoying. He needed to scare them. Angrily turning back, he asked, are they doing this regardless of what house he is from? The guy with dreadlocks gritted his teeth, saying that it was mean. He was trying to scare them with it. The guy with the stick asked, did he expect them to back down because of this? The students looked at each other, mentally asking each other if they would get away with this. The hero thought that judging by their reactions, they had something to believe in. He imagined a silhouette standing behind them and thought that someone was standing behind them. They thought that if something happened, they would be taken care of. Lihan exhaled, thinking that by this he meant that if they had at least half a brain, they would not have gotten involved in something like this to begin with. With a determined look, the guy asked who sent them, some great house whose order was hard to ignore. The guy with small horns shouted for him to shut his mouth and told his comrades not to listen to him. Three guys surrounded the hero under orders not to let him escape. Lihan frowned, thinking that 3 against 1 was too many. He remembered Alrarlong showing his fingers, telling him to run if something like this happened. The opponents frowned angrily. The hero thought that the escape route was closed. What should he do? His mouth dropped open in realization. There were several stones lying around. Grabbing them with his mana, the boy thought, will it be possible to use them? He remembered how he trained in class and thought that they were almost the size of a feather. Lian waved his wand, commanding the stones to move. The opponents' mouths opened in shock, asking, can he use such magic? Is he really different from other people? Lian smiled confidently, thinking that it was good that it worked. It was enough to scare them. He should not slow down and get out of here. A blue beam of mana lifted the stone up. Words were heard demanding to get out of the way. Otherwise, the wand moved forward. The stone hit the head of one of the boys. He fell face down on the ground. The hero opened his mouth in shock. Looking at the enraged opponents, Lian thought that he hadn't planned it that way. Practice really was important. The guy frowned at the orc, saying that he had thrown the stone so fast that it was impossible to react. He said that even though he was Warden he still couldn't believe that he already had such strong magic. The hero stood surrounded by a terrifying blue aura. The guy exhaled, thinking that he hadn't planned it. Oh well. Looking ahead with a sly look, he said that if they wanted to die, then they should not be shy and come closer, and mentally ordered himself to remain unperturbed. The orc picked up his comrade on his back. The second one shouted that he wouldn't get away with it. Durugu stood with his mouth open in shock, wondering what he had just seen. Looking at him, Lian asked if he had come to fight him, to which he heard the answer that he hadn't. The moon was full in the sky. Looking ahead, the hero asked if it was Jigel who treated him like that, but made a mistake in his name. Durugu, who was sitting next to the fire, corrected him, and the boy clarified, so that's who. He imagined a smiling blonde man with other nobles and thought that the White Tiger Tower was different from his. All the houses in their tower were quite powerful, so life there was more like a social event. He imagined several tigers, thinking that he could not believe that the White Tiger Tower had already established a hierarchy. Drawing an image in the sand, the orc said that it looked like this. The hero remembered the blonde man who came up and said that it was that guy. Thoughtfully touching his chin, Lian said that he thought he was a good-natured guy. It seems that in his case, appearances can be deceiving. Durugu said that appearance and character are not related. Without turning around, the guy continued, apparently telling the truth about the handsome guys. The orc asked, was he even listening to him? Lian clenched his fist, thinking that this is why he addressed him. His comrade thought that he called her a guy, seriously thought that this was a guy. Sitting next to the fire, the hero said that it was strange that they reacted like that to the duel. The orc replied that it was just an excuse, but there were many reasons. He imagined the guy standing against the background of the coat of arms, and said that first, he was from the house of Warden. He imagined how the elf stepped on the guy lying on the steps, and explained that if his natives of the Great House could defeat the authority of Jigel among the first year, the authority would greatly increase. Looking ahead carefully, the guy asked that he considered him a trophy with which to raise authority. This is not good. Opening his mouth, Durugu said that he was worried that he would most likely continue to show himself on the good side. He imagined the guy holding the sword and the people watching him and continued that then the students from his tower would feel hostility towards him. He imagined the elf controlling them with a greedy smile and said that Jigel knew how to ignite these emotions. The fire flames burned. Words were heard that he just wanted him to know this and to be careful if he continued to attend fencing. The hero approached the tower. He remembered the image of Durugu, who told him to try to avoid the items that the students from the White Tiger chose. Then Jigel would not be able to do anything to him. Lian thought that this was certainly a good suggestion. He took a step into the room and thought that he would not follow it. Well, that's it. Thinking that the first reason was that it was difficult to find a good item in his understanding. The second reason was pride. He thought, how dare they play political games with him? The guy held his head in the rest room. A scream was heard. The hero held his side and said that he was attacked by students from the White Tiger Tower. He pretended to cry and continued that it was just because he was from the Blue Dragon and thought he would see how they would react. The students looked at him in confusion. The guy furiously slammed his fist on the table. Shouts were heard that they were crazy. It couldn't be otherwise. The guy raised his fist, shouting that now is not the time to sit. Let everyone call everyone up. It would be fine if it was Gainando or someone else, but they raised their hand against him. Warden. The said one furiously asked, what does this have to do with him? Opening his mouth, Lian thought that they were more angry than he thought. Waving his hands, he tried to stop them and not let them go that far. While the shouts were heard, contact the others. Do they have the opportunity to get some kind of weapon? The students looked at the boy with their mouths open and said that they all owed him. They presented angelic pieces of meat, saying that each of them had tasted the meat he had brought. The second said that if it were not for him, they would have died of hunger. Lian froze, because his conscience awoke in his soul. He thought that he had only made money from them, but he heard a cry that they were gathering. The disciple lined up his comrades in pairs. Raising their hands, they shouted that they would go and beat up those bad people from the White Tiger. Discouraged, Leon imagined the image of a tiger and a dragon and thought that he had miscalculated and underestimated how much the Blue Dragon Tower hated the White Tiger Tower. He imagined the disciples of different towers and thought that it was only natural to hate someone in whom you increasingly see your equal. Pointing his finger, the guy shouted for everyone to believe, take everything that can be used as a weapon and go out, they are going to the White Tiger Tower. His mouth opened with a shout to wait. The guy stood on the table. Resolutely looking forward, Ashan said that before that they should listen to what he has to say. Waving his hand, Ashan said that they cannot act rashly. That tower is inhabited by descendants of knights' families. If they rush there on emotions, they will definitely lose. Putting his hands forward, the guy thought that he was speaking correctly and said out loud that he was right. The students shouted that they would set up an ambush and then attack. The others raised their fists, happily supporting. The guy said that this decision was worthy of his family. They believed in it. The second exclaimed that because they had to prepare. Discouragedly slapping his forehead with his palm, Leon thought that it was stupid to hope for anything. He put his hands forward and asked the boys to take their time. He didn't ask them to take revenge. Pointing his finger at himself, the hero continued that the matter was partly his, so he would handle it himself. The classmate waved his hand and said that they were cunning, mean and petty, so it would be difficult to deal with them. The boy thought that he had scolded them so easily. Lehan exhaled. He said that they all came from respectable families. Wouldn't it be shameful to be like them? The student scratched his head, saying that if you think about it that way, the hero thought it worked, now he'll get to the important part. The students turned their attention to the guy who said that, however, introducing the dragons and tigers, the hero said that if they fought them themselves, then they would fight them together. They were cowards, so they would definitely find a group. The guy's eyes lit up. He sincerely exclaimed that he was right. They would stick together and be prepared. Lehan remembered the recent scene with the students from the other tower and thought that this problem of being bullied for belonging to a certain family had been avoided. The students dispersed around the room. Lehan heard one of them say that they had their next lesson with them. The second added that he would make sure that their lives were not easy. The brown-haired man closed his eyes, saying that they would see that they had already mastered the light spell. The other one said with a smile that he was sure that none of them had managed it yet. Leon stared ahead with a puzzled smile. He extended a trembling hand, mentally asking, was he the only one who had not mastered the light? He imagined how a chasm had opened up between him and the students. The next day, the girl entered the room, yawning. She opened her mouth in shock, seeing the exhausted hero who greeted her, and exclaimed that he had scared her. Leon sleepily closed his eye. Yoner asked what was wrong with his face, and received the answer that he had not slept and was practicing magic. Holding the wand, he heard that it was forbidden, and then the girl remembered that he had been given permission then. The red-haired girl frowned, hearing that the others said that they had already mastered the light, and asked, so what? The guy noticed Gainando coming down the stairs and asked why he was here at such a time. He turned his head, hearing the hero greet him. The student reached into his pocket. The blonde was holding a skewer with products strung on it. Gainando sat down by the fireplace fire. Yoner said that he was from the imperial family, but he looked like someone unknown. The hungry guy looked at the sausages with glowing eyes. Leon came up from behind and told him not to be afraid. They wouldn't be stolen. Let him eat calmly, which scared his comrade. Gainando turned around and asked when he came. The hero answered that when he secretly took out the sausages, to which the guy exclaimed that there was no such thing. He almost dropped the hot food. Hearing that they would burn, they needed to be removed from the fire. Leon turned around. He looked at the dying students, saying that everyone looked unwell. The student was chewing his shoe, and they heard words saying that they were hungry. If he hadn't sold them food, it would have been even worse. Yoner touched her face pitifully, saying that otherwise things would have been really bad. Looking away, Leon said that they needed to make preparations. They only had a little food left. Closing his eyes, he said that Professor Uragulm was quite stingy, even if they tried to take a few ingredients from his house. He imagined the man shouting that he made this bread for himself when they managed to grab some jam. Uragulm pointed his finger, shouting for them to eat until they were full, but why take extra? Crossing his arms, the guy said that they couldn't take it out secretly. The girl asked if there was a way around him. The hero entered the basic magic room. Garcia waved her hand as the students greeted her. The teacher looked ahead while the hero thought that the professor was interested in his students, so she immediately noticed the unusual changes that had happened to them. She looked at the exhausted students and thought that, firstly, they were very hungry after a week of enrollment. The students in robes looked at each other. Secondly, there was tension in the relations between the towers. She imagined a tiger and a dragon fighting and thought that everyone had different backgrounds, so the competition was fierce. The tension between the blue dragon and the white tiger was even stronger. She saw how the boys angrily looked at each other and shouted at them to quickly take their seats. She remembered the image of the skull. which admonished that the more they competed, the stronger they would become. This was one of the many opinions of the director. Closing her eyes, Garcia thought that she could not completely agree with him. Her eyes were blazing with malice as she thought it would be nice if they all got along, and told everyone to take their seats. The students obediently sat down, and a question was heard: what was the last time they studied light? Did anyone manage to master it? Yawning, Leon raised his hand. He looked away, thinking that after spending the whole night studying it, he somehow managed to do it, since he did not want to lag behind the others, but he was tired. The students looked at each other, but no one else raised their hand. The hero, opening his mouth in bewilderment, heard that it was expected that he had managed it. Looking at the guy from below, Leon asked discontentedly, didn't he say that he had succeeded? His classmate scratched his cheek, saying that he understood the principle, but had not mastered it yet. With a sweet smile, he asked, will it work soon? After all, he is an aristocrat too. Clenching his fist in displeasure, Leon thought about how he could have fallen for this, the aristocrats just wanting to brag once again. He mentally cried that he tried in vain. Garcia waved her hand with a smile and said that it was amazing. Adenart raised her hand. Words were heard that 2 students had managed to get through from the Blue Dragon Tower. Leon turned to the girl, thinking that he had another chance to get closer to the princess. However, Adenart looked displeased. Looking at her with confusion, the guy thought, what did he do wrong? A hand touched his hair. Putting his hand to his mouth, Ashan said that it seemed like the princess believed the strange gossip that was going around about him. Turning his head, the hero asked what kind of gossip it was, and his comrade replied that it was slanderous and offensive. He frowned, blushing with anger, and said that they claimed that he was only interested in grades, not knowledge. Unbelievable. Leon frowned slightly as he looked at him, and thought that it was true. Looking straight ahead, Leon thought that it was true, so he had nothing to say. Ashan seemed to be on fire with anger. The hero thought that he was clearly furious. Clenching his fist, the guy said that he was disappointed in the princess, but the point was who spread the rumor, but it was strange that she believed such an implausible lie. Leaning on his hand, the guy asked what was wrong. It was her right to believe or not. The comrade turned to him in shock. His fist trembled. Ashan imagined Leon holding a lamb in his hands and thought how friendly he was. He imagined the guy with golden ribbons and thought that in their tower there were many descendants of great families, but he was the most noble of them. A tear ran down the guy's cheek. He thought that his family sent him to such a place so that he would make friends like him. Wiping away tears, Ashan said that he was an amazing person, while Leon did not understand what was wrong with him. A bright glow appeared above the boy from the use of the light spell. A blue ball glowed next to Adenart. The students watched as the 2 shining balls merged. Clapping her hands, Garcia said that this was very good. Students rarely mastered this spell in the first week. The rest of the students lowered their heads sadly. Words were heard that she was glad to have met such talented students. Turning to the others, the professor said that they had no reason to be sad. Raising a finger, she continued that light magic is the basis. It is the first step that will allow them to get an idea of what magic is. She smiled and told them not to despair. Looking at her, Leon thought that he was not sure anyone was listening to her. He imagined the students from the different towers glaring at each other and thought that it was impossible given how they were acting right now. Garcia closed her eyes and asked everyone to calm down and return to their seats. The guy in the robe with the yellow tie said that it was a simple spell. The other one spread his hands and said that it was just the 0 students who lived in the White Tiger Tower. Garcia smiled a little, hearing them argue. The guys turned to her at the same time, hearing that they should not be upset. They would be learning elemental magic this semester. The students happily exclaimed that they would be learning such magic. Looking at them, the teacher said that once they mastered the light, they would subconsciously understand how to master it. Imagining the symbol of several elements, Leon thought that elemental magic was made up of the simple elements of water, fire, earth, air, and darkness. Presenting the multicolored circles, the hero thought that it included complex attributes like gravity magic, and elemental magic was the basis for any other, such as summoning spirits, as well as assigning artifacts their attributes. Imagining a book with simple examples, he thought that it was similar to learning the 4 basic mathematical operations and using them in high school classes. Leon smiled, imagining how people in the desert were happy for him, and thought that even after learning basic elemental magic, he would be treated as a very important person everywhere. Sitting back, the guy thought that he was really looking forward to this lesson. Garcia took the staff in her hand and said that now they would all take a test for the basic element, since each person is suitable for only one. The students looked at each other, talking. The guy said that there was no point in mastering everything. The girl noted that she only wanted to study fire, to which she heard the answer that she must have a predisposition to it. The staff hit the floor. A candle flame shot up in front of Leon. Durugu looked at his candle in surprise. Ashan looked at the fire and gasped. Advice was heard to use the knowledge from the last lesson. Looking forward, the woman said that they need to create not light, but fire. Let them be careful. Unlike light, fire can burn them. Gainando opened his mouth, imagining a figure of a man in fire. He winced when he imagined how the flame burned a man. Whirlwinds appeared around the professor's palm. She ordered him to mentally pronounce a spell. Putting the staff forward, she ordered to burn. Whirlwinds of flame appeared in front of her. The students looked at it in awe. Looking at the fire, Leon thought that he didn't want to react like a child. The flame was burning in his palm. He thought that, to be honest, magic was an amazing thing. Garcia clenched her fist. When the flame died down, she suggested that the others try the same. The students closed their eyes, concentrating on commanding the fire to burn. Leon looked closely at the candle flame. Putting his palm next to it, he thought that the professor gave them it for a reason. The hero imagined a burning eye and thought that if what he was trying to do was close to him, it would be easier to visualize it in his head. The woman saw him, decisively squeezing the wand, decided that he would try. The hero was surprised when the water extinguished his candle, asking him to stop. Garcia approached and told him to wait with the fire magic. Looking at her, the hero wondered why and thought, what was his path to mastering cool magic? The professor raised her finger and admonished him that it was dangerous. Leon remembered dropping his wand, screaming for his eyes, and thought that the light was so bright that it was blinding. Thoughtfully touching his chin, the hero mused that if he couldn't control the light, he would simply go blind, but if a flame erupted. He imagined an explosion that would destroy buildings and thought that it was scary to imagine. Garcia smiled as she held the wand near the water and said that he would try it when his senses became more subtle, but for now he should practice with water magic. His face was reflected in the water and the boy heard that it was safe. The shocked hero thought that she wasn't so cool when he heard that water was also a basic element. Blushing, the boy coughed into his fist and took his words back. He imagined the students training and thought that fire and lightning were good for attack, earth and metal for defense. His finger touched the water and he thought that it was unremarkable. Imagining himself drinking water with a magic wand, the brown-haired man thought that its advantage was that he could drink it at any time. Closing his eyes, Leon thought about what to do. It was necessary for safety reasons. Turning to him, Ashan said that he was jealous he would receive special knowledge from the professor. The guy's fist trembled with irritation when he thought that it would be better for his friend to remain silent. The hero's face was reflected in the water. Putting the magic wand to it, he cast a splash. Closing his eyes, Leon repeated the spell. Splashes splashed around. The hero thought that he wanted to study fire magic too. The water in the plate swirled in a circle. Asham looked at it in shock. Leon looked at the drops of water in surprise. They were floating in the air in front of him. A loud scream was heard in the castle, which worked in 3 attempts. Garcia smiled, put out her palms and said that it was amazing. It seems that he has a connection with the element of water. The students turned to look at the hero when she said that he had succeeded in elemental magic, and they said that it was expected because it was Warden as. The rivals looked down sadly, and they said that it was surprising that the ball was so big. The professor spread her hands and said that the others had no reason to be impatient if it didn't work out. Everyone, like Lehan, had a connection with the element. Imagining a hammer and anvil, the hero thought that the students who grew up in a forge had a connection with fire. Imagining a fisherman on a boat, he thought that those who grew up near a river or the sea would be connected with water. The girl stood by the mills, living in the open spaces where strong winds walk with the wind. Closing her eyes, Garcia said that the more familiar they were with the element, the easier it was to visualize it. Looking at a drop of water, Leon thought that it was strange. He was not familiar with water. He imagined the old man drowning him in water and thought that if the opportunity arose, it would most likely be an attempt at water from the professor, like in graduate school. Adenart looked at the hero carefully. Turning to her, the guy wondered what kind of look was this. The girl proudly turned away. A large drop of water was floating in the air. The guy thought that he was sure she was looking at him. The water fell right on his head. Garcia smiled and told the wet hero that if he was distracted, the form would be lost. Holding a magic wand, she asked him to try to keep the form next time. Lehan was surrounded by rays of magic, and he instantly dried up. Looking at the smiling woman, the hero thought that Garcia was like the light of their school. Closing his eyes, he replied that he understood and asked how long. Touching her face, the woman answered that usually until the mana runs out, but since this would not happen to him, then until the end of the lesson. She moved her hand while Leon clenched his fists. Then his expression became confused. He thought, this is not physical punishment. He tried to stop the woman, but she had already turned away, hearing a request for help from another student. Lehan stood at the desk, amazed. His fingers clenched into a fist. He thought that he had forgotten. He imagined the teachers smiling wickedly along with the principal and thought that she was part of this crazy school, therefore she had gone crazy too. The hero stood, leaning his hands on the desk. Garcia looked away. She imagined a top spinning on her finger and her eyes. Thoughts appeared that maintaining magic for a long time might seem cruel. It was like walking on a tightrope. Closing her eyes, the woman thought that Leon should be trained in a certain way. She imagined the hero surrounded by water, thinking that the fact that he was able to create a huge water ball in 3 tries meant that his talent could not be described with ordinary words. Moreover, he was a mage with the largest mana reserve in history. This was another reason why this precious stone needed to be polished and refined. With a sweet smile, she said that she was sure he could do it. The hero pulled himself forward and cast a spell, thinking that he knew that all professors were crazy. The misunderstanding between them only grew. In the bright building of the academy, words were heard about how they would see each other next week. Everyone had worked hard today. The sun's rays illuminated the sky. A request was heard to listen to him. Leon frowned in displeasure and asked, did he not think this was too much? The man with a beard scratched his ear in confusion. Introducing his comrades who interact with the elements, he said that Adenart succeeded in manifesting fire, and Yoner was happy when she realized that she had a connection with the wind. Gainando almost burned his wand, and he just stared at the water the entire class. The man closed his eyes and said that perhaps Professor Garcia liked him. It seemed that was why she was teaching him like that. Looking at him, Leon drawled a long sound. The man was sitting near the beds. The guy said that was why he was wasting his precious Friday working in the garden. Urigolm waved his hand and said that he had a lot of dissatisfaction accumulated inside him. Hadn't he offered to help? The guy adjusted his glove. He remembered how a little earlier he approached the man and said that he came to help him with some chores around the house. The man thanked him. Urigolm smiled when he heard the question if he could eat his food in return, and answered that he wanted to do whatever he wanted. The guy was holding bags and a bag and said that he had already eaten. He could take some with him. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the man ordered to put it back. Leon threw the bag with buns, and the man thought that he could not relax for a second. Green leaves flew into the mug. While brewing tea, the man with a beard thought that he was an unusual guy. How could someone like him come from the warden as family? While he imagined the strength of this aristocrat, Leon held a carrot. Urigolm asked what else happened. Are there any conflicts with the White Tiger Tower? Turning around, the brown-haired man answered that everything was not very good. Sitting in a chair, the professor said that he thought everything was as usual. The hero thought that it meant that it was always like this there. He held the tops of the carrot and said that he realized that the relations between the towers were strained. But was it okay to have clashes at school? They already had a lot of work to do studying magic. Urigolm laughed and asked if he really thought so. That was right, let him ignore them if they tried to start a fight. It was better to spend time practicing magic. The heroes looked at each other silently. They both smiled awkwardly until the guy answered that he had already fought them. Leon turned around displeased and asked not to look at him like that. He was upset himself. Taking a sip from his mug, Urigolm said that it was strange. Usually fights don't start in the first week. How did this happen? He spat out the drink in shock. Hearing that they started this because he was attending fencing classes wasn't that cruel. Looking at the man wiping his mouth, the boy asked if he was okay. Pointing his finger in shock, the professor exclaimed that he went to practice fencing. It was akin to invading their territory. He gave out the useful information that these tigers were territorial animals. Shaking off his dusty hands, Leon said that everyone could choose any additional items they wanted. Waving his hand, the man said that well, what happened, happened. Taking another sip, he noticed that the boy seemed okay, not sure about magic, but they were good at fighting. With a sweet smile, Leon said that it was not easy against 3 at once. The drink flowed down the man's beard from shock. Looking at the dwarf getting up, the guy asked where he was going. Holding the basket, he heard the answer that he had worked enough for today. He would go and cook him some food. Putting the carrots in the basket, Urigolm said sure, and thought to himself that he should be more friendly with him. He imagined the guy threatening him with a sword with a smile, saying that his grades were strange, and thought that otherwise he would come for him when he became the best swordsman in the empire. Leon sat at the table. Blushing with pleasure, he held a spoon in his mouth. Afterwards, he carried away the plates and said that he had just been thinking. Looking at the neat house, he asked, was he the only one taking care of this place? Did no one else help? Urigolm washed a plate and replied that they were all slackers, without motivation. That's why they ran away, and after all, these are basic skills for an alchemist. The discouraged student presented a list of things to do today and thought, are these the ones he used today basic? He handed the dishes to the man and answered his question with an affirmative. A tear appeared in his eye when the guy thought that he considered those strange things quite ordinary. After all, what didn't he have to do in graduate school? But perhaps he would remain silent. Pointing his finger at the ground, the hero said that nothing grows there and asked if he could plant something. A beaming Urigolm agreed and asked what he wanted to grow. Presenting vegetables, the guy answered that he was thinking about cabbage or onions. The dwarf standing behind him exclaimed that he should not say that he planned to sell them. Turning around, the guy embarrassedly asked how he knew. Did the elders really do such things? Urigolm slapped himself on the forehead. A cry was heard from the mountains that no, he was the first such swindler. Looking at him, the man told him to do as he knew. Wiping the table, Leon turned to the professor, who thought he was strange. On the ground lay a harvest of cabbage and onions. The hero thought that it would be boring to know only vegetables. Maybe he could cook something from them. Looking forward, Urigolm heard a question whether it was possible to cook something from cabbage and onions. Looking to the side, Leon heard that if only from them, then you can cook a stew. He imagined a fragrant dish. Imagining a map and various products and dishes, the guy thought that on the territory of a huge empire, depending on the lands, food cultures also differ. The basis of the cuisine of the western region, where the warden has family lives, is bread and cheese. Eastern cuisine is close to Korean in taste habits. They use rice, noodles, paste with red chili pepper and soybean paste, and so on. Looking at the professor, the hero asked if he liked the stew and heard the answer that he did, but he tried not to eat it. The man looked away. Looking at him, the guy asked why and heard the answer that it was Oriental cuisine. Urigolm frowned and said that he did not like Oriental gnomes. Looking at him in surprise, the student asked if something had happened between them. Continuing to wash the dishes, the man explained that his distant relatives lived there, who always picked on him when they met. A gloomy aura surrounded the professor when he quoted the words that recently regeneration potions were expensive, so he would have sold them. But no, that's why he makes little money, why he rarely visits them. So young and already arrogant, they use a long pipe. Holding the dishes, the guy said that he understood and thought to himself that he knew that the inhabitants of the East are strict, but did not think that they are so strict. Turning around, the man with a beard asked what are the plans for the weekend. Turning tiredly, the hero asked he needed to go and work. The man asked again, did he think that he would ask him to come only on weekdays? Imagining the weekly schedule, the hero thought, they don't have classes on weekends here, why is he a typical graduate whose common sense has dulled? Holding a stick, Urigolm said that he could bet he wouldn't have time to come here. He imagined students chewing their shoes from hunger and told him to think carefully, what will happen to the starving students in a couple of days? The hero imagined students with torches and asked, did they set the school on fire? But the dwarf answered that this was too much. He stroked his beard. Holding a stick, Urigolm said that a student who has no choice will find a way to survive. He imagined students picking apples and said that those from the Black Turtle Tower will find fruit. The guys were hiding behind a tree with a sword. The students from the White Tiger Tower will hunt. The boy imagined the tower and asked what about the Blue Dragon, to which he heard that the inhabitants of this tower were thinking for a long time. He imagined the students looking at the girl and continued that they were very talented, so in a couple of days they would find a good solution. Urigolm turned to the boy. Leon stood in a thoughtful pose, thinking that this year would be different from the previous ones. Looking at the professor, he asked what about the Phoenix Tower. The professor imagined the students putting their palms together and answered that they could not be defeated by hunger. He imagined a stained glass window with a praying girl and said that the Phoenix Tower was where the followers of the order lived. They trained to live modestly in the temple, and when things got hard, they prayed. Shaking his hands, Leon thought that his faith was amazing. He would not want to live like that. Putting on his robe, he answered that he would go hunting with his friends on the weekend. Leon gave a thumbs up and said that if he got into a fight again, he would try to have more people on his side than the enemy. Urigolm tisked as he swept the floor and said that he didn't think he had an option to avoid them, but he probably wouldn't run into them. He told the hero standing behind him that they might also choose another path, and the hero asked which one. The man chuckled without turning around. Then he turned around and answered, escape, for example. The building was surrounded by a glow. The magic school was an impenetrable fortress surrounded by walls with enchantments. The boy smiled with his arms outstretched. Despite this, every year someone tried to escape. Touching his chin, the hero mused that if you think about what you can get outside the academy, it becomes clear why students have thoughts of escape. Imagining the guy surrounded by papers and the one eating a sandwich, Leon thought that new clothes and shoes, bread, butter, cheese and jam and other essentials, there are a lot of reasons to provoke an escape. Pointing his finger, the man exclaimed that again this strange expression on his face, he was thinking about something suspicious again. Pointing his finger, Urigolm told him to wake up. The reason why tigers always try to escape first is because they are very frivolous. Turning around, Leon clarified, no one succeeded. Closing his eyes, the man thought that some had succeeded. But everything did not go as planned, but he was unlikely to listen to his advice. Turning away, the man waved his hand and told him to do what he wanted. It was easier for young people to overcome difficulties. With shining honesty in his eyes, Leon told the professor that he had no intention of running away. Clouds floated in the sky above the mountains. The man shouted that it was clear from his appearance. How did he want to deceive? The curtains were drawn. A candle was burning. 3 students stood in front of Durugu. He looked forward seriously, hearing the request to concentrate. The guy in the hood pointed his finger and said that if he wanted to return in one piece, it would be better for him to cooperate with them. Standing in front, the orc said that there was no need to go so far. Looking at the guy in the cloak, he called the hero's name. Leon took off his hood with a smile and asked if it didn't work. Gainando looked at him in surprise. Holding a candle, Yonar asked in surprise, did they know each other? Didn't he want to scare Durugu? He turned away, snorting, and said that they were funny. They were like little squirrels to him. Gainando embarrassedly imagined the beast on his head and asked again, "Squirrels." Touching the cord, the hero told him to calm down. Lihan opened the curtains. The students shielded their eyes from the light. Holding a candle, Yoner said that she had long been curious about why he decided to go so far. The boy turned to her. Then he looked at Durugu and said that he was afraid that the other tigers would misunderstand him if they became friends. He was already in bad standing, right? The orc blushed a little and said that he had thought of so many things for him, right? They might misunderstand. Rubbing his nose sheepishly, he thanked him. The guy took a step and told him not to worry. Smiling, Lian patted him on the shoulder and said that it was nothing and that from now on he would be his spy. Touching his hand to remove it, he asked again, "A spy? Some dishonorable title." Gainando crossed his arms, listening to their dialogue. What he himself said, that he would tell him if Jigel was up to something suspicious, the orc clarified he couldn't think of a more harmonious name. Tilting his head, the blonde asked, "Does spy sound bad?" Waves of anger emanated from his comrade, and the guy said that if you think about it, it really does sound incorrect. Lihan's words were heard that since he was doing this for the glory of honor and justice, then a spy is not suitable. His comrades looked at him suspiciously, asking, "Honor and justice?" Pointing his finger, Lian exclaimed that from now on he would be a secret informant. He would bear this cross alone in the name of fighting against lawlessness. Durugu stared at him in surprise and thought that he would fight against lawlessness alone as a secret informant. Pointing his finger at himself, he thought that he sounded dignified and agreed. Looking at the boys shaking hands in agreement, Yoner wondered what Lian had been taught at home. The sun was shining through the high window. The students sitting in the room turned around, hearing the hero say that he would get straight to the point, the reason why he gathered them early in the morning on a day off. He touched his forehead and theatrically said that it was to devise a plan to escape from school. His classmates raised their fists in joy, and the orc asked in surprise. Looking at him dumbfounded, he asked if he was serious. Lian closed his eyes and thought that he knew he would be against it, so he prepared 10 reasons to convince him in advance. Durugu opened his mouth and said that he was shocked. He looked at the boy with determination and continued that he also wanted to get out. Lian looked back in surprise. He imagined the students eating meat and thought that even if they were knights, aristocratic habits could not be eradicated. The students from the Tiger Tower had never known what hunger was, so it was much harder for them to survive it. His hand touched his growling stomach. The boy said that this could not go on any longer. The students resolutely raised their hands, exclaiming that they needed to go hunting. The guys from the Blue Dragon did it, so they could too. The student climbed onto the table, shouting that they would show those bastards, otherwise they would become too proud of their good magic skills. The blonde opened his mouth and told them to calm down. Jigel stood next to his minions with his arms crossed. He waved his hand and said that hunting was good. But let them not be so frivolous. Is hunting easy in these parts? He imagined an animal lying on the ground and said that Lihan had killed a boar that the teacher had released. The boy stood with the others, arms crossed, and words were heard that in order to kill one, they would have to go deep into the forest. They were ready for it. I know these lands too. The blonde looked at the boy, who asked if there were any ideas. Nodding with a smile, he answered that he did. Remembering how he looked at the territory from above, the blonde answered that they would leave the school. Pointing his finger down, he said that he would make it so that they would not even think about buying meat from those bad people. The other students looked at the leader with admiration and asked if she was serious. The elf crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow when someone asked if it was possible. The blonde touched her temple and declared that she had already planned everything. She turned around and added that she would be happy if they joined her, and everyone around exclaimed that this was expected of Morati. The students flinched when the girl added that there was one but. Jigel smiled menacingly and declared that they must follow her orders. She furrowed her brows and warned that she would never forgive them if the plan failed due to disobedience. After saying this, the girl turned around with her followers and wished everyone a good night. Durugu, who was watching from the corner, frowned. The sun was shining over the academy, and someone asked in surprise. The protagonist smiled happily and asked if he would be allowed to join if he obediently followed orders. Orc and Yoner looked at the inspired Lihan in shock. Durugu turned pale and asked how he could think of such a thing after everything Jigel had done. The brunette waved his hand carelessly and replied that no one cared. The redhead and the prince shook their heads, and the young man guessed that someone did care. He took a few steps and thought that things had become much more complicated. The guy imagined ominous images of the teachers and the director and noted that he initially wanted to plan an escape, but judging by the professors here, it would not be an easy task. The hero remembered the elf who said that she had a plan. Lihan looked at the prince and mentally noted that Jigel was not as simple as the blonde. The brunette remembered the elf, thinking that she was smart and cold-blooded enough to use the students from her tower, but there was some reason why she was acting self-confident. Lihan headed for the exit under the gaze of his friends. He stopped and said that they had no other choice. The boy clenched his fist and said that they would follow him and find out what his plan was. The orc jumped up and asked again in surprise. He looked at the hero in shock and asked if he was serious, after which the brunette asked if he had any better ideas. Durugu frowned and asked if he thought it was shameful. Yoner and Ganando turned their heads towards the brunette. Lihan put his hands on his hips and, under the orc's puzzled look, reminded him that he and Jigel were enemies. The young man stood in front of Durugu and said that a well-known proverb says, "Know your enemy as you know yourself." He put his hand on his interlocutor's shoulder. The hero looked at him decisively and said that this was his strategy. The orc swallowed nervously. Durugu stared at the mage in shock and thought that it sounded convincing. He frowned and agreed that it could work, to which the brunette replied that he knew he would understand. Lihan turned his friend around and said that he needed him to follow Jigel and come back when he found out something about his plan. The guy pushed the orc towards the door, saying that he was not only a great warrior, but also an excellent informant. Durugu was quickly sent out into the hallway. He turned to the protagonist, who stated that his mission began now. Lihan smiled and asked if the interlocutor could handle it. The orc lowered his chin. He clenched his fist with a grin and exclaimed that he could be trusted. The protagonist closed the door and muttered that they had dealt with him for now they needed to come up with a backup escape plan. Yoner and Ganando looked at the young man from the side, and he shuddered, noting that they scared him. The friends frowned, looking at the brunette. The academy building was illuminated by the sun, and Yoner asked if the hero had learned brainwashing magic before entering, to which the young man clarified how she imagined it. The sky was painted in the colors of the sunset. The protagonist came closer. Yoner, Nilia, Durugu, and Ganando looked at him resolutely when he addressed them. Lihan spread his arms and thanked them for attending the first meeting dedicated to the escape, after which the elf shuddered and asked again in surprise. She jumped up to him and exclaimed in fear that he had gone crazy, and the girl thought that they were just going to go hunting. The brunette smiled and replied that he had a plan, so there was no reason to worry. The interlocutor froze and looked at him with interest. She looked at the confident guy and thought that it was unlikely that Wardenaz would act without a plan, because he was not like the others. Nilia frowned and asked what the plan was. The protagonist showed a drawing of Jigel and said that their target was this student from the White Tiger Tower, who they needed to follow and find out his plan. The elf turned pale and opened her mouth in shock, not believing that this was the plan. She closed her eyes to say something, and at that moment, the redhead looked in their direction. Yoner winked and said that this plan was impossible without Nilia. The protagonist turned to her, guessing the intention. He touched his chest dramatically and replied that, of course, they couldn't do it without her, after which the elf asked what the sudden change in mood was about. Nilia looked at him in surprise when the mage said that their strategy was based on surveillance skills and hunting instincts, and the girl had both. The interlocutor blushed and looked away embarrassedly. She winced, turning to look at Yoner, who muttered mockingly that they couldn't force her. The elf crossed her arms and agreed. The girl smiled smugly and exclaimed that she had no choice since she was the only one capable of this. The moon shone over the forest and mountains. Jigel waved her hand and said that it would happen tonight. The students from the dorm smirked as they looked at their leader. The blonde stood on a rock and declared that the like-minded people gathered here, the knights who swore to follow her orders, would escape from the academy today. The students smiled happily and shouted that they had always believed in her and that they would get out of this hell. Jigel grinned ominously and ordered to begin. She took a bundle out of her cloak and thought that with this map, failure was impossible. The table was covered with a stack of books and papers, and someone read the titles. The woman threw the manuscripts and asked if that was all. Two elves looked at the lady in fear and apologized. Jigel sat in a chair, looking at them with displeasure. It was a month before admission. She kicked the books and ordered to bring something better. The subordinates grabbed the manuscripts and apologized again. The blonde looked at the floor. She picked up the sheet, interested. The girl shuddered in surprise, unfolding the parchment. In her hands was a map of escape from Einrogard. Jigel grinned and thought that she had thought it was only for fools, but it was good that she had taken it with her. The girl closed her eyes, remembering the mean principle, and realized that she now understood why this map was created. Night had fallen on the forest. The students were walking deeper with torches, and someone was watching from the bushes. The guy stood up and muttered that it seemed safe to go. The protagonist and his team hid in the branches while he said that, judging by their direction, the students were not going to go the usual way. The prince, standing behind everyone, asked why they were going to the mountains, because they were hard to climb. The blonde raised his eyebrows and said that there was a door next to the gate. Lihan looked at the orc and asked him to take care of Ganando, to which the interlocutor readily agreed. The prince looked at them questioningly and asked what they were talking about. Nilia looked around carefully, and the hero noted that she had an amazing ability to navigate in the mountains. Then the brunette approached Durugu and said that they were both very hardy. The redhead smiled decisively when the mage said that she was used to hiking in the mountains for herbs. Gainando looked at the protagonist in confusion and pointed to himself. After a while, the prince sat on the orc's back and lamented that he wanted water. Leon coughed, looking at them, and noted that the young man was not used to this. The brunette wiped his sweat and thought that, as expected, it was not easy to conduct surveillance on untrodden paths. Nilia broke off a branch, and the guy noted that if it were not for her, they would not have kept up with the students. The guy took a notebook out of his cloak and decided that nothing could be done. He took a pen and made a couple of notes since he had a habit of marking since graduate school. The elf winced and frowned. She turned around and asked her friends to stop. The groups of tigers stood there scratching their heads, and the girl noticed that they were acting strangely and suddenly stopped. Gainando shrugged and said that they probably just reached their destination, and it was even easier than he thought. The protagonist frowned and wondered if they really got there that easily. A gust of wind blew the leaves off the trees. Leon turned pale and flinched, noticing the shadow. The guy frowned and opened his mouth. He looked up and shouted for everyone to stop, noting the strange feeling. Nilia turned pale and muttered that there were definitely no monsters here. The brunette began to sweat. The hero looked back and was amazed. A bright light appeared in the sky. A smiling silhouette laughed loudly. The students from the tiger dorm turned around in fear, asking what it was. A greenish glow surrounded them. A hand appeared in the air, pointing at them. The lick smirked, exclaiming that they had fallen for it in the first week. The students turned pale, raising their heads and looking at the principal. Jigel flinched when Asu said that they had fallen for his trick. The blonde furrowed her brows and shouted that the map had been hers since before she arrived at the academy. The girl looked down and noticed that the paper had dissolved in her hands. She fell to her knees, and the principal said that they had learned an important lesson today. The lick pointed to the paper and said that they should not trust maps whose origins they do not know, because it may not be a treasure map, but a trap prepared by an evil lick. The elf turned pale and froze, while the interlocutor laughed. The protagonist and Nilia watched from behind a tree as Jigel fell to the ground. Leon sweated and thought that the principal was crazy because this was not a lesson but just mockery. The lick spread his arms with a smile and said that it was time to return. The skull began to draw energy into itself, saying that the rules were simple. Skeletons jumped out of its mouth, and the principal ordered the students to return so that they would not be caught by their pursuers. The eyes of the dead were glowing, and the lick added that the students could use any methods and they could even fight. Asu shut his mouth and said that if they were caught, everyone would be punished. The skull exhaled mana. He winked and magnanimously promised that he would not touch them if they managed to escape. The students turned and ran away screaming. The dead looked after them, grinning. Nilia shuddered, looking in that direction. She turned around and shouted at the hero to run too. The guy grabbed her hand. He put his finger to his lips and whispered to her to calm down. The girl turned pale and asked how she could be calm, since they would die if they were caught. The brunette turned to her and replied that everything was fine, since it seemed they had not been noticed. But even if they were caught, the worst that could happen was that they would be locked in a room and flogged. The elf frowned and asked again. She imagined a creepy room and asked if the guy was talking about those rooms with torture devices from which it was impossible to escape, to which the young man noted that she had a good imagination. Lehan leaned against a tree and looked away, while Yoner tried to calm her friend down. The hero looked at the skeletons, wondering how they could escape unnoticed. The mage turned his head, hearing someone shout that since they were being pursued, they would simply kill them. The undead were approaching the students armed with swords, and they exclaimed that running away would not help. The students frowned and prepared to fight for honor and courage. The protagonist turned pale, wondering why they were shouting so much in such a situation, and an orc approached him. Durugu put his hand on his shoulder and said that it seemed like they only had one way to get out of here. He imagined Lehan and Jigel fighting back to back, and added that they should put aside their enmity and work together. The brunette closed his eyes and replied that it was a good idea. The boy smiled and declared that they would run away while the students from the tiger bought them time. The other boys raised their fists in agreement. Lehan peeked out from behind the bushes, watching the battle, and muttered that they should run where there would be fewer of them. The young man frowned, wondering why there were no gaps in their ranks. He raised his head and noticed the lick. The director continued to summon more undead. Lehan frowned in irritation and thought that he said that he would not punish the escapees, but it seemed that he was not going to let anyone go. The brunette closed his eyes and with a hopeful smile assumed that Asu decided to conduct some kind of test. The young man looked out and noted that it would be easier to give up, judging by how many they had already caught. Lehan shuddered, noticing that something was wrong. He glanced at the backs of the skeletons and realized that the pursuers were not even looking in their direction. The skull was hovering in the air, and the protagonist assumed that the director of Einrogard did not know that they were here. The young man clenched his fist and frowned, allowing for such a possibility. The brunette looked at the lick and thought that most likely the director was not even here. He remembered the situation in the lecture hall when the skull appeared above the desk. There was mana swirling around the lick, but the boy assumed that it was just a clone or an illusion, and then they just needed to run in the other direction. The student turned around and told his friends that he had figured out how to get out of here. The others looked at him hopefully. Leon frowned and said that they just needed to go up. The friends obediently hurried after their leader. 30 minutes later, the students approached the cave. Nilia turned to the protagonist and said that she had finished checking, and there were no traces of monsters. Light appeared on the tip of the wand. Leon illuminated the cave while the others sat around. The owner looked at the elf, asking if the skeletons would get here too, but she reassured him that she did not see anyone chasing them. Nilia turned to the orc, who asked how long the summoning would last. Durugu looked down and muttered that maybe they should have broken through them. The protagonist took the bag and noted that there was no way they could have done it because there were too many of them, so it was an unsolvable problem. The brunette took out some sausages and offered to eat, to which Ganando immediately agreed. Nilia tipped over her flask and noted that she had run out of water. The protagonist took out his wand and conjured a stream of liquid to the girl's surprised look. She looked at it in admiration and thought that she had only heard about water magic from rumors, but it was amazing. The elf squeezed the flask and realized that hunting would be much easier if the girl herself had such magic. The owner trembled and suggested making a fire. Nilia took out her wand and summoned a flame. There was now a fire burning in the center, and the redhead praised her friend, who was glad that she had succeeded on the first try. The elf smiled and said that she envied Lehan's water magic more because she wanted the same for herself. The guy resentfully squeezed the loaf of bread and asked again. The brunette closed his eyes and exclaimed that the interlocutor should be grateful for the element she possessed. After a while, they both looked outside and looked down. Leon frowned and noted that the director was a psychopath because the skeletons kept climbing and climbing, and the elf looked at him dumbfounded and asked if it was okay to insult him like that. The young man put his hand on her shoulder and called her by name. He smiled and said that magic flows from an honest mind, so there is no need to stop yourself from such expressions. Nilia turned pale and thought that it sounded convincing when he said that. The girl clenched her fists and exclaimed that the director was an asshole. She stood with her back to the cave and screamed that he was a rabid skeleton, hoping that the wolves would take him away at night. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared behind her, and the elf immediately rushed to the main character, apologizing for her words along the way. Lehan shuddered, looking away. Jigel and his comrade came out into the light. She looked at them in surprise and asked what they were doing there. The hero opened the curtain. He showed the cave where his friends were already warming themselves and greeted the guests. Jigel and his followers looked at him warily while the brunette invited them to rest with them. Ganando bit off a sausage with displeasure and muttered that there was little food as it was, but the orc nudged him in the side to shut him up. Durugu closed his eyes and thought that Lehan should be angry with them for everything they had done. The protagonist handed one of the students a mug, while the orc was surprised that he was helping them. The brunette smiled as he poured the water, and his companion admired such nobility and understanding of honor. Durugu held back tears of respect, and Jigel looked at them incredulously. The blonde raised her eyebrows, trying to understand how those bastards from the Blue Dragon ended up here. She imagined that Lehan had also found the map, because she had no idea that she could be followed. The elf looked at her reflection in the mug and thought about what they should do now that they had helped them. The girl lowered her head and reminded herself not to forget. She remembered how, as a child, she stood on a snowy balcony with her father, and he said that the motto of the Moratti house, "Do not forget your grievances." The man turned around and said that this phrase had another meaning. He raised his index finger and added with a smile, "Pay only for the kindness that you remember." Jigel smirked, remembering that. She smiled, looking at the main character, and was about to say something, deciding that she would play the good girl for now. At that moment, her companion collapsed on the floor next to her. Ganando and Durugu looked at him in surprise, not understanding why he suddenly fell. One of his friends shook him awake, assuming that he was just tired. The other two guys suddenly froze, and their eyes became clouded. Jigel turned around in shock when they also passed out. The blonde frowned and asked what was going on. She turned to Lehan, guessing. The main character was smiling ominously, looking at her. The guy poured out the drink from the mug and said that they were a little late. The girl grabbed her head and realized that he had poisoned the water. The elf turned pale and muttered that he would not get away with this. Lehan watched calmly as his interlocutor fell in front of him. He clapped his hands and declared that they had sorted it out. The mage touched his rival's head and thought that maybe he had gone too far, but if someone hated him for no reason, then he should make sure that it was not in vain. Ganando and Durugu looked at Lehan with displeasure, exclaiming that they had also drunk water. Yona and Nilia smirked and reassured him that the guests had simply fallen asleep and their drinks were clean. The blonde stared at them in shock, surprised that they knew about everything, and the protagonist thought that these two simply did not know how to hide their emotions. The elf lay on the ground, and Lehan noted that he would not have gone so far if this problem concerned only him. The brunette stood up and declared that they needed to take the students to the skeletons. Durugu shuddered and asked again in surprise. The orc turned pale and looked down when the mage reminded him what kind of person Jigel was. The redhead raised her hand when he asked where they found the sleeping potion. The girl remembered how they were walking through the forest. She pointed to a plant and said that it was a sleeping herb. The protagonist turned around with interest and asked again, and the companion told her that it caused drowsiness if you crush it and mix it with water, after which the guy suggested taking some just in case. The owner grinned and thought that she did not expect them to use it like this. The full moon was shining in the sky. Jigel and his partners were sleeping on the ground. Shadows leaned over them. The dead people raised the students, deciding that the capture was complete. The protagonist and the others were watching from above, and the guy said that there should be fewer of them now. The brunette closed his eyes and suggested getting down to the rest of the work, namely exploring the surrounding area. The mage spread his arms and declared that they couldn't just turn back after going so far. Leon frowned and thought that he should check how far the walls of the academy went. Maybe there was still an escape from here in any way. The boy moved on, and the others hurried after him. The friends continued to make their way up the mountain, and the prince was already barely dragging behind. The blonde tripped over a protruding stone. He screamed, stumbling, and the owner turned to him. The protagonist approached Gainando and asked if he was okay, to which the young man replied that he was hungry and injured. The brunette turned to the sweating orc and noted that he was also very tired. Nilia touched a tree and suggested Leon to use light magic, because they had gone quite far and they should not be caught. The friends climbed a rock, and the elf added that everyone gets tired faster when it gets dark. The hero crouched next to the prince and reached for the wand. He raised the tool and called the light. The guy smiled, looking at the illuminated space. A gust of wind blew behind him. The brunette shuddered when someone asked them to turn off the light to sleep. Leon turned around and asked who it was. Nilia and Durugu looked around worriedly, wondering where it was and what. The guys looked away, and the voice asked for silence. The hero stood under a large tree, which said that it was the one asking the questions here. A group of people listened in surprise that if they guessed the riddle correctly, they would be accepted as dear friends, and if not, as uninvited guests. The main character looked up, and the tree said that now the riddle. Dwarf ran 5 candles at night, but a gust of wind extinguished 2 of them. The guy looked up. Spirit continued that the enraged dwarf closed all the windows in the room. How many candles were left to burn? The protagonist smirked and thought it was a trick question. He thought that if he answered without thinking, the answer would be 3, but eventually all the candles would burn out. He closed his eyes and thought, so if it was already morning, then there wouldn't be any candles left either. But Gainando appeared from behind and raised his hand and shouted 3. The brunette turned around and told him to stop, but the host said that this was the correct answer. Leon turned around in surprise and asked if all the candles would eventually burn out. The blonde raised his hand and said that he had guessed. The tree said that dwarf uses magic in this riddle. Thanks to this, the candles will never stop burning. The guy thought, this stinking magical world. Spirit said that now he should treat them as friends, but it would be a shame if he stopped there. And he offered to guess another riddle, and whoever guesses it, someone will give them a gift. The protagonist said that he is ready. The host announced the second riddle. The blonde smiled and said to rely on him. The tree said that there lived a man who was big in the morning, but became smaller by midday, and grew again by sunset. And at night he simply disappeared. The tree smiled and asked who it was. Everyone started looking at each other and asking who it could be. The protagonist straightened his tie and said that he knew the answer. Smiling, he answered whether it was a shadow. Spirit answered that this was the correct answer. The blonde asked how he guessed. Leon looked to the side and thought that in his past life this riddle was quite popular. The riddle of the Sphinx, which was answered by Oedipus, king of Thebes, is slightly different from this one, but the answers are quite close. In that one there was only a man. The protagonist rubbed his chin and wondered if all worlds had the same cliches. The host said that they were such smart students. The brunette looked surprised. Everyone tensed up, and the tree said, welcome. Everything around the company turned bright green. They began to wonder and look around. Spirits were flying around them. Spirit handed Leon a glass of liquid. Bubbles rose from the green liquid, and the tree said that they must be tired from such a long journey. The guy took the glass in his hands and thanked it, thinking that it smelled like vegetable juice. After the first sip, his eyes widened. The man crossed the finish line, and he thought that he felt the pain in all his muscles go away. He imagined himself pouring a glass of ice water on his face. He tore himself away from the glass, raised his head and sighed in relief. Behind him the blonde was saying that the liquid smelled strange and he was not sure if it was drinkable. The host held out another glass saying that it was tree sap. The guy said that it was very tasty and asked for more. The tree snatched the glass from his hands. Raising it up, he asked why he was asking without even introducing himself. He still did not know his name. Putting his hand on his chest, the brunette said that his name was Leon. Then he was asked for his last name. The tree was amazed when he found out that his last name was Radonez. Coming to his senses, he apologized and said that it was all because of rumors. The protagonist looked down. Then he raised his head when Spirit told him that, judging by the fact that he first said his first name and then his last name, he had a future as a great magician. Gainando spat out the juice from his mouth when he heard the question of why they came here at night. The protagonist put his hand on his chest. Then he smiled and said that they enjoyed the night walk. The host asked in surprise if they were looking for a way to escape from the academy. It hadn't even been a week since they were accepted. Did they really want to leave this place already? The young man cleared his throat and said that they had several questions. Nilia touched the butterfly, and Leon asked if the spirit could give them advice. He listened attentively when he was told that it was possible to eat from here, but first years couldn't do it. And then he asked if he could at least tell how far these walls stretched. But he was told that this would also be a mystery to them. Moreover, the walls were enchanted. They would regret if they thoughtlessly touched them because they would be electrocuted. The brunette clenched his fist and thought that it meant that it would not be possible to escape through the delirium in the wall. The tree put a branch on his shoulder and said that for now they should not try to leave the academy, and added that the forest was quiet now, but very soon the dormant monsters would wake up. The guy bowed and thanked for the information. Then he looked into the tree's eyes. Scratching his chin, he thought that these eyes did not waver at all, as if nothing could stop him. It would be interesting to watch him. Spirit raised the branch up, saying that he promised to give a gift. The young man looked at his feet in surprise. The tree branches rushed upward. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise. A staff appeared between the tree branches. The protagonist remembered that artifacts are the arms and legs of a magician, and magic wands are the most important of them. The students are unhappy with what the academy provided them. Looking at the object in his hands, the protagonist thought that today he became the only first-year student who received a staff. Everyone stood around him, and the host asked how he liked it. The young man, twirling the staff in his hands, replied that it was calming and refreshing. Spirit looked at him in surprise, and then he thought that, as expected, this was an unusual guy. He held the staff in his hands, and the presenter thought that spirits lived inside this staff. For a child of his age to feel them is not an easy task. The young man raised his head when he was told that he would learn about the powers of this staff as he used it, and he asked if it was possible to find out everything now. He twirled the staff in his hands, and in response he heard that there was no need for this and everything has its time. Spirit exhaled and thought about the talent and character of the guy. He reminded him of the crazy Wardenaz, whom he met a century ago. That is the blood of the Wardenaz family. The sun was rising from behind the mountains. Spirits were flying around the company, and the presenter said that it was time for them to return, and he dared to say goodbye. And after these words, all the guys began to fall down screaming. The tree told Lehan not to use magic near him. His magic is too strong and he suppresses all the trees around, and the last one fell down screaming how they can get out. All 5 of them collapsed to the ground. They began to rise from the ground, shaking off their clothes. The young man raised his head and heard that they should remember the riddles. This will be their answer to the question. The protagonist froze in bewilderment. The sun was shining from behind the mountains, and by the time they left the spirit's domain, all the undead had disappeared. The company descended from the mountain with the sunrise and dragged their tired bodies to the bed. The protagonist collapsed on the bed face down. The man ran down the hallway. The brunette woke up from a knock on the door. All disheveled, he opened the door. The guy apologized for being rude and said that he had urgent business. He raised a finger up and said that the psycho, that is, the director, was outside gathering everyone. The young man pursed his lips, and he woke up immediately and thought that the principal wanted to see all the students who tried to escape, and now he should act more naturally than usual. Holding the door, he said that he would wake everyone up and have them come down. Confetti fell down. The students stood under the scorching sun. Lehan looked around. He turned his head and did not understand what was happening. Perhaps it was just a festival. Holding the booth in his hands, he thought it did not look like anyone was going to be caught, and he did not understand what the principal was planning. Asu raised his hand and said, "Great." He opened his mouth, attracted everyone's attention, and said that this week, priests from the Empire came to visit the academy, and they were expecting applause. The 3 stood on the stage and smiled. The young man applauded and wondered why the principal was welcoming them so warmly. The woman raised her head and thanked the principal for his time despite the fact that he was busy teaching the students. Skull shook his head and said that he was very happy that the respected priests understood his situation. He opened his eyes wide and asked if they could deliver his message to His Majesty the Emperor. They needed some money to study a recently discovered ancient magic. The woman closed her eyes and laughed and said that it was not in their jurisdiction. Rubbing his chin, the young man thought that it did not matter what world you were in. Everyone behaved the same if they wanted to earn more. Medrid moved her hand to the side and said that in any case, it was an honor for her to meet everyone. turning to her colleagues, she said that they were just servants representing religious organizations, but they were very happy that there was an opportunity to represent their religion down below. The guy thought that they were clearly not ordinary priests. Looking down, he realized that they had unimaginable reserves of mana and felt different from the mana of other magicians. The director appeared next to him, asking if this intrigued them. The protagonist was very surprised, because when he turned his head he saw a ghost next to him, who said that the priest's mana is quite unique, therefore it is called divine power. The skull came even closer when the guy said that now he understands and that is why it is felt like that. The director replied that it means he can feel mana. The protagonist froze in horror with his mouth open. People continued to do their business, and Asu asked why he hides his talent, because there are not even a handful of students here who are able to feel mana like him. Bowing, the brunette said that he simply believes that he is not smart enough yet, to which he was objected that he should confidently reveal his talent. The young man looked up angrily, not understanding what he was talking about, and said out loud that he saw priests for the first time. The director looked to the side and said that he guessed that he was not familiar with these guys because he was from the warden's house. O then opened his mouth wide, saying that the guy, just like him, was not interested in these things. They were too smart to believe in God. The brunette looked to the side and thought that his father also believed that the divine power of the priests was the result of their fanaticism. Considering all the rumors that his family was surrounded by, he was sure that there were those who said that his house had a negative attitude towards the clergy. Two fell near the gate, and the guy thought that it was necessary that they not find out what kind of family he was from. Looking at you, the skull said that these students were really pathetic. What kind of regiment are they if they can buy food? The food on the table smelled great. Looking at it, the protagonist began to drool. Then, smiling, he asked the director what religions he would recommend, to which he grimaced in irritation, saying that he was crucifying himself here, and no one even listened to him. Then his eyes widened in surprise when it dawned on him that he was asked about religion. The protagonist looked at the ghost, who asked if he wanted to join several at once. The young man grinned. The ghost clenched his fist, thinking that no one had surprised him like that for a long time. He thought that the guy wanted to join several teachings at once in order to extort more. He opened his mouth, and then, smiling, he thought that he liked it and everything was just fine. Confetti was still flying in the air. Asu thought about it, and for starters he would recommend the Prasinga Church. Their teaching is about self-sacrifice, they will easily accept it. The next church is Colosso, because they worship a god who loves change and chaos. The ministers will not even bat an eyelash if he already serves one movement. And the last church is Capolio. She is the goddess of swordsmen and fencing. They are glad to have such peculiar people as Leon. He listened attentively, marking important points in a notebook, and was surprised that the director knew that he attended fencing lectures, because he was sure that he did not know. He remembered past situations and thought that this was bad, because never before had attention from professors been something good. After scratching his head, the ghost said that he had to go. The young man thanked him for the advice. He closed his eyes saying goodbye, and the skull said that he still needed to check the students in the punishment room and wished Warden good luck. He suddenly raised his head and was surprised by what he said. The skull's eyes lit up, and it dissolved into thin air. The young man stood with his head raised, thinking that he was talking about those students from the Tiger Tower and that he needed to be more careful. The man from behind extended his hands to him and called out to him. The girl helped him with her hand and said, "So here he is," and then asked where he was going. Putting his hands in his pockets, the protagonist said that he was going to the Prasinga Church, to which the red-haired girl replied that she did not know that he was into such things. But the brunette interrupted her, saying that after that he would go to the Colosso and Capolio churches. Yoner opened her mouth and said, "I see." Pointing to the basket, the dark-haired man asked what kind of basket she had. She handed him a sandwich, and the guy asked where she found such a treasure. The blue-eyed girl smiled, answering that in the Fleming Church, they worship the god of alchemy. She closed her eyes and said that her family also made a lot of donations for the benefit of their teaching, and they even recognized her. The protagonist looked at her in surprise and thought, "Is that even possible?" He gritted his teeth and thought, what kind of crap is his house up to? The sun was shining on the sand around. The upset brunette said that he was a little busy, so he would go. Yoner smiled and said that they would see each other again. The two were talking near the tent. They turned around when they were called out. Approaching them, the young man, putting his hand on his heart, said that he had come to learn about the teachings of Mr. Prasinga. After hearing this, both rushed to him, telling him welcome and that they were glad to see him, and they were sure that he had come to them for the first time. The people behind him grimaced, and he smiled, saying that he had long been interested in religion. The man, showing the direction, invited him to go. He turned to the side and asked Jigel to help a little, to which she agreed. The protagonist looked at her in surprise. The girl had a sad look and small horns stuck out. She stood, hugging a bag of baguettes. The young man looked at her in amazement, thinking about her appearance, and came to the conclusion that she was definitely a half-demon. This is the rarest race of half-breeds. If someone's ancestors made a pact with demons, there was a chance that it could affect them. Their appearance is quite repulsive to humans, causing many half-demons to be extremely closed. The girl looked at the floor shyly. Pointing at her, the priest said that he forgot to introduce her and added that this was a Jigeling freshman from the Phoenix Tower. A statue of a man carrying a huge ball on his shoulders appeared. Leon closed his eyes and said he was told that as it turned out, there were still unbelievers in the academy, to which the guy replied that it was natural that those who knew about nobility would turn to their religion. Then he opened his eyes and thought, after all, the most important things when joining the clergy are what can be obtained and what must be given. Looking around the inside of the tent, he thought that he looked rather modest. Passing by, he noticed the contents of the boxes. All these artifacts glowed pink, and the brunette thought that everything was overflowing with artifacts that study mana. Looking down and frowning a little, the dark-haired thought that perhaps this church was somehow connected with the production of artifacts. Then a woman appeared and, pushing aside the fabric of the tent, was surprised that someone wanted to become a believer. The ground under her knights began to shake after each ball. The protagonist looked at her in surprise. Coming closer, she asked to introduce herself. She extended her hand and said that she was Medrid. The young man, smiling, said that he was pleased to meet him, and to himself he thought why the ground was shaking under her, because she was so miniature. Coming even closer, she said that he must be surprised. It was because of the effect that was on her. She clenched her fists, saying that she was using the cursed artifact to increase her weight several times. Leon ran his hand and asked why she was wearing it. She spread her arms wide, shouting that she was doing it in the name of the Lord Prasinga. The brunette stared at her in confusion and then asked what she meant by them, to which Medrid replied that Prasinga had taken on the pain of the entire world. Removing various chains from him, she continued that they shared this pain with him, and they do this by wearing these damned artifacts. The young man rubbed his forehead, thinking that he even passed out for a second, and this was the director's advice to him. He straightened up when he heard that of course this path was extremely difficult, so she would understand if he did not want to go through it together. She turned to take something, and the guy thought that he should not doubt and just leave. The woman turned around, saying that she could not help but think that this was a shame, so she prepared the artifact to greet him. The dark-haired man was already approaching the exit when he heard that the only thing he could do was suck out the owner's mana. Who would even want to wear something like that? He turned around and thought in surprise, what kind of curse? Remembering the past, he thought that its difference was that it had too much mana. This artifact suited him perfectly. Running closer to the woman, he asked what else was in it besides the curse. He clenched his fist, smiled, and said that he was sure that there was another effect because of it. Medrid looked at it in surprise, saying that its original effect. Looking at the object, the guy said that any action has a counteraction. The more powerful the artifact's effect, the stronger the curse on it. When the old woman held the chest in her hands, the hero narrated that she had an increase in weight. In addition, her artifact increases divine energy. The woman lowered her head and said that invisibility magic was embedded in it. Then she looked away and added, "But this is not the most important thing. The main problem is that it sucks up the wearer's mana." The protagonist put his hand on the chest and asked what she said, to which she replied that she understood his feelings. The brunette put his hand on his chest and said that he was more than ready for it. The blonde covered her mouth with her hand and thought, oh, Saint Freising, she was sure that he would refuse. Looking at the hero, she continued her thought. She was so ashamed of herself, how she could not recognize his sincere faith. The guy stood silently. Suddenly he smiled, closed his eyes and thought, invisibility. How lucky. Medrid wiped a tear from her cheek and told him to accept it and welcome to their church. In the chest was a belt. When the heroine said that this was the belt of Saint Freising, and the main character thought, so this is the artifact with the invisibility effect. After which the brunette took it in his hands and the earth shook. The heroes looked at each other when the green-eyed thought that new believers constantly suffer from curses that they cannot withstand, and the red-eyed thought that she was sure that this time will not be any different from others, so we must be careful. The guy put on his belt and said, well then. Then he fastened it. The heroes stood behind the protagonist, their mouths open, when he asked how he could activate invisibility. The girl took a step forward and said in surprise, no way. When the guy spread his arms and asked, he didn't feel anything. The protagonist smiled and asked the woman, what's wrong? Then the old lady shook her head, closed her eyes and answered, no, nothing, the spell is written in the letter. Then she looked away and thought, Saint Freising has given them an incredible disciple. The hero took out the letter and said, here it is. Reading it, the protagonist said, he is hiding in the night. Suddenly, the guy disappeared. Taking a step forward, the hero thought, oh, that's right. There was no reflection in the mirror when Leon asked, and it's not partial invisibility, but complete, incredible, as expected from a strong effect. Suddenly he appeared and said, great, and to dispel this, he reveals himself during the day. Raising his hand with the letter, the boy thought, but this thing is definitely cursed. Then he turned around, thinking, no, if he does not feel the curse, then he needs to put on more artifacts, and told Sister Medred that he should shoulder more of Mr. Freising's burden. The blonde covered her mouth, tears in her eyes when she said how commendable. Then she opened her mouth and said that it was too early for him to overexert himself, to which the brunette replied, no, he can withstand it. Screams came from the tent, brother, Sister Medred. The clouds floated at sunset. The protagonist touched his waist. Then he exhaled and thought, in the end, he still could not beg for more. Raising his hand to his beard, he continued his thought, but this will already be enough to escape from here. The brunette looked up as the woman said that this is how the Freising Church was born. Smiling, the blonde said that was all for today and thanked him for his attention as the guy stood up and thanked Sister Medred for the lesson. Looking at the board, the protagonist thought that in general, the doctrine did not oblige him to anything except wearing cursed artifacts. Suddenly, the heroine extended her hand and said to continue for a second. Then she held out a basket of food and told him to take it. She smiled sweetly and said that she thought he would need it, so she prepared some. Leon closed his eyes and thought that coming here was a good idea. Such warmth in his chest had become rare lately. Suddenly, someone touched the shoulder of the protagonist. The guy turned around when Jigel stood behind him, holding a basket in her hands and asking him to take it too. The brunette looked at her in surprise and asked, what, isn't this hers? Why is she giving it to him? The pink-haired girl closed her eyes, put her hands out and said that she was serving Mr. Freising. Such luxury was too much for her. The old lady looked at the girl when she started to leave and said that she was back. The young man looked away and thought about what else to expect from the Phoenix Tower. Remembering the heroes, he thought they were so different. The protagonist turned around when the woman apologized to him and asked if she could ask him for something. Looking at the girl, she added if he could take care of Jigel. She was too strict with herself. The blonde held a basket when the protagonist asked in fear what, but he was from another tower. The food looked delicious. Putting the third basket on his head, the guy said, but what the hell does it matter? She can rely on him. With the bright sunset in the background, the woman replied that she would do so. The heroes were walking down the street when Leon asked the girl if he could call her sister, to which she replied, whatever he liked. The boy then smiled and asked what the Phoenix Tower was like. They don't interact with others much, so they were curious about what they do in their free time. The heroine looked at the brunette and replied that they pray in their rooms, in the morning, at lunch, and even at night. She then put her finger to her lips and added that some of them even go into the forests or mountains to pray all night. The protagonist asked in surprise, all night, and they are allowed to do that when the plot noted that Einrogard has a curfew on weekdays. Jigel lowered her head and said, yes, their tower was given permission due to their situation. The brunette looked away and thought, so priests don't have to observe a curfew. He then smiled and continued his thought, this means that if he gets a priest's robe, he can go out at any time. After which he opened his mouth wide, stuck out his finger and asked her if she thought he could get a priest's robe. The girl remained silent in response. Suddenly, she turned around and replied that his curse would not become weaker if he simply put it on. The guy looked at the heroine and said, of course not. He just wanted to know more about the will of Mr. Freising. The pink-haired girl exhaled heavily and said that if he was really that interested, she would prepare one for him by their next meeting. The brunette put his hand on her shoulder, smiled and thanked her, and thought, great, with that. Then he imagined himself in front of the tower and continued the thought that the foundation for an escape is laid brick by brick. Walking down the street, the protagonist asked her what she had been eating lately, was it enough? The girl closed her eyes and replied that she was completely satisfied with what she had now. The protagonist turned her head and said that Sister Medred was worried about her. The heroine looked down when the guy added that she even asked him to keep an eye on her. After which Lehan raised his eyebrows and said, maybe they would do it like this then. Waving his hand, he continued to say they would eat together from time to time. That should be enough for her not to worry, to which the lady asked, they would. The guy stopped and thought so that she would not worry. Looking at the basket, he continued his thought by saying that he would never betray the one who gave him such a valuable gift. Then he smiled maliciously and thought that the moment they shared the food, he would feed her like a grandmother feeds her grandson. It was getting dark outside. At the same time, in the professor's conference room, the bearded man was drinking something. After which he closed his eyes and thought even the tea tasted better after he entered. The heroes gathered at the table when the man asked why they had gathered today. The troll smiled and answered, isn't it for the basic horse riding course? Yellow Eyes looked to the side and asked, and the professor for this subject invited. The dwarf looked at Garcia and said he thought that Vendazal would do it, to which the hero replied, no, I think he did not hear. Closing his eyes, he said that he disappeared after trying to find a unicorn. Lowering his head, he continued to talk, and judging by the fact that they still did not hear anything about him, when suddenly a voice was heard that said not to worry. Asu raised a finger up and said, "The professor who will do it is already ready." The people looked at the ghost in surprise and asked, "Already?" Sitting at the table, the troll said, "Yes, such a short time," and Ingoldal added, "At such moments." Suddenly they were happy and unanimously said that he really looks like the director of the academy. The bearded one stood up and asked, "So who is this professor? He will be able to take on more than one main course." Skull looked at him and answered that he should not worry this. After a pause, he added that it was the Thunder Zedar. Yellow Eyes opened his eyes wide and said, "If it was her, then everything was fine." The old man closed his eyes silently when the blonde asked. Zedar was a very famous explorer. Her travels were known both inside and outside the empire, no matter how distant they were. The hero grabbed the table. Jumping up, the man asked why he chose her. Then he lowered his head, saying, she. Then he clenched his teeth and added that she was his aunt. Covering his ears, he said that Zedar was constantly whining, so much so that even the dwarves from the east did not hate her. Asu spread his hands and said that he did not care what kind of dwarf she was, he just hired a professional in his field. You just need to accept this fact, everyone is free. The weather was clear outside. The bird landed on the hero's hand. The girl looked at it and said, "Yes." The animal flew away when she added, "Time for class." The people left the castle. The guy stretched and said, "Wow, it's finally starting." He has no idea how much he's been waiting for this. Delighted, the young man said, "Basic horse riding skills." The brunette watched the people and thought they looked excited. Then he looked into the distance and continued his thought, "Well, that makes sense. What could go wrong? Everyone here is already used to horse riding, so he thinks this thing will be easy." A bird flew in the sky. It screamed loudly. The heroes were scared when one of them asked what that sound was, to which the guy replied to look. The people looked up and someone asked what it was. "It's flying here, we need to run." The bird was huge. The blonde stopped, raising his head. Suddenly, he started to run away when the bird flew after him. With its paw, it grabbed the guy. Then it flew away abruptly. The blonde screamed for help. Ashan opened his mouth wide and screamed that it took Gainando away. The protagonist put his hand out and told everyone to calm down and duck, try not to be seen by her and not to move. The heroes crouched down, covering their heads. The brunette looked ahead and thought, "Damn, such things don't surprise him anymore." Suddenly, a bird flew over his head, after which the guy looked up and thought, "But where did this bird come from?" A question was heard behind him. "Where is the director?" The heroine pointed her finger at the sky and shouted, "This is the greatest academy, so why is there such terrible security here?" Then she screamed to let her go when the blonde grabbed her hand and said, "This is not the time to act like this," to which she replied, "It's all because of this shitty academy." Suddenly, a bird appeared above them. It cawed loudly when the guy began to apologize, after which it grabbed him. The gray-haired was in shock. Looking at the flying creature, the protagonist thought he told them to stay put. The protagonist looked away and thought, but it was strange why she didn't touch the one who was screaming. The guy opened his eyes wide. Looking at the sky, he thought, "Stop, just don't talk." White liquid poured out of the blonde's eyes and mouth. The second hero was all pale. Suddenly Leah covered himself with a cloth and thought it was all because of the hair color and shouted for everyone to cover their heads with their capes. "This bird attacks blondes." A voice was heard behind the protagonist saying that Wardenaz is cool, his conclusions and decisions, he understands the situation so quickly. Suddenly the guy turned around and asked who she was. The girl was sitting next to him, covering her head with a cloak. The brunette uncovered her face and said that she was. Suddenly a scream was heard behind her when the hero pointed his finger at the girl and urged everyone to look there. The heroine frowned as he continued to speak. "Those tiger bastards are going after Wardenaz again." "What the hell?" The blue-haired man raised his fist and said to gather, it was not the time to sit and hide, they had to unite, to which the lady told them to stand. She had nothing to do with Morati, it was just a misunderstanding. After which the man waved his hand. The blue-eyed woman covered her with her hand and said that she vouched for her. People looked at her and thought Her Imperial Highness stood up for her in that case. The protagonist approached the girls and asked if they knew each other. The brunette put her hand on her chest and replied that her name was Rowena, she was a knight of the Highness. The guy was surprised and asked, "Her knight?" After which he thought, well, of course, every rule has an exception. Looking at the heroes, he continued the thought that they can't take an escort with them. But it won't be a problem if he comes as a student, so they got around the rules. Looking at the bird, Liam realized that he suddenly felt sorry for Gainando. Then a lady came up to Sir and said that she wanted to ask him for something. Looking at the bird, she added that the crow seemed to have calmed down a bit, but they don't know when it will attack again. Then she opened her mouth and said that in that case, the heroes were sitting on the ground when she added that Sir Wardenaz should take the lead and shoot her down. The protagonist walked up to the woman and asked what he wanted him to do. He opened his mouth wide and said as if he would, but suddenly someone grabbed his shoulder. One of the heroes closed his eyes and said that he would trust him, and the second added that he was confident in his leadership qualities and was waiting for instructions. The brunette shrank and thought that they should not do this. Being the leader of a group for a school project is always terrible. His partners raised their hands and began to shout that they were waiting for his orders. They are ready. Yellow-eyed turned his head and thought. Then he closed his eyes. Scratching his head, he said that first of all, they. Rowena looked forward seriously. A couple of days ago in the castle, someone asked what. The girl read a letter and said that the Blue Dragon Tower is not led by Her Highness, but by Wardeness. Remembering her childhood, she added how it happened. The princess was always the leader, even before they entered. Suddenly she crumpled the sheet. Then she looked away and said, there must have been some reason. She needs to see everything with her own eyes. And now, looking at the guy's back, she thought that she would definitely reveal this secret. When the protagonist, leaving, said, okay, and then they. Rowena couldn't even imagine that the students' trust could be easily gained by simply feeding them once. The heroes were sitting on the ground. Taking off his cloak, the protagonist thought if his assumptions were correct and then asked if they had anything shiny. The heroine held out a mirror and replied, yes, that's it. When the guy thought, great, they have this. Suddenly, the yellow-eyed man looked back. Then he raised the mirror up, called a huge bird, and told it to fly here. The mirror sparkled when he added that they had a shiny thing. The crow looked forward. Then it suddenly flew down, screaming loudly. The protagonist turned around and said to everyone to get ready now. The people stood up from the ground when Leon continued telling them to line up and build a wall. The brunette hid behind the heroes. Watching the bird, he thought, just a little more, just a little bit. The guy stood up and thought, now. Then he raised his wand and shouted, light. A bright flash blinded the crow. The bird cawed loudly. Then it flew away into the sky. The hero held the wand in his hand. Looking up, he thought, if it was just a big bird, then the best way out was to just scare it. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him and said, as expected, Wardeness is incredible. The blonde showed off and said that at first he was unsure, but when the brunette scratched his nose and added that he would do so well, he was cool, and the girl said that she could not disagree. The protagonist closed his eyes and became embarrassed when someone asked, by the way, what should they do with Gainando and that silver-haired guy? Someone screamed again from above. The blonde fell from the sky straight into the protagonist's arms. The guys were pale and unconscious when someone shouted, Gainando and the guy from the Tiger Tower. The bird flew and croaked. Someone stroked the crow and said that she had done a good job. They had scared the poor thing, then they would go together. A man was flying down. He landed on the ground with a crash. The blonde raised her glasses and said, nice to meet you, brats. The guy frowned and asked who it was. She had just jumped into the trees. The yellow-eyed man looked away and thought he had thought that the professor had caused all this commotion. Looking at the heroine's face, he asked why she looked so familiar. Maybe she was somehow connected with Professor Urigal. Looking at her legs, he thought, no, really, it's just a stereotype. Suddenly, someone grabbed him by the shoulder. The girl smiled strangely and said that he was quite talented. On the other side of the protagonist stood a gnome. Leah smiled and thought, déjà vu. Imagining Urigal's face, he noted that they were similar, wondering if she was related to him. The girl took a step, and he decided that he should not be biased. A hand touched his shoulder. A little frighteningly, she smiled, saying that Lehan had potential. Then he remembered Urigal's touch. Confusedly frowning, he wondered if this was déjà vu. The students gathered around them. They did not understand what was happening. The hero leaned towards the interlocutor, asking if she was related to Professor Urigal. Pointing to herself, she was surprised that he understood and answered that she was his aunt. Someone's hand reached out to him when he thought about how he should stop standing out in front of the professors. A comrade showed a thumb, telling Choidar that Lehan was the best student, and he was even invited to the hut. Our hero turned to them, asking that they not talk about him. The professor raised her hand to her face in interest and asked if it was true. The hero looked at her in confusion and realized it too late. A huge bird appeared when he said that it was true and thought that he could try to make a good impression. The girl clapped her hands. Pointing at herself, the professor attracted everyone's attention and said her name. The students opened their mouths in surprise, hearing that they were supposed to be taught by Professor Urigal, but he had gone on a mission to find a unicorn. The boy and girl were delighted. He asked if she was the famous explorer. The girl wanted to know if she really defeated the hippopotamus and was the first to explore the spirit crater, which no one had done before, and Leon wondered why no one was bothered by the fact that another teacher had disappeared. Stroking the huge bird in front of her, Choidar asked if anyone had any idea why she had come with her today. Imagining a bird attacking a person on a mountain, it was noted that it was a terrible monster, whose body was larger than other birds, its movements were furious, and it had a special ability to control lightning, thunder, and whirlwinds. Gainando pointed at himself in confusion. The hero who was looking at him thought why the professor brought such a monster, and the Empire should check this school. There were several students in front of her. One of them asked if they really had to learn to ride it. Another guy noted that it should be like this. Laughing, she replied that it was wrong because they would not be able to ride it even in 10 years. Pointing to Lehan, he asked him to guess. Looking at the professor, he assumed that this was to see how everyone would react to a dangerous monster. Another student stood next to the hero, disagreeing with him, noting that this was a riding training lesson. But he opened his mouth in surprise when he heard that Leon's answer was correct, and Choidar now understood why her nephew liked him. Standing next to the Thunderbird, she said that you can never predict what kind of danger you will encounter during your journey, and that is why training is necessary. The other two students sighed in relief when they heard that the basis of the lessons would still be riding. Pointing at Lehan again, the professor said that they would go to the stables, and he should supervise everyone. Seeing the bird fly away, she also said that from now on, he would help her teach the lessons, to which the boy agreed, although he did not understand why it was him again. The students followed her. Introducing the horse, she said that the horse is the main animal for riding in the Empire, and whoever cannot handle it will not be able to ride other animals. One of the students covered his mouth when he heard that if they were going to choose someone, they would first have to master horse riding. Looking at his comrades, Leon noted that everyone was bored because they knew how to ride a horse. The professor looked at him silently, then she smiled widely. This made the hero look confused, thinking of a familiar feeling. Yoner looked at him when he told her to pay attention. Leon frowned, adding that this lesson would not just be about horse riding. The hero was standing near the stable. Waving her hand to the side, the professor said that this is the stable. Approaching one of the horses, the girl noted that they were all purebred. Gainando wondered if they would ride them. Looking for something in the bag, Choidar asked if they wanted to. A glass with straws appeared in her hand, and the woman said that a good horse must be earned. They had to draw each of the straws to determine the order in which they would choose the horses. The light fell on several short sticks. Gainando happily held one of them when it was announced that he was the first. The other two looked at the blonde with displeasure, not understanding why him, because Gainando did not really understand horses, but the guy simply repeated that he had one. Passing by the horses, he was about to say which one he would choose. Then he stopped. The one in front was a large dark horse, and Gainando said that he would choose it. Lehan and Yoner, not understanding, looked at him, noting that the horse looked aggressive. Pointing at the horse, Gainando noted that the horse should be large, strong, and the horse even leaned towards him. But the horse hit him hard. His comrades saw how he threw his head back. Seeing him lying on the floor, someone shouted that the horse had hit Gainando. His face was left with a mark from the blow, and he was unable to respond. A student standing nearby called him a fool. The blonde man raised his fist threateningly, but he replied that this was what happened when you picked an aggressive horse. Walking up to another horse and scratching it, he said that the size of the horse was not important and it should be gentle. Saliva flowed from its mouth. The next moment, it bit his head. The dark-skinned guy who was watching this said that the students from the Blue Dragon were ignorant because they could not even handle horses. But he was also bitten by a white horse. They looked around in anger, not understanding what was wrong with all of them. Frowning, Leon looked ahead. The horse kicked its hoof. It stood on its hind legs in front of one of the students. The hero and Gainando looked around, wondering why they were so angry. But Leon opened his eyes in surprise, hearing someone laugh. Choidar was looking at them, noting that she had said that they would be learning how to ride horses. She raised her finger, about to name the first task. With her arms outstretched, the woman said to get along with the local horses. The two students looked at her. One of them wondered if this was déjà vu, but the other noted that it was terrible. The professor, closing her eyes, noted that animals could become friendly if they were treated with love and care. Pointing to the students, she said that their goal was to get close to one horse. Looking at the horses near him, Leon thought that these were definitely unusual horses, and Choidar must know something and would choose the horse that looked the most affectionate. Someone raised their hand. Touching the hero, the professor said follow her. Turning around, he agreed. Eventually, they approached one of the stalls. Leon looked ahead in surprise. He saw a white horse. Smiling, Choidar said that she could not give her nephew's favorite student an ordinary horse, offering to take this one. The others behind him noted that this was expected, and the professor herself chose a horse for him. The guy was outraged by how easy it was for him. Leon only thought about how to shut up. Turning around, the professor told them that they did not understand anything. The light fell on the horse's head. The woman also said that they were right that it was a good horse, but at the same time, it was the most aggressive and selective. The hero put his hand on his head, hearing that it was easier to tame a monster than this horse. Clenching his fist, he heard that for a first year, this was a difficult task, and wondered if he would get some kind of bonus for this. Raising his thumb, the interlocutor only answered that he could handle it, since he could deal with the Thunderbird, and Leon thought about this. That's why they don't like to stand out. The bright sun illuminated the roof of the house. The door to it opened. Smiling, Urigulm asked what brought the guest here. Choidar waved to him, noting that first of all he should have said hello, because he shouldn't have forgotten about decency. Putting his hand behind his head, the man only answered that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The woman entered the house, interested in how he lived here. The nephew said after her to come in. After which he frowned like this. Leon put his hand behind his head, hearing the question what's the matter, but answered that she asked him to bring her here. Examining her nephew's things, Choidar noted that there was a lot of dust here, asking when he cleaned up at all, adding that that's why he was still single. Sighing, the interlocutor continued to talk about how he needed to find a good girl, to which Urigulm asked about lunch. Frowning, he turned to Lehan, wanting to know if he had eaten, and mentally asking him to answer no. The guy put his hand on his chest, answering that he was very hungry. Then he sat down on a chair, and Choidar said that a growing body should not skip meals. Rolling up her sleeve, the woman said that today she would cook Oriental cuisine. A knife gleamed in her hand when her nephew wanted to object, but changed his mind. Seeing everyone in front of him, the hero said that his worries had come true. He raised his eyes. The man wanted to know something. But, hitting his hands on the table, he noticed something under his robe. The silhouette of a plant was glowing brightly. Leon put his hand in his pocket, realizing what he was talking about. A moment later, a staff appeared in his hand. Looking at it, Urigulm noted this staff, saying that he felt the spirit of the forest from it. The guy nervously looked at the interlocutor when he asked where he got it. The bright sun was shining through the window. Keeping his hands on the table, Urigulm repeated the words that Lehan accidentally ended up in the forest, accidentally met the spirit of the oak, and most likely accidentally received the staff. The guy spread his hands, answered that this is so, and life is a chain of coincidences. Urigulm decided that he was trying to escape. Choidar thought the same thing. Lehan remembered himself by the tree when he was asked if she asked riddles, and asked how the interlocutor found out. Sighing, he answered that it was a fairly well-known spirit. He imagined a glowing tree, saying that the spirit was rather boring, but wise. Frowning, the hero asked Urigulm if the staff had any special effect. The staff in his hands gained a green aura when he thought that from the words of the interlocutor it seemed that this was a secret spirit, and perhaps then his staff had a great ability. The guy imagined various spells, thinking that perhaps the staff would make him invisible while he held it in his hands, or allow him to use spiritual magic, and also, perhaps, he could even get an ability that would allow him to absorb a lot of mana. Choidar put a portion of hot food on the table. Looking at Lehan, she confirmed this. The guy got up from the table with joy, asking is it true. The interlocutor clarified that it is great for farming. Then she laughed. Lehan imagined how he works with the staff in the garden. Confused, he sat down at the table, and Urigulm explained that since the staff was given to him by the spirit of the tree, it most likely worked wonders in caring for nature. He also folded his arms and said that he still needed to tend to the beds, so it would come in handy. Cheese was visible on the table. Choidar asked him what he planned to plant, and the hero replied that everything that could be eaten. Looking at him, the woman said that she would help. Behind him, Choidar said that he should finish eating and walk with her. White clouds floated across the sky. The professor pointed to the bed. Hold the basket with the plant. Leon heard that potatoes and sweet potatoes would come in handy. Looking at the hero in a cute hat, she said that they would not ripen soon, but he would be very grateful when the time came, to which he agreed. While working with the hoe, the boy thought about how to be optimistic. Then he planted a sprout, remembering the words that the staff would be very useful in farming. Leon turned around, hearing Choidar calling him. The sprout began to glow brightly. It literally radiated light. The sun illuminated the gray walls. The students gathered in the common room, saying that they were very hungry. Someone's silhouette was visible ahead. The boy did not understand what kind of ray of light it was. Lehan smiled and waved his hand, saying that he had come. There were many products in his basket. His comrades happily greeted him. Surprised by the food, he received this basket from Choidar in gratitude. His comrades looked at the products in fascination, saying that they expected nothing less from him and that his family was the greatest of those that had ever existed in the empire. Leon felt like a bird among little chicks, noticing that the others had changed a lot in the past couple of weeks. Putting the basket on the table, he said that they were probably hungry. Then he rolled up his sleeves, asking them to wait, and he would cook soup. The hero put the pot on the fire. His comrades watched with pleasure as he chopped carrots. Lehan added spices to the frying pan. The owner watched him, wondering who he looked like. Imagining him with a test tube in his hand, she decided that he was like an experienced alchemist in action. The guy tried the food. Looking at the ladle, Leon decided that it was ready. Turning to the others, he said that it was ready and let them bring plates, to which they agreed. The hero filled the plates for his comrades. One of them turned to him. He awkwardly brought his finger to his face. Later, Lehan knocked on the door, remembering the words about him being asked for a favor. The girl noticed the knock. Opening the door, Adenart was surprised. Leon stood in front of her, saying that he had prepared something. Taking a plate of food, she asked if it was for her. The girl frowned, hearing that everyone had already received their portion, so she should not worry. She looked at the food again. Adenart brought the spoon to her mouth. Her eyes grew bigger in surprise. The taste of various vegetables seemed to surround her. The hero looked at her with a smile, thinking that she should eat at home because she was probably hungry. Looking away, she thanked him, saying that she would definitely repay. Footsteps were heard on the stairs. One of the students noticed Leon. The boy and girl approached him, asking how it went, to which he replied that she liked it, to which the other boy called the hero amazing. Putting his hand on his chest, the blonde asked him to do this in the future. They will pay him double in silver. Leon gave a thumbs up, surprised by this, and replied that it was an honor to serve the imperial family. Seeing the happy faces of the students, the hero noted that it was clear that they cared about Adenart. The sun was shining on the walls of the academy. Leon also thought that a member of the imperial family was an important person, with the exception of Gainando. Later, one of the students asked something conjured in the evening class. Greg looked away. Running his finger along his hand, he thought about how his contract involved giving lectures at a certain time, but observing the students was not his job. The hero was surrounded by a bright light. The man noted his mana amount. Looking at him, Greg decided that he would definitely regret it if he lost contact with him. The man coughed into his hand. The hero looked at him in confusion when he clarified if he had any questions, and thought that the teacher realized that he was slacking off. Holding the sphere above his head, the boy asked, "What is this training for?" Greg raised one eyebrow, wondering didn't the guy read the lecture notes. Leon smiled a little nervously, looking at him, thinking that he himself asked what questions he had. Continuing to hold this sphere, he asked how this training will help in battle. Seeing how the teacher closed his eyes, he did not understand why he was silent, because it makes him nervous. Still, lowering his head, Greg wanted to say something. The hero frowned, hearing that the interlocutor should think about the answer since the question is too trivial. Getting up from his chair, Greg still decided to give an example. Taking a pen in his hands, he said that he could only kill him with it. Frowning, Leon thought that this was a frightening example. Walking forward, the man also said that high circle magic is not needed in battle, and it is enough to kill the opponent. Having drawn a diagram on the board with chalk, he said that when Leon rotates the spiritual stone, he trains to strengthen the power of projection magic. Then he drew two people, explaining that even if it was the same single magic charge, the power would differ greatly depending on the user. He also explained that a mage with a bad foundation would have a hard time using this ability in a real battle by imagining a broken staff. Greg then introduced monsters in front of Leon, saying that the heat and noise of the battlefield along with the atmosphere of bloodlust would be very oppressive. Leon then held his hand out in front of him. The professor mentioned a good mage in an emergency. Greg held his hand out. Bright lights surrounded him. Streams of fire rushed past the hero's face. Bright rays spread throughout the audience. Leon shielded himself from them with his hand. He saw that they had disappeared. Coming out of his stupor, he noted that nothing was destroyed and that the interlocutor must have caused the explosion with two spells. The man was standing behind him. Putting his hand on his shoulder, he noted that he could do that. Looking at Greg's trace, the hero noted that he did not even sweat. The torch was burning brightly on the wall. The man said that he thought the explanation was exhaustive and asked if it helped him. Leon replied that it was and thanked him. The man was heading towards the student's desk. Looking at him, the hero thought that it was already an inappropriate time. Seeing him leave, he noted that he managed to see Greg in a different light, and before it seemed to him that he was trying to avoid his responsibilities. But everything the guy did here made sense. Turning his head in his direction, he decided that there was something else to gain here besides good grades, and asked to ask another question. Turning around, he clarified what. The hero remembered the bright beam and the skull, saying that he had recently been able to use low-level control, but it was very difficult for him. Turning around, the interlocutor suggested that he had more mana than the others, but the guy replied that he had already been told that. Leon smiled contentedly, thinking that the interlocutor quickly understood this and probably knew something about it. Approaching the professor, he also thought that he could offer him a realistic way out of the situation, and it was also interesting what he could teach. Greg raised his hand. Then he took the guy's hand. Slightly opening his mouth, he used mana drain. A dark aura appeared near their hands. The hero opened his mouth in surprise. He imagined a man holding another's hands, reasoning that mana drain was a high circle magic that absorbed the target's mana. Seeing how the man continued to hold his hand, he was surprised that he was using it on students and asked him to wait. Looking down, he only answered for the guy to stand still. Greg did not look away. The man saw blue waves in front of him and seemed to understand what it was. His hair moved to the side. The professor fell to the floor. Leon spread his arms and asked him if he was okay. He put his hand in front of the hero's face. Looking at him, Greg replied that everything was fine. The professor put his hand on his head, explaining that he tried to reduce the amount of his mana to make it easier to control, but it did not work, and there was much more mana than expected. Imagining a man being pinned by the torrents of water, it was noted that usually when someone has more mana than they can handle, they lose control of their powers and faint, as was the case now. Greg adjusted his collar. It was also noted that he was a professor, so he should know his limits very well. Looking at his hand, Leon thought that if there was so much mana that even a professor like him fainted, then how much did he have? There were banners hanging on the wall. The hero said that he couldn't believe that such an extreme method didn't work, and it seemed like there was nothing to help him, but the man said that there was still a way. Looking at him in surprise, the guy asked again. Greg looked at him, asking did he use low-level control to levitate the object. Remembering and lowering his head, the guy replied that he didn't. Then, raising a finger, Greg said that it was all about instinct. Pointing at the other man, he also said that he might feel like he had lost control, but as long as the mage will was tied to the object, he was controlled by instinct. Lehan then imagined the skull and Enrago, thinking about what was happening. He threw the stone at the director by his own will. He looked away, hearing that his instincts were strong, and using them would improve his ability to control. Seeing the other man approach the box on the table, he thought that he was definitely an expert, and it was not for nothing that he had high hopes for him because he had managed to come up with a new approach. Taking the ball in his hands, Greg asked if he was ready. The guy looked at the balls near him in surprise. Surrounding himself with these spheres, the professor said that he would aim for the jaw, and he needed to use low-level control to defend himself. When he raised his hand, the balls also rose, but Leon wanted to say that this was some kind of stupidity. One of them flew past his head. He frowned and cursed. The sun was setting and the sky above the academy was shining, and the hero was thinking that there was something wrong with this school. 3 balls were frozen under the ceiling. Lehan let his head down tiredly. Standing over him, Greg told him that he had done it, that he had a good understanding of control, for which the boy thanked him. Tears were streaming down his face. He was thinking that it was stupid to trust a professor from this school. The man extended his hand to him. Sitting down next to him, he said that there was no need to thank him because he had solved his problem himself, to which the hero thought that otherwise he would have been dead. But, shaking his hand, the hero said that it was flattery. Taking the object in his hand, Greg said that it was an ordinary iron ball. Then he held it out to him. Throwing it up, he suggested using low-level control to control it. Putting his hand in his pocket, Leon was surprised to hear this. The ball froze in midair as Leon told it to move. A bright aura surrounded it as the boy told it to follow his will. Several balls circled above his head as Leon pointed them in a direction. Greg nodded, saying that it was very good. As he passed by, Greg also told him to use it instead of the Star Spirit Stone for training, but the boy was surprised because he still hadn't learned how to move it in a circle. Taking the blue ball, Leon heard that he should try it right now, but he thought that he definitely couldn't do it before. As the hero controlled its movement, he noted that it was so easy now. The boy looked forward, hearing that powerful experience directly affected the development of a mage. Sighing, Greg also said that the Star Spirit Stone was a means for insufficiently capable mages, and the apprentice was no longer one of them. Looking at him, the man told him to pick up the iron ball and move it in a circle. Lehan silently held the Spirit Stone in his hands, hearing that when his abilities increased, he would be given a new task like this. He smiled in confusion and asked again. Greg closed his eyes and thought about how there were 2 types of people in the world. He remembered Gainando's frightened face, thinking about those who froze when faced with mortal danger, and those who reacted faster and stronger than usual. He also remembered how Leon cast the spell, and he noted that this guy was the 2nd type. He then imagined him in a cloak in front of a magic circle, deciding that he had the potential to become a battle mage. The man frowned, deciding that if that was the case, he should train him more effectively. In the distance, an academy was visible among the mountains. Lehan waved to Jigeling, asking how long had she waited. Closing her eyes, the girl answered no. Then she looked ahead, paying attention. The boy looked tired. Noticing this, Jigeling asked what happened, but he replied that everything was fine. The girl handed over the clothes, saying that she brought a priest's robe, for which he thanked her. He smiled and handed over the food, saying that this was his gratitude. Well, the girl put out her palm, saying that it was not necessary. The silhouette of a god appeared behind her, and she said that he was probably suffering even now, and it would be unfair of her to enjoy such excellent food. Lehan remembered Medrid's face, noting that she gave him a difficult task. Jigeling walked up to the table, saying that it was really not necessary, and he could give it to someone who needed it more. Putting the cup on the table, she said that the tea was quite enough. Leah then pointed to himself, asking him to make the tea himself. He took off his robe when Jigeling clarified whether he really wanted it, and replied that he was fond of tea. Thinking of tea leaves and coffee beans, he thought that most priests preferred bitter drinks like green tea or coffee. Looking at the girl behind him, he thought that she probably thought he would make something like that. The water boiled on the fire. Smiling ominously, he added the ingredients, thinking that it would awaken her taste buds. Jigel jumped up from the table, asking what he was doing. He said he would make tea. Slightly opening his mouth, he asked what was wrong. Turning around, he added that this is how his family makes it. But is that really wrong? The girl raised her hands in confusion, answering that everything was correct. Still, she waved her hands, trying to say that he put too much sugar, but the hero was again surprised that his family's way of making tea was too pretentious, although she tried to answer that this was not what she wanted to say. The pink-haired girl only smiled in confusion. Lowering her head, she agreed to drink it. Pouring the tea into the cup, the hero thought it was a great idea. Jigel frowned as she looked at the drink Lian offered her. He said it was a special milk tea. She looked at him in confusion. Then she took a sip. Jigel opened her eyes in surprise. Imagining herself surrounded by sugar and other ingredients, she noticed that on top of the faint sweetness spreading across her tongue, there were sharp, refreshing notes, and it was like a tsunami of new, wonderful flavors. Clenching his fist in triumph, the hero decided that she had been caught. Then he decided to take out some more things from the basket and make another tea. Various ingredients were mixed in the cup, including sugar, nuts, cocoa, and milk, after which everything was stirred. You could taste the corn in it. The scab came from the cup of tea. The hero called it a special cocoa tea. Jigel looked at him with disbelief. Lian raised his hand to his face when she compared this tea to soup, but he was again surprised by how she called her family's traditional drink and replied that she understood everything and he could stop crying. Jigel tried one small spoon. Seeing her happily trying more, he thought that she was like opening up a new world. Smiling, he thought of this method. The guy imagined her holding bread in her hand, calling it something like tea too, and decided that he would feed her with Schrodinger's tea. The cup was completely empty. Closing her eyes, Jigel said that it was very delicious. Lian put his hand on her shoulder. Leaning slightly, he asked that now that she knew that it was delicious, she would not refuse to come again, and offered to come at the agreed time from now on. She only asked not to talk like a villain. The moon was visible in the sky. Jigel thanked her for the tea. The guy replied that they would see each other tomorrow. A tower was visible in the middle of the forest. A boy and a girl were going inside. Someone was watching from afar, thinking that everyone was returning to their towers. Lian stood behind a tree, thinking that it was lights out, so the students should stay in the dorms. Pulling up his hood, he also thought that as an ordinary young priest, he would be the one who went to pray in the middle of the night. The guy took a step. Dressed in a priest's robe, he noted that he looked like an ordinary devout young priest. Approaching the doors, he did not know what traps would come his way, and decided to be vigilant. Walking among the large corridor, Lian was glad that there was nothing on the first floor, although this was expected. He remembered himself with a group, noting that this was the first time he walked through these huge halls since entering. Looking to the side, the guy decided to first explore these places. Someone was standing in front. Noticing the ears on his head, Lian thought it was a professor. But, lifting the hood, the hero noticed something. This guy was wearing a mask on his face. The hero recognized him as a student from the Black Turtle Tower. Watching him, Lian noticed that he was walking without making a sound. Seeing how quietly he moved, the hero also noted that the boy had been training. He remembered how someone like him had been chased, replying that mice, like other beastmen, were not particularly welcome in the Empire due to the stereotypes that they were either thieves or vagabonds. Watching him, Lian did not want to be biased. Seeing the key in his hand, Lian noted that his intentions were clear. Standing behind him, the hero realized that their goals could be the same. Lian brought the stick to his neck, saying that if he made a sound, he would be finished. The boy frowned. Lian smiled sweetly, deciding to cooperate with him. Seeing the dark walls of the corridor, the boy said that he was very scared. Putting his hand on his chest, he also shared that he thought Lian was a professor. He apologized for sneaking up on him. Extending his hand, he offered to introduce himself and asked his name. The interlocutor looked away. The hero introduced him against the background of the emblem, learning that his name was Radford, and he was a professional thief belonging to the White Crow. He introduced him among the other students, noting that the students did not openly ignore him. Radford then clenched his fist, feeling himself outside the group. Mouse walked along the corridor to prove himself to his peers. In the tower, he began to look for a place where essential things are stored to conduct a thorough search. After Radford stopped in front of a door, possibly leading to a storage room. In his hand was a key that he made without any difficulty thanks to his talent. Holding this key, Lian said that the guy was good. He replied that he spent all his free time creating it. The hero looked at the interlocutor when he asked him who he was, and also, judging by his physique and movements, he realized that he was from the Tiger Tower. The hero smiled, answering that he was Lian from the Dragon Tower. The mouse opened his mouth in surprise, hearing his name. The hero extended his hand forward when the interlocutor thought that he was that aristocrat, and Lian said that there was no need to be so surprised. Radford stepped back, hearing the proposal to act together. The mouse waved his hands, asking if it was possible, because his interlocutor was of high status. Pointing to himself, Leon noted that he himself suggested it. Radford again raised his hand to his face, asking if he was sure, but the hero replied that it was enough to waste time. Standing in front of the door, Leon asked if his comrade could open it, but he replied that it was protected by magic. Folding his arms, he watched the door, thinking that it was difficult to open it using ordinary means. He noticed an ornament above the lock. In surprise, opening his eyes, the hero realized that this was a familiar sign. The mouse turned around, hearing the question, "Can he step aside?" and asked what did he come up with. A golden key appeared in the hero's hand. He brought it to the lock. After inserting the key, Leon turned the door handle. Radford opened his mouth in surprise when he heard that it worked. Leon held the key in his hands, hearing the question of where he got it from, and answered that he stole it from the director's drawer. Then he looked down in surprise, thinking that he had not told Ashan this. Then he saw the key in the drawer, noting that he found it with a message from the director already. Leon closed his eyes with a smile, thinking that the key came to him by accident, but he did not suspect that it would be useful. In addition, he also thought that he needed to be careful because there would definitely be traps ahead. After opening the door, both looked ahead. In front of them, they saw a staircase leading down. Radford heard a certain sound when his comrade suggested that they go. Putting his ear to the floor, he told him to stop. Without raising his head, Radford also said that he heard voices downstairs and that someone was there. Looking at his comrade in surprise, Leon asked again. Imagining a tunnel under the academy building, he thought about how he was curious about how they got supplies from outside, and they must be using an underground route, and if it was during curfew, the students would have no way of knowing. Putting his hand out in front of him, the hero said that he was sure the supplies were downstairs, but Radford doubted that was a good idea. Footsteps were heard on the stairs. The guys were going down the stairs. Radford followed him, saying that even though they had gone down a little, it was already very dark. Putting his hand in his pocket, he suggested using a light, but Leon grabbed it. Turning around, he said, "Don't do anything stupid, the director is hiding this place," and he hardly made it easy to navigate. The hero sighed, hearing that he was right, and Radford did not think so. Frowning, the new comrade did not understand who he was and noted that he seemed accustomed to such situations. Radford looked at the boy ahead. Imagining him towering over the others, he also thought that perhaps he shouldn't even say his name, since rumors said that even the prince and princess couldn't breathe easy in his presence. Remembering how easily Leon had stopped the beast, he noted that he was able to subdue the Thunderbird with one spell. Radford's mouth dropped open in surprise, realizing that perhaps all of those rumors were true. Leon looked at him, asking what he was doing since they had already arrived. The hero peeked around the corner. Seeing a lattice door ahead, he noted that it looked like a storage room. Continuing to watch, he told his comrade, "Go there carefully." A flame appeared near the lantern. It was moving from wall to wall. Frowning, Leon didn't understand what had suddenly happened and why all the lamps were lit. Someone's footsteps were heard. The hero paid attention to them, thinking that someone was coming. Seeing the man in front of him, he wondered if he was the storekeeper. The man raised his hand, counting 8 rounds of cheese, 5 bottles of maple syrup, and 3 bottles of red potion. Radford covered his mouth with his hands, and the hero thought that the man was counting all the supplies. Putting a finger to his mouth, Leon noted his responsibility for storing supplies. The man in bandages appeared behind him, asking who they were. Leon silently raised his hand. Turning around, he saw that they were noticed and decided that there was no need to panic. He used light magic to blind the stranger. But in surprise, he opened his mouth. Seeing the man's bandaged face, he wondered what happened to his eyes. Imagining a scale, he noted that they say that when a person loses one of their senses, the others begin to improve to compensate for the loss. Looking at the stranger in front of him, he also noted that even if this was true, he would not be able to find them. Seeing the supplies behind the door, Leon realized that they did not make a sound, and the smell was killing many others. The stranger looked at them silently, and Leon was wondering how he found them. The white-haired guy looked at them carefully. He saw blue silhouettes of 2 people. Leon's silhouette was shining brightly. This guy imagined himself among the waves. Then he raised his head in surprise. After that, he bowed in front of the hero. Putting his hand on his chest, the bandaged one said that, judging by the huge amount of mana, he must be the director, and apologized for the rudeness. The hero opened his mouth in surprise, hearing that he would immediately return to work. The storekeeper turned in the other direction. The hero was surprised that he would just leave. Imagining Asu's face, the guy wondered why he remembered the director. Was it possible that they were confused? Radford held Leon's hand as he thought about the words about the huge amount of mana, and said that it turned out that they were spotted because of it. Putting his hand on his comrade's shoulder, the hero also thought about how difficult the path would be and replied that everything had been resolved, they could go. Seeing the supplies behind the bars, he also said that they would have to leave all the food in place since there were those who were counting it. Without removing his hand from his shoulder, he also said that it would be better to look for the passage through which it was delivered here. Suddenly, Radford saw something. Rushing in the other direction, Radford said that he heard many steps in that direction. A turn was visible ahead, and he shouted that they needed to go right. Noticing another one, he said that now they needed to go left. Leon followed him, said that he knew his way around here perfectly, although he was here for the first time, to which he thanked him. He waved his hand at the question of why he had been so nervous before, and answered that his comrades should not think about it. Looking ahead, the mouse reported that they were almost there. He had to stop abruptly. There was only a wall in front of them. Was this really a dead end? Leon looked ahead, listening to the words full of confusion about how this was possible and that this was definitely the place. The hero looked to the side. Seeing one of the bricks in the wall, he said that he thought he understood. Imagining the man chasing Radford, it was said that, unlike him, who grew up as a thief in a small village, Leon grew up with many stories. At the same time, Leon read books. Now, he pressed one of the bricks in the wall. Thanks to this, his imagination works better in such situations. Light appeared from behind the wall. Both looked ahead in surprise. A long corridor opened in front of them. The guy with big ears opened his mouth in surprise, thinking that judging by the fact that there was so much space and light, this must be the same passage. Looking at Leon, he did not understand how he knew. Was it because he was an aristocrat? Leon chuckled. Raising his hands, the hero thought that he could finally escape. Radford introduced the others, thinking about how much suffering he had to endure during this time. Words were heard in the corridor for Radford to hurry, to which he agreed. A cart appeared on the street. Someone touched a barrel on it. As the worker walked around the cart, it was said that there were several rules for them. They were not to talk about what they saw, initiate conversations, ask questions, and so on. Leon and Radford stood in front of them. If priests or students from the other end of the road appeared in front of the workers would not say anything. Looking at his comrade, the hero said that their disinterest was astonishing, to which the latter replied that he thought they were not seen. Putting a finger to his face, the hero thought that if so, then they did not need to try to seem unsuspicious. Approaching the man, the guy wanted to ask a question. Putting his hand on his chest, Leon asked if they could go with them, to which he replied yes, they were almost done with the work, so the guys could sit down and rest. The creaking of the wheel was heard. Sitting in the cart, the guy thought about how to calm down. The problems were behind him. Radford looked at him in fascination, and the hero noted that his gaze made him feel awkward. Seeing the workers, he also noted that they were still silent. Then he looked away, realizing that this world was difficult. Imagining a skull above the academy building, he also noted that it was a symbol of the Empire of Magicians, which meant that it had a lot of enemies. Looking at the supplies in the cart, he reasoned that there were not only political forces here, but important things were also brought in and taken out of here. Frowning, the hero thought that maybe they ordered the workers to be vigilant, but he still could not believe that they were luring students here and not letting them out. The cart stopped in the middle of the forest. The hero looked out and asked why, but he frowned, seeing something in front of him. Someone was standing near one of the workers. A slight smile was visible on her face. Seeing Garcia, the hero did not understand what the professor was doing here. Frowning, at first he thought that they were caught, but noticing the general mood, he decided that this was unlikely. The mouse pointed at the professor and turned to the hero, but he gave him a sign to be quieter. Several similar carts were driving behind him. He also said that he doubted that they were noticed. Looking at his comrade with a smile, Leon suggested just watching. Then he looked to the side. The girl looked at the box in her hands, and the hero kept thinking, what brought her here? A glow appeared from this box. The professor remembered Asu, who said that people from the Imperial Inner Circle families would be waiting outside the school, and asked to deliver this. Garcia thought that delivering artifacts every month was rather inconvenient. Two frightened people were sitting next to her. Looking at them with a smile, she thought that even this scared them. The guy with the rabbit ears looked down. Then he grabbed his sword. Looking at his comrade, this guy told him to take out his sword. The girl was surprised, asking if they were really willing to go so far just because she smiled. Frowning, he replied that it was not about her, but the boss was sounding the alarm because an incident had happened. Garcia opened her mouth in surprise. Suddenly, in the moonlight, words were heard that this was the last warning. One of the workers pointed to the men in cloaks, telling them to identify themselves now. Raising his hands, one of them said that they were just merchants who were passing by. The man with a mustache repeated about the merchants. One of them had a weapon hidden behind his back, which he pointed out, saying that he noticed it. Then the guy grabbed his cloak. After tearing it off, he noted that even the porters at this school were unusual, and a question was heard. Are they soldiers or mercenaries? Looking at another worker, the man ordered everyone to line up. Those standing raised their crossbows on command. They fired arrows upon hearing the command to fire. The hooded guy watched her approach. A certain sound was heard. Holding the weapon in his hands, he called it stupidity, asking about the fact that the others thought that they came here unprepared. The two men looked at them in amazement, noting that they were not simple thieves, and asked who. From under the mask, an appeal to them was heard. The bandit, lowering his eyes, said that right now they were helping the magicians uniting the empire. The accompanying wagons opened their mouths, hearing the offer to throw down their weapons and surrender in order to save the empire from corruption. The red-haired man was stunned, realizing who was in front of him. Seeing the armed men, he said that they were anti-magic terrorists who denied magic. The attacker put his weapon aside and said that this was the last warning. They rushed forward, saying that they would kill them for the glory of the Twilight team. A glow appeared near the staff. The barrier covered the people when the curtain of order was applied. The terrorists crashed into it. Turning around, the man was glad that the professor was with them. Garcia smiled, noting that she managed to cut off the attackers with the barrier. But looking to the side, she also thought that the situation was not the best. Seeing the attackers, she thought that her enemies were people from the Twilight team who killed countless mages, and it would be difficult for her to resist them for long. The girl raised her hands above her head. Several magical birds appeared in the sky. Imagining the academy building, she decided that all she could do was send a request for help and hold on. The girl saw one of the attackers look at the other, thinking that they should wait for the director, and heard that they wanted to use something. A bright ball appeared on the ground. Blue light rushed into it. The bandit held it in his hands. The two of them were surrounded by a glow. Garcia watched in surprise as the barrier was destroyed. The professor looked at her hand, realizing that her mana was dissipating. The red-haired man looked at her, asking what was happening. She answered that not all mages are strong. Looking down, she also said that there are many ways to disarm the spell, for example, like this item, which disperses mana over a large area. The sphere continued to absorb mana. The interlocutor opened his mouth, hearing that this was probably an ancient relic. Having presented various objects, he clarified that she was talking about those jewels that sometimes appear in the ruins of the dungeon, and wondered how the attackers got it. The bandits continued to absorb mana. Seeing the mana coming from her, the girl thought that it was being absorbed every time she tried to use it, which meant that she couldn't hold the spell for long, and thought about what to do. Someone jumped up behind her. The bandit raised his sword behind his back, telling her that she was an evil mage, and let her taste divine retribution. Garcia looked behind her in surprise, not understanding how he managed to get there. The attacker frowned. Suddenly, something hit him. From this, he fell to the ground. The professor and the man opened their mouths in surprise. Seeing the bandit lying on the ground, they did not understand why he simply lost consciousness, whose silhouette touched the ground. Lehan, with a staff on his shoulder, looked at them, hearing that the professor was sure that there was no one nearby. Lehan peeked out from behind the cart 10 minutes ago, hearing that this was the last warning and they would kill them for the glory of the Twilight team. Radford stood behind him when the guy said something about the director's traps, and asked what they should do. He looked at his comrade, hearing about hiding somewhere here. The hero also said something in his ear. Crouching by the cart, he asked what Leon would do, and he replied that he had a plan. Taking a step, the hero thought that this Twilight team was like an anti-mage group, and most likely, the situation would get worse if he did not stand in their way. His body gained a glow from using night concealment. Garcia looked at the bandit, saying that there was no one nearby. The hero approached her, saying that it was him. The professor was surprised that a student was here. The girl looked around, asking where he was, to which Leon replied that it was invisibility magic. Frowning, he told her to give orders first. Turning around, Garcia agreed, telling everyone to grab their weapons and that she had sent a request for help to the school and that people should be arriving soon. Several crossbows fired. More bandits rushed towards them and Garcia told Leon to remain invisible. One of the attackers blocked the arrow. Frowning, the hero noted that these were crazy moves and they were all martial arts experts. Pulling his hand aside, the guy asked why the professor didn't use magic and she replied that it was because of the artifact that absorbed it. Also frowning, she asked why does he manage to remain invisible, but she remembered how she pointed at him earlier. Then she clapped her hands and said that he had an infinite supply of mana and asked to borrow it. Touching her hand, Lehan agreed. A glow appeared around their palms. The girl held her staff tightly. A huge crystal appeared above her head when using the indestructible spear. Looking at this, the hero noted that this was an amazing ability. The bandits looked at the spear, not understanding what it was. The crystal was quickly heading towards them. The attackers stepped back, noticing this. An absorbing sphere lay on the ground. A powerful explosion sounded. Cracks appeared on the sphere. Now it exploded. Surrounded by streams of mana, Garcia said that the mana was returning to her. The professor decided to finish off the attackers. A bright glow appeared near her staff. The beast rushed forward when using the flesh-tearing Thunder Wolf. Looking at this, the bandits decided to run. Leon's attention was attracted by something. Standing behind Garcia, he noticed that her mother was leaking away somewhere, although a little. A dim glow emanated from the sphere. The guy paid attention to it. Turning to the girl, he said that the relic was still functioning. Several bandits immediately surrounded her, shouting about not letting the mage attack. Frowning, she said that she did not have time to deal with the relic. Then Leon rushed forward. He struck one of the attackers. The others saw him fall to the ground, saying that there was no one here. One of the bandits clenched his fist, telling the others to calm down, and it was obvious that there was someone invisible. Leon threw himself back after receiving the blow. He was surprised that the enemies reacted so quickly. The guy looked at the bandit in front of him. Holding a weapon in his hands, he noted that his aura was slightly different from the others. Seeing how Garcia fought with the others, he decided that he should not let him near the professor. Leon put on his hood. The bandits were surprised to see how he appeared when using disclosure in the morning. Frowning, the bandit said that he did not expect that they would be outwitted by a boy and he would make them pay for it. Looking at him, Leon asked, does he really think he is that stupid? Then he rushed forward. Approaching the sphere, he asked them why he should fight them. The attacker took the knife in his hands, hearing about how the guy was running to the relic, and said to grab him and not let him get to it. His silhouette began to disappear again. When he thought that it would be dangerous to face them directly, they used concealment in the night. The leader headed in his direction, telling the others that he would deal with him and let them deal with the magician. Looking back, Leon thought only about calm. He took out a metal ball. Then on the rules towards the enemy, one of the balls hit the bandit. Leon took the ball in his hand, hearing that he was using some kind of weapon, and also it seemed that he was not just a boy. The heroes again headed forward. Frowning, the guy noted that the feeling was different from those in the lesson and his brain seemed to be burning. Seeing the bandits behind him, he also noted that he needed to concentrate, because if he made even a small mistake, he could die. Bright lines flashed through his head from the thoughts of shooting an iron ball, returning it and repeating. He clenched his teeth, feeling something. Drops of blood fell to the ground. Blood was coming from his nose. He looked at it in surprise. The enemies were chasing Leon. Wiping the blood with his hand, he was surprised by it and thought that perhaps the mana had run out. Noticing the glow of his belt, he nevertheless came to the conclusion that this was not the case. Turning around, he also thought that perhaps he had concentrated too much. Seeing himself again, he decided that in any case, he could not hesitate. Noticing the glow from the sphere, Leon realized that the relic had activated again. Directing the balls at the bandits, the hero tried to stop them. One of the balls approached the bandit. Leon looked back in surprise. The bandit cut the metal ball with a blade. A trail of blood passed by his face. Turning around, the bandit told the others to follow the scent from the side of the relic. The bandits ran up to Leon, who thought that he was very close. The guy picked up a sword lying nearby. He rushed at one of the bandits and decided that he needed to hit first. The swing of the blade left a bright mark. Seeing his fallen comrade, the bandit noticed the wounds from the sword, deciding that the hero had changed weapons. Another bandit picked up a bag, hearing that he needed to throw some light dust in that direction. A bright glow appeared near Leon. Blood began to flow from his nose again. Seeing it shine, someone said that he noticed the splattered dust. Seeing how the bandits looked at each other, the hero thought that perhaps he should abandon the idea of destroying the relic. But, looking to the side, it seems that he thought of something. One of them bent down to the ground, saying that they saw blood, and for sure it was the one they were looking for. Their leader pointed at them, told them to calm down. Bringing his hand to his face, he also noted that they would continue to follow the scent. Seeing the bodies of his comrades, he realized that all the scents were moving. Frowning, the bandit said that they couldn't let them attack from behind and that the enemy was probably somewhere close. The bandits behind him took a hit. The leader watched as they fell to the ground. Frowning, he said that this was an amazingly excellent decision. Leon took a step. He stood behind the bandit, hearing that as soon as they surrounded him, he decided to hide among the wounded. Taking off his mask, the bandit said that he hadn't met such a person for a long time. Then he picked up the sword. Bringing the sword to his face, the bandit introduced himself as Garax. A bright aura surrounded him. He said that from now on, he would fight seriously. Garax took a step forward, noting that since the hero hid his scent, does that mean he thinks he hid thanks to his ridiculous spell? Leon blocked the attack. Gritting his teeth, the boy couldn't understand how he managed it. Looking straight at him, the bandit said that it was easy to catch him, and he could hear his breath very clearly. Jumping back, Garax told him that he could be identified by more than just his smell, and thanked him for killing a couple of people, and now he could be heard even better. Frowning, he said that it was time to end this. Several magical blades appeared. These blades surrounded Garax, after which they headed towards Leon. The boy managed to avoid the attack. His footsteps made a sound. The blades sank into the ground next to him. The hero stood next to the marks on the ground, thinking that if he was just one step closer, he would be in great trouble. Watching as the enemy attacked him again, he noted that his swordsmanship was superior to his. Frowning, the hero could not believe that he could only block the blows of a man who did not even see him. Garax's eyes glowed brightly. His sword was covered in red lines. Lian held back the enemy's onslaught. The boy clenched his teeth. After Lian fell to the ground, looking at his trembling hand, he realized that he was now truly in danger. Seeing the bandit in front of him, the boy noted that perhaps he was in the aura stage that Alrarlong mentioned. Standing above him, Garax noted that, judging by his breathing, the hero was scared. The blade was at his neck. The bandit stretched out his hand forward, saying that he was curious about what Lian's face looked like in fear. Frowning, the hero understood that he could not die like this. Remembering the enemy's blow, he noted that he had heard that experienced swordsmen could fill a sword with mana. Then he imagined Alrarlong's face. Taking the hilt of the sword, he still thought about the fact that he had trained to control it. Garax saw a bright light in front of him. The swing of the blade left a mark. The bandit repelled the attack. Gritting his teeth, he didn't understand what was happening. Opening his mouth, the hero said that it worked. Pulling his hand back, Lian thought about how he had so much mana and couldn't think of where to direct it. Smiling, he decided to put it all into the sword. Garax fell to the ground. Blood was flowing out of him. His eyes became smaller from fear, and he thought that a simple swing of the sword couldn't be that powerful. Seeing Lian appear in front of him, he realized what he just did. Leaning on his hand, the bandit decided that he wouldn't back down so easily. Looking at the glow around the hero, he decided that he had to kill him. Lian was breathing heavily. Opening his eyes in surprise, he realized that he couldn't move. Trying to hit his hand, he thought that maybe this was a side effect of using a huge amount of mana. Then he saw Garax get up. The bandit took a step. He raised his sword behind his back and shouted for the hero to die. The attacker opened his mouth. Lian raised his hand to his chest. Suddenly, blood began to flow from Garax's mouth. The bandit fell to the ground. Lian leaned over him. He saw blood coming out of the bandit's mouth. The guy clenched his hand into a fist. Looking at the lying man, he thought about how he vomited blood, lost consciousness, and it seemed that his attack using mana worked. Lian himself lay down on the ground, saying that he survived. Looking to the side, the hero also thought about the professor. Garcia ran towards him, shouting the guy's name. Sitting down next to him, the girl asked how he, the hero, thought about how she coped because the enemies surrounded her. The professor's face was worried. He noticed many corpses behind her. Lian smiled confusedly when Garcia decided to check his pulse and thought that he should not have worried at all. The professor looked at him with a smile. He thought that maybe she would have coped on her own. Closing her eyes, the girl said that now he can rest. A bright glow was visible from the academy building. The professor noted that their most reliable reinforcements were already on the way. Asu appeared in the sky. Looking at him with a smile, Lian was surprised that he was happy to see him. His eyes slowly closed. Closing them completely, he decided that he needed to rest. The workers were dragging corpses. Clouds were visible in the night sky. Asu turned to Garcia. The professor was sitting on a cart. The director apologized for putting her in danger. He should have guessed that something like this could happen. The girl raised her hands with a smile. Looking at her, he heard that no one expected the notorious Twilight team to come here. Greg appeared next to them, saying that this was not true. The man closed his eyes, adding that he should have taken into account something. Frowning, Asu signaled the man to shut up. The professor looked behind him when the director asked, "Who is this?" Seeing the bandit's face, he replied that it was Garax. He introduced him surrounded by chains, saying that he was quite influential even in the Twilight team and so good at fighting that he was nicknamed the Magic Killer. Looking at him, the director said that the bandit was still breathing and he would take him on. Then he looked down. A little further away lay the bodies of defeated bandits. Noticing the iron ball, he thought that judging by the traces of the battle, mercenaries do not fight like this. After which Asu looked into the carriage. Seeing Lihan lying in it, the skull wondered what he was doing here. Taking a close look at Lihan, the director also wondered who was raised in his family. Asu looked at Garcia in surprise, who said that if it were not for the boy, she really would have been in danger and therefore asked to forgive him this time. The professor opened his mouth in surprise, hearing that this was not all. Looking at the iron balls, he said that it was unexpected that the new student could use magic in such a difficult fight, and he was incredibly talented. Both looked at Lihan again. The director also noted that from what the mercenaries said, he defeated them with more than just magic. Asu imagined his fight with the bandits. The skull began to glow brighter, saying that it was very interesting. The director licked his teeth. Frowning, he also said that he needed the guy. His eye began to glow brighter from the words about soul succession, in which everything is passed on to only one person. Looking at Lihan with great interest, he said that he wanted to raise him based on this traditional way, but Garcia said that if he did so, His Majesty would come for him. Scratching his head, the director said that there was nothing he could do, because he himself created the rules by which all students should be trained equally. Looking at the unconscious hero, the director thought that he would hold off for now, since there would be many more opportunities to train him. Leon was currently in a nightmare. A glow appeared from the skull's mouth. Several skeletons appeared in front of him. The skeletons looked at Asu, hearing them clean up here and reward the mercenaries generously for their work. The skull frowned again. Seeing the bright sphere on the ground, he also told them not to forget to pick it up. Afterwards, the director looked at Greg. The man turned around, hearing the question, "What is he doing?" Looking at the corpses of the bandits, he replied that he was examining the strange poses of the invaders, to which Asu agreed. Looking closely at the corpse, the skull asked, "Is this Leon?" Frowning, he also asked, "What kind of magic is this, and is the student already at this level?" Garcia raised her hand. Covering her face with her hand, she said that she did it by simply hitting them. White clouds floated across the sky. The hero was lying in bed. Without opening his eyes, he felt a soft warmth around him, surprised that he was being taken care of. However, looking to the side, he seemed to recognize the place. Asu was looking right at him, seeing that he was awake. The hero jumped out of bed, surprised that the principal was here. The boy looked around, but Garcia said that everything was fine. Putting a hand on his chest, she said that he must have been very shocked by the attack, noting that he did well. She was by his bed with the principal. He remembered himself after the fight, noting that the professor came to him before he lost consciousness. Frowning, Asu said that he did well, to which the hero thanked him. Looking at Garcia, who was smiling, the boy hoped that they would forgive him. After all, he helped the professor. Frowning, the principal said that he had not forgotten that he tried to leave the school grounds. Leon covered his face with his hands as the girl apologized, saying that he tried to help her. The hero looked at the director, who asked how he managed to get through the vault. He smiled in confusion when he heard that he must have picked up one of the keys that he left behind, and thought about how he knew it was a trap. Staring at him, the other man noted that it must have been incredibly difficult to throw the vault guard off his trail. Turning away, Leon replied that he did not understand what he was talking about, and the director said that it was shameful to pretend to be stupid. Leon clenched his fist in frustration when he heard that he would not use this route again. Asu looked out the window. The stars were visible in the sky. The hero looked down when the skull addressed him, bringing his hand to his jaw. He said that he was truly grateful for his bravery. Looking at the hero, the director also noted his bravery during the battle with the Twilight team to protect the workers and the professor. He extended his hand forward. The blade of the sword gleamed brightly. He said that he was giving the famous sword Morning Star. Leon held it in his hands. The boy frowned. The principal put his finger to his mouth when he said that it was the sword that the Twilight team wielded, and wondered if it was okay to give it to a student. Extending his hand again, Asu wanted to give something else. The hero was looking at the badge when the other person asked to take it. This badge said that it was an exit permit. Leon extended his trembling hands to it. Looking at the pass in his hand in surprise, Leon repeated that it was for going outside. Leon imagined telling the other students that he was going outside, and this brought a gleam to his eyes. The hero bowed to the principal, saying that he would try his best to serve him. The boy brought the pass to his face, and when Asu asked him how he was feeling, he replied that he was fine. Smiling sweetly, the skull offered to discuss his punishment. Leon looked at him in confusion. Putting his hand to his forehead, the director asked him not to look at him like that because it hurt him. Frowning, the guy heard that he was not being punished for trying to escape and asked for what. Peeking through his fingers, Asu answered for getting caught. The hero smiled nervously, thinking that he should have just kept his head down. Asu looked out the window. Seeing the rays of the sun, he said that the guy should think of another way to escape. Many doors were visible. Leon was standing behind one of them. The director told him to think here until the next dawn. Pulling the handle, the guy realized that he was really locked in, calling the director strange. Then he looked to the side. Seeing a table and a bed, he noted that this punishment room was no different from a dorm. When he lay down on it, he decided that it was not so bad here and even more comfortable than it was after graduation. One of the skeletons was walking down the corridor. Leon looked at the door when there was a knock on it. The skeleton left a basket of food. The boy looked at it in surprise. There was a variety of food inside. Raising his hand, he was surprised that the food for the punished was very good. The skeleton behind the door said that he was dreaming. He imagined Garcia saying that it was a gift from her, and Leon asked him to convey his gratitude to her. More food fell into his cell when the skeleton said that this was not all. Later, the boy sat covered in various treats. Leon took a sip of tea. He was sitting at the table. Remembering his fight with the bandit, he noted that it was a fierce battle, and now remembering, he understands that he barely managed to survive. Remembering the metal balls, noting that if he had not gone to combat training, but stopped and decided that he did not even want to think about it. Now he controlled these balls above his head. Taking one of them in his hand, the hero said that now he can describe a perfect circle with the metal ball, and there is definitely progress. Thinking back to Professor Greg, he thought that he hadn't lied about being in extreme situations being the shortest path to progress, but as he laid his head on the table, he also noted that he would most likely die if he decided to level up like that again. Tears streamed down his face as he thought about never putting mana into items again, and that this time he had survived solely due to luck. Leon imagined himself on a poster with the caption of the stupidest death of the year, noting that he didn't want to end up on the pages of the Imperial newspaper for doing something stupid. Leaning back in his chair, Leon decided that enough introspection was enough. Looking to the side, the hero noted that there was only one thing he could do here. There was a book lying next to him. He looked at it carefully. The guy remembered how the skull had handed it to him before entering the punishment room, telling him to take it with him. Leon held it in his hands, hearing that at least he wouldn't get bored there, and let him read it. The guy looked away. Imagining a snake with an apple, he thought, is this a trap or a reward? On the one hand, the devil was whispering to him, saying that this was probably a reward because the director was also a person and he was probably also sorry. And on the other hand, the angel was saying that this was a trap and the director would never feel sorry for him. Imagining Asu, the hero himself thought that he was actually a flying skull, not a person. He threw the little devil aside, deciding that it was a trap and it was better not to read it. Suddenly, the pages of the book began to turn. When it opened on a certain page, he was surprised that the book did it itself. The letters rose by themselves. The guy raised his hand, seeing how they were approaching him. Leon closed his eyes. Putting his hands on his head, he noted that the knowledge was taken away by itself. Gritting his teeth, he only wondered what they wanted to teach him. Asu appeared in front of him. Leon looked at him in confusion. Frowning, he heard a demand to say something and asked, "What is he talking about?" The director looked down at him, demanding to say the name of the spell in his head. The hero hung in the air in front of him. He did not know what kind of spell it was because he had never studied it or heard of it. But, removing his hands from his head, he noticed that something had appeared there. Surrounded by letters, he said about the deceptive gate of the Gonadults. Asu narrowed his eyes. Leon was still surrounded by a glow, hearing that it was true. The chair fell to the floor. The book slammed shut. The confused guy sat on the floor, so he silently looked up. Seeing the book in front of him, he did not understand what it was, and did the director really cast a spell on it? The hero fell on his back. Smiling, he thought that he could not foresee anything else, but the spell called Deceptive Step of Gonadults remained clearly in his mind. Reaching for the apple, he also thought that he would hardly be able to use it, but it was amazing that it was possible to learn spells like this. Biting it, he came to the conclusion that this was to be expected from a crazy skeleton. Looking at the candles under the ceiling, Leon thought that he probably had no reason to do this, but he did not know yet. The director bit his lip in a desperate desire to teach someone, but he restrained himself because the other professors were against it. The guy noticed something. Standing up and looking to the side, he noticed something. Then he looked back in the other direction, not understanding what it was, and did he hear wrong? A blow was heard from the wall next to him. Then he noticed that someone was knocking on it, and was there really someone behind it? Leon frowned. Someone knocked again. Looking at the wall, he heard the question, "What year are you in?" Frowning slightly, Leon noted that it was straightforward and replied that he was a first year. The dark figure smiled, calling him Iron, and noted that it was hard for him. The hero was surprised to hear that the interlocutor was gold. He imagined gold bars and coins, noting that this was a title given to seniors. Looking at the wall, Leon noted that it was a senior and said that he was glad to meet him. He opened his eyes in surprise, thinking why a senior was in the punishment room, since freshmen were forbidden to leave the campus. He seemed to be surrounded by a dark aura from the thought that there were no such restrictions for seniors. The guy was carrying a chair, hearing the question what was he guilty of, and answered that he was caught when he tried to escape. Sitting next to the wall, he heard the interlocutor say that the newcomers this year were very nimble, and asked the interlocutor why he was here. From behind the wall, the voice said that it was possible to speak more simply, noted that after graduation, all of them would become magicians anyway. The dark silhouette smiled when the hero asked him again why was he caught. The stranger raised his finger to his face, noting that Leon asked without hesitation, and tried to choose the right answer. The hero's mouth fell open, hearing that the interlocutor failed his experiment. Hearing how the guy behind the wall also moved his chair, he asked, "Is this really why they sent him here?" noting that it was too cruel, but he replied that it was not surprising, and such things happen here quite often. Sitting down, he also said that they needed some materials for the experiment, but he was unable to get them in time. The interlocutor remembered carrying a certain box, saying that he went to the director's secret storage to steal. Leon frowned, hearing that he had fallen into a trap, and realized that he was there to steal. Putting his hand on his chest, the hero decided that he would not ask any more questions, because in this place one could forget about common sense. After which he lowered his head. Looking at the entrance, he thought that more importantly, he never wanted to end up here again. Raising his hand to his mouth, Leon asked if the interlocutor knew of other escape routes if the underground tunnel was no longer usable. The stranger put his hand on his hand. Then he extended it towards the wall, asking how much does the guy want and why would he even tell this. Taking a deep breath, Leon replied that he expected such an answer. Standing up, he suddenly called the guard. Frowning, the interlocutor wondered what he was planning. The skeleton passed by the doors. Hearing a knock on the door, he was frightened. The lower window of the door opened, and the stranger thought about increasing the time of his punishment. Suddenly, food appeared in his hands. From behind the door, the guy heard that it was passed to him from the next room. The stranger frowned. Holding a cup in his hand, Leon heard sounds behind the wall. He smiled when the other asked him where he got all this from in the punishment room, and answered that he was given a gift. Sitting on one knee, the guy thought about how unexpected it was that the interlocutor managed to get such food into this room. He imagined Leon towering over himself, wondering who he was. The stranger silently lowered his head. The hero looked at the wall with satisfaction, hearing what the interlocutor was going to tell him, and did not notice the power of the gifts. Getting up from the table, the hero heard that the guy behind the wall wanted to clarify something. Slightly opening his mouth, he said that he had heard about this method from his seniors, but had not actually used it. Sitting back down on the chair, Leon noted that the information was unverified. A bright light appeared above his head when he thought that he was in no position to choose, and told the interlocutor that he would make a decision himself when he heard. The hero walked with Yoner through the forest the next day. The girl looked at her comrade, and, analyzing, she knew approximately what had happened. Seeing Leon looking at the notebook, she thought that she would never have believed that he would do chores right after what happened to him, and sometimes he scares her. The guy stopped. Looking at the barn in front of him, he said that in the end they did not come to the stable today. He remembered the interlocutor and his words about whether he had heard about the tallest spire of the main building. Imagining this building, he also remembered the words about a certain bread that no one knows about. The hero imagined Choidar riding a bird, and said that this was probably a stable for the professor's winged beasts to ride, and also a resting place for the Imperial Eagle carrier. Imagining the eagle crossing the barrier, he noted that these beasts received a special blessing that allowed them to safely overcome the school's barriers. Leon looked at the high wall of the academy, thinking that this might be true. But, frowning, he realized that there was no way he could ride it because this was a special place. Touching the gate, he also noted that there was a small chance. The guy swung the gate open. Smiling, he decided that while there was a chance, he should try. The students inside looked at him. The girl looked at him in shock, calling his last name. Frowning, she said that she knew. The guy nearby wondered, why is he here? When Leon looked at her, she turned away. The hero said that it was time to stop judging others by their families. The owner smiled, thinking that they were acting like this because of the rumors about him. Someone extended his hand, addressing Leon. Radford smiled, looking at him. The guy bowed, wishing good morning. The boy looked around in confusion, asking him why he was addressing him formally again, and asked him to speak calmly like last time. The students behind him whispered when he replied that he thought it was too impolite to Leon, and that it was his own will. The hero thought, shaking a little, that the misunderstanding was getting bigger. Radford looked at the interlocutor with confidence when he said that he could raise his head, and asked what he wanted to say. The boy remembered watching the boxes, saying that he did as he was asked, and soon after he left, the director and the professor arrived to settle the situation. Then he reached into the chest, saying that the workers had left, and he took advantage of the situation to do so. Now he had the chest in his hands. Inside were many flasks, and he said that he brought the hero something useful. The bright light fell on Lehan and Yoner's faces. Radford said that they could only bring small ones, because they had to hide everything in their pockets. Looking closely at the flasks, the hero thought that even from their appearance it was clear that these items were quite expensive, and he could not believe that in that situation the interlocutor managed to take out such precious items. He put his hand on his shoulder. Raising his thumb, Leon called him amazing, saying that this was to be expected from the best thief. Smiling confusedly, Radford thanked him. Later, the three of them sat nearby, and Leon asked what are they for. Looking at one potion, the girl said that it seemed to have alcohol in it. Frowning, the hero asked again about alcohol, but the interlocutor said that it was not in all of them. The rest of the flasks were in the chest. It was noted that if they wanted to determine for sure, they needed to be examined. Putting the chest aside, Leon thanked Radford, who said that it was an honor for him to give such a gift, but the hero again asked him not to be so prim. Someone's footsteps were heard. Nilia smiled, saying that she was back. She saw Leon offering Radford to take care of the horses together. He and Yoner looked at their comrade with a smile, saying that their new friend from the Turtle Tower was very useful, and the girl called him talented, but the guy noted that it was more likely that I need other friends from this tower. The blonde opened her mouth in shock. The hero looked in her direction. Seeing Nilia sitting on the floor, he asked when did she come. Getting up, the girl noticed that they had a new friend. Then she rushed to the exit, shouting that they no longer needed her. Yoner asked what is she talking about. Small birds were sitting on the roof. The girl awkwardly put her hand behind her head, saying that she misunderstood. Yoner sat next to him, saying that it couldn't be. Radford tried to say that he was not a friend but a servant, but the hero shut him up. The horses showed their teeth when Lian offered to take care of them. The boy approached the white one. Seeing her face, he noted that she looked calm, or was she pretending? He saw his comrades and noted the behavior of the others. The white horse raised its head. Lian dodged his attack. The horse opened its eyes in surprise. Smiling, he thought about how he knew that it would not be easy, and so he prepared something. A brush appeared in his hand. The horse looked indignant when the boy stroked it, calling it a baby. Steam came out of its nose. Nilia turned around. The horse and Lian seemed to be on fire. She said that it seemed like a massacre was about to begin. Candlelight was visible near the wall. The boy fell to the floor. The horse also looked tired. Still, he looked at the brush with distrust. While petting the horse, the hero noticed that the horse was completely exhausted. The animal closed its eyes, and Lian could not believe that it took so much to brush it. Judging by his face, he wondered if the other horses were the same. His comrades looked shabby. Radford said that the horse had just begun to obey him. Nilia supported him, saying that she had also become close to hers. The guy looked tiredly at Yoner when she asked how he was. The horses turned their heads away. When Lian looked at him, and a question was heard about whether it was really not yet. Raising her hand to her face, the blonde noted that usually by this time animals begin to open up. The guy with ears supported her, saying that he saw such a horse for the first time. Turning to the horse, Lian thought that perhaps this was actually a monster. He imagined the professors' faces, noting their vile personalities and how they had established a reign of terror under the guise of a school. Seeing the white horse, he also noted that it was quite possible. The horse glared at the hero, who thought that he might be related to the monster by blood. But shaking his head, Lian still decided that they couldn't have gone that far. The bright sun shone on Urigolm's house. A fire was burning in the fireplace. While pouring tea, Choidar, the man, noted that the first years often visited the stables. Taking a sip, the woman replied that she had chosen many horses with terrible personalities, but if the students tried sincerely, the beasts would open up to them. Smiling, she added that if they decided to be lazy or something, they would regret it greatly. Urigolm only sighed, hearing her laughter. She put the mug down when he asked her if Lian was doing well, and said he was a good kid, so yes. The man refilled her mug. She said that although the griffin was hard to handle, if he tried, he would be resourceful, and if luck was on his side, they would become close. The man's eyes widened. The drink spilled over the edges. Choidar pulled her hand away, telling him to stop daydreaming. But then she covered her mouth when he asked her about the griffin. She looked at him angrily and only said that she couldn't say that and he had misheard. Frowning, Urigolm demanded the truth. The hero led his horse down the street, and the man asked the woman if she really turned the griffin into a horse. Having noticed the creature, someone noted that the griffin is a monster with the head and wings of an eagle, as well as the body of a lion. This species is arrogant and picky. It is not easy for them to recognize their owners. The hero continued to narrate that depending on the region, their characters may differ, but one thing is certain. The bearded man turned blue and said that a first-year student should not take on this. She is in her right mind. The blonde covered her ears when the big guy continued to ask what she did to his student, and what if he gets injured and has to take a break. The girl frowned and asked in response, and he is in his right mind, dares to raise his voice to the elder, to which he loudly answered how she could turn the griffin into a horse. The glass broke from screams. The heroine screamed, "It is safe." She made sure that his physical data was like a horse. He thinks the griffin has the intelligence of a slug or someone similar. When the usual dispute of gnomes took place, it was clear weather. People were walking horses. The protagonist touched the white horse with a belt around his neck and said, "Calm down." Then he turned his attention to the items and asked. He didn't like pointless fights either. The brunette laughed, and the horse blew air out of its nose. After petting the animal, the protagonist thought, considering that this equipment was fine, he should have much more mana than he expected. Was he really an admixture of a monster or something like that? Looking at the belt, he continued his thought, or maybe the mana consumption of these items is low. After that, they walked forward, and the guy thought that he would have to find a way to increase it then. Suddenly, they stopped and the guy asked if he wanted to rest. Yellow-Eyed smiled and thought now he was communicating with him, and before he was so aggressive, they were becoming friends. Then he extended his hand and told him to take more sugar. The white horse did not want to admit it, but he felt himself slowly submitting to the boy. The sugar cubes were sweet, a taste he had never experienced in the wild. The beast's eyes widened as he thought, no, this is wrong. The ancient wild blood in his veins was awakening his ego again. He couldn't give up like this. The protagonist looked away and thought he was close, but he was worried. He then thought about it and asked how he could increase his mana consumption rate. The white horse gritted his teeth. Looking at her, the brunette asked what he was tired. A voice was heard in the basic alchemy class. One of the heroes, standing in front of the doors, asked if they were outside today. Standing near the building, he asked why the class was in a separate building. The red-eyed girl opened the door slightly and looked inside. Looking at the decor, she said it was so cozy and warm here, she was less worried than usual. The guy approached her and told her not to be fooled, he could have hidden monsters here. The protagonist watched the heroes, one of whom was shouting to come closer and prepare for the monster's ambush, and the second was telling Your Highness that they would protect her. The brunette chuckled and thought that they were all wary. Then he turned around when someone told him not to worry. The green-haired one covered his face with his hand and added that they would not lose either. The protagonist waved his hand and replied, no, there was no need for that. The professor entered the room and asked if they were not going to enter, let them take their places, to which the guy replied, yes. The blue-haired man stood behind the dwarf and asked why they weren't outside today. He spread his arms and added that last time he said it was important to gather ingredients from the field, to which the bearded man asked, were they going to make the medicine outside? The man continued saying that he knew what they were thinking, but they had nothing to worry about, unlike when they were doing it outdoors. The red-haired man closed his eyes, smiled and added, it was very safe and cozy inside. The heroes looked at him and thought, lie, liar, and the girl asked, was she stupid enough to believe that? The man looked at the cauldron and said that they needed to start, and for everyone to pour water into the cauldron. Raising his finger up, he said that alchemy is a composite art, every action is important. He then spread his arms and added that anyone who tried to skip even one alchemy would not be able to become an amazing alchemist, then told them to open the books, they would make a basic mana recovery potion. The protagonist looked at the book and thought, this will be difficult. At first glance, alchemy may seem much easier than other forms of magic. You might think that all you need to do is follow the instructions. But this is not the case. Alchemy is like trying to cook a complex recipe in a very short time. The professor said that they must prepare all the ingredients fresh. Then he added, and remember the methods of cooking them, as well as the instructions for efficient time management. After all, the instructions are very precise. The bearded man became angry and said it would be strange if he did not feel like his brain was squeezed dry. Then he laughed loudly and said, as expected of beginners, it is not that easy. Suddenly, he stopped and gritted his teeth. His gaze fell on Lehan. The protagonist stretched his arms forward and smiled. Then he began to chop the ingredients. He took the herb in his hands. Then he threw it into the potion cauldron. The professor glared at him. He turned blue and asked why he was so good. Looking at the guy, he thought that he looked like an alchemist who had been working in the workshop for at least 10 years. The man grinned and said, he thinks. The red-haired man folded his arms over his chest and added that geniuses really exist. The protagonist brewed the potion and looked at the teacher. Then he looked away and thought, he must be thinking so. Stirring the brew, he continued to think that this was not entirely true. Shedding a tear, he thought that he just did this all the time in his past life. The professor tried the potion. He closed his eyes and felt mana spreading through his body, so refreshing. Looking at the guy, he said that this potion was great. The protagonist closed his eyes as the man added, and he really has a lot of mana, not feeling any effect despite consuming the finished potion anyway. The dwarf turned to the heroes and shouted that they had a student who made the perfect potion. The students opened their mouths and said, Warden as, him again. The people looked forward in surprise. The green-haired man picked up the ladle and said that as expected, he really is a genius. The yellow-eyed man looked away as he continued to speak, although Sienna from the Phoenix Tower also did a great job, but his is still better, to which the guy asked, Sienna. The bespectacled hero pointed his finger at the girl and said to look. The blonde stood with her head down and her eyes closed. Looking at her, the protagonist thought, the Snake Maiden and the Flyman Order. He then noticed that Yoner was talking about them, the Flyman Order worshipping alchemy. The girl turned her head as the protagonist continued to narrate that all the servants of their order were outstanding alchemists, which meant that Sienna was also exceptional in it. The brunette looked at the lady questioningly. The green-eyed woman smiled and asked if he was from the Wardeness family. She was right, she was glad to meet him, and then introduced herself. The yellow-eyed man extended his hand in response and said, it was nice to meet you, let her feel free to talk to him casually, and thought that his potion was indeed better than hers. They shook hands, and the young man wondered if it was because she was a snake, but her body temperature was quite low. The blonde smiled sweetly and said that she would never have thought that she would meet such an outstanding priest like him, and asked if he was trained in the family to make potions, to which he replied, The professor angrily pointed at them and shouted, stop chatting, let them return to their seats, after which the protagonist suggested to continue their conversation next time. Spreading his fingers, the dwarf began to speak. Although today they all tried to make potions, their results were different, but they should not be happy or upset. Suddenly, he clenched his fist and added that this was just the beginning. Gritting his teeth, he said that they need to move forward because a really big world of alchemy awaits them with complex and surprisingly strange classes. The brunette smiled and thought how all the professors of this academy are so good at demotivating their students. Writing something on the board, the man said that this is homework. He wants them to try to make a low-ranking spiritual potion by next week. There will be a test, so they should try their best. Then he pointed his hand at the board and added that this is the recipe for making. The main components are in the box. Nelia looked forward and said, unexpectedly, thought he would just tell them the recipe himself, to which the red-haired girl replied, after all, he is a professor, he probably should have told him at least this. The heroines looked at the ingredients when one of them asked what it was. The blue-eyed girl looked at her partner and said, strange, one ingredient is missing in this box, to which the blonde replied, really, something is missing here. The girl called the professor and asked where they could find the spiritual herb in the warehouse. The red-haired man looked at her and replied, what was she talking about? They needed to find it themselves. The students asked in surprise, what? To which the fat man replied that the ingredients in the box were basic and they would find the spiritual herb there. The man pointed his finger out the window and told them to go and get it. The girls were dumbfounded when the teacher asked. He hoped that they still remembered what he told them in their first lesson. The bright sun was shining on the castle. The guy and the girl were sitting at the table. The pink-haired girl was drinking tea. The protagonist smiled and asked how she liked the wardeness special tea, and thought, although half of it is soup, to which the lady replied, the texture is a bit thick, but the tea is very tasty. The heroine looked at them. The protagonist looked away when someone said that they met Wardeness again. The green-eyed girl spread her arms and said that she was actually looking for him. She came closer when the brunette asked Siana if she was looking, to which she replied, yes, about the alchemy homework. The heroine put her hand out and added, after all, they need to make a low-ranking spiritual potion, and she thought it would be nice to gather the ingredients together. The red-eyed girl looked ahead from under her brows. The guy noticed what the students of the Phoenix Tower were seeing. The heroes grimaced when someone suggested gathering them together. The boy paused and thought, students from different dorms will work together for the first time and also establish friendly relations. The protagonist put his hand out and said he thought it was a great idea when the blonde asked if he would help gather the students from the Blue Dragon. The lady took a step forward and said then she will go, to which the boy replied, okay, see you later. The students' heads began to smoke as they stood behind the brunette and whispered. The girl looked at the protagonist and asked if he knew Siana well, to which he smiled and replied that they were taking the same alchemy classes, and why was she asking? The heroine remained silent in response. Leon smiled when she said nonsense. The protagonist leaned on the table, loomed over his partner and asked why she stopped talking. He was curious, to which she replied she didn't think it was right to talk about people behind their backs. The yellow-eyed man paused when the girl added that it might sound like gossip, even if it meant something else. Looking at her, the boy thought that he was intrigued, but she was not the type to tell something she wanted to hide. The lady raised her head. The hero extended his hands towards the statue. He then knelt down and lowered his head. The pink-haired woman looked at him and asked what he was doing. The protagonist closed his eyes, folded his hands and said that he knew it was bad to talk about people behind their backs, but it would be fine if he decided to pray to the god here. The heroine approached him and asked if he was pretending not to hear anything, to which he replied that he did not hear anything, he was just saying a prayer. Jigel shook her head and remained silent as Wardeness thought, this is not enough. Then he opened his mouth and continued the thought, then he will try something else, and said that he once almost died from an ambush of white tiger disciples, then miraculously survived. The girl looked at him in surprise, after which the brunette raised his hands and head and said, but if Siana and the others plan to do something like that while collecting ingredients, he is very scared just thinking about it. The yellow-eyed one lowered her head when the guy added, but probably God will look after him. The protagonist stole a glance at the heroine. Sitting in front of the statue, the lady said to Mr. Pressing, she will not tell this to blame or slander anyone. The protagonist closed his eyes, smiled and replied, thank you. Jigel folded her hands and said, she does not hear anything, she is just reading a prayer. Suddenly, the heroes fell silent when the guy thought that she was angry, and the girl began her story. Despite the honesty and kindness of the people in the blazing Phoenix Tower, not all of them have thrown away their material values. Envy and competition are not useful in human faith. Last week, the sun was shining fiercely in the blazing Phoenix dormitory. One day, a student made a recovery potion. He smiled and said that he tried to make it for everyone. The girl smiled and said that after drinking the potion she felt that her fatigue disappeared. The guy added that he did a really great job. After he put it down, hit the blonde on the shoulder and said that this potion was even better than those that Siana made. He turned to her and asked if she agreed. The girl grinned and replied that she was too inexperienced to compare herself to anyone. Until that moment, nothing strange happened. But the next day, Siana decided to make some recovery potion and smiling asked if anyone wanted to try it. The two approached her, and the girl thanked her, and the guy said that he felt how his fatigue completely disappeared instantly. The girl silently turned around and walked away. But here's a small correction, everyone thought that nothing was happening, but in the following days, Siana continued to offer everyone her potions. She smiled brightly and asked how they were. He smiled even wider, asking if they liked it. She was thirsty for recognition. The other priests finally realized that something was wrong. The green-haired man raised the spider up and exclaimed that she really was the best. Hearing this, she thankfully stopped. The protagonist stood silently, bewildered. Afterwards, he closed his eyes and concluded that she loved to compete. The pink-haired woman frowned and said that it was not over yet. And she continued, shortly after that incident, the priest who prepared those potions turned to Siana. He, smiling, said that her potions were really great. But she simply ignored him and walked past. The guy called her in bewilderment. Jigel looked at all this in surprise. She opened her mouth and was indignant that she intentionally ignored him. The protagonist looked at the floor in surprise, wondering how much it had hurt her that she had reacted so strongly to such a small thing. He grabbed his chin and thought about all the praise he had received during class. The half-breed opened her mouth and said that she was done, but the boy asked her to tell him a little more. Looking at the floor, she replied that she had already finished praying and had no idea what he was talking about. She left, leaving the boy alone. He gave up his fist, thinking that now that the situation had developed in such a way, he needed to be more careful in alchemy classes. Night had fallen, the stars were shining brightly. On the basics of magical law, the director was enthusiastically telling something. He opened his mouth and said that they should love each other and be in harmony, their desires did not matter, and now they could move on to homework. The brunette was in the clouds instead of listening to the lecture. The teacher waved his brush, saying that each tower must find its flag, which he distributed among the restrooms, each of them as a symbol, after which they can easily recognize it. They have time until the next lesson to bring moisture, and now they can all be free. The tired students walked slowly, barely moving their legs. The blonde looked straight ahead with an empty gaze, saying that this was a temperature lesson. In fact, he asked them to fight each other. After that, he threw up his hands indignantly. Why their flag was in the White Tiger Tower, it was useless to tell them anything. He heard that their flag was located in their tower and suggested exchanging flags. The girl shook her head, saying that these people were just barbarians and did not care about honor. Walking away, the girl suggested leaving everything as is, because doing something is a waste of time. The guy noted that this is just one homework. The young man looked away and thought that this was not good. Walking next to the girl, he thought that he could not let them give up. Refusing to do homework would be considered a failure of the grade. They still did not know what other crazy homework this academy could give them in the future, and yet they wanted to give up at this level of difficulty. He could not just lose potential points. And then the young man called out to the guys and they turned around. He looked at them seriously and told them not to give up. Everyone was happy because they assumed that he knew how to do it for them. The blue-haired man smiled and said that he knew that he had some way. Looking at the happy guys, the protagonist was surprised that they changed their minds so quickly. The guy put out his hand and told them to wait. A bright light lit up his body and he said that he understood what they were going to say. He adjusted his glasses and said that there was a 95% chance that what they were thinking would happen. They should infiltrate the White Tiger Tower. The protagonist frowned and said that he was wrong. But everyone around him started saying that it was very brave and they were ready to take part in this plan. The young man listened in surprise as he was proclaimed the leader, because it should be none other than the person who came up with the plan. The guy looked disappointed. He was in some kind of prostration, but he agreed, thinking that everyone else just didn't want to think. The whole company raised their fists in the air, shouting for the tiger idiots to wait for them, and they would leave them with nothing. Leon frowned and thought about what he knew. This wouldn't help to cultivate a good character at all. The next day, the sun was rising from behind the mountains. The young man yawned widely. Walking along the path, he looked around. Looking at the sun rising over the wall, he thought that the sunrise today was simply magnificent. Stopping, he thought that the deadline for homework was coming to an end. The boy put his hand on the door, thinking that he had no idea which homework was more difficult. He opened the door to the room. A man was sitting there. He slammed the book shut, and with a menacing look, he said that he had given out 11 seconds. The boy bowed, apologizing, and said that he had to take care of the horse. He listened attentively when the teacher said that there was no need to apologize because he was an extra of his time and not his, to which the brunette thought to himself that all professors were taught this phrase. The man raised his index finger and suggested to begin. The first task was to spin an iron ball. Leon used his magic wand to lift the ball into the air, and it began to spin above his hand. The man watched this intently, thinking that he was able to learn something new from the recent battle. His control improved faster than he expected. Then he closed his eyes, saying that it was not bad, and now he needed to put the ball back in place. The protagonist, holding the object in his hands, thanked him and thought that he said that it was not bad. putting the ball on the table, he thought that it was a rarity to hear something like that from the professor. Greg asked him directly if he had studied water magic and asked to show. The protagonist raised his hands up and said, "Splash!" A water ball appeared in the air. Looking at it, he silently thanked Professor Garcia for the punishment, that is, for the training, because now he can maintain this shape. Pointing to the ball, the teacher said to compress it to the size of an iron ball. The brunette said that he would try. He raised his hand and won, looking at the ball. Then he tried to reduce it. Controlling his hand and won, he thought that it was more difficult than it seemed. It was necessary not only to reduce the ball, but also to compact it, and this was quite difficult. After that, he carefully looked at the man who reached his hand to the metal ball. Frowning, the young man wondered why he had taken the iron ball, but then he thought that it couldn't be. Greg lifted the object into the air with force and prepared to strike, and the ball flew towards the student. He gritted his teeth and thought, "Damn professor." The ball in his hands turned into a whirlpool. It continued to spin. The iron and water balls collided. The young man closed his eyes. Both balls bounced off each other, and then both fell to the floor. The protagonist looked at this in surprise, and the vampire looked with disdain. Then he took another ball. Leon tried to stop him. The water spread at his feet, and he asked if he was going to continue throwing them. The man asked why he was asking. Leaning on the table, the protagonist replied that it was a little dangerous. The professor looked him in the eye and replied that it was effective. Closing his eyes, he said that he had already encountered something similar during the battle against the anti-war faction. The brunette listened attentively, that a crisis situation sharpens attention and instincts, which strengthens control over magic, so why was he trying to avoid it? The young man's jaw dropped from what he heard. He shook with anger, and he thought that he must not be serious because that time he almost died. The teacher raised his hand, saying that it seemed he was convinced and they should try again. Exhaling and closing his eyes, the brunette thought that he would only waste time if he continued this conversation. He raised the ball into the air. It levitated above the table, and the protagonist thought that since there was no form like the star spiritual stone or the iron ball, he should concentrate even more and focus on compacting it. The man watched this intently, and then he put his hand on the iron ball and dared to throw it into the water ball. But in this theme, the protagonist was ready for it because he had already foreseen it. But the ball appeared behind him and hit him in the back. He angrily turned back and was surprised that the ball flew from the opposite side. He grabbed his lower back, and the vampire took the third ball in his hands. Looking at the guy, he told him to concentrate. The brunette had sweat pouring down his face, and he thought that he knew one thing for sure: classes with a lot of homework are definitely better. The students were sitting in the basics of magic. The girl turned back, saying that she heard that the homework of the alchemy class was again about collecting ingredients. The guy told her that this time they would be together with students from other towers and Professor Ingerbil. The girl looked surprised and said that it worked, but she stopped and thought that this meant that Wardenez was coming too. The guy looked at them tiredly. All three looked at him, trying to calm each other down, saying that everything would be fine, and the brunette thought that they were making him angry by making friends. The doors swung open. Garcia entered the classroom, greeting the guys, and they greeted her back. She was walking up the stairs. She put her hand on her chest and said that today, instead of elementary magic, they would study other types, but she would not be the teacher. Instead, a professor was invited, who was a real expert. Everyone in the classroom was happy. The second began to discuss. One hoped that it would be a spiritual mage, because he really wanted to learn spiritual magic. The second hoped for strengthening magic, and the third for healing magic. Then the professor invited the man to enter and the door swung open sharply. The man waited for them to open completely. Everyone in the classroom was surprised that it suddenly became very cold. The man cleared his throat and went deeper into the room. He looked at the students and said that he was glad to meet them, then introduced himself as Morton. Everyone froze in bewilderment, and the man threw up his hands and said that he teaches dark magic. The hero imagined voodoo dolls and a dead man's hand sticking out of the ground, after which he thought that summoning the undead and curses are also part of dark magic. An image of an apple doused with poison arose in his imagination, and he noted that controlling the dark elements of poisons, using negative energy and the like also relates to black magic. Imagining an iridescent liquid, he thought that dark magic is a special kind that people avoid and fear. The guy and the girl trembled with fear, being in the thick of the forest. The blonde closed his eyes, holding on to the shoulders of his companion, and asked her what they should do, because, as it seemed to him, they were lost, and he was very scared. Suddenly, someone touched his shoulder and asked for forgiveness. The guys jumped and the guy screamed loudly. The girl asked what it was. Leon held a small light source to his face, asking them if they were lost. The guys looked at him and the blonde asked if the stranger was a wizard. The girl also asked if he knew how to get out of there. Closing his eyes, the guy bowed his head and said that he was busy, so he could not accompany them, but he had another idea. Summoning a skeleton, he said with a smile that his friend would help the guys get out. Suddenly, horror flashed in the girl's eyes. A few seconds later, the guys lost consciousness from fear. Coming out of his memories, the young man looked at the students and thought that they probably had the same opinion. The guys wondered if they would study dark magic at the academy, and why they should study it at all, because if people found out, they would be judged. Garcia smiled awkwardly and said that she understood their concerns, but dark magic was very mysterious and had a deep history. The old man touched his chin, looking at the students. The boys silently looked at the guest, to whom I told that they were raw gems, and in order to pave their own path, they needed to see, hear and experience a lot, so she hoped that they could show her their desire to become a true wizard. A soft smile appeared on her face and the girl said that she wanted to see wizards in them who would strive to seek knowledge without hesitation. Yona raised her eyebrows pitifully, looking at her. The woman approached the old man, closed her eyes and asked the boys about who wanted to be an assistant. Suddenly, a tense silence hung in the audience. Gainando was very surprised to see the hero raise his hand. He quickly lowered his head to the desk with his hand and asked what he was doing. The boys looked each other in the eye and the blonde, imagining the undead, said that according to rumors, if you contact a dark mage, a person will become undead. The hero asked if his friend was really a wizard. Introducing himself, having one on the run, the boy said that he always considered dark magic underestimated, because few people study it, so it is easier to get good grades in it. His comrade looked him in the eye with fear and asked if he wanted to become a dark mage. The boy replied that he was already overdoing it. Rising from his seat, the hero also noted that it was not bad to be a dark mage, because the less popular the type of magic, the further you can study it. Straightening up, the guy smiled and said that he wanted to be an assistant. The woman folded her hands and shed a tear of joy, noticing him. The hero shook his head and thought that he understood how she felt. Thinking back to how the professor was worried when the students didn't give him feedback after he barely managed to get them to attend the lecture, the boy thought that he was acting the same way. Then he remembered how the man pestered the students, asking them to ask him tricky questions, and thought that the professor must have been nervous, preparing the material in advance. He headed down the stairs after the professor asked him to go down. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable cold and wondered why the classroom was so cold. Walking up to the old man, he felt his mana and thought that this professor was emitting quite a lot of it. Looking around, the boy also thought that mana initially had no attribute, but it changed depending on the element the mage chose, and cold and gloomy mana was the hallmark of a dark mage. He closed his eyes, nodded, and decided that it was no wonder the man was not popular. The old man looked him straight in the face and said that the boy had quite a lot of mana. In the man's eyes, the young man radiated a huge amount of energy. He immediately touched his chin, hearing the boy's gratitude. Morton opened his palm, gathered mana in it and said that he would first give a small demonstration. Immediately, dark energy began to emanate from his hand. The man used undead magic. Dead people immediately began to crawl out of the floor. Skeletons and zombies began to wander around the auditorium. They began to disperse, scaring the students. One of the dead people extended his hand directly to the student, which made him scream loudly. Suddenly, the undead took each other's hands. They began to move quickly, dancing around the students. The man touched his chin, looked at the boy and awkwardly asked if it turned out well. He closed his eyes and added that he had put a lot of effort into preparing this performance. Garcia was very happy when the boy laughed and said that it was quite interesting, after which she mentally thanked him. The man also raised his hand and decided that this was enough childishness. He quickly waved his hand. The next second, the undead began to dissolve into thin air. Only mana remained from the dead. The guys looked at each other, saying that the dead, fortunately, were gone. The professor raised his hand. The guy thought that the magical demonstration was amazing. He looked at the professor suspiciously and suddenly added that he thought the man showed it because he wanted him to repeat it. Suddenly the professor shook his head and said that the boy should not worry, because he would not be asked for anything, because it would be difficult for a newbie to do so. Imagining Professor Greg, the boy thought that he wanted the vampire to hear the old man's words. The man raised his hand again, turned to the boy and asked if he could transform his mana into negative energy, to which the boy answered in the affirmative. He took out a wand from his pocket. The woman watched from the side with a smile. She closed her eyes and thought that this would not be easy even for Leon. The girl imagined a brain and thought that wizards have to go through many trials in order to visualize the yin element, because its concept is rather vague and not uniform. Then she imagined an ice shard and noted that, for example, when a person thinks about cold, mom turns into an ice attribute. Suddenly, a dark silhouette of a person appeared in her imagination, and she thought that when a mage imagines darkness, the energy turns into a dark element, which is why the concept of the yin element is difficult to understand. She turned to the students and added that while the boy is trying, she can watch the others. Suddenly, she froze, feeling something behind her. The woman quickly looked back at Leon. Looking at how his body was enveloped in dark mana, she thought that this was impossible. The boy exhaled heavily. Waving his wand, he concentrated the energy in his hand, greatly surprising the woman with what he did. The students watched in shock. The boy used the experience he gained in both worlds. With light movements waving his wand, he thought that he simply remembered strange mathematical expressions, such as hyperbolic geometry or imaginary numbers, because he has a rather rich imagination. The man smiled happily at such a success. He raised his hands in admiration and said that the boy was quite good, then asked if he could repeat it. The boy replied that he would try. He raised his wand and concentrated the energy in front of him. Garcia touched her chin and thought in shock that the boy was really not bad, and after all, if he was too good, there was a small danger. She squeezed her eyes tightly shut and thought that he might start studying dark magic. But she couldn't let that happen because she was worried that another professor would steal her talented student. Opening her eyes, she noticed that she didn't think the boy was capable of such a thing. Suddenly, she noticed that the audience was filled with streams of dark energy. Maintaining his concentration, the boy turned to the professor and asked when he should start. Not hearing an answer, the boy looked down. The old man looked straight into his eyes, expressing no emotion. With maniacal attention, he asked the student to show what he could do and told him to continue as long as he could. The man did not take his eyes off him, while the boy thought that he had definitely gone crazy. He turned pale from the strain, and the woman thought with a smile that the professor was very happy. Looking at the discontent of the students, she noted that she should probably stop them, because a large amount of mana was starting to affect the other students. She approached the professor and asked what the next step was. The man looked at the boy and asked if she wanted to see what he could do. The woman replied that they could check it next time. He tried to object to her with a sad look. Suddenly, the woman interrupted him, leaning over menacingly, and told them to move on to the next step. Lian raised his wand and asked the professor what he should do with this mana. The man demonstratively let a stream of mana down and told the boy to wave his wand and cast a spell. The old man pointed his wand at the student and asked him to use paralysis. The hero mentally imagined the effect of paralysis and thought that it was a low-ranking curse that caused convulsions that could create weak paralysis because it was basic dark magic. The students tensed up after the guy asked who to use it on, because they thought that it would be tested on them. Lian noted that curses were different from other types of magic, because they had to be used on someone. Suddenly, the man pointed his finger at himself. He smiled softly and asked the boy to try the curse on him. The students were shocked, not believing their ears. They exhaled happily, and the boy thought that the old man looked like he could fall from a slight breeze, and although he always wanted to try magic on the professor, now he began to doubt. He walked closer to the man and asked if everything would be okay, to which the man answered yes and asked him to hurry. The boy imagined a scene where a little chick asks his mother if he can bite her, and then thought about why a first year would even bother with the professor. He raised his wand and prepared to cast a spell. The man watched with a calm expression on his face. He sighed in relief and thought that the first year's spell would do nothing to him, and as soon as the boy saw how easily he blocked his paralysis, he would immediately understand how deep dark magic was. He smiled and imagined how the boy would admire him on his knees, and he, in turn, would say that if he wanted to learn, he would be gladly taught, and then thought that this is probably how this situation would develop. The hero closed his eyes, trying to concentrate, while the man thought about whether he would look for him after the lesson. Streams of dark energy began to accumulate above the boy's head. Garcia was very surprised and thought that the boy had collected too much mana. Waved his wand, the boy used paralysis. Streams of energy quickly penetrated the professor's body. In the world, his body was shackled. The man immediately fell to the floor. The students were shocked by what they saw. The guy hurried to the old man while he was falling down. Running up to the man, he called out to him and asked if he was okay. The pale professor was lying powerlessly on the floor. The guy was already imagining how he was imprisoned for killing the professor. Suddenly, the man rested his hand on the floor. He surprised the young man by getting to his feet. The hero froze in place, looking into his face. The man continued to get up with a calm expression. He looked back at the audience with a smile and asked if everyone had seen it, because this is what low-ranking paralysis looks like. Morton looked at the guy and said that it was great. The young man sighed with relief and thanked him, thinking that he was lucky that the professor was just trying to liven up the atmosphere. The woman looked at her colleague in surprise. She frowned tensely and thought that it was strange. Taking a step forward, she noticed that the man had just been hit by a huge amount of mana, and even though he was a professor, taking such an attack without any defense definitely didn't go unnoticed. She raised her hand and asked if he was hurt. The man turned away and said that he wasn't. Suddenly, she noticed that his hand was shaking. The woman frowned, realizing that his fall was not an act. The man turned pale and smiled nervously, while she thought that he fell because of the first year's spell. He bowed his head and approached the boy and said that he was really strong in dark magic. The boy thanked him in surprise. The man added with a wary look that the boy was really talented. The boy wondered why he was repeating that, because this is usually how sarcasm is expressed. He frowned tensely and wondered if he was that bad. The woman looked back at the students and spread her arms, while the boy was thinking that if he had managed this from the start, he would not be a first year. Garcia said that dark magic is much more diverse than they think. The boys listened to her silently while she said that it is not that difficult to learn low-ranking curses, but they can also be effective. She spread her arms out to the sides while the man sent the boy to his place, and said that therefore, if the boys learn them, the curses will be very useful for them, because these spells are needed not only for intimidation, but also for defense. She noted with a slight smile that the best way to understand how to use a certain type of magic is to study it, and for this they need to try hard. The boys immediately agreed with her. The boy rose to his place. The woman took a stick in her hand, releasing her aura. She looked back at the professor and said that they should move on to the next one. The man closed his eyes and nodded silently to her. Her aura swirled in the air as she used mass teleportation. Suddenly, a magic circle opened up across the entire auditorium. A bright light blinded the students. The boy opened his eyes slightly, frowning deeply. A moment later, he found himself on the ground. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise, not understanding what had happened. The rest of the students were next to him, also in shock. The guys were sitting on the ground, some of them recognized the training ground, and they began to wonder what had happened and whether they had teleported. Suddenly they looked around, hearing Garcia's voice, saying that they were all probably surprised. Raising her hand, the woman said with a smile that they needed to train with each other, so she moved them to a more spacious place, and now they should get ready and start training. The guys happily took her words. One of the guys said that it was really cool, so we should start quickly. Leon silently looked back at his classmates. He thought with a calm expression that the atmosphere had become more lively, and the students were more proactive than at the beginning of the lesson. But he looked at the female professor and thought that she was really amazing. The woman suggested dividing into pairs. Some time later, the training was in full swing. Leon raised his stick like a sword. The blonde also took up his weapon and they both wished each other a good training. The guys stood opposite each other. The young man thought that the rules were quite simple. Having schematically imagined his pair, he thought that they would attack in turns, and not just attack, because their goal was to receive a blow of the curse and experience it on themselves. The blonde closed his eyes and transformed mana into a negative element. Energy began to form at the end of his staff. Leon raised his eyebrows in surprise, thinking that it was quite fast. He remembered how his comrade accidentally used a spell on himself, and thought that he had a lot of problems with other elements. Dark hands reached out to the blonde while he was casting a spell. The youth thought that, apparently, he was talented in dark magic. Shifting his gaze to the side, he noted that there was also a possibility that this magic was simple enough for him. The professors watched their pair from the side. The old man raised his eyebrows in shock, saying that this student was also talented. The blonde held the staff in front of him, maintaining his concentration. Suddenly, he opened his eyelids and used paralysis. The dark energy immediately struck the hero's body. The young man raised his eyebrows in surprise and said that now he understood how it felt. The blonde threw up his hands and joyfully exclaimed that he had succeeded. His comrade immediately congratulated him. Gaynando looked at his ally in surprise and asked where he felt the numbness. The young man touched his body and said that he was not sure because, as it seemed to him, he was not paralyzed anywhere. The woman paid attention to his word in surprise. The blonde began to think about whether the problem was in his spell, to which his comrade replied that, most likely, the matter was in the curse itself. He came closer, raised his hand and added that the blonde, as it seemed to him, was too restrained during the casting of the spell, so they could try to do it more convincingly. Garcia interrupted their attempts and various options, asking them to wait. She hugged the boy and said that he did everything right, and the problem was that his ally had too much mana, so the effect was negated, but he did a good job. The woman went to another student. The blonde thanked her after her. He looked at his staff and said that, still, if there was no effect, perhaps he simply did not have talent in dark magic. He immediately smiled widely and noted that it did not matter anyway, because he was not the one continuing, because now it was his turn to receive a blow. The hero waved his hand and said that it was time to begin. He closed his eyes and immersed himself in thoughts about how he needed to focus on control and did not necessarily need to use a lot of mana. Gathering energy at the end of the staff, he tried to use as little force as possible. The professor watched from the side as he used paralysis. Suddenly, the old man raised his eyebrows in surprise, thinking about the guy's spell being so simple. Looking at what was happening, he also thought that the longer the spell, the more it helps the magician, and it is not so easy to make it short, however. Although this is a low-level curse, he still cannot believe that the guy is already capable of this, because they only started studying it today. A stream of dark energy went to the surprised blonde. Gaynando opened his eyes in surprise and froze in place. It was as if a mana monster was hanging over him. The guy immediately turned pale from fear and screamed. He leaned back, dodging the paw of the energy monster. The blonde lost his balance and fell to the ground, continuing to scream. The guys looked around in surprise, hearing his scream. Leon silently looked into the eyes of his ally and then asked if he should not stand still. The blonde angrily jumped up from the floor and said that he did it instinctively. Hearing this, the professor fell into shock. He turned pale in surprise, thinking that the boy did it on instinct. He remembered the concentrated face of the blonde and thought that he was not only fast in elemental transformation. Then he remembered how the boy fell after dodging an attack and noted that he was also able to accurately determine the negative element of mana. Gainando blushed with anger, talking to an ally, while the man thought about his name. The professor's hand trembled while he thought about the boy's talent. The old man imagined the blonde as a dark mage and thought that he was a genius who only comes once every 10 years. A little later, the boys went their separate ways and the classes ended without incident. They played with each other with a smile, throwing curses at each other, so they were able to have a great time. The professor interrupted them by clapping her hands. While the boys were happily discussing something, she asked if everyone enjoyed it, and then suggested that they applaud Professor Morton, who had helped conduct the lesson. She smiled broadly and asked if they were all interested in dark magic. Suddenly, the boys' expressions darkened, surprising her greatly. The woman leaned toward the old man and asked him to say something to them before leaving. The professor looked at the boys and calmly said that he believed that they had all mastered dark magic today. The boys were shocked to hear him say that some students had apparently already shown interest in her. They moved aside, discussing among themselves whether anyone was interested, but no one admitted it. Suddenly, the blonde man smiled awkwardly and said that this professor was quite funny and then asked who would be interested in dark magic. The professor looked at him and said that he was especially good at it, so he wanted to ask him to visit the workshop. The blonde turned pale in surprise. He raised his hands and wondered in confusion why him and if he had done something wrong while the boys were making fun of him. And then they were aside. He did not notice how the professor continued his conversation. Looking at the hero, the professor added that this guy should also look in on him. He nodded calmly and thought that it was important for him to get grades, for this dark magic was good. Gainando looked around, hearing someone address him. One of the students grabbed him tightly, loudly exclaiming that it was because of him that Leon was chosen. Another guy ordered him to go and tell the professor that he could come to him alone. The professor was about to leave, while the blonde said that he would make sure that they were all called along with him. The bright rays of the sun illuminated the training ground, where loud screams of the blonde were heard. Demanding that he take his words back, the woman tried to calm them down. After a while, the boy approached the workshop. Inside, there were people working with various objects and scrolls. The boy thought that the magician's workshop looked like a research lab, because in this place, students conduct research that professors are interested in, without any rest. A tired girl was carefully examining one of the scrolls. The boy noted that this may seem strange, but in fact it is. Remembering how in his past life he was told various stories, the boy thought that at home he heard a lot of things. As a child, he smiled confusedly and thought that such a hell as graduate school must exist in all worlds. The guys were standing at the entrance to the workshop and the boy thought that today everything was different because he was only a first year and this was just time for a consultation. In front of them was a huge, chaotically built tower. Next to the entrance lay a box with a scarlet skull painted on it. The boy noted that one glance was enough for him to understand what they were studying in this place. The guys approached the entrance. The blonde looked at his comrade with fear and asked what he had done wrong. Since the professor had called him, the young man said that perhaps it was not that he had done something wrong. These words made Gainando very angry and he asked, what else could it be, since he had probably made him angry, because all dark magicians quickly get irritated. The young man calmly invited him to come inside. He knocked on the door. Suddenly the gates began to open. When they swung open completely, the guys saw a dark hall. They followed inside. The blonde man trembled in fear and said that the door opened itself, but the young man asked him to calm down. Looking around, the hero found something strange. There was darkness and smoke around them. The young man noticed that because of this, nothing could be seen. At this time, the man was sitting in his office while the guys were looking for him. He turned his gaze to the side, having noticed their presence. A dark figure approached the professor's desk. When he asked to transfer them, the woman replied that she would not do it because the director said not to get close to new students. The professor raised his hand and said that it was bad, but they could keep everything a secret, and the woman asked in surprise if he was in his right mind because not long ago he left the prison cell. The old man looked at her disappointedly and said that this was not a prison cell, but a punishment room. Dyer turned away, having heard from him the words that he understood her, so she can return. The man immediately waved his wand. Dark streams of energy passed through the air near his face. Suddenly, the young man and his comrade were blinded by a bright flash. A moment later, the guy opened his eye. Looking around in surprise, the guys found themselves in the middle of a bright room. Turning his head to the side, Leon thought that the inside of this place looked normal. Looking at the table with scrolls, he also asked himself if all the furniture was made of bones. Mentally imagining the work of necromancers creating a hanger from bones, he thought that for dark magicians who can control summoned skeletons, furniture made of bones is the most desirable thing after objects. And suddenly the blonde noticed the professor. The man folded his hands in front of him and greeted them with a smile. The young men approached his table and greeted him in return. The man asked them to sit down. The guys sat down on the chairs and the hero thought that his comrade probably did not understand that the furniture was made of bones. The professor closed his eyes and smiled and asked if they knew why they were called. Gainando confidently frowned and answered in the affirmative. It was his fault. He lowered his head and said that he must have done something wrong, but the man interrupted him and said that they both had talent in dark magic. Suddenly, the man looked at each other, realizing each other's words. The professor jumped up from his seat and asked the young man about what he had just said, but the blonde denied everything. Pursing his lip, he wondered about their for food if he had heard. The guy shrugged his shoulders, scrolling through the professor's words in his head about him having talent. Without looking up, he whispered to his friend and asked if he had heard that he had exceptional talent. Leon replied that nothing was said about exceptional talent. The blonde calmly asked what he should do, because dark magic does not interest him at all, but he is very talented in it. He smiled widely, blushed and wondered what he should do. Leon frowned tensely, realizing that his friend had fallen for it. The professor handed them some candies and asked them to help themselves. Sitting back down in his seat, he also noted that the boys had talent in black magic, so he invited them to talk about it because black magic was much more interesting than they might have thought. The boys looked at his face. The hero thought that this was a typical phrase that was used everywhere. Imagining another professor who was acting arrogant, the guy thought that there were professors in popular fields who were proud of it. Then he imagined two less popular professors to the side and wondered what they should do in such a case. The professors looked at each other and the woman said that the advantage of this subject is that it cannot go lower, because there is nowhere lower. The man with an awkward smile asked if this means that he will just have to start from this level. The guy looked at the candies and noticed that he was feeling similarly now, because he could feel the despair of the professor whose subject was not popular. After a while, the guys went outside. The blonde was beaming with joy and said that he did not believe that he was a sought-after genius and did not know what to do. The hero thought that his friend was clearly delighted, but they had a problem. A little earlier, the professor gave them a bone with a ribbon. The guys looked at the gifts in surprise. The blonde asked what it was. The man asked them to keep the bones until they returned to their rooms. He blushed awkwardly and said that it was his gift for them. He immediately went to another room, while the young man was trying to find out what it was, but the blonde led him away. The bone radiating dark energy, the young man thought about the fact that the professor never answered him. Plunging into his consciousness, the young man tried to figure out what kind of bone it was. Remembering the director's book, he thought that this might be similar to it. Awkwardly covering his face with his hand, he imagined a semi-romantic scene of gift-giving and thought that the professor probably wanted to get closer to them. So he gave an unknown artifact, like a gift in a relationship, and although he himself came up with this analogy, it was terrible. His comrade interrupted his thoughts, addressing him by name. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Looking at the hero again, the blonde asked him not to tell Yoner about this. The heroes looked into his eyes in surprise. Remembering the classes in the auditorium, the young man realized that his comrade was probably worried that people might start teasing him for the words he said about alchemy. Gainando breathed a sigh of relief when he heard his comrade's agreement. Leon, you already thought that you would tell him everything first. The warm rays of the sun illuminated the walls of the academy. The students continued to run with all their might. They were very tired and sweaty. The professor continued to urge them on, telling them to run and not stop. Pointing at himself, the man also asked them to remember to inhale mana. The hero also ran among his classmates, while the professor said that their goal was to increase their physical abilities to the maximum by continuously circulating mana. The boy imagined the silhouette of a person filled with mana and thought that there were countless ways to use it, and one of them was to circulate it throughout the body to make it stronger and more resilient. Looking around at his tired and exhausted comrades, he noted that this was too advanced a technique for these guys. Suddenly, he caught up with the professor and turned to him. The man looked back with a smile, hearing the words that the boy had a question. The bright sun was shining on the area. The young man said that he had business in the mountains, so he wanted to hear the professor's advice. The elf looked into his eyes in surprise and stopped. The man turned his head completely and answered seriously that the boy should abandon this idea. Breathing heavily, the boy asked if it was dangerous there. The man turned around, continued running, and said that not only were there many dangerous monsters, but there were also other unknown dangers that even the professors did not know about. He became gloomy, saying that it would be unwise to go into the mountains because only a fool would go there knowing about this. The boy surprised him greatly by saying that he was doing this against his will, because he needed to collect a couple of ingredients in that area for his homework. The professor smiled and blushed a little when he heard this. While the boys were running heavily across the playground, the man said that in that case, everything was a little different. The boy asked why he suddenly decided that way. Stopping, the professor raised his hand and said that the hero did not look tired at all, after which he asked if he had managed to circulate mana. Raising his hand, the boy replied that he was not very good at it. The elf smiled in surprise when he heard the words that the boy was rather just wasting it. Mentally imagining the flow of mana through his body, the boy thought that in order to take mana out of the center of the body and circulate it to all corners, it is necessary to learn to control it, but he uses a slightly different method. He then imagined how mana bursts out of his body and noticed that he is pushing the overflowing mana in all directions, which is not circulation, but wastage. The professor touched his chin, thinking about his words, frowning in confusion. He thought about the fact that he heard the boy do something similar in the battle with the Twilight team. Imagining the boy in battle, the man also thought that usually, a person would lose consciousness due to complete depletion of mana, since this resembles the loss of all energy. Imagining a water surface under the boy's feet, he continued his train of thought. The water swirled like a giant wave above his head. The man noted that if he had unlimited mana, then this method would only work for him. Closing his eyes, the professor replied that he would not ask the boy not to use this method. The hero, trying to catch his breath, listened to him say that in this lesson he wanted the boy to focus on circulation, after which he agreed and thought that, apparently, he was doing something dangerous without realizing it. The elf pointed at himself with a worried smile and added that since the boy had so much mana, he would have to put in more effort to complete the circulation circle. Lehan looked at him suspiciously, beginning to understand where he was going with this. The boys around him fell to the ground, and the boy retreated slightly. The man raised his hand and said that he would increase his training for him. Smiling widely, he offered the boy to run 10 more laps. These words plunged the boy into shock. His hands trembled while he thought about why the professors treated him like this. Pale with disappointment, the boy exhaled heavily. He bowed weakly in front of the professor and dissatisfiedly said that the elf had cleverly come up with this. The protagonist sat on his knees wiping sweat, but the teacher suddenly remembered something. They stood opposite each other and the professor said that he would accompany him when he would collect ingredients, to which the interlocutor replied that he said that everything would be fine, because it was only homework. The teacher closed his eyes and said that he just liked to walk. Lehan looked warily at the interlocutor and resigned himself. Eard walked next to the protagonist and thought that everything would probably be fine, but still doubted, offering to finish the run. On Einrogard the sun's rays fell and the teacher thought that after all this place was still dangerous. In the forest there was a nice little house, from the windows of which a warm light was visible. The girl was holding a letter in her hand saying that Uragulm had some business, so he would be gone and that they could take whatever they needed, but not too much. Yoner looked at the piece of paper, puzzled. She turned to Mick and said that this is why he asked her to come with him. The redhead put her hands on her waist and said that there were a lot of alchemical tools here, to which he agreed. He opened a chest with vessels filled with different liquids and said that he wanted to check how to use the potions he had received. They took the chest and the guy said that he was not as good at alchemy as she was, to which she replied that she was also interested in learning more about them. Yoner looked out the window with interest. She looked out the window and asked what kind of farm it was. The protagonist stood behind her and asked if she had noticed it yet, to which she asked that he had also grown it. He looked at the girl, who was confused, and said that he had just started and that he had heard that it would take at least a few more months. She looked at the plants and said that they looked ripe, to which he asked her what she was talking about. The protagonist looked at the plants in surprise. They were standing in the window and looking at the ripened stems, and Leon thought that they were already ripe. He remembered how he planted them and thought that this was the same plant that he planted. The protagonist thought about it and asked a question in his head about how when it had time to grow. The girl looked at it and could not understand what was wrong with it. Something dawned on him and his gaze fell to the side. He looked at the watering can and thought that it was the problem. The guy looked at the girl and said that the professor had probably added a growth accelerator to it, but it was a regular watering can. The man was holding a staff in his hands, which was the reason for the rapid growth, but Leon didn't know about it yet. Choidar closed his eyes and said that it was useful for farming and Uragulm was wrongly accused. The students were standing in the house and the protagonist offered to pick a ripe plant, to which she said that he had left it for her. The girl reached for the top shelf, offering to take another potion. Taking it in her hands, she said that now that was it. They took food and the tools necessary for alchemy, left the house, leaving a note on the wall. There was a piece of paper on the wall, attached to a piece of tape, and it was written that they left some products for the professor and an offer to try them. Only Uragulm could understand if it was not too much. The next day came, the sun's rays caressed the tower. Lehan and Yoner sat in front of each other and looked at what they took. The guy asked about it being a Calantis potion, which she confirmed. There were flower petals and leaves on the floor. The protagonist thought that they were so busy with business that they did not notice how the night passed. The guy looked at the chest and thought about the result of a sleepless night. There were potions in it. The Empire's grape wine was excellent, and after drinking the Calantis potion, a person could sing more beautifully than a mermaid. The hero imagined himself as a mermaid and thought that they managed to find out the properties of only these drinks. The girl looked at the drinks with regret and said that she was sorry that they could only find out about these two, but Mick said that it was not at all and that this was an excellent result. Ashan was coming down the steps. He went to the students and wished them a good morning. The guy with glasses looked at them and asked if they were prepared to collect the ingredients. Lehan, sitting in a chair, hesitantly but positively answered. He reached into the inside pocket of his jacket and thought about the plans for this weekend and that Saturday would be dedicated to returning from the forest with the other students and thought about Sunday. He took out the card and thought about how Sunday would be dedicated to using it to get out of here. The protagonist stood near his classmates and thought about how he was already starting to worry about the traps that awaited him, and Ashan approached him. He asked him if he wanted to go to the black market before going into the forest, to which he remained questioningly silent. They went into the market and he asked the guy with glasses what kind of market it was. They passed by the tents and the protagonist thought about whether there really was a black market here and what kind of school it was that had such a market. He looked away, puzzled. The sellers sat in front of the goods and he continued to think that in its scale it was more like a 5-day village festival. The market stood in front of a tower cutting through the azure sky. The hero looked to the side, noticed something strange, and hearing how people were making bets, became interested. Radford was sitting in front of the students. Cards were lying on a black cloth in front of them. He looked at them and said that they needed to choose one of 3 cards and that if they found the Emperor, they would get twice as much. Lehan watched what was happening with interest. A mouse man turned to the hero with alarm. Everyone ran away in fear, wondering what he was doing there. He thought that they would not pass him by. A thief approached the hero and asked him what they were doing, to which he replied that he was collecting bread. The guy looked at his interlocutor in surprise and asked again. He imagined a mountain of bread and understood that bread was the currency used and that 10 loaves were equal to 1 goose feather and that for 10 loaves of bread you could get a matchbox-sized lump of sugar. The protagonist imagined himself as the savior of his tower while everyone else was drowning. The owner looked at the books on one of the stalls and asked if she could take a look, to which the seller approved her request. The guy looked away and thought that maybe he should go look around too. There were food and tools on the boxes. He thought that there were actually quite a lot of useful things around, although the food left much to be desired. Lehan looked at the goods and thought that the everyday goods were of pretty good quality. He put his hand on the counter and thought that there was something amazing here. The hero stood between the stalls and was surrounded by magic. He looked away and thought that there were many artifacts here. His gaze fell on the bones of a creature. Hands reached for an artifact that an ordinary person would never see in their entire life. He carefully examined the objects that emitted mana and thought that they were in Einrogard anyway, and this place was full of people with different talents and who had created useful items, albeit of low quality. Mick watched as Radford collected things in a bag and thought that if he were a student of the Black Turtle Tower, it would be easier for him to communicate with them. Mouse turned to the hero and asked if he needed some things and that he checked everything and there was nothing useful here. His gaze fell on a white rag hanging on a stick and he asked his interlocutor about this cloak, to which he replied that it was a protective cloak. His friend looked at him with horror and said that despite the fact that it protects from sharp objects, the chance of success is only 50%. The guy asked again. Holding the cloak in his hands, Leon asked if it wasn't useful. Radford approached him and said that they were truly incredible and that the model of a noble person is someone who looks at things positively, to which he asked him to stop. The guy looked away and thought that there really weren't as many useful items here as his friend said. He noticed a couple more artifacts and thought that he couldn't find out what effects most of them had, and since some artifacts lose their mana, their expiration date was probably coming to an end. He looked at the seller, thought that this cloak should be useful and said that he would take it, to which his interlocutor was happy. Holding the cloak in his hands, the guy led him to his offer. The guy looked at the seller and asked to take the cloak on credit, to which he asked him to do without it. Lehan went down to the bag and began to open it. There were a lot of products in the bag and he said that he had brought various items here to exchange for barter. Everyone was shocked by what they saw and the protagonist wondered if this would do or if he should have taken more canned goods. The guy looked at them warily and thought about it. A crowd of people surrounded him. He asked if they needed anything else and told him to look and that he would give him more goods. The hero looked away and asked not to crowd because he was the first one to come here. The cloak seller, having taken what he needed, thanked him and another one approached him with an offer to buy a pickaxe. The guy looked at the potatoes and said that they were fools. He did not take his eyes off the profit he had earned and said that this is why it is so important to understand people. Other sellers looked at him and, envious, said that he was just lucky. Leon watched as the former owner of the cloak was offered to buy the potatoes, to which he refused. The seller was lighting a fire and the green-haired guy was persistent and asked to sell at least one piece. Everyone watched as he fried potatoes on the fire. He carefully peeled off the skin and said that he thought it was ready and that he was going to try it now. Everyone was drooling with envy. The hero was watching this. The former owner of the cloak took a bite and froze in amazement. Mick stood in front of Yoner and thought that everyone here looked hungry and that this would allow him to increase his customer base. The protagonist fried vegetables. Two sellers were watching this. He put a plate of tomato stew on the table and said that it was ready. They took the plates. One of them drank part of the dish. Lehan watched as everyone tried what he had prepared. The red-haired girl turned to him and said that they ate very quickly, to which he replied that they were probably very hungry. He closed his eyes and thought that they did the right thing, even though these ingredients were valuable and all of this could help in the unforeseen future. A picture of him and the shop owners walking through the forest came to his mind and he thought that soon they would be collecting ingredients together, and that's why he needed to establish relationships with the students of the Black Turtle Tower. The hero folded his arms, closed his eyes and thought that it would be more profitable for him to make them change their minds about him. He walked with a bag around his neck and held a lamp in his hands. He turned away from his friends and thought that it seemed to him that they were being too friendly with him now, and taking into account that all of these things were from the turtles. Mick began to open the bag and said that he had received much more than he had expected. Boots that granted invisibility, chalk that created a smoke screen, and a detection bracelet appeared in front of him, and he thought that all of these were artifacts. Radford ran up to him and offered to help carry it. He thought that he had a question that they were all made by senior students. Looking down, he thought about why they made them. His bag was twitching and he thought about how their action was aimed at being unnoticed, and it wasn't that they were forbidden, the fact that students were making something like that. He looked at the bag. Yoner asked what happened. Lehan looked at the bag and said that it seemed to him that the bag was moving. A bone of the creature crawled out of the bag. She froze, feeling the hero's gaze on her. The protagonist was puzzled, and Goldel looked away and thoughtfully remained silent. A space opened in the rock and huge hands crawled out of there, which rushed towards him. They dragged him inside and disappeared. Everyone froze in horror and incomprehension of what was happening. On Leon's shoulder were the bones of the creature's hand. It moved and Radford screamed that this was how those brats repaid them for their kindness. The hand climbed under the hero's jacket. He watched in bewilderment. His friends wanted to run to his aid, but he stopped them, saying that everything was fine. He felt the hand rummaging through his inside pocket. He opened the jacket and saw another bone, which was part of the hand. It connected with it, and began to crawl out. It jumped out and ended up right above his head. Yoner looked at the protagonist with fear and asked what he was wearing, but he calmed her down, saying that it was the thing that Morton gave him. The hand, in the air, bent the wrist and the guy finished the phrase that he gave it to me. It bent the bones and the guy noticed that something strange was happening. The hand rushed to his face and the guy exclaimed in fear. It approached his hand and pierced the phalanx of the finger until it bled. A portal opened in front of the guy. He looked questioningly at what was happening. He threw the bones aside. His friends looked at him and shouted that it attacked him and that they were coming to help, but he asked them to stop. He held out his hand with a cut finger from which drops of blood were dripping. A shadow fell from the bones, which looked like a tiger. The creature's hand flew to his hand. He looked at it carefully and thought about whether this was really a feeling. Lehan began to command her and she obeyed. Friends stood behind the hero and watched as he commanded her. They froze in surprise and thought that this was dark magic. The protagonist opened his mouth. The creature's hand lay on his shoulder and he, looking at it, said that the professor gave him something strange and that it seemed to stick to him. Yoner approached the guy and addressed him. At her suggestion to throw away the bones, the hand got angry and stood up. She looked at her with fear and began to apologize equals, saying that she was taking her words back, to which the creature's paw climbed under the guy's jacket. Radford turned to Mick and said that in the world of magicians they were ordered not to interact with dark magicians. He looked away sadly. His gaze fell on the creature's paw and he thought that it didn't look too creepy. The bones lay on the guy's chest and he looked at them questioningly. His friends looked at him intently and he said that thanks to their advice he understood something. The paw sat in front of him and he said that it was strange, but it seemed to him that it was much more serious than it seemed at first glance. Morton stood with his back turned. The red-haired girl asked what made him give the hero such a gift, and Leon asked why he gave it to him in pieces. Radford chimed in and suggested that he needed to collect the creature piece by piece, to which the girl said that was too much. Everyone exchanged glances. Yoner looked at the protagonist and asked if it really sounded funny. He thought deeply and thought that it sounded strangely convincing. Gainando stood in the building and asked about who might like a collection of bones, but he did not understand that the professor's thinking was different from other people, and if a normal person thinks like this, Then most likely the professor thinks like this. He sat and was embarrassed with a bone in his hands and assumed that they would like to look for bones. Leon hugged himself in fear and said that he had goosebumps running down his spine. Yoner asked if this could happen because of the bones, to which he replied that it was because of the professor. He stood up, looked away, and thought that in any case it was better to leave them for now. It did not seem like they could do any harm. The student stood in front of Ingoldal and he thought about the next lesson. The students looked at him with caution and all were from different towers. The young men in red closed their eyes and waited for the professor to do more. The protagonist looked at the people and thought that all 4 towers were gathered here. While the swordsman was talking about safety, Mick was thinking that the mountain was fraught with many dangers and therefore it would be better to go with the teacher. The mentor raised his finger up and said that he wanted the students of one tower to gather together, remember each other and their number. Some students were very scared and thought that the place was so dangerous, while Ingoldal was talking about how they would check in regularly. He watched as the students gathered in pairs and groups. The professor, after waiting a little, said that everyone was now ready and that it was time to go. He went first, telling the people to follow him. A magical bird flew over the students passing through the forest. Her eyes sparkled. The mountain range cut through the clouds and pierced the sky. The swordsman stopped, hitting the ground with his stick, and said that this place was suitable. He turned to his charges and ordered them to collect all the necessary materials here. 2 guys found fly Garax. The green-skinned one was reaching for a branch, standing with a friend. The teacher watched as the students were busy searching. He stood, smiled, and thought that everything was going well and all that remained was to continue until they got off the mountain. Only a branch remained, which emitted green energy, but no one noticed the disappearance of such an important person. The green-eyed elf turned around to address the prosthetic, but suddenly she noticed that there was absolutely no one there and asked where he had gone. Suddenly, something seemed strange to her. Looking at the ground, the girl noticed that there were not even any traces left. She immediately became wildly scared and, pressing her hands to herself, loudly said that this could not be. The hero and his company immediately turned around, hearing loud screams. The green-haired girl pointed her finger at a branch and screamed in horror that the professor was missing. The dark-haired man and the huntress were wildly surprised by what they heard. There were thick clouds over the mountains that blocked out the light. The guys gathered at the place of the disappearance, trying to understand the reason. The protagonist put his hand to the bridge of his nose and was confused, thinking that he was afraid that something like this would happen. Then he noticed the panic of his comrades, but they immediately turned to him after the words that first everyone needed to calm down. He appeared before them in an aristocratic form and said that there was no need to fuss, and perhaps the teacher had just stepped away for a while. They finally came to their senses, while Leon looked away, thinking that this definitely did not seem like the truth, but first everyone needed to calm down. Looking around, he thought that now, before they got lost and monsters appeared, there was no need to panic. While the raindrops were flying towards him, the dark-haired man thought that they just needed to go back. At that moment, a heavy downpour enveloped him, but it did not take away his smile. Extreme indignation was visible on his face and the guy thought about how it could have started raining so quickly. One of the students had tea in his hands. Everyone hid under a rock, putting their cloaks out to dry. The reincarnated one leaned on his stick and sighed, thinking that it was good that he took something with him in case of unforeseen situations and wondered how he could have disappeared. Suddenly, someone distracted him from his meal by calling him by his last name. A long-haired girl came up to him, leaned on his shoulder and thanked him for his help, to which he said that it was not worth it. But then she looked at him carefully and said that it was he who cooked the legendary stew in the Tower of the Black Turtle, and asked if it was true, but he did not understand at all what was being discussed and asked again. Suddenly the elf immediately disappeared with embarrassment, saying that it was better to forget, and the dark-haired man thought that apparently they were talking about tomato stew, and this had already become a legend. He noticed how she returned to the princess and mentioned that this was just an unfounded rumor. Rowena immediately ran back and said that the 44th daughter of the emperor wanted to thank him in return, to which Leon anxiously said that it would be nice and quietly asked why she didn't tell him herself. Suddenly he noticed how the alchemist was trembling and asked if she could make a fire, and the servant went to convey this. The long-eared one came to the blonde and addressed. Blue-eyed began to slowly rise from her place, holding her clothes. She approached, raising the pole and calling the fires. Mana began to gather around the fire. Red energy began to circle over the brushwood. A spark appeared and the fire ignited. The princess raised her hand, raising the fires. Seeing this, the hero was immediately surprised and realized that this was the use of spirits. Suddenly, other students approached them from behind and were also surprised by such skill and asked how long it took her to study this, and then praised her. The protagonist looked away with slight anxiety, thinking that the reaction would have been different if skeletons had appeared here and Professor Morton had lost. All the students huddled in a circle around the fire and enjoyed the warmth, and the rain was not going to stop, leaving them alone. Suddenly, a bright light appeared among the treetops. The sphere immediately lit up brightly. The redhead felt a shiver and was surprised. She saw circles in her glass and wondered where the vibrations were coming from. Suddenly, the girl looked up and wondered what that sound was. And then the hero was pierced by realization after the question about the rumble. He immediately jumped up from his seat and shouted to everyone that they needed to get ready because it was approaching. A huge figure appeared from behind the trees. The golden sphere was still shining brightly. Leehan and his friend looked up in horror. Students of the Phoenix and Tiger Towers. Everyone tried to hide in the cave where the light was burning, but the monster found them there too, and the same thing awaited them. The protagonist stood in front of the new opponent in a stance, but then he was stopped by a loud cry that he could not make any sudden movements. The princess's protector took her hand away and said that the golems move according to the rules, and until they are broken, they are not attacked. She imagined the creation of a mask with a core and said that golems are artificial monsters created by magicians, unlike monsters in the wild, and they are creatures created by forming certain materials and then inserting a magical core into them. Then she imagined the moment of the creature's destruction and said that a problem arises if the core is destroyed or damaged or connected to other objects. Suddenly, a glint appeared on the fragment of the mechanism. A huge stone giant stood in front of the Einrogard students, blocking their view, and it can turn into a golem that does not obey orders. Leon picked up the staff and thought that fortunately, even a broken golem still follows the rules, but there is one thing. His gaze became much more uncertain and anxious. Seeing how the creature raises its hand, he thought that this rule could mean beating the crap out of the students. Even the mountains began to shake from the powerful blow. The stone giant ran its finger along the ground, drawing a smooth line. The magic mechanism finished and started to get up. The huntress was very surprised and did not understand what it was, and the alchemist assumed that it meant that they cannot cross the line. Then the hero removed his hand from his chin and said that he was interested in what would happen if they crossed it. Leehan looked away and said that he should check it. Ashan, trying to stop the guy, shouted that it was dangerous. The protagonist turned to him and said what he did not say, that he would do it himself. He took out the beast's paw and looked at it. The guy in glasses looked at it and asked the hero what this creepy thing was, to which he replied that it was a summoned monster and that it just so happened that it fell into his hands. Mick lowered it to the ground and ordered it to cross the line. The paw ran towards the huge stone golem, which was looking at it. The paw went a little beyond the line that the magic mechanism had drawn. A massive hand of stone instantly hit the place where the paw was. From the impact, the paw was destroyed into small pieces. He raised his hand. Under it was a crater with cracked earth and a broken paw. Leon looked at what was left of the gift and said that if they crossed the line, the creature would attack them. His friends panicked and Ashan fearfully asked about being trapped. While he looked at the strange glow of the paw that the golem had broken, he was asked about what to do. The paw of the creature glowed purple and rose above the ground. In an instant, it gathered back as if nothing had happened. It ran to the owner and he, bending down, said that it did a great job and called her to him. Rowena stood behind the hero. He looked at him with displeasure and thought about what he had just seen and asked himself if summoned monsters could recover so quickly. He stared at the guy and thought about how summoning a monster takes a lot of time and mana. The dark-haired guy didn't take his eyes off the protagonist. Other students started arguing behind him. Someone shouted that he was right and another denied it. He ran up to the crowd and, thinking that now was not the best time for quarrels, asked the frightened students to calm down. Approaching the crowd, he was pushed aside, saying that he was not from their tower. The owner and the huntress stood in bewilderment and watched the quarrel. Nilia approached the thoughtful Lehan and said that she thought he should intervene. He kept his hand on his chin and was meaningfully silent. She turned to him again, but he did not hear her. The huntress shouted at him, asking what he was thinking about, and grabbed his shoulder. He abruptly turned to her. The protagonist stood up, put his finger on his cheek, and apologized. She looked at him with interest as he spoke about how there seemed to be hope still in this situation. Behind her stood the joyful students. One of them said that apparently he could come up with something now, and the other did not believe in what was happening. Leon turned to the youths of his tower and froze. He stood up and said that he thought that this was a trap of the professors who taught them. Everyone froze in horror, looking at the protagonist, and asked again. Engoldal was held by magic by his arms and legs. Hanging with his limbs tied, he said that he would be released immediately. Looking at Lick and Urigal, he asked about them kidnapping their fellow professor and how dare they. The skull raised his hands in front of him and asked him to calm down. Extending his finger up, he asked to listen to them and said that he would understand them, to which he said that they should continue. The head winked and said that when a strong and reliable swordsman like him was next to the students, they lost the opportunity to develop independently. The fair-haired man looked at them in surprise, kept silent meaningfully, and thought about whether they were serious. Lick approached him and said that someday he would understand why he did this, what he had come to terms with. He looked ahead and asked them what they would do if something went wrong. The two professors, the skull and Urigal, exchanged glances. They looked at Engoldal. The head said that they would have to figure it out on their own, and the dwarf asked that they really couldn't think of anything. The director and the red-haired man instantly shattered all existing logic with their actions. The fencer looked at them and thought that magicians were just like that and said that if the situation became too risky, he would have to intervene. Lick released the mentor from the shackles and told him to do whatever he wanted. He allowed it. Skull looked at him and said that he would soon understand what happiness it is when you see how a person develops, to which he got angry and asked to be silent. He warmed up his hands, standing in front of Urigolm, and asked what they had prepared in the forest, to which he replied that nothing special. The dwarf closed his eyes and said that it was just a bull, slightly strengthened by poisons. Holding a tray with tea in his hands, he said that it was more violent than an ordinary bull, but this should not be a big problem. They were in the dwarf's house and Ingolda said that after all, bulls are nothing compared to golems, which Lick confirmed and said that he was right. It was raining. The stone golem stood motionless, waiting for the youths to act. The students stood and discussed the fact that the swordsman shared the same views as Professor Urigolm. They were indignant. The fair-haired guy said that they were so evil, to which his interlocutor replied that the professors had become completely insolent. Nilia approached Lihan and asked what they should do now, to which he replied that the plan was the same. He pointed to the huge magical mechanism that stood behind him and said that first they needed to find a way to get rid of it. He looked at the students, who lowered their heads in fear and thought about whether he was really asking for too much. He looked at them and told them not to be discouraged and that since this trap was planned, he was sure that there was a way out. The young men became motivated and one of them said that he was right, to which the other replied that he doubted that they had simply left them here without thinking. The hero looked at the crowd and thought. Without taking his eyes off, he thought that he also wanted to experience something. They were sitting under a rock and were guarded by a stone golem. The students were sitting by the fire and thinking about the fact that the magic stone mechanism had a weak spot and that something could distract its attention. Nilia turned to Liam. She looked at the place where it was last, did not find it and fell into a stupor. The huntress looked away in fear and called out to the guys. Frozen in horror, she shouted that the hero was missing. The students were scared and terrified. Ashan, adjusting his glasses, asked about him being kidnapped too, to which the young man with green hair said that he would try to pass by the golem and look for it. Yoner extended her finger forward and told the guys to wait and asked them to look. Lihan was standing behind the huge stone golem. He was carefully looking at the magic stone mechanism and the red-haired girl called out to him. Ashan, stretching his hand towards him, shouted that he should quickly leave and wanted to warn him about the consequences if he stood next to him for a long time. The hero looked at the huge stone creature and asked in surprise that he was not paying attention. The guy with glasses and Yoner stood on the other side of the line and asked the protagonist how he got there and what happened. He lifted up part of his outerwear and pointed to the belt that sat on his hips and said that he used invisibility magic. Lihan stood invisibly at the line and did not take his eyes off the huge stone golem. While the other students were confused, he decided to conduct a simple experiment. He wanted to see how the golem would react while he was invisible. The hero calmly walked past him, ending up behind the stone mechanism, and fortunately the golem did not notice him and he managed to slip past safely, and besides, he learned something else. Mick stood behind the line, from the golem's side, and looked at him, not being invisible, and he did not react to him. The golem stopped paying attention to those who crossed the line. Ashan looked at the hero and delightedly told him that he was excellent and that he could already become invisible, to which he replied that this was just the ability of the artifact, and the guy in glasses with amazement stretched out that he was already creating artifacts. They looked at the protagonist with hope and said that the artifact was given to him in the church. The blonde guy asked again, and his former partner, with whom he carried out the director's orders, asked him about why he decided to contact them. Yoner got into the conversation and said that it did not matter now and that it would be difficult for them to use his artifact. The guy looked at them and suggested that they need to find another way to get out. Ashan looked at Lihan with fear and asked him if he could call the professor for help, to which he replied that it clearly wouldn't work and that no one would come because it was a trap set up by another professor. He reached into the inner pocket of his outerwear and thought of something. He took out a staff and held it out, followed by a ball, and the hero said that they would solve this problem in a different way. The ball levitated and the protagonist thought that if this was a test, then it should be such that a first-year student could handle it. Swinging and accelerating the ball, he shouted that they should try to attack the golem's core and what controlled it. He stretched his hand forward and shouted that then they would finish it off. The ball flew into the huge body of the magic mechanism at great speed. The ball pierced the shoulder of the stone golem. Everyone began to rejoice, shouting that he had hit it. Yoner looked thoughtfully at what was happening. She called out to MC, who had lowered his head. He stood there in fear and bewilderment, staring at one point. He recalled the moment of impact and thought that it couldn't be. He replayed the moment when the ball hit the golem and thought that the connection with the iron ball had been severed. The ball was stuck in the body of a huge stone creature and Leon thought that he couldn't use it now. The guy closed his eyes with his fingers and began to remember that golems move with the help of mana that flows from their core, and therefore it was natural that measures had been taken to protect the core. He tightly clutched the staff in his hands and thought of another way to solve the problem. He was enveloped in magic, and the hero confidently said that he would try another way and shouted a spell. And Goldel sat tensely at the table and Lick was next to him. He narrowed his eyes and thought about whether everything was okay with the students and what they would do if they disappeared. Durugu and the skull looked at each other angrily and talked about teaching students. The dwarf said that he and the professor were just teaching first-year students. The director increased in size and looked at the red-haired man, saying that that professor had long since stepped beyond this level of training. He raised his hand to the skull and said that from what he had heard earlier, he really taught the magic of 3 rings. A magic circle with a complex center emitted a bright blue color. The number of rings determines the complexity of the magic. The number of processes needed to cast a spell is fixed. The guy with the magic wand used magic. Rings flew next to him and magical power was attracted to the object. Lick said that the first ring is for elementary magic, and the second ring is used to maintain the shape. The guy drew a star and a new ring appeared, which is used to control this magic. The 3 rings began to unite together, and the skull said that to become a third circle magician, you need to do all of this at the same time, but if you can do it separately, then you are not far from getting this magic. Leon held the ball in the air. Heat, touching his palm, levitated above his hand, and he thought that the water ball is less powerful than the iron one, because maintaining its shape is also not easy. He closed his eyes and concentrated on the object and thought about what if he thinks about it. He remembered every professor and golem and thought that even crazy people adhere to common sense. The owner looked at him with apprehension and asked what he was doing. He remained silent and thought that he was sure that there was a way to do it. The hero responded and looked at her, spinning the water ball. She looked at him and asked why he was doing this. He closed his eyes, concentrated, and thought that he did it unconsciously because he did it so many times. He opened his eyes, looked at the ball, and he thought about spinning. Looking at the water ball, an idea appeared in his head. He imagined a normal and a swirling water ball and thought that the swirling ball would have more penetrating power than a normal one. He swung his staff and decided to try it, thinking that the ball would be like a bullet. He looked at the huge cloud of energy. Holding the staff in his hand, the guy mentally noted that after so many attempts, he succeeded. A girl approached him. She raised an eyebrow in confusion and said that she did not know what kind of magic this was, but, pointing to the flow of energy, Yoner asked if it was too big. Looking also at the monster, she noted that it was the same size as the golem. The students stood to the side and began to discuss whether they could let him do everything alone, and whether it was too dangerous because he could screw up and it would rush towards them. Ashan waved his hand and exclaimed that there was no need to worry, and there was no reason to panic because the guy would definitely be able to control such a spell. Nilia appeared behind the other student, noting that he was definitely not that weak. Covering the brunette with themselves, they said that he could handle it and he would succeed. The protagonist smiled nervously, thinking that this pressure was too much. Imagining the silhouette of a person, he mentally noted that since ancient times, young magicians have talked about this. Lehan then imagined a large blue seal, thinking that magic itself is a completion formula and a separate world, so if someone uses it as they please, they can incur the wrath of magic. The blue cloud of energy that the guy used is a higher level magic process studied by senior students, something that first year students would not learn, but the protagonist has so much mana, it was worth ignoring ordinary formulas. The boy held the sphere on his hand. When he used mana to maintain the rotation, the size of the vodka ball could not handle the amount and could not maintain the shape. As he spread his hands, he began to increase the size of the ball, and as it increased, the force of rotation decreased, so he used more mana, and as he repeated the process, the ball became huge. The brunette closed his eyes, saying that it was okay and he could control it. His face darkened as he mentally noted that it would not be long, since pressure was being put on his mind. The protagonist jumped back, thinking that he needed to deal with this as soon as possible. He put out his staff. Zader energy shifted as he cast a spell. The ball was close to the golem. As it approached his shoulder, the protagonist mentally noted that making another ball would not be easy. Mana began to touch the stone. In a moment, it flew apart. Leon perked up. The students opened their mouths in shock. The stones fell to the ground. The boys approached them, asking what happened and noting that it had shattered into pieces, although the water had only scratched it. The student's mouth fell open. Clenching his fists, he and his friend shouted loudly, scanning Leon's name. The girl pointed her hand in his direction and said that this was exactly what she was talking about. The brunette looked at his staff, mentally noting that it was so strong, although it had barely scratched the golem, and it was impossible to say for sure whether the water ball was so powerful or the golem so weak. Squeezing it in his hand, he thought that whatever it was. The protagonist sighed heavily, thinking that Professor Vladi's lessons had been useful. Almost falling, He leaned on the staff, and Ashan asked if he was okay. Among the high mountains, the students began to offer to carry him on their backs. After a while, everyone looked around further. Lihan moved his hand along the ground. He looked away, thinking that Professor Ngoldal had not returned yet. A bone hand appeared from under his jacket. When the bone scurried back, he was startled. The guy stood up abruptly, asking why it was leading him to sleep like that. Hearing the sound, he turned around. In that direction, the students were running away from the golem, rushing away from it with all their might. They were screaming loudly. While everyone else opened their mouths, the brunette muttered about how useless they were. Frowning, the girl waved her hand, shouting that now was not the time to run away, and they needed to split up to buy some time while they distracted him. The students began to disperse in different directions. The protagonist turned around when the guy called him. He waved his hand and asked if he could beckon that Eumedigus's water ballet spell again. Imagining the male silhouette, Lihan mentally noted that this was the name of an imperial mage famous for using water magic, and wondered if his spell was named after the mage. He looked at the student and replied that it would take him too long to cast, so they should leave quickly now. A blue light appeared around the guy. He began to pull out items from the bag, thinking that he was not really calling to use this, but, hiding from prying eyes, the brunette threw them. They flew to the golem. It froze. The protagonist was not far from him. He swung his sword. Frowning, Lihan mentally noted that it was easy to blind him and aim for his legs. Then he struck. A piece of stone flew to the side. The guy froze with the sword. Confidently bringing his eyebrows to the bridge of his nose, he mentally noted that with such a mass it would be difficult for him to maintain balance. Someone flew up from the giant. The brunette looked up, puzzled. This someone landed in his arms. It was a red-haired guy. The protagonist looked at him with a question on his face. He was holding a student. His face suddenly darkened when Lihan asked him how long he was going to sit in his arms, after which he heard a counter question about where the voice was coming from. The student sank to the ground. He looked towards Lihan and asked if it was him. The guy raised his sword and asked how he knew that, thinking that he was still invisible. The red-haired guy pointed at the golem and said that he was simply the only one who could do this. The giant began to rise when he began to thank him for his help. The monster swung his hand. The brunette covered the youth from the blow. A huge mark was left on the ground from the golem. He turned around. The protagonist frowned and began to ask the guy how he got there, noting that he was too dense to break through him. The redhead furrowed his brows and explained that he used a potion that dissolved clay and that Siana knew how to make it. Lihan gripped his sword tightly, thinking that he didn't know such a thing existed and that he might be able to defeat him this time if all went well. The boy ran his hand through his hair as he asked where the potion was and replied that it had run out. The protagonist closed his eyes, thinking that it was useless. He furrowed his brows, wondering why they weren't getting attacked anymore. Watching the golem, he mentally noted that it was going in the opposite direction. Lihan gritted his teeth and mentally asked why, and then heard a scream. A girl was lying on the ground, loudly asking for help. The boy put his hand under his jacket, trying to figure out what to do and realizing that he didn't have enough time, but he needed to stop the giant now. His eyes widened as he thought that there had to be a way. The brunette remembered Garcia. She said fingers and said that he had a lot of mana, so he should not use it. She smiled, adding that fire magic has great destructive power. Flames began to appear around his staff. The protagonist frowned and cast a spell. He swung his staff sharply. Lihan opened his mouth. He directed a stream of fire at the golem. It stopped in front of the girl. Then he turned around. The monster began to look around. Its eye was covered with a crack. It broke into stones and collapsed. The young man frowned and screamed loudly, noting that he had completely destroyed it. Looking at the pile of stones, the guy thought about the opinion that when fired, clay hardens, but if it is not tightly packed, it will fall apart instead. The redhead clenched his fist happily, mentally noting that what he had planned was simply amazing. Watching the protagonist remove his invisibility, he thought that now it was clear to him why the guys from the tower were afraid of him. Lihan pulled his hand to his face. He covered her mouth and asked if she was really that strong. Closing his eyes, the boy mentally turned to Professor Garcia, thinking that he now understood what she meant. Not noticing the running students, he said that it seemed to be settled. A hand fell on his shoulder. The students began to pick him up, shouting that he was simply amazing. The protagonist's eyes widened when he was told that it was all thanks to him. The young man opened his mouth in surprise and asked who he was. Lihan drew his eyebrows together, hearing the loud question. Was he really the Blue Dragon Warden as? Everyone around him fussed, indignantly asking why he was here. Several students jumped to the side, asking what he was up to, and did he really want to show off in front of them by killing the golem. The boy took a step forward and asked them to stop talking nonsense. The red-haired man pointed back, saying that the protagonist helped them, and he even saved that girl over there. A student ran up to him and noted that he was limping and asked if he was okay, to which Patrick replied that he was fine and just had a sprain. Lihan looked at him and asked his name and asked if he would help him clean up the place. After a while, the students set up camp. The guy watched their conversations. He approached the girl and told her that there were several wounded in the Tiger Tower, after which he asked how they were doing, to which she replied that the guys from the Phoenix Tower were good at first aid. With a happy smile on her face, Yoner noted Siana, saying that she was great at making potions for blunt trauma and painkillers. The brunette imagined her pointing her finger at him and cursing, after which he wondered what this wonderful girl would say to him. While he was touching his chin and thinking that he had dealt with one problem, but a second one appeared, his name was called. Siana was standing with a box of potions. Looking at the blue liquid in the vials, she said that she heard that he defeated the clay golem, so he can take the healing potion. The protagonist froze with a shocked face. The girl stared at him, mentally asking him to try it, because she made it herself. Leon froze in front of her with clenched fists, realizing that this was his chance. The owner waved her hand and tried to intervene in the conversation. The guy abruptly grabbed the potion. Then he drank it in one gulp. When the vial was empty, he lowered his head. The brunette frowned and exclaimed that this was the best potion, cotyledon, he had ever tasted. The girl froze with a puzzled face, asking what happened to him. Siana's eyes widened when the protagonist loudly asked if she made it herself and noted that he simply could not believe that such a valuable thing was here. The girl opened her mouth. A joyful smile appeared on her face. She started handing the cans to Leon, saying that he was too kind and that she still had room to grow and that he could take everything from her. Looking at her smile in her empty box, the guy thought that this would be long enough. When on my day, the students were standing in the forest. He sighed heavily, mentally noting that he was very tired. Something caught his attention. Siana was standing nearby and telling the man that he was so polite and had a keen eye. Judging by this, he came from a famous family. The protagonist waved at her, thinking that it worked. He smirked contentedly, mentally noting that he most likely earned not only her sympathy, but also the entire Phoenix Tower. A woman's hand fell on his shoulder. The owner frowned and asked if he owed her something, but he only laughed. Looking at the high mountains ahead, Leon suggested that they go down. The group walked through the forest. The boy put his hand to his forehead and noticed that there was something there. There were two teachers standing on the path. They immediately ran to the students, worriedly asking if they were okay. They froze with puzzled expressions. Then they gritted their teeth in anger. The men froze in fear when they began to mutter about what they would do when they became the strongest. Urigolm smiled widely and said that judging by their looks, they all learned what they were supposed to. He spread his arms out to the sides when they confirmed this and noted that this is how their school works. The man pointed his finger at them and told them to stay alert at any moment, because danger can sneak up at any moment. The boys looked at him with displeased expressions, wondering if it was worth endangering his life right now. They looked at the professor when he apologized. He looked down sadly and began to say that he intended to stay with them, but the headmaster forced him. The students turned away, not believing him, saying that they were all the same. They turned their heads away from him while Ingoldal shouted at them that he was telling the truth, to which the boys said that it was fine and that they would simply not trust any of them anymore. The man froze with a look of shock on his face. The blonde man sank to the ground, muttering that his stands were spiritually connected to him through fencing. The boy touched his chin, mentally noting that they did not trust the professors and that everyone had become much more mature. Looking at the broken man, he thought that judging by the situation, he was probably telling the truth. The protagonist turned to the others, thinking that it was hard to believe that he had been kidnapped by the director. Imagining the skull, he mentally noted that he was actually capable of such a thing, and that Professor Urigolm was worried about him. Leon sat down next to the blonde man. He smiled widely and said that he believed him, after which he praised him. Ingoldal looked at him with admiration. Seeing him hugging him, the other professor called the student a bastard. He turned to the others and asked how they dealt with the problem, or rather, the test. Ashan, with a wide smile on his face, began to tell him that everything went well. Looking at the man, he recalled the actions of the protagonist, telling him that he used the emerald water bomb to kill the mountain golem and burned the second one. Urigolm's eyes turned white. He covered his face with his hand and asked him to wait. The man frowned and indignantly asked what the clay golem meant and where did the bull go. The students froze when he shouted that he did not prepare anything except him. Their faces darkened, and they asked the professor to stop and stop thinking that they were little children. Urigolm started waving his arms, shouting that he was serious now, but they started grinning, muttering that they just believed it, that it was a complete coincidence. The man looked at the wall of trust in front of them and wondered when they became so suspicious. He ran up to the protagonist and indignantly asked if it was true. Leon stood in front of him and heard the question if it was true that the clay golem gave him the bull instead and answered that it was, after which he asked what the problem was. The man's hand fell on his shoulder. A dark aura appeared around Ingoldal. He looked gloomily at his colleague and asked how to understand this. The second man sent a sheik in his eyes and began muttering that there was clearly some kind of misunderstanding here, and in fact he prepared the bull and the voices, but the bull seemed to have run away somewhere. Frowning, he asked the guy to also say something and asked who in his opinion prepared the clay golem. However, Leon had already evaporated. All the students ran to the exit, and Goldel leaned over his colleague, asking him to continue because he was still listening. The guy ran and stuck out his tongue, hearing a scream behind him. It was the same evening. There were many books lying on the table. The dejected students were sitting at the tables. The guy waved his hand and angrily shouted that he did not understand anything and asked why he needed this if he was an aristocrat. The girl threw the papers to the sides, indignantly comparing how she knew how much it cost to create a magic seal, noting that she would have simply used family money. The guys buried their faces in the table and grabbed their heads, saying that it was very heavy. There was a basket and sweets on the table. There was a sign next to the food. The number of coins for this or that product was written on the cauldrons. After a while, the students were already holding sweets. There were coins and bills in the bank of the Lehen automatic store because he was too lazy to do this, but it was done better than he expected. The guy covered his face and smirked, asking if this was really a difficult homework assignment for them. He clasped his hands and noted that after the alchemy assignment, this was like dessert. The brunette waved his arms, saying that a huge golem appeared in the forest, and they all thought they were going to die. The guy looked away and muttered that someone might think that he killed a dragon or something, and he was sure that Leon had sorted everything out, and the girl said that she felt sorry for him, so they should leave it as is. The brunette looked at her sideways. He smiled nervously, mentally noting that they thought they would not have to go through what they had experienced. Yoner approached him and asked where he was looking and asked him to focus. In front of him was a cauldron. He stood in front of the cauldrons for the alchemy assignment with the others. The guy poured leaves into one of them, listing the ingredients, and the girl said that it stunk. A green liquid rose in the container. Then she jerked up sharply. Looking at the two disappointed guys, the protagonist mentally noted that many had failed. He looked away, thinking that it was strange. Touching the hourglass with his hand, Leon thought that he was sure that alchemy was very precise, so the slightest discrepancy would lead to an error. However, all the students failed. He looked at the recipe in his hand, mentally noting that he knew that it was supposed to be difficult, but he felt like the recipe was wrong from the start. The boy covered his face with his hand. Yoner looked at his back and asked him what was wrong. The protagonist looked at her askance, answering that he had an idea and asked if the professor had given them the wrong recipe. The others looked at him with surprised eyes when he suggested that maybe they should figure it out themselves. The surrounding atmosphere darkened. The student lowered his head and interrupted the girl who was saying that it was impossible. The boys' faces immediately turned angry, and they shouted that it was probably like that, and thus they completely adapted to school after their previous difficulties. Leon stood with his friend while they shouted that it was too difficult. Looking down, the boy mentally noted that now was not the time to get angry and that he needed to finish the task despite wanting to beat up the professor. The girl touched the page of the book when he asked her what she thought about it and said that she thought one of the ingredients was wrong. The boy touched his chin, saying that it must be a trap and that he should consider all the possibilities. The two of them turned around. Looking at the table with the ingredients, Yoner said that the problem was that they didn't have enough ingredients to try out different combinations. The brunette made a fist as she said that it would take some time, but in his opinion, he could find a solution if he looked in the textbooks, and he mentally noted that he didn't have time for that at all. He frowned, thinking that he needed to use his pass to get out of school tomorrow. The protagonist stepped on the steel. He spread his arms and asked everyone to stop and come to him. The students looked at him puzzled. Leon closed his eyes and noted that the professor had let them down again, so they needed to figure it out together. Looking at the others, he suggested combining the ingredients and finding the right recipe. The guy kept his eyebrows raised, saying that he would go to the other towers and they would work together. Ashan looked at the ingredients in his hands, saying that we all had different amounts of ingredients left and it would be great to share. Yoner pointed with a smile, saying that it would be good if a student from the other towers agreed to help, they could share tasks. The protagonist waved his hand, saying that he would be back soon. Taking a step, he thought about how he had to cope, no matter what. Leaving the room, he mentally noted that this was all for the sake of his precious weekend. The guys began to talk with the other students. Leon shook his head negatively at Yoner's words. They all took notes. Their sheets of paper were covered in writing. Different combinations of ingredients lay on the tables. A sheet of paper flew up. Yoner threw the notes, shouting that everything was ready. Then they all smiled, saying that they were glad that they finished early, and although it was hard, it was worth it. Siana came up to the protagonist and said that now everything needs to be done according to the recipe, to which he replied that everyone work hard. The girl propped her face with her fist and said that no one could have known that another trick of the professor would unite them. The student agreed with her, noting that they found the correct recipe for Leon incense. A guy with a bag came up to them and said that he was in a hurry because he had plans tomorrow. They asked what they were. The student smiled sweetly, saying that they did not know because they were from a different tower. The protagonist froze when he told everyone that tomorrow he would get out of here with the help of a pass. Everyone suddenly fell silent. The guys opened their mouths in shock and began to ask again. They all started running towards Leon, saying that this was to be expected from him and asking how he got it. Looking at their excited faces, the guy thought that, indeed, the students from the other towers had not heard about the pass and there would be a commotion. The brown-haired guy came up to him, asking what they were going to bring from outside. The girl pointed to herself and noted that he would probably bring food and lots of small sweets. Nilia touched her finger to her lips, asking how about clothes and saying that it would be nice to have something comfortable. Ashan adjusted his glasses, saying that he wanted books and stationery like a fountain pen. The others, realizing that it was not edible, asked what kind of nonsense this was, to which the bespectacled man replied that, of course, he would also like food. He narrowed his eyes and replied that, however, they needed books and that he had visited the academy library. Introducing people in the library, he said that they are usually full of books that are systematically arranged, and they are great for reading. However, the guy's face darkened. Kneeling among the scattered books, he noted that everything was completely different in their library and shouted, asking who scattered all the books and saying that he can't read anything. The guy took his glasses, saying that they would rather lose consciousness while distorting the necessary literature even before they started their homework, and they need to stock up on the necessary books in advance. Gainando crossed his arms over his chest and noted that magazines and novels are definitely needed to fight boredom, as well as a map and chessboards. He jumped back when they pointed a finger at him and indignantly asked what was important in them, to which he replied that they were important to him. The blonde turned with a smile and asked the protagonist what he thought of his proposal. When he did not see anyone in front of him, Yoner said that he had already gone to bed. A piece of paper flew past them. Leon touched the blanket with his hand. He lay down on the bed. Lying with his eyes closed, he mentally noted that tomorrow was an important day. Glancing at the backpack on the floor, he thought that when he left here, he would need to do more things, so he should rest well and give in shape. However, his eyes widened. The guy clenched his hand into a fist, thinking that he was so nervous that sleep did not come. He imagined a skull, mentally noting that he was sure that traps would await him on a sortie, and he needed to put everything in this bag, like a limit on the items he could bring or a limit on their tasted size. Artem, the main character, imagined himself on the street at night, wondering how far the village was from this place, and was it true that no more than a day's walk. He clenched his teeth tightly, thinking that all sorts of things were possible when the director intervened, and that he needed to learn a spell that would help him move faster. One of the books began to fuss. Then it fell to the floor. Looking at it, Leon asked if this was the book the director had given him and why it was suddenly moving. Then the pages of the book began to turn over on their own. When words began to come out of it, the guy jumped out of bed. Like chains, the words began to twist around him, and he asked them to stop. He clenched his teeth. Suddenly, his eyes widened. The protagonist saw an orange sky. He found himself in a vacant lot near the rocks. Touching the ground, Leon realized that this was an illusion created by the book, just like last time. A flying book appeared near him. Looking at the open page, he read about the spell Gonad Altus's deceptive step. The guy put his hands on his hips and said that he had seen this spell before, but only the theory, and asked if he needed to master it. He grinned, wondering if he had really recommended it to him, realizing what he was thinking about. The book stirred when he said that, however, he did not have time now, it was time to leave tomorrow, and then asked to send it back. The pages began to turn. The protagonist looked at the book gloomily, wondering if it had the same character as the director, noting that he wanted to take back his words about it being good. A staff appeared in his hands, and he said that apparently he had no choice. Leon closed his eyes and said that he would learn this spell as soon as possible and come back. After a while, he appeared at a large stone gate. The director's eyes sparkled and addressed the criminal 24,601. A turquoise skeleton looked at him, saying that he was not a criminal. The guy stood near them and listened to the director's words that, it seems, he was getting old and confusing everything. The brunette, yawning, covered his mouth with his hand. Rubbing his eye, he mentally noted that he could not believe that he learned the spell in a dream, and that in this world all methods work. The director looked at him and congratulated him on his sortie. He pointed his finger and told him to be proud, noting that this was a reward for his achievements, and the protagonist thanked him. The director pointed upwards and said that the rules were simple. He had to return to the main gate tomorrow before the sun reached its peak. He then pointed at the skeleton and noted that if he did not make it in time, a pursuit squad would be sent after him, after which Leon mentally noted that he had expected something like this, but did not think that he would go this far. The director held up a finger in front of him, telling him that he was only allowed to bring what he could carry, and that he was not allowed to bring things like a carriage, a horse, or anything that could be ridden. The gate opened in front of him, telling him that he had to do his best. The boy looked at the bright light in surprise. Looking at the large gate, he thought that the rules were not that simple, and he expected that there would be a weight limit on the items. The protagonist turned away. A smile appeared on his face. He looked at the road ahead, thinking that he had finally gotten out of the academy. Holding onto the straps of his backpack, Leon set off. After a while, he reached the village closest to the academy. He stood in front of the man. The boy's expression darkened when he heard that all the nobles in the area had moved their estates at the request of the academy, and the closest estate was a few days' ride away by horse. He clenched his fist, thinking that now he understood why the rules were so simple. Covering his face with his hand, the protagonist recalled the principle, thinking that he had blocked all means of obtaining money from the beginning. Imagining the richly dressed men, Leon noted that the powerful nobles of the empire did not need to borrow money because they had plenty of merchants willing to give up their wealth to build good relations with them. Thinking of the man with white hair, he thought that someone who grew up in such an environment would not even be familiar with the concept of borrowing. That's why. The guy was sitting at the table in front of the man. Looking at him, he asked if it was possible to borrow money. Arian, the head of the Kako merchant branch, was shocked. Remembering the village streets, the protagonist noted that Phylon was quite a wealthy village for its size thanks to the magic school. Imagining the tall building, he noted that not only was there a huge amount of natural mana in the ante, but the school also needed various ingredients for experiments. Therefore, there were many tasks on the board in the village. Imagining the cycle of activity, Leon noted that it offered attractive rewards to hired adventurers to search for ingredients with which joyful magicians do whatever they wish, and then the cycle repeated. The man threw the papers off the table, the pipe to bring Asuganadavals here. Imagining the people dancing in a circle next to him, the guy noted that with the exception of a few, everyone was in the circle of happiness that formed here. Looking at the treats on the table, the brunette thought that this meant that luck was on his side because he could get everything he wanted if he got the money. He sat on the table, asking to borrow legends. Arian squeezed the fabric of his pants, thinking that he would only benefit if he agreed to the offer, and that he did not expect that he was exposed to the opportunity to build a relationship with the Great Warden as family. Sweating, he bent over, thinking about what was bothering him, however, that he might have asked for a huge amount and wondered if their merchants could handle it now, and then asked how much he needed. The guy's shoulders shook and he groaned. The man's mouth fell open in shock, realizing that his silence only meant that the amount was so large that it was difficult to name. His eyes flashed with fire when he thought about how Ars had to empty his personal savings. He would use this chance. He perked up when the brunette asked him for 20 silver. Arian froze after he started to say that he could give more, and then asked again. His cheeks also turned red when he heard the protagonist say that if he could not, then 15 would be enough for him, and based on this, he thought that in all likelihood, he just needed money for food. Leon started pointing with his fingers, saying that 12 would be fine if 15 coins was too much, and the man told him that it was fine and he would stop lowering the price. He imagined the village street after he mentioned that he could show him around the village if he wanted to buy some things for himself. As they stood up, something caught Arian's attention. Looking at the empty plates, he thought that he hadn't noticed that the guest had eaten all the treats. He looked at the guy. His pockets were noticeably bulging. The man smiled nervously, not expecting such actions from a powerful noble. Looking at the blue sky, he thought of a plan to interact with the young noble. Imagining the brunette in alarming clothes, the white-haired thought that although he was a student at the magic school, he was still a first year, and now that he had a chance to buy, he would probably spend a lot of money on all sorts of goods. He smiled, imagining how the cut-down would take the initiative when he barely needed money. Arian smiled proudly, realizing that this was a great plan to impress the noble. However, the protagonist stood at the food stall, asking for something that was easy to store, such as canned goods or something small in size. Then he looked at the fabric, saying that they were much better than just buying clothes. The Leon division stood at the bookstore, asking for cheap paper that was hard to tear, and also asking if they had any books on illusion magic, how to fool the professor's eyes in their sleep. A pink sunset appeared in the sky. Arian and his subordinate walked behind the guy with a lot of things. His face darkened when he realized that he would completely fail, and that at this rate he would only become an amazing porter. Looking at the protagonist, the man noted that, however, he was incredible, and despite the fact that he came from a family of aristocrats, he had unusual abilities in bargaining. Leon looked at him and said that he seemed to have bought everything he needed and asked where the stable was. Waving his hand, the white-haired man asked if he knew that it was forbidden to ride near the school, to which he asked him not to worry. Holding a pen and a notebook, the guy said that he did not need it for this. On the defensive wall, a man stood with a large bird. There were horses in the pens. The trio stood in front of the Amor stable. The protagonist smiled, mentally asking if this was really the largest stable in the village. Entering inside, he said hello. He was met by the owner of the stable and answered that he was, for a long time, a student from a magic school and asked what he was looking for. Leon furrowed his brows, mentally noting that there were a couple of horses here, as expected from the largest stable. He turned away from the man. Casting a sideways glance at him, he asked if he had any customers who rode from here to school. Amor frowned and asked indignantly, how did he know that? While the birds were flying outside, he said that they had merchants and adventurers who had signed a contract with the school, and His Majesty's envoy also used this place. When the two of them sat down, the man asked why he needed this information. The protagonist lowered his eyes. He put his hand on his knee and offered to pay. Looking at the owner, he asked to make a graph under a certain number to help him escape. Amor looked at him with surprised eyes. Lihan looked at him with a frown, because the only reason he came here was to prepare for the next way to escape. Looking at him, the man noted that he looked like a first year, but he made bold plans, and even in the tribes living in the most costumed places of the empire, there were few as brave as him. The guy smiled, hearing that for this he really wanted to help. Sitting opposite him, the owner said that, however, ballet is difficult. The protagonist perked up. The coachman, lowering his gaze, imagined a flight on birds and said that he saw how strictly they conduct the inspection. The hero lowered his head in sadness when he was told that for him, it seems, the process itself is even stricter since he is an outsider. The guy pinched the bridge of his nose and got angry, thinking that he knew it would be difficult and remembered the motto about whether they should go so far. Suddenly the worker stood up, saying that there is one more detail and there is a way. He put his hand on the interlocutor's shoulder. The man told him with an encouraging look that the situation would change dramatically if he had a flying beast that he could fly over the school on. The dark-haired man was immediately surprised and asked to tell him more. Then the big guy started remembering his work trip to the academy and said that he had accidentally learned about this method, because Einrogard takes the identity of strangers leaving the school seriously, but these measures are not applied to its own. He immediately remembered the two professors with a pile of papers and the manager, saying that perhaps the point is that the identities of the friends have already been confirmed, although this is his speculation. Suddenly, the hero had an idea and a plan appeared in his head. He imagined his trip on the night of the escape attempt and thought about how they found out about it only some time later. The groom folded his arms on his chest and said that of course he would be caught if he tried to leave alone, but if he was with him. The blonde man proudly pointed at himself and said that he could dress up as a professor or be an errand boy who left school with him. The protagonist thought seriously after the question of whether he agreed and thought that the idea was good, but there was one but. He imagined flying inside the school walls and wondered if it would be possible to find a flying beast that did not have an owner. Suddenly his eyes sparkled and the guy thought about stealing it. But then the green-haired man pouring tea interrupted him, saying that in case he had a crazy idea to steal it, then he should not do it. And then under the rays of the sun, the reincarnated said that he had not thought about it at all, and the thought came to him that he was sure that there was a trap in the stable, to which he was told that this was great, because stealing an animal from its owner was a disgusting idea. Then Lihan was handed a mug, which surprised him. The man looked at him with a cool look and said that it would not be easy and asked him what he would do. The boy looked closely at his reflection in the mug. He lifted it and thought that there were many factors that would be difficult to resolve. Mick drank his tea in one gulp and thought that he had no other choice. The mug was completely empty at that moment. He looked at the owner with confidence and said that he relied on him. The horseman immediately imagined his flight and said that he would be at school in 2 weeks at midnight on Saturday. The blonde imagined how the hero would be waiting for him, covered in a cloak, and said that he would need to bring his beast to the roof of the stable. The protagonist imagined himself raising his head in the right place, and he continued, saying that when he was ready, they could fly away together. The evening was beginning, and shouts were heard asking to stop. Lihan and his companions ran as fast as they could while they shouted at him to wait. The horned one carried the bags with a plaintive look and said that he understood that he wanted to bring as many items as possible, but there were no shops in that direction that he would need. The dark-haired one said with concern that he needed to visit one place. The local officials were in complete shock when they were told to wait at the entrance to the city and noticed that he simply left. They just watched him run away. The white-haired one scratched the back of his head and said that he really didn't understand anything. Looking at how the hero approached the right building, he wondered why a student of a magic school needed that shop. The guy was already preparing to enter and was worried. He pulled back the curtain and apologized for the intrusion. The reincarnated one looked inside and asked if he could find an illusionist magician here. A girl with a crystal ball was sitting in front of him. She looked at him with slight concern. She took her hand away and asked him to sit down. The white-haired girl stretched out her hands to the ball and asked what brought him here. She lowered her head and asked him to be frank. But then the beauty pouted and thought that things were bad. Her face turned pale at the same moment when Baldororn saw him and wondered what a student magician of the academy forgot here. She imagined herself as a chicken next to him and thought about the fact that she only had the third circle, which corresponds to a second third-year student, and wondered why he needed her if the school had more outstanding magicians. But then she was distracted from her thoughts by the beginning of the story. The guy imagined the academy and said that the tower he needed to get into was cast with magic. Intruders were not allowed in, and since the illusion magic is related to security, he thought that she could help him. She was stuck in even more confusion and puffed up from lack of air, thinking about what he was talking about the tower at school. She looked at him carefully and thought about how he looked like a first year, but he managed to sneak out of school, and now he wanted to find a way to bypass the alarm. The girl shrank her dress and thought even more. She looked at him with embarrassment and thought about how he would become an extraordinary mage, because the way mages think is similar. The blonde cleared her throat and said that there are so many types of magic that prohibit intruders from entering that you can't count them and even experts don't know. But suddenly she imagined a mustachioed genius and said that extraordinary mages are like experienced tomb raiders and can determine the structure of detection magic, and even more experienced mages can reconstruct and disable the system. She moved her hand to the side and said that it requires a lot of experience and knowledge, and even if she teaches him the method, it will be difficult to use it correctly. The guy looked down and thought about what he knew it would not be easy. Suddenly, he surprised her by saying that if so, then there is a question. The dark-haired man pointed his finger up and asked if there was a shortcut, something like completely destroying detection magic. She smiled, lowering her head, and chuckled, asking about destruction. He tilted his head and Balderorn immediately asked with concern if he was serious, to which she received an affirmative answer. The girl anxiously folded her hands in front of herself. She looked at him with all seriousness and said that it was impossible. Lehan imagined himself among a pile of cobwebs when he was told that it was difficult to remove protective magic, even if you know its structure, and he wanted to completely destroy it. And then it dawned on him after he said that in order for this to be possible, he would need a huge force that could hit and disable the single structure that supported magic from the inside, and that this could not be done in their world. Suddenly, the guy hit the table with his hand. He immediately jumped up, frightening his interlocutor, and began to beg her to tell him how to do it. But she shook her head and said that she could not, and if something went wrong, he risked being in danger. Then Lehan moved his hand to the side and said that he would not act thoughtlessly and asked to teach him again, and then dumped a bag of money on the table and said that he was ready to pay for the consultation. She looked at the money, thinking about 77%, and agreed with difficulty. She held out a circle with stones to him and said that firstly, he would need a colossal amount of mana and it would be good to use a magic circle or stones. Afterwards, she asked him if he could draw magic circles, to which he immediately said that he was studying basic imperial geometry and arithmetic in a lecture. She put her finger on the circle and, imagining it, said that next time, she just needed to stand in the place where mana was distributed in the circle and collect her mana. And it would obviously be difficult to control such a volume of mana, but something else was even more difficult. The beauty pointed her finger at the table and said that she needed to direct it all at once to the desired location. She imagined a dam that water had broken through and said that it was not enough to simply send her mana like a river flow, but the pressure had to be powerful, like a breakthrough. The guy folded his arms across his chest and thought that he still did not understand how to do it, to which she immediately asked if it was difficult. Lehan said with a gentle look that everything would be fine and did not think it would be that difficult. The illusionist watched the client and thought that it was expected that after her warning he would not back down, and since he was accepted, he must have been outstanding in his homeland. She put her hand in the bag and thought that the world did not care whether he was talented or not, and arrogance was dangerous for a young and talented person. The girl scattered the powder of the shining stone over her head. Having created an arc above herself, she said that she was making the moon and drawing over the water. The magic of the third circle was used, which knocked his soul out of his body, creating a labyrinth of moonlight of the new moon. The guy looked at himself with alarm from the side and wondered what it was because the distance had increased sharply, but then he noticed that he was sitting right in front of her and thought that they were in their places. Watching this from the side, the hero thought that he had such a feeling as if she was far from him and wondered if this was magic. He noticed the floor, which was strange, and thought that besides, it felt strange and like he would be in danger if he slipped here. The girl picked up the staff and thought that even though she had prepared this magic against an ambush, it would probably serve as a good warning, and asked her not to move, because it might seem like nothing had changed. The guy suddenly turned to her, asking about what would happen to him if he lost his balance. The red-eyed girl was very surprised after that, and thought that he had good sense for a first year, and thought that there was a reason why he was so confident. Afterwards, she took the staff aside and said that even though this magic was low level, it was quite scary, and asked if he wanted to continue, to which he thought about it. The boy eagerly built a chain in his head and thought that she was teaching him in a kind manner and without haste, and in this aspect she was much better than the professors at school. He began to shine with happiness, frightening the interlocutor, and thought that after he was beaten by Professor Greg, it was very touching to be taught in such a manner, and she in turn thought about why he was looking at her with such eyes. The student immediately stood up, putting his hand on the table, and said that of course he would try what he was taught. The guy took out his wooden staff and became more serious. Sharply increasing the tool, he distorted the space and thought that this magic was different. Gaining mana, Lehan thought that this was not like a river flow, but like a wave breaking through a dam. He began to collect a huge amount of energy at the end of the staff. A huge shot occurred, similar to the star Azura. Balderorn felt a huge stream flying straight at her. A spark flashed in her eyes, and although in fact no sound was heard, something could be heard. Right in front of her was such a stream that one cannot imagine. Feeling the attack, the beauty thought that it was a unique roar that is created when magic collides. Her entire house immediately lit up with a bright light. Suddenly, the bright glow abruptly stopped. The disheveled cutie was sitting on the floor in ruins. She was in complete horror and bewilderment. The guy began to slowly approach her. When he extended his hand to her, the blonde thought that this was impossible. Taking his hand, she calmed down and thought about the genius. Early morning came, in which the thought flashed through her mind that such people really exist. The skull and half-troll stood at the entrance. Garcia turned to the boss and anxiously said that she could handle it herself. After all, this time she had a responsible task, to which he said that he could not leave. He began to mock and said that something interesting was brewing here. The blue-skinned girl looked at him in horror and thought that he was waiting for Lian to be late. Afterwards, she picked up the sheet and said that it would be good for him to give up his hopes because he was different from ordinary students, to which the green one agreed. He imagined him wrapped in chains and said that, however, this was not related to his talent because due to the lack of money and time, he was limited in what he could bring back, and the smarter he thought he was, the more things would drag him down. Asu began to gloat and said that time would soon run out, to which the irritated teacher told him to keep his thoughts to himself. Suddenly, something interesting caught her eye. Something big was visible in the distance. The beauty began to leaf through the document and wondered what was so huge and wondered if it was a giant or some kind of worker. But suddenly something surprised her wildly and realization came. Many boxes were held by magic. Everyone was shocked by this crazy porter. The teachers were speechless. Garcia saw the guy using basic control to keep the boxes in the air while dragging a mountain of things, and it must be very difficult. But suddenly Asu indignantly clenched his fist. But then he calmed down and said that Professor Greg taught him too well. The blue-skinned girl looked at this in surprise and wondered who taught him physical strength magic, to which she said that it has serious side effects, so first years are not taught it. But suddenly the director stopped her after saying that he apparently studied it himself in the library and said that he needed to warn him before this, to which he asked her to calm down. The Lick with an anxious smile stuck out his finger and said that magicians cannot grow up in too strict an environment. The half-troll looked at him with regret and thought that this skull is a criminal. Before us appears the book Deceptive Step Gondoltasa, which is quite unique. After that, 4 circles appear, which represent the magic that enhances the body, usually divided into 4 categories, especially for beginners. But because there are 4 enhancement zones in one circle, the guy found himself inside his dream and scratched his head, thinking that there was nothing to be done about the fact that it was difficult to master them, and thought that now he understood why the director's name was in the name of the magic. He stood on top of the hill and thought about what happened last night in his dream. Reading the book, he wondered if it was worth naming magic after something with the corresponding effect, because the fact that the names and effects do not match is confusing and he does not remember how many times he has already failed. Lian threw the book away and thought that if this continues, it will be a waste of time. He sat down abruptly on the floor. There, the handsome man thought and honestly did not know himself, although he wondered about the need to approach the issue from a different angle. The dark-haired man rested his chin in a separate space and did not realize that his flexibility and open mind were a strong point that was rarer than such a reserve of mana. And he himself thought about when the director created this magic, what he thought. Suddenly, he folded his hands, creating a spark. After all, he was in a dream. The guy collected some dirt and thought that he probably did this in his youth. Lian collected a face from the dirt and thought that even then there was madness in his eyes and probably his character was terrible, and his face was unfriendly and fierce, and he must have liked to fight, so his body was dexterous and trained, and then thought that he was like a god who created people from dirt. The hero pressed down a pile of dirt and thought that dark clothes perfectly matched his character and staff. He created a figure of a magician on the ground. The dark-haired man wiped his forehead from sweat and dirt and stood up. The protagonist leaned towards his creation and stuck his tongue out to the side, wondering if it would be able to stand up, and maybe it would, because it was a dream. Then he blew on it. The figure remained motionless. Suddenly, the eyes lit up with a bright green light. The guy stepped back in horror when it began to rise and did not understand how it happened. The creation leaned forward. Then the artificial mage extended his hand forward and emitted energy. His eyes began to glow even brighter. Lian looked at it with confusion and thought that it looked strong and knew that fortunately it would not move without a command. He extended his hands forward, filling them with energy, and thought that he gained an understanding of this magic, seeing its creator. The doll continued to stare at him, and he continued to think about the body-strengthening magic that he created. The reincarnated brought the staff to his forehead and ordered his feet to rule the earth. Suddenly, a powerful stream of aura surrounded him. His body seemed to be floating in the air. Channels with dots spread across his arms. The guy closed his eyes and concentrated. Then a bright green shine appeared in his eyes. Squeezing his fist, Leon realized that this was incredible and he felt how unusual his physical condition was. Suddenly, he looked at the turning book and asked if they were congratulating him and thanked him. At the same moment, many lines flew out of it. They flew in a huge and dense stream. It began to surround him, and the hero asked if they were asking him to return. But suddenly he realized that, and was surprised, asking if magic had a side effect. The book began to nod, to which he said that magic controlling different zones for sure. But suddenly the textbook abruptly closed. At the same moment, the protagonist opened his eyes in reality. He found himself in his bed safe and sound. Seeing the bright sun outside the window, he realized that it was already morning. Currently, the reincarnated one was dragging a huge load on himself. With a tired look, Leon approached the gate covered in mana and thought about how he had no choice but to use magic despite his worries about it because he had a lot of luggage. The people who met him were in complete shock. The director looked at the exhausted student and thought about how he was using his magic and circulating mana throughout his body, and then realized that he was simply releasing it and also constantly using basic control. The skeleton looked away and thought about how a normal person would immediately pass out from mana depletion. And it was funny because he had a huge reserve of it, and then thought about how it would be normal to pass out the first time he tried to do this. The guy approached Garcia and said that he was back. Then Asu looked at him with his pupils hidden and congratulated him on his return, calling him dear, while he thought about how he looked disappointed, which meant he managed to bypass his trap. The half-troll approached him with concern and asked him to drink a potion and relieve his fatigue. With even greater concern, she advised him to get a good night's sleep. Lehan nodded, looking at her, and thought that he had prepared for this, but it became very scary when she spoke like that and said that he understood. When the door closed, the teachers were left alone. Suddenly, the Lick realized what was happening. Suddenly, somewhere in the distance, the Horned One asked not to forget about him during the question of where he got the money. That same day in the morning, everyone was examining the boxes. The students surrounded the delivered cargo and rejoiced. The hero approached them, and everyone was happy about his awakening. Everyone surrounded him, asking about his health and well-being, but he waved them off and said that everything was fine. He moved his chair and thought that this was strange. Sitting down on the chair, the guy exhaled and thought that he expected to suffer from pain for 2 days, but somehow he felt uneasy about feeling good. Suddenly, he was handed a mug and offered cocoa. It was Yoner, who said with a smile that it was free. She sat down next to him and said that she was looking after the horse while he was sleeping. Suddenly, he turned to her and said that she was quite eccentric and asked if anything had happened. She immediately remembered the moments with the griffin and said with a smile that it was peaceful and stood still while she was looking after it. The hero immediately began to drill her with a piercing gaze and thought about what a scoundrel his horse was. He lowered his head and got angry, thinking about what he would do to him upon his return, while she stretched and said that a new week had begun. Blue-Eyed looked at him and asked what other homework they had left, to which he said that now that they had finished with Professor Uriglam's assignment, there was one last one left. He immediately remembered the crest of his tower. Afterwards, the guy raised his finger up, pointing to his fantasy, and said that all that was left was to steal the flag of the White Tiger Tower. Lehan imagined a fighting dragon and tiger, thinking that the director's assignment was the basics of magical education of personality, and although he did not know much about education, they needed to steal the flag of their tower. Afterwards, he turned to his comrades, who immediately drooped and asked if anyone had already tried, to which he was told that nothing had worked, and they even tried to appease them, but that did not help either. The boys remembered how they were kicked out of the tower and told that getting in there was not an option. Immediately after, they remembered the conversation with the half-orc, who shook his head at the offer of bread, and in the end, even bribery did not work. They tried to draw their symbol for camouflage, but this did not help either. The protagonist calmly looked at them and thought that fortunately they were not sitting idle. Then the green-eyed one threw his hands behind his head and wondered if they could work together and exchange flags. But then his classmates pounced on the prince, asking him what kind of nonsense he was talking and asking if he had forgotten how they mocked Leon. But then the dark-haired one covered his friend, asking him to calm down, and said that, as expected, the only way to do this would be an ambush, and he had an idea. Everyone immediately surrounded him, starting to praise him and hope for him. And then the prince folded his arms across his chest, offering to trade again and saying that these tigers were quite trustworthy. Afterwards, the protagonist extended his hand to him and thought that he rarely expressed his opinion and decided to ask why. Gainando immediately remembered how the goat gave him food and said that they communicated well with him and gave him bread and milk. And then the hero looked at him in horror. A picture of bread covered in an aura immediately popped into his head, and he thought that in such a place they couldn't just give him bread and milk and that it was definitely a trap. Afterwards, he looked at his friend again and with a stony face thought that they were probably trying to bribe him, and realized that he was quite a suitable target if they didn't know anything. But then his gaze suddenly caught on something. He covered his face with his hand and suddenly thought about another version. Afterwards, the guy put his hand on his friend's shoulder and asked him to come over. Leon put his hand to his ear and began to whisper. The blonde immediately became happy and said that he knew for sure that he would understand him and said that he would return soon. The protagonist looked after the one who ran away. There was a soft smile on his face. In the middle of the day, under the sun's rays, everything was ready. They looked at the fake flag and decided that they needed to exchange it with the yellow ones. The long-eared one, putting her hand to her chin, looked at it and thought that it looked plausible and giving the rabbit meat to the turtle tower was worth it. Suddenly, the horned one appeared from behind the bush, running with a smile and saying that the yellow guy had fallen for it. Out of breath, he said that they were meeting tomorrow at noon in front of the academy. While the guys were talking, the gray cardinal watched from the side. She tilted her head to the side and meaningfully remained silent. Suddenly, the long-nosed one looked at the leader and immediately asked what the matter was, to which she said that she did not know if the yellow one could be trusted. The green-eyed one looked away and imagined the hero as a villain, saying that it was strange that they agreed to the deal as soon as they heard him out, because Leon simply agreed with the proposal. The other guys turned to her and suggested trusting Einrogard this time. The long-eared one looked at them with a displeased look and wondered why they were so naive. But right after, she smiled and thought that sometimes they needed to be rewarded for their work and said that they were right and perhaps the goat had done a lot of work for this. Tomboy looked away and thought that no matter what. Looking at the night sky, she thought that even if they failed, they would not lose anything, because the flag was fake. The guys were quietly sneaking up to the tiger's tower through the bushes. Ratfort was ahead as a scout. Then he turned around and with a satisfied look turned to the owner saying that they called him to help and said that it was a great honor, to which he said that they needed the look of a professional thief. And then the alchemist got scared of something. She brought her hand to her mouth and said with anxiety that she should have asked Nilia to help. The hero immediately realized his titanic huge mistake. The simulation in his head showed how the huntress sadly put her hand on her chest and said that they gathered without her and was broken by the fact that she was not with them. She immediately ran away in tears, thanking them for the time with her. Leon leaned forward a little, closing his eyes and thought that this would bring a lot of trouble and decided to explain everything to her later. The guy began to get up from his place and thought that now he needed to focus on this. Taking his hand away, he asked everyone if they remembered that they had let their guard down thanks to Gainando and now they needed to act according to the plan. Everyone was on full alert. In fact, it wasn't much of a plan, because the first step was for the protagonist and the rat to enter the tower. The second step was for the others to stand ready and follow him on cue. Looking at their miserable attempts to be better, the reincarnated one thought that since they were all nobles, they hadn't set up ambushes before and were trying to bite a branch or wrap their shoes in cloth. The dark-haired one looked at his personal Bilbo Baggins and suggested that they move on. They were standing in front of the entrance to a huge tower. The hero put his hand to the door and thought that he would first try to understand what kind of magic was used here. Suddenly, many magic circles appeared in front of him. His eyes caught on something important. In front of him was a barrier of incredible strength and complexity. He was immediately thrown back and Ratford caught him asking if he was okay. The guy was able to get up and look at his comrades saying that everything was fine. He was just puzzled because everything was not that simple. Suddenly, Leon took his hand back after the offer to stop. He put his hand under his cloak and said that in any case. Having collected mana on the tip of his staff, the reincarnated said that the only thing they needed to overcome was the magic blocking the entrance. At this time, research work was underway in the greenhouse. One of the employees was falling asleep on the go with a pen, but then a colleague patted her on the shoulder and woke her up. He folded his hands in front of himself and asked what would happen if this monster escaped, to which she immediately said that she would try to be more attentive. But then the girl dozed off again at her workplace in front of the flask. And the creature meanwhile began to move, and the next moment a crack appeared on the glass. Ratford carefully approached his boss from behind while he was collecting mana. He watched this with horror and thought about how he could feel a huge amount of mana without even trying. Watching Leon concentrate, he thought about what he expected from him. When he suddenly opened his eyes, the rat continued to think about how incredible his boss was. An incredibly bright light spread from the tower. The director was reading a rather long package at that moment. Something really surprised him and pierced him with a premonition. He put the newspaper away and thought about how this feeling reminded him of the white tiger's protective magic not working. Then Asu turned to the summoned skeleton and asked with displeasure if those anti-magic bastards had really returned, to which he asked him to calm down and explain that this was not the case. He exhaled when the servant began to explain that it was the first years who turned it off, and said that it must be one of the homework assignments that they were given. The Lick immediately introduced the reincarnated one and said that the one who is able to turn off the protective magic, even for a short time, is probably the same one and apparently turned it off by force. And then the minion was surprised by the words with a question about other protective magic and a question about what happened to it. Then the bald one reported with a sad look that most of the protective magic was suspended. The director looked at him with displeasure and thought about how it was possible to destroy so many barriers. The hero was already letting his people in when he thought about how much he broke through the protective magic. The students of the Blue Tower were already running up the stairs as fast as they could. Suddenly, magical veins began to appear and the protagonist thought that the magic was gradually being restored. He became alarmed, thinking that this was very strong magic and if it was restored. The prince ran at the very end of the line. Suddenly, a flame began to sway behind him. Suddenly, the candle burned terribly brightly. A huge white tiger appeared and bit him by the collar. Green-Eyed was dragged outside at the same moment. He started screaming while being lowered down, and the others called him and warned the others that Ganando had been stolen. The blonde was thrown out on the threshold. The hero took his hand aside and said to hurry, because the protective magic was being restored, and it would be much more difficult if it was restored. A huge heavy door appeared in front of them. Radford opened it and shouted about what had happened. It turned out to be the rest room of the White Tiger Tower. The guys began to examine the surroundings and give comments, while the princess silently looked to the side. But then the leader and his subordinate turned to them and said that now was not the time, and the rat shouted that they should take everything that was worth money, but then he corrected himself and said that they needed a flag. Everyone ran in different directions and began to search. Leon stopped in the center and looked around. He exhaled heavily and thought that fortunately there was no one. The guy put his hands on his hips when he was called out, and before that he thought that it would be difficult with the guests. Suddenly, the protagonist turned around abruptly. There he saw Durugu. He stood in complete shock and opened his mouth. He spread his arms in horror and asked what they were doing here and said that he came here because of the noise that came from here and wondered how they got here. Then the reincarnated one pointed his finger at him and asked him to stop, warning him of the danger behind. The fanged one immediately turned around, but the next moment he received a blow to the face. It turned out that the hero threw a ball at him. He fell to the floor unconscious. Then one of his classmates pointed his finger there and laughed at this, praising their leader. The alchemist approached him and asked if it was really necessary to do this. Looking at the shaking body, he said with regret that it would be better for him because he was already in trouble and if he got involved in this. Leon sat down next to him, running his hand over him and said that if the other tigers saw that he was unconscious, then there would be no misunderstandings and he did not need to become an outcast like Nilia. Blue-Eyed covered her mouth with her hand and was impressed. But then she looked away and wondered what the comparison was about. Suddenly, they both turned around after the cry about the find. Radford sadly lowered his eyes and said that there was one but. There were many flags in front of him and he was confused. The dark-haired one thought with his hand to his chin and said that they were fakes and it was too dark to look for the real one. Blue-haired went down right after the order to take everything. But suddenly the light turned on behind him. Leon noticed the sudden change in the situation and became alarmed. He immediately turned around and cursed in his head, not understanding why so early. The tigers immediately began to grab all the members of their tower. Many fell into the traps and asked to be saved. The rat grabbed the flags and the hero praised him at the same moment. His foot hit the floor sharply. All the remaining ones suddenly began to run away from the big cats as fast as they could. There were torches hanging on the walls when someone said, "Okay, he got it, he doesn't have to repeat it." The brunette raised his hands to his head and said what he was telling him. He definitely heard something downstairs, to which the heroine replied, "It can't be." Rowena glanced sideways and asked what could possibly happen. Students from other towers can't enter here. People were walking forward. Coming down the stairs, they saw the heroes running in a crowd. The guy and the girl were shocked. Looking at the running people, one of them said, "Wait, these clothes, these are blue dragons." When the protagonist thought, damn, they were noticed. The woman's gaze fell on the princess when she said, "Wait a minute." The blonde turned her head away when she was asked, "Princess." Tigers flew over the brunette's head when she asked what it was. Suddenly she turned around when someone screamed, "He was caught, help." Rowena opened her mouth and eyes wide. A question came from the castle, "What the hell is going on here?" The heroes quickly ran out of the building. A tiger was hiding behind the protagonist. It was running right after him. Its paw almost reached the guy's leg. The protagonist fell to the ground and closed his eyes. Then he turned around. The castle gates were closed. The brunette exhaled heavily. Sitting on the ground, he said, "Did it work?" The blonde answered that after such running he felt dizzy, and the blue-haired one was sick on the side. Suddenly a scream was heard from the window, "Wake up, we need to catch up with these dragon bastards." The protagonist put out his hand, frowned and told everyone to pull themselves together, the tigers are approaching. Then he went to the blonde and told the others to run with the rest, to which one of the heroes replied, "Okay." Leehan threw Gainando over his shoulder and told him to get up. The hero of the video in the cart and shouted to the coachman to be easy, more careful. Carrying the boy on his shoulder, the protagonist said that he was not a coachman and ordered Gainando to get ready. The door swung open and a green hand pointed forward. The dwarves looked forward angrily when one of them shouted, "Thieves." The heroes turned around when the protagonist thought, "Damn, they are already here." Looking at the running people, he thought, "Everyone is running so fast, but at this rate they will be caught." The young man turned around and said that they need bait. The girl looked at the blonde and asked Leehan if he was thinking of using him as bait, to which he replied, "Of course not." The green-eyed man raised his head and said that Ordonez is a bastard. The guy ran and shouted, "Forget about Rowena." Durugu believed him. Enrego gritted his teeth and said, "And yet he betrayed him." The protagonist looked to the side and thought, "Perfect," after which he put his leg out. Then he held out his hand and asked Durugu. For him he was just a chess piece, he was a fool to believe him. The hero made a dash and shouted, "Bastard." Suddenly the brunette pulled out a magic wand and shouted, "Splash." The guy covered his face with his hand from the bright light. With magical shackles on his hands and feet, he was lying on the ground. He looked at his hands and said, "How hard, Ordonez is a monster." The heroes shouted Enrego's name in one voice. They ran up to him when one of them covered his face with his hand and said, "To think that he was defeated like this, he is a noble man." The blonde hung on the protagonist's shoulder and said that they would never defeat Ordonez, to which the guy replied, "Do not move." The protagonist stopped in front of the people and said, "People." He frowned and added that they should not dare to pursue them, he can use this spell as much as he wants. The people bared their teeth when he finished saying that in such darkness they wouldn't be able to dodge him. The brunette looked into the distance and thought, "We need to leave before the others come running. His threats might work now, but if there are more people here." Suddenly he extended his wand towards the hero, who was sitting on the ground and telling his friends not to worry about him and make the enemy Durugu pay. After which they screamed loudly, "Pay for betrayal, exactly," and the young man thought, "Damn, I had to knock him out." Someone stood firmly on his foot. Then someone else came up. Leehan and his friend were surrounded from all sides. The blonde turned his head and asked, "Are they finished?" "Yes," to which the protagonist told him to shut up. The brunette closed his eyes and thought, "Okay, I need to think." While the green-eyed man was hanging on the guy's shoulder, he thought that he would use a water ball on the left and block the attacks on the right with a sword, then blind them and try to run away. Suddenly, Gainando's eyes widened. He pointed his finger forward. Then he opened his mouth wide and shouted, from behind them." The green-haired one smiled and said he thought they were that stupid, when the second opponent supported him and added that they wouldn't fall for such tricks. A green stalk appeared. It wrapped around the guy's body. The hero was very scared and opened his mouth and eyes wide. The creature lifted him up as he screamed loudly. The yellow-eyed one looked sideways. Asu's silhouette appeared, saying that the summoned monster had escaped from the greenhouse. Looking down at the heroes, he continued to say that he knew nothing about it. He was the one who should be put in the punishment room when someone told him to shut up and send the monster back. The creature took another person when the protagonist thought what a touching conversation between the students of the professors who had failed in their experiments. The opponents screamed loudly. Leehan looked away and thought, "Damn, now is not the time for emotions. What to do? He can't fight him while carrying Gainando." The monster's tentacles approached the brunette. Suddenly, Garcia appeared in the sky. She gritted her teeth and swung. Her magical blows hit the creature, after which the protagonist opened his mouth wide and was dumbfounded. The troll descended to the ground. When the heroine opened her mouth, the guy said, "Professor Garcia," to which she told Leehan to hide behind her. The girl turned away and said, "She can't believe another monster escaped. This week will be hard for the new students." When the protagonist thought, "Another one." Then he pointed his finger at the monster and thought, "No, now is not the time to think about this," and told the professor that this grape creature took his friend. The woman tightly clutched the cane in her hand, after which she launched the magic and said, "1 second." An explosion occurred above the forest. The creature's tentacles were cut. The victims were lying on the ground, covered in branches. As one of them said, it seemed like he was going to throw up. The troll looked away when the protagonist asked if he could find out what happened. The lady raised her hand and began to narrate that, speaking of which, while this school is almost perfectly protected from outside invaders, things are different with what happens inside, as they can do little about incidents that happen during magic training. Looking at the victim, she added that this summoned monster was one of those cases. It seemed like the students had failed one of their experiments. Then she narrowed her eyes and said, "Well, these things happen from time to time." The boy smiled and thought, "This is no laughing matter. The academy students were attacked," and then said, "Thank you for explaining." The woman turned around when the boy said he heard that there were other monsters that escaped, and asked, "The problem will be solved soon, right?" The lady narrowed her eyes and said not to worry, they would all be caught within a month, so they should be careful when walking around the academy during this time. Looking at her, the protagonist thought, months, and all she told them was to be careful. He then raised his head and continued his thought, I guess professors or professors. The sun's rays fell on the academy. The silhouette of a skull appeared and said, since the summoned monsters roam freely around the academy, the students should be especially careful. The heroes sat with their heads down as he continued speaking, since the monsters roam freely. The red-eyed girl raised her head and said she was speechless. The blonde pointed his finger and said, he thinks they released these monsters on purpose, to which the blue-haired one asked, otherwise why didn't they catch them right away? And the former added, he thinks the director. The yellow-eyed one drank tea and looked away. He then looked away and thought, they are just lazy. A thought flashed through his mind, there are many mages in this academy. He is sure that they can defeat even a dragon if they involve all the professors. He kept thinking that they are the kind of people who make their students correct mistakes. And what do they do when students make those mistakes? The answer is obvious. After which he put the mug on the table and thought, it would be better for everyone to just give up on this. The students turned around when Leon said to stop chatting and suggested to have breakfast. He will cook something. The guy cut vegetables, then threw them into the pot. He was cooking soup when the blue-eyed girl stood with a paper and a pen in her hands. Raising the ladle and blowing on it, the protagonist said that they must be tired after what happened last night. The brunette was dumbfounded when one of the heroes screamed, wow, Wardenaz is the best. A scream came from the academy, get in line. The students ate. The blonde was chewing his food with his eyes wide open when someone said that there were some positive moments in today. The heroes were having lunch together. Gay Nando smiled and said that he felt so good when he saw those tiger bastards panicking, to which the red-haired girl laughed and said that it was great when everyone worked together. Looking at the soup, she added that she also really enjoyed eating together. The sun's rays were falling through the window. Yoner looked away. Everyone was eating silently when she said that it would be nice if their lives continued like this. Suddenly, Asu's voice was heard, repeating that since the summoned monsters were freely roaming around the academy, the students should be especially careful. Ashan turned his head and said that it was ruining his appetite, when the green-eyed man happily extended his hand and asked if he could eat it then. The girl laughed when the green-haired man extended his hand and replied that if he didn't keep his hands to himself, he would demand a duel. After which the red-haired girl looked at the protagonist and asked if he thought the arrangement of the classes would go well, to which Leon responded with surprise and asked again, morning classes. Then he looked away and said, everything will be fine. The sky was clear. The two heroes looked away angrily. The boy and the girl frowned, looking back. In front of them stood Wardenaz. The yellow-eyed one fixed his gaze forward and thought whether or not. Suddenly, Leon's call was heard from behind him. The boy turned around and Durugu was standing behind him. The green one opened his mouth and said that they needed to talk. He continued to say if he was trying to take care of him, then there was no need. Last night, the heroes were sitting on the floor when one of them asked Durugu if he was okay. The mutant grabbed his jaw and asked what happened, to which he replied that those dragon bastards broke into their tower. The brunette frowned and added that Wardenaz used him. The heroes were dumbfounded when they offered him to join them. From now on, they will protect him, to which he replied that he understood everything. He pretended to be a villain for him. Currently, the guys were standing opposite each other, after which the green one opened his mouth and said if he can't approach him because he is afraid of what others will think, then they can't be friends, don't defame your honor like that. The protagonist looked at him and answered, how touching, and then thought, although there is nothing noble in decorating flags and knocking him out, but in such situations it is better to remain silent. Suddenly, the screams of the young man were heard that Durugu was trying to deceive him again. The guys covered the mutant and said that he should not communicate with this bastard, they will protect him. Looking at them, the protagonist thought that it would be better for him. The brunette turned his head when someone said, good morning everyone. Looking at the blonde, the young man greeted the professor, and Goldel came closer to the students and said, when he woke up, he saw monsters roaming around, how ridiculous. Closing his eyes, he added, but since the students must continue their studies, he thought about it for a long time, about how to take advantage of this situation. The protagonist looked down and thought, this does not sound very good. He does not really like where this is leading. Raising a finger, the professor said that as a result of careful thought, after which he clenched his fist, raising it up, and added that he managed to catch the summoned monster, they will fight with it for training. Leon frowned in fear. Looking ahead, he thought that the professor was doing the wrong thing, he must make sure that there are no monsters nearby. The red-haired man approached the guy and said that the professor was right. He then looked ahead and added that they wouldn't be able to defeat them if they simply retreated out of fear, and the second student said that a truly strong knight was facing him face to face. The blonde man smiled widely and said that he was going to change his mind if anyone objected, but as expected, talented swordsmen think differently. He then asked Wardenaz if he didn't think so, to which he replied that it was a brilliant idea. Covering his mouth with his hand, the young man thought, damn, that just came out. He then lowered his head when the professor said, okay. Holding a box in his hands, the man said that they would be divided into teams of 3, and the people with the same numbers would be drawn on the same team. It was time for the results. The protagonist and Durugu had number 4. Jigel also drew that number. Based on the draw, Lihan, Durugu, and Jigel became team number 4. The protagonist was upset and thought that he was really unlucky. The blonde narrowed her eyes and said that thanks to Warden as she had a great time that day. Remembering the moment, the boy thought, that very day. Then he exhaled heavily. The yellow-eyed man extended his hand and said, since they both acted childishly, how about forgetting about it? The girl turned away and replied that, forget, huh? The green one turned his head, looked at Lihan and asked him, he was not serious. Looking at the heroine, he said that he knew what she was like. After all, they were both from the north, she would never forget her grievances. Durugu opened his mouth in fear and said that she would take revenge charmingly. Lihan should be careful, after which the protagonist thought that it looked like it would be difficult with this team. A scream was heard behind the boy, attention. The students looked at the professor who was speaking. He saw that the teams had already been formed. They were moving on to the next step. The blonde opened his mouth and said that the team needed a leader. He prepared something to choose one. Pointing at the paper with his finger, he added that the leader would be the person with the red dot in the corner of his lot. The leader would give orders and the rest would have to follow them and fight the monster. The protagonist looked at his paper and thought, leader, an ominous feeling. There was no red dot on his paper. Without turning around, he told Durugu to tell him that he had the red dot, to which he replied sadly, sorry. The heroes looked in the same direction at the same time. Jigel put her hand with the paper forward. There was a red dot on her paper when she said that she was the leader of the team. Shouts could be heard under the blue sky, team leader, where is Jigel, team leader Jigel. The brunette walked up to her and said, team leader, after which he narrowed his eyes and told her to clearly formulate her orders if she did not want to get stabbed in the back. The blonde smiled and replied that she was looking forward to working with him, the number 1 sighting. Green stood between them as they smiled at each other. Durugu frowned. The plot noted that there is a saying that knights who witnessed an ice storm in the northern mountains will no longer be afraid of anything. Durugu was one of them, but now he was seriously scared. The brunette raised his hand and loudly called out to the professor. Walking up to the man, he asked what kind of beast they would be fighting. The blonde looked at the scared guy and replied that he couldn't tell him. He then raised his finger and added that in order to learn how to fight unknown summoned monsters in the future, one must learn to fight without preparation. The heroes were horrified. The protagonist frowned and thought that this was another piece of nonsense that professors usually spouted, and said out loud that in that case, they needed something to destroy it. But a guy jumped out in front of him and shouted that the professor was simply incredible. Clenching his fist, he shouted that they would defeat any enemy he put in front of them. They would show him true knightly honor. The protagonist looked at him with hostility and thought, isn't this a magic academy? And the blonde called him an idiot. Then turning to the brunette, she asked what he was looking at. Smiling, he said that he just thought that he finally found a person who thinks the same way as him. She folded her arms over her chest, saying not to be stupid, the only thing they need to do is follow orders. The young man said that he intends to follow them as long as they do not cause problems. He would not start a fight for no reason. Turning to him, Jigel asked why he put them to sleep and handed them over to the director, to which the guy raised his hand and objected that they were on different teams then. Then he turned around and said that he was just trying to clear up the misunderstanding, putting his hand on his shoulder. Durugu said that there are misunderstandings that can't be resolved. Looking away, he thought that the brunette had a talent for making people angry, and said out loud that it didn't matter and could just be forgotten. Birds were flying in the sky. The teacher said that each group should enter the building one by one, the monster would be waiting inside, and each group should get out of there on their own. The 3 approached the building illuminated by sunlight. Lihan opened the door, then he looked inside, and then he closed his eyes thinking that it was light outside, but on the contrary, the professor must have set everything up so that they would fight the monster in the dark. He raised his wand up and said, light. The light rose higher, illuminating the room. The blonde looked at it. Looking away, she thought that he was really capable, and this was annoying. The boy's attention was drawn to movements in the far corner of the room. They saw a hoof kick. The bull's legs were steaming. He turned to the side. The bull looked at them intently, and then he started moving towards the guys. The girl asked if a spirit had entered him, to which the young man replied that he was unique. But then something dawned on the protagonist. Looking at the monster's body, he thought that this energy was a magical strengthening potion. Remembering the man, he suggested that perhaps this was the same bull. No, that couldn't be. Durugu, looking at the guy, asked what he was thinking about. Frowning, the protagonist thought that he needed to pull himself together and think about what to do next. Pointing his wand at the bull, he said that he felt 2 types of energy from him, the energy of the strengthening potion and the energy of the spirit. Durugu, looking at the guy, asked what they should do then, to which the girl said with a displeased look that they were talking too much about nonsense. Lihan raised his hand and said that it would be difficult to deal with him using normal attacks, and asked if anyone knew how to fill a weapon with mana. All three said that they could do it. The blonde thought with hatred that Lihan was not from a knightly family, then where would he know how to do this, and the brunette said that they would sort everything out now and attack him. The girl closed her eyes and said that facing the bull head-on meant being in the most convenient place for an attack, and asked Durugu to ask who would be in the center. Jigel closed her eyes and said that facing the bull head-on meant being in the most convenient place for an attack, and asked Durugu to ask who would be in the center. The young man turned his head and asked to convey that of course the captain would be in the center. The blonde only showed her middle finger to this. Durugu sighed and thought that they had remained such children. There was a torch hanging on the wall, and an offer was made to decide on rock, paper, scissors. Some time later, the guy kicked the floor. Durugu also kicked the floor. Jigel kicked with both feet. Durugu was holding a sword in his hands. Lihan lowered his hands and thought that in the end everything was as expected. He was chosen to stand in the center. Their strategy was simple. They would split up and approach from three sides until the bull reacted. After his reaction, the student he would run to would focus on running away while the other two would attack. Looking at the bull, the young man thought that the only problem was avoiding the bull. The most tired person in this hunt would be the bait. The one who attacked would have an easier time. The bull pounded the floor with his hooves, and then he exhaled heavily. He began to radiate power. The blonde covered one ear. Durugu also covered his ears and screamed. The protagonist stood in front of the bull and thought that it seemed like it would not calm down so easily. Taking out his magic wand, he thought that in this case, instead of approaching him, he waved his wand and screamed, splash! Bubbles of water began to rise around him. They started falling on the bull, but he tried to dodge. This angered him and he exhaled angrily. Durugu opened his mouth and exclaimed that it was simply amazing. Then his face became amazed. Water balls were falling in front of the bull, and the bull was heading towards the blonde. Durugu thought why the balls were moving in a certain direction. The protagonist began to rotate his staff, forming a whirlpool. He stood with a very serious face. The girl clenched her teeth and said angrily, "Oh, you little one." Some time ago, Jigel thought about this while distributing responsibilities. She was ripe to drive the bull toward Naz. She grinned slyly, but people with a similar type of thinking will always exist. The blonde looked at the protagonist and thought that he was thinking about the same thing as she was. She began to run, thinking that she would never give him the battlefield. She ran behind the young man. He looked back in surprise and said that he was hiding in the night. The girl jumped to the side and was surprised that he had disappeared, and the bull was running towards her. Jigel held her sword in front of her. When the bull approached, the heroine struck his throat, but the poser was covered with ice. After that, the bull turned around and ran away. Looking at her sword, the lady thought that this cut was not deep. Whatever damage he received, they would heal right away. The bull was breathing heavily. The girl raised her leg and thought that nothing could be done. She held her sword in front of her and thought, come on. The bull ran towards her. The heroine raised her sword to strike, and struck the side of the bull. He looked at her in surprise, and flew back to the wall, hitting it. Two people approached the bull lying on the floor, unconscious. The girl opened her mouth in surprise. Durugu opened his mouth and thought what just happened. Lihan opened his mouth and said, revealing himself in the daytime. He looked at his broken sword. The sword was missing from his hand and he thought that since it was just a wooden sword filled with mana, it would have broken anyway, and Durugu asked how he managed to knock down the bull with one blow. The guy glanced sideways at the animal and said that he would tell about it later because he was already getting up. He ran towards the door and said that they should use this chance to get out of here. Green frowned and thought that he was afraid to look back. The girl clenched her teeth thinking that she could not believe that he used her again. She would not forgive this. Durugu asked Lihan while running if everything was okay. He replied that in any case, after finishing this lesson, they would never be in the same group again. The sun illuminated the building. The sounds of footsteps were heard from behind the door. The doors opened sharply and yours ran out screaming. They were trying to catch their breath. Looking at them, the protagonist thought that this was the last group. The professor came up to them and told everyone to come to him. The brunette thought something was wrong here. Looking at the other students, he thought that in their group there were those who could fill the sword with mana to cope with the task faster, and how the others defeated the bull. The professor looked at everyone present and said that everyone did a great job. They all managed to get out. One group decided not to stop there and pacify the bull. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that they really just needed to get out of there. If that's what he thought, then they weren't told to fight. The blonde listened with hatred as the other students whispered, discussing who it could be. Goldel raised his hand and asked how they felt after facing the monster. The bald man said that it was stronger and faster than they thought. Another student said that he thought he wouldn't be able to land a single attack. The young man listened with indifference as the professor said that for most of them this was to be expected. The man smiled and said that they had learned something after getting out of there, that there was nothing to be afraid of. He continued to say that to get rid of fear, you need to face it. This also applies to fencing. If you realize that you cannot win, you need to think of a way to escape. All the students were happy when they heard that, and Goldel was glad that they learned this from their own experience today. Durugu nodded happily, but his face was distorted by horror when he heard that for this semester's classes they would be left in their current groups, because the mutual understanding within the groups was excellent. Green turned around in horror. Jigel and Leon looked at each other with hatred. The three of them looked at each other. The sun was shining brightly. The protagonist asked if he should apologize for what happened inside. Durugu suggested using him as a mediator for communication. In the Tower of the Horned Beast, students were entering the alchemy teacher's classroom. The owner dusted off her hands and said that the preparation for the lesson was complete. She opened her mouth and said that Leon should be coming soon. She turned her head and was surprised by what she saw. She saw the protagonist and asked why he was being treated like a prisoner. Two guys were holding the brunette by the arms, and he said that she misunderstood because the guys agreed to protect him after the lesson was over. The blue-haired one clenched his fist and shouted that any place outside the tower should be considered a battlefield. He continued that there were monsters roaming there, and tiger bastards, and who would protect the protagonist if not them. The redhead opened her mouth and said that even if everyone attacked him, he would still win. Siana opened her mouth and shouted that they were in a very dangerous situation now. The young man looked at her and said that they had not seen an unrivaled genius for a long time, who was fit for the Flemen Order, a master of alchemy. The girl handed over the flask, saying that it was a potion made to repel monsters, and asked to try it. The guy replied that he was touched that she was giving him such an incredible gift. The girl leaned over and asked if he owed her something. The redhead laughingly replied that she thought so too. The teacher entered the classroom and told everyone to take their seats. Walking deeper into the classroom, he asked if they had a good weekend. He smiled and asked if everyone had prepared their potions. Everyone opened their mouths and answered in the affirmative, and someone thought that the weekend had been terrible thanks to him, and someday they would take revenge on him for this. The protagonist looked away, thinking that he seemed to be able to hear all their thoughts. The professor was surprised that everyone had done it and how it was even possible. The blonde replied that they had worked together. The redhead exhaled and said that, whatever the case, they had done a great job. He spread his hands and said that since they had prepared a potion of friendship with lower-level spirits, they had already taken the first step on the path of a novice alchemist. Then he opened one of the flasks and said that of course the final product was not perfect. Blue smoke flew out of the open flask. Under its influence, the branch caught fire. Holding it in his hand, the man said that since the potion was weak, it only created a small flame. Looking at this, the students were surprised and could not believe that this was fire. The professor closed his eyes and opening the next flask said that now they would examine another potion. The branch in his hands flared up and he was surprised at how huge the flame was. He looked at the tag on the flask, wondering who was doing this. He raised his head and thought that it was Warden as again. The teacher began waving the branch, saying that although there were several well-made potions here, it was too early to rejoice. She left the table and said that now they were talking about serious things. The redhead unclenched his fist and said that today they would practice on a real spirit. The spirit opened its eyes, and the man said that to become a real alchemist, you need to focus on increasing the effectiveness of the potion, and the easiest way to do this is spirits. Leon looked at the bunny and thought, what does spirits look like? He opened his jacket. There were bones there. He grinned and thought that he seemed to understand why dark magic is not popular now. Extending his hand, the man said that this is Mr. Rabbit. He is an ice spirit, which he often uses, but do not underestimate him because of his cuteness. He is strong enough to crush all of them alone. The rabbit proudly raised his head. The students looked at the teacher, who said that it would be too difficult to establish contact now, so they need to start slowly preparing for lower-level spirits. Making friends with higher spirits at first will be difficult. Trust must be earned constantly. The flask fell and broke. The office was in chaos. The professor said that the stronger the spirit's energy, the easier it is to enter their world. What he did now was to strengthen this very energy. The students wrote down that they first needed to focus on getting closer to the spirit, and the only way to do this was to show them their sincerity. The redhead walked around the office, saying that the spirits would understand if they approached the spirits with evil intentions. The guy thought that this was the most useful lesson in all his training. A flask appeared in front of him. Looking at it, he was told to drink this potion. The owner brought the flask to his mouth. Ashan adjusted his glasses and looked at the potion, and the main character was looking at him too. The man smiled and wished them a safe journey. Leon had his eyes closed. He opened his eyes. He was standing in an open area and looking around. The young man looked up and thought that this feeling was similar to the director's black book. He assumed that it should be so. He chuckled and thought that it seemed like he had entered the territory of the spirits of fire and ice. Both weren't so bad. The protagonist started walking and thought that it was time to begin. The columns were holding up the ceiling. The owner clenched her fists and said that it was simply amazing. She turned to the other students and said that she couldn't believe that in reality only a few seconds had passed, but in the spirit world she had been for so long. The guy said that he had spoken with the spirit of the carp, and he thought that his feelings had passed through him. The man covered his ears and started shouting that if they wanted to discuss this, they should return to their towers. He turned around and said that they must have realized how difficult it was to establish a connection with the spirit. From now on he wanted them to get closer to them whenever possible. He opened his mouth and shouted that the class was over and thanked them. The students were leaving the office. The professor stopped the protagonist and asked him to come over. Looking at the guy, he asked how everything went for him and thought, God forbid he says that he has already made friends with the spirit. The young man pressed his lips together. Then he opened his mouth and said that it was terrible. The teacher was delighted. He laughed, thinking that this is exactly what a real alchemist should be like, and asked out loud what happened to him, and assumed that the spirit did not listen to him. The young man stood with his head down. Then he raised his head, pointing his finger at himself, said that when he saw him, all the spirits ran away. He met quite a lot of spirits. He remembered how he tried to catch up with the great fire hound, and how a fire dove flew away from him, and then said that everyone had the same reaction. The red-haired man, looking at the main character, asked, so they all ran away from him? Leon answered in the affirmative. The man rubbed his beard and said that if he thought about it, then he remembered something. He remembered the story of someone who first got into the spirit world after becoming an alchemist. It was easy for him to get there thanks to his power, but all the spirits did not like him. This was because the moth aura that they felt from his soul scared them. The young man opened his mouth and asked what was wrong with him, and in response he heard that it was probably due to the amount of his mana. The guy was sad, but he was told that fortunately there was a solution to this. The archmage still managed to make friends with the spirits. When the protagonist heard this, he was happy and asked what he did. The professor raised his finger up and said that he forcibly captured them with magic. Surprise appeared on the young man's face. He repeated to himself, captured them. Leon moved his hand to the side with anxiety, asking if the spirits would be stronger in their world, to which the dwarf said that a small problem had arisen. He showed a thumb up and said with a smile that in any case, he should try because the process can be exciting. To which the hero looked at him with hostility and pretended to agree, thinking about how he could even say something like that. Immediately after, he imagined a sparkling basket of food and thought about how he would need to steal more food from his hut. The snake looked at the protagonist with concern and told him that this was a big problem. They walked along the corridor together. The white-haired one looked down and sadly said that spirits often simply do not understand people. And then the yellow-eyed one put her hand on her chest, saying that something similar happened in her church, to which the dark-haired one immediately asked with concern if this could be avoided. She immediately remembered how Urigolm raised a magical branch and said that the church used potions, and they were similar to those they used in class. The students looked at her in surprise while she was talking about how they could communicate with spirits, and Yoner said that she didn't even know that was possible. The snake looked at the amulet and said that the church that specializes in spirits uses a secret recipe for a potion and said that she even helped them create it. The boys looked at her intently while she was talking about how if she could get the ingredients, she would make it for them and that she could make it for anyone who wanted it, which everyone was happy about. The girl began to carefully write down the ingredients on a piece of paper, saying that they would need a lot of them. She held the piece of paper out towards the boys and asked if they saw what they needed. Leon looked at the list carefully, kept silent meaningfully, and thought that this was too much. He turned to her and asked where they could get it, to which she replied that there was one option. She raised her head, looking at the falling rays of the sun, and said that Professor Urigolm's laboratory was somewhere on the upper floors of the building and that all the ingredients they needed should be there. The white-haired girl clasped her hands in front of her chest and said that they needed determination. She stood in front of them with her eyes closed and said that she would accompany them to secretly steal what they needed. The hero was blinded by a bright light and he leaned back. The protagonist watched the girl and the guy who happily followed Sienna, saying that it was no wonder that everyone was praising her and that they expected this from her, and wondered to himself that she could even participate in this. He approached the priestess and asked if this undertaking was dangerous. She stared at him and talked about how the academy encouraged such methods and that this was the lesson their professors were trying to teach them. Nick looked at her warily and thought that he didn't know how she came to that conclusion, but he couldn't help but agree with her. He followed them, thinking that it was a tempting offer and if they got the ingredients, they could use them for other purposes in the future. Someone touched his back while he was thinking about what to do with a large batch if they succeeded. Nelia was standing behind him. He looked at her and asked her what happened and thought that he was really that inconspicuous. She looked at him with a frown and asked him to take her with him. He looked at her silently and thought that he didn't think she was like that from the beginning. The sun's rays fell on the school and he wondered what was wrong with this school and how no matter how everything around him changed, there was something that remained unchanged. Leon remembered how he controlled a heavy iron ball, how it crashed into his back when he failed. and how he groaned in pain after such failures. The guy looked at the photo of a man. He remembered how the teacher stood in front of him in class and asked if he could concentrate. The protagonist stood in front of him, asking for forgiveness and thinking about how he should react to the ball accelerating. The teacher was meaningfully silent, looking at him, and he thought about where the lessons on rotating the spiritual starstone went. They stood in front of each other. The hero held his back, which the ball had recently crashed into. They both felt confused, and the professor was also about the task. Greg was thinking about why his student was having such a hard time. He was spinning the ball with his eyes closed, and the professor could have broken through the student's defense. But he didn't even think about it, and instead, after thinking for a long time, came to another conclusion. Without moving, he said that he understood. The guy stood warily in front of the teacher, who stopped spinning the ball and thought about the fact that they had stopped and were now going to take a break. The vampire put one hand on the elbow of the one who raised her palm up and said that he understood why it was difficult for him to concentrate and that he was trying to spin the ball like when defeating a golem, and asked if he was right. Leon looked at him with narrowed eyes and thought that this was nonsense about it just being difficult. The torch illuminated the contours of the wall and ceiling. Greg was meaningfully silent and spun the ball. He looked ahead with an aggressive look. The hero looked at him questioningly and thought about how he put himself in the student's place for the first time. Behind the protagonist stood the vampire, who was thinking about what if he were in his place. He stood on a stone path with forks and thought that even if he was told not to do this, he would still do it, because those who are not able to take a step when the path lies in front of them cannot become magicians. The teacher lowered his head and, after a short silence, said what he understood. Leon held the staff in front of him and asked why he answered like that. Greg approached the guy and said that his impatience was welcomed and thought about what the teacher should do to stop the student walking along a treacherous path. The hero looked at him with fear while he said that he would make him concentrate. The protagonist stepped back from him and turned to him with caution. The vampire thought that the answer was simple. He raised the ball above his head. They say that when they take a step, stretching his hand forward, he thought that they could die. Nick tried to stop the teacher, shouting for him to stop, but it was too late. The ball flew towards him with great speed. The guy dodged and the ball only touched part of his clothes, tearing off a piece of fabric. He looked at his bare shoulder and thought that he dodged only thanks to luck. The ball, having made a circle, began to approach him again, which he was outraged by. The guy raised the water ball with his staff and threw it at the ball. There was an explosion. Greg and Leon moved away from the explosion. Water was dripping from the guy's face. He raised his head and irritably thought about what the hell was going on here and whether he would continue, because the ball had become heavier. A vampire stood in front of him and he wondered if he seriously wanted to kill him. Mick looked at the professor and thought that since he was a professor, then apparently so. He closed his eyes and thought that everything was heading towards this. The protagonist confidently stood up and looked forward, wondering to himself whether he should kill the teacher. That is, he had thought about it before. Greg extended his hand forward, launching the ball at the student. It flew past Leon, who dodged, touching his coat. He looked at him with aggression and understood that he would not be able to kill the vampire and thought that he needed to stop him first. The protagonist held the staff tightly in his hands and an idea came to his head. He shouted a spell and a vortex of water swirled around him. The teacher watched what was happening and thought about whether he wanted to increase the number of balls. He looked at the guy, whose face was dripping with water, and thought that although it seemed reasonable, it would be harder for him to control them, and he hoped that what he had planned would work. The hero clenched his fist tightly. He shouted a spell again and the water began to create a shield, covering him. The water continued to swirl around him and he thought that the water shield was a spell of the second ring. The water surrounded him completely and he thought that the spell was not very difficult. Greg looked at the guy in amazement and Leon thought that he was very impressed because he had never studied it. The teacher swung the ball again and thought that this was a sign of hidden talents. Throwing the ball at the shield again, he thought that it was a flimsy shield that could be easily penetrated. The guy anticipated the impact and prepared himself. The ball flew into the water shield with all its force. It stopped, hitting the obstacle. The vampire was very surprised by what happened. The guy looked through the shield at his opponent and a realization came to his mind. He intercepted the ball and threw it at Greg, thinking that now it was his turn. The vampire calmly looked at the approaching object. He dodged it. The guy was worried and thought that it did not work and began to take out the beast's paw. Throwing it under his feet, he ordered it to attack. Leon looked to the side questioningly and thought that this was not enough. He rested his foot on the desk. Mick pushed the desk forward and thought that he had to win no matter what. The paw was approaching the professor's head. The vampire looked at the student with excitement. The guy looked at the teacher with anger. The teacher began to lift another ball. The projectile began to rise from the stand. Having risen sharply from its place, it flew to the side. The object began to spin around Greg. The ball hit the paw with all its might and it broke. The projectile returned to the owner. The guy noticed the approaching threat and did not take his eyes off. He put his shield under the blow and it again deflected the projectile. Leon strengthened the shield. They stood in front of each other. The student fell to his knees in front of the professor. He stood silently in front of him. There were no emotions on him. Mick looked at him with resentment and thought that he could not believe that he dealt with everything in a split second. The teacher extended his hand while he was thinking about the fact that he was trying to kill him. He patted the student on the shoulder and said that it was a good job. Leon looked at the teacher and was silently meaningful. Torches lit the dark corridor. Someone wondered. The hero stood in the hall and thought about something. He finally understood Greg's intentions. The professor stood in front of the student. He thought about whether he liked how he fought and wondered about the fact that he tried everything possible. The teacher closed his eyes and said that it was normal that he liked to twist the sphere, but with time he would learn it. The guy imagined himself running away from a vampire with a knife and the teacher said that retreat was the best way out. The guy looked at him in surprise while he said that he should not be upset and that the next lesson would be about what he demonstrated today, to which he apologized. Leon looked at Greg and thought about what he was talking about and whether he would explain anything again. The hero felt the chair begin to move involuntarily. He fell off the chair and screamed. He looked at the teacher and asked what was going on. Objects were flying in front of the protagonist. The vampire held the objects in the air with magic and said that from now on they would work on concentration in unpredictable situations. He raised his hand and said that he was free to use everything that he had today and would increase the difficulty as needed. The guy looked at him with a smile and thought that this was all he needed. In the middle of the forest there was a small house with warm light pouring out of the windows. Choidar, humming songs, walked along the wall and said that she would go check on the fields. Around the corner of the house stood a figure that she noticed and thought that there was someone here. Leon, squinting, looked at her and greeted the professor, but she screamed in fear. The teacher stood up, spread his legs wide and asked him why he looked half dead, to which he replied that it was nothing. Hearing that the protagonist had a productive lesson with Greg, the teacher got angry and asked why he agreed to such a thing. The guy turned to him and asked again, to which he, ashamed, closed his mouth and asked to forget. He walked along the path and Choidar asked him if he had any questions about his studies at school, to which he asked again and sighed. An eagle with the body of a lion and a white horse fluttered in the sky. The protagonist asked if it was possible to get a flying beast, to which the professor asked why he was interested. Leon was kneeling and holding a container of food in his hands and said what he asked out of scientific interest. The teacher looked at him and said that he apparently did not know that the white horse was a griffin. The azure sky was cut by mountain ranges and the woman said that on the school grounds there was everything, from mountains and lakes to dungeons, and that she was sure that if he tried, he would find a flying beast. The guy looked towards Choidar and asked if he would be able to tame her, to which she replied that it would be difficult, because even tamers have a hard time taming a wild beast. He washed potatoes and, after a pause, began to lead up to the request. He looked at the teacher and asked if he could teach him this in his free time, because sooner or later, under his guidance, he would definitely succeed. The moonlight was breaking through the clouds and illuminating the leaves of innocent trees. The professor was telling him not to complain because the classes would be difficult, to which he agreed. The next day, he stood in school and yawned. Leon stood with Yoner in the basic magic lesson. They went to the desks and the redhead asked the protagonist about how he looked sleepy, to which he replied that he just had a nightmare. He imagined himself sitting on a griffin and Greg watching. She said that the professor was in the nightmare and thought that it was a terrible sight. He covered his face with his hand. The girl put her hand on his shoulder and said that she would not ask further questions. The doors swung open. Garcia entered the classroom and everyone greeted the professor. The protagonist looked at the professor and thought that at least she did not terrify him. The teacher, being in the class, asked if they remembered how Professor Morton came to them last week to teach them dark magic. Everyone in the audience looked at her with irritation and thought that he would really come again. A figure entered the class. Professor Mill stood in front of them and the troll said that another professor would teach them summoning magic. The whole class was happy. The woman looked at the students and thanked them for their hospitality. Garcia looked out the window and said that, like dark magic, summoning is studied in the second year, but she invited the professor and began to lead the monologue to the reason. Creatures were flying outside the window. She looked at the students and said that she believed that they could now use the knowledge that another professor would give them. The gray-haired woman interrupted the admiring exclamations of the young men and suggested that they begin the lesson. Lehan and Ashan raised their hands after she asked if there were anyone interested in summoning magic. The reincarnated man looked around the room and thought about everyone raising their hands and how this magic was useful in any case. The professor began to tell her that the family tree of summoning magic went down infinitely, that it had many types, that it was so versatile that no one had mastered it completely, and that it was found everywhere. She opened a book and said that even in fairy tales this magic appeared. The guy looked at Mill and thought that he could make a lot of money with this if he was lucky, and the teacher noticed his interest and said that she was glad that they were interested. He was silent. The guy closed his eyes, put his hand on his chest and, smiling, thought that this is what professors should be like and should be, and no one probably understood how valuable these words were. He remembered how Professor Greg tried to teach him skills, putting his life at risk, and thought that such people are not professors, but bandits. Nil stood in front of the boys and said that summoning magic is related to various disciplines in order to summon whoever they want. They need to have diverse knowledge. Even an inanimate summoned thing, which is comparatively easier to summon, will cause difficulties. The hero looked at the couple in front, who thought about the words of the professor, who asked to think twice about the decision and whispered that they should try, to which the other replied that they may have talent. Garcia looked at the woman with a smile on her face. She looked at Mill and said that they are all talented and that why not let them try, but she looked at her and meaningfully remained silent. She waved her wand. Everyone in the audience had scrolls that levitated above the table. The owner looked at the strongest mage and said that it was not a one-time scroll that needed to be torn apart, to which he replied that it was a normal scroll with a magic circle drawn on it. The professor continued to address the class and said that she was sure that they were all attending classes on basic imperial geometry and arithmetic, which the boys confirmed. Lehan looked away and thought about how the mood in the class had darkened after just one sentence and how few people like dealing with numbers. The protagonist became despondent and thought that, to be honest, what they were learning here was simpler, and Gainando lowered his head and said that it was too difficult. Mill heard his words and told him that then he had no chance to use summoning magic. The boy looked at her with a guilty expression and remained silent. She asked him to take into account that during the summoning, it was necessary to draw magic circles and make calculations. He looked at the scroll while she asked him to draw a magic circle in his head and thought about what we would see. He carefully looked at the magic circle. Lehan imagined electronic circuits in his head and began to think that magic circles were a kind of circuit similar to those used in electronics, and through which electricity flows, like mana flows through a magic circle. The higher the level of magic, the more complex and intricate the circuit would be. He imagined various magic circles and thought about how a magic circle is an assistant, it strengthens and weakens. He closed his eyes and a memory popped into his head. The protagonist remembered the goose feather that he used to practice in lick lessons. He grabbed his head and thought about why exactly a goose feather appeared in his head while Professor Mill was introducing the magic circle to the guys. She was holding a feather in her hands and talking about how this magic circle summons him. The guy looked at her worriedly. The woman addressed the audience with a proposal to begin, while Mick looked at the sheet of paper, thinking about why he thought of this. Everyone in the audience began to try to summon the feather. Some tried by ordering, others tried by begging. Magic energy came out of the scroll. Some students' scrolls tore and they got scared. The scroll appeared in front of the red-haired guy again and he said that it appeared immediately, and Leon said that apparently even such scrolls can be destroyed if you mess with them for a long time. Adenart sat with her eyes closed and her scroll turned into magical power. Someone from the audience called everyone to look at her. She held a magic sphere in her hands, in which there was a feather. Students from the audience said that Her Majesty was able to summon something similar to a feather, and another said that they were the same. Garcia looked at the students and thought that something similar was not enough. Showing the sign of prohibition, it was explained that the reason why summoning magic is so difficult is in the details, and summoning something similar is no different from failure. If it is not perfect, then it is meaningless. Ashan looked at the forked feather with confusion, and magic, in addition to summoned creatures, have a chance that they will attack the mage. Gainando was hit on the head by a feather that was summoned by a guy with glasses. The blonde guy turned to his classmate and angrily asked him how dare he attack him with a feather, to which he replied that it was a misunderstanding and it moved on its own. He turned to Lehan and, holding his head, said that there was an attempt on his life and asked if he saw it, to which the hero asked him to calm down. The guy held his hand with his palm facing the scroll. The guy turned his attention to the protagonist. Enrico looked at him with a smirk and thought that he hadn't summoned the feather yet when he had already done it. The perfect feather was lying in front of the hero and he thought that he had done a perfect job. The boy with horns looked at his classmates and thought that it was unlikely that anyone would create a feather better than his. He leaned his hand on the table and thought that he should use this opportunity to brag to the arrogant blue dragons. He stood behind Lehan and told him not to say that he hadn't summoned the feather yet. The hero remained silent meaningfully, closing his eyes. Enrico frowned and started yelling at him to stop ignoring him and look at the feather. Yoner intervened and asked him about not having feathers at home and why he was yelling like that. He leaned towards the protagonist and said that he wanted him to look at what he had summoned. Nick was focused. He held the staff in his hands and commanded the feather to appear. The scroll began to move. It was surrounded by magical power. The mark began to separate from the scroll. The magic circle attached itself to the scroll and mana swirled around it. The boy looked at the scroll with confusion and thought about what had failed. A bright cold light started pouring out of the window. Lehan was lying on the floor and watching what was happening. Yoner looked at her friend with displeasure. A feather was levitating in front of him and she said that it sounded like something exploded. Many perfect feathers that he had summoned were falling on the hero from above. The protagonist and Enrico were lying on the floor. The students from the audience were in shock. Someone guessed that all these feathers were summoned by MC, and the guy with horns could not believe what was happening. He was holding one of the summoned feathers. He looked at it carefully and thought that the form was good, but he shouldn't have done that, and that, as expected, it would be quite difficult to limit the amount of mana. Lehan looked at the scroll and thought that he was ready to bet that the sheet was damaged. The scroll was in perfect condition, and he asked in surprise that everything was okay with it. He looked at him with confusion and thought about what was the point then. The main reason for the excellent control over mana was Greg. Gracia held a feather in her hands. She looked at it with a smile. The teacher looked away and thought about how difficult it was to summon even one feather, and then she thought so much that she could argue that Professor Mill was also shocked. She looked surprised. A troll approached her and said that the hero simply had a lot of mana, which is why there were such mistakes, which she denied. The gray-haired woman said that it was not a mistake, and the interlocutor asked again. Enrico looked at the protagonist with anger while she said that he had talent. She began to examine the student and said that he was arrogant. Gracia raised her hands in front of herself and, after Mill said that he summoned so many feathers to brag, said that he was not like that. The professor looked at the teacher with disdain. She became flustered and closed her eyes. The troll felt awkward and thought about the teacher. There is a hierarchy among teachers too, especially when one was learning from another. The woman looked at the interlocutor and said that it is good to believe in students and show affection, but they also need to learn to be aware of their actions, to which she agreed. She continued to look at her, meaningfully silent. The girl listened attentively to what her colleague was saying about how, nevertheless, there was no need to worry. Mill turned to the audience and said that there are many ways to deal with arrogance. Lehan touched Enrico with a pen, which made him very angry and called him names. Garcia watched as the students asked the hero to stop and called others to protect their classmate, and asked him to be more careful. The sun's rays fell on the school and clouds floated across the sky. Two teachers stood in the classroom. The gray-haired woman held her hand on her chest and said that thanks to today's lesson they learned that everything is not as simple as it seems. The students were puzzled by the teacher's words that this lesson was about the very basics, and most of the time they will have to summon without scrolls. She lowered her head and said that if they still want to learn, then they should come to her class. The protagonist and Yoner looked at her puzzled while she said that many believe that the most important thing in learning is talent, and the guy thought about why it seemed like she was looking at him. He noticed the decoration on her clothes and she repeated what she said earlier. Lehan and Gainando were standing in front of the tower. There was a potion and bones under their feet, and the hero thought that it wouldn't hurt to clean up here. They ran up to Mill and thought that if her subject was popular, they should take care of such things and that they were the only ones studying here. She did not notice the students behind her. They stopped and she closed the gate in front of them. The friends looked at each other with displeasure. The hero looked ahead tensely and thought that there were two more students here. The blonde turned to him and asked why they suddenly decided to study dark magic, to which he asked him why he was so worried about it. He looked at him with irritation and said that he was the only one the professor considered talented in dark magic. They noticed a figure and turned to it. Raphael stood in front of them and, folding his arms in front of his chest, said with disdain that it must be the notorious Leon. He narrowed his eyes and began to stare at him. All her attention was focused on the hero. He turned to face her completely and asked if he was from the White Tiger Tower, and thought that he was giving off an unfamiliar energy and his golden eyes were unfamiliar to him. He began to look at him and something cleared up in his head and he assumed that he was a half-angel. He confirmed MC's words and, closing his eyes, proudly said that he had inherited the noble blood of his ancestor, and it seemed that even a devil like him would recognize nobility. An image of Jigeling appeared in his head and he thought that he was definitely proud of the fact that he had angel blood in him. Compared to her, he probably had less of it. The protagonist looked at him with apprehension and thought that despite his hostility towards him, he did not look like someone who would follow Jigel. Leon stood in front of his opponent and thought that he needed to be shaken up and asked about why such a noble person would serve the blonde. Gainando stood behind him and the angel said that he would not be mistaken. He bared his teeth and said that he did not obey orders from such people and asked if he wanted to insult him. The protagonist stood in front of them and said that if he did not listen to him, then why did he need this asshole? While the hero was talking, the blonde noticed that he was trying to restrain himself and listened to what his friend was saying, that Raphael was so unbearable and that he asked him about why he was so hostile to him. The guy with pink hair was very angry and shouted, asked that he was seriously asking him about this, which he confirmed. The angel remembered Durugu and said that he called his venerable friend, whom he ridiculed. Mick stood and silently looked at the enraged interlocutor and thought about what was going on. Gainando pointed his finger at him, excitedly asked that he was not from the Growl family. An angel with scales and a sword from a southern knightly family hovered above the tower. The pink-haired man looked at the blonde with displeasure and said that he was right, to which he asked about why his family needed to study dark magic. because holy knights come from their family. An image of a knight defeating a dark magician appeared in his head, and, squinting his eyes, he asked about whether students from the Blue Tower always needed explanations and said that it was so that they could easily defeat dark magicians. Lian looked at him without emotion and thought that the professor would be disappointed, and his friend was in shock. The woman, standing with her back to the guys, asked one of them about why he came to study dark magic then. Gainando looked at her warily. The figure began to turn. The guy grabbed the hero and asked him about why she was sitting like that, and he thought about how huge she was. She turned her face towards them and responded while he was thinking about her being a giant half-breed. Imig turned completely towards them and shyly introduced herself. She stood in front of them and said that she came here because she was interested and wanted to get along with everyone, to which Raphael said that it wouldn't work with him. Lian looked at her and said that they would definitely get along and thought that she had a rather meek nature despite her impressive size. They shook hands and she couldn't believe what was happening, asked again and received a positive answer. She squeezed his hand very tightly. The guy watched as magical energy appeared from the handshake. He pulled his hand back and began to shake it. He looked at his hand and began to think that if it weren't for his mana, his hand would have been crushed and was impressed by its strength. Gainando chimed in and said that he also hoped that they would get along. Lian tried to stop him. His scream was heard throughout the entire space. The door was closed and the professor said that everyone was here. He looked at the students happily and was surprised that so many students were interested in dark magic. Raphael stood in front of the teacher and thanked him for the compliment, in which he emphasized his enthusiasm. The protagonist watched as the teacher examined the broken arm of the blonde man, to whom he gave first aid. Morton stood in front of the table covered with food and said that everyone should stand in their places. They thanked him. He turned to Mick and asked him about whether he had found any bones yet, to which he replied that he had not yet. The man winked at him and hinted that he should try to look in more gloomy and dark places. Lian looked at him and made it clear that he took note of these words. The professor stood at the table and asked if they remembered what they had studied last time and said that in today's lesson they would learn more about curses. The children were happy. Gainando closed his eyes and said that curses are more fun than summoning magic. Morton was surprised and asked if they had studied summoning magic, to which he heard a positive answer. He tensed up and, squinting his eyes, asked about what the other students had said. The blonde raised his injured hand and said that they seemed to like it, except for them, and everyone went to the summoning magic workshop. Lian felt ashamed for his friend, but did not show it. Everyone fell silent and it was clear from the man that he was very puzzled. He raised his head and said that today he would teach them how to summon the undead. Everyone was delighted, but the hero thought about whether he was allowed to do this. The Blue Tower was enveloped in a magical aura and the protagonist thought about the fact that they had missed a lot. The gray-haired man stood in front of the students and said that they might not know this, but it can be said that summoning the undead is the basis of summoning magic, and Raphael had a question. He imagined a man digging a grave and taking out a coffin and asked if the undead didn't need bones, to which he received an answer that they used to dig graves, but now they leave corpses for them. Angel looked at Morton and asked if despite the ban, some mages still use graves, to which he answered that there are some, and Mick wondered if he understood what he was talking about. The teacher turned away and said that for now he would not ask them to summon full-fledged undead, because when it came to summoning them, he interrupted the phrase. Turning to face them, he said that they could die if they lost control. Gainando looked at the teacher and said that he almost died from a magic pen, and Lian thought about why they were doing this then. The gray-haired man controlled dark magical energy and suggested starting with his hands. He concentrated and directed the magical energy. The protagonist watched what was happening carefully. Magic circles appeared behind the students' desks. A skeleton's hand began to emerge from one of them. It moved its fingers. The protagonist watched as the bone stood on a pair of fingers. There were skeleton hands on the desks. Everyone was impressed. Morton brought his fist to his mouth and said that everyone was learning to summon the undead because they thought it was elegant, but it wasn't that simple. He imagined the undead and the dark mage and said that even if they were talking about ordinary monsters, in order to summon a monster with its own mind, many things had to be taken into account, and when it came to the undead, there were more uncontrollable factors. A ritual popped into his head and he said that in order to get close to the dead, very specific methods were needed. Raphael and Mick looked at him while he said that they couldn't try them right now, so he asked them to try to make friends with the hand in any other way. Gainando looked at the hand and decided to gently stroke it. Lian was silent and looked at his hand. He looked at the professor and asked if there were any undead who were easily scared, to which he replied that it was unlikely because almost all of them were fearless. The man looked at the student's desk with interest. He tensed up very much and opened his eyes wide. The hand stood firmly in front of the protagonist. They looked at each other. The gray-haired man looked tensely at his desk and thought about what was wrong with it. Maybe the problem was in the reagent he used. He watched the hand beat the blonde and thought that everything was fine with the other hands. He froze and a thought came to his mind. Lian was overwhelmed with thoughts and Morton turned to him. He asked the student to summon the hand himself, to which he was surprised and confused. The student looked at the old man and asked if he really could, to which he received a positive answer. He threw the hero a bone and said that the advantage of dark magic is that training can be individual. The professor called the guy, and while he was walking towards him, he thought that he very much doubted that this was individualization, rather improvisation. The teacher began to draw on the floor. The protagonist stood in a magic circle and he asked him to cast a spell. He closed his eyes and thought that nothing could be done. The bone lay in the middle of the circle, near MC's feet. Dark magic appeared near him. He extended the staff forward and cast a spell. The other students looked at him with caution. The staff was enveloped in dark magical energy. Morton was watching all this. The bone was enveloped in energy. It began to absorb it. A hand began to crawl out of the center. The guy watched it carefully. He felt uneasy. The hand continued to crawl out of the magic circle. Having fully appeared in the world, it bent its wrist and lowered its palm down. Lehan looked at it and the hand did not move. The hero looked at the result with excitement and wondered if he really succeeded. He looked at the teacher and wondered why he was silent. The teacher was watching the hand and was silent. He did not take his eyes off it. The old man imagined the hand on the chains on the magic circle and thought that the embodiment of summoning magic was similar to the chains that controlled the summoned monster, and that a novice mage would not be able to control them so well, that if the hand tried to attack the student, it would have to be destroyed. His eyes glowed purple and dark magic began to appear around his hand. The hand twitched. Morton looked at it in surprise and thought that it reacted even without an order. The professor covered the guy with his hand and wanted to destroy it. He saw the hand fall to the floor. They were silently looking at it. The blue tower was enveloped in an aura of dark magic. The teacher looked at the protagonist and said that he had too much mana. Mick lowered his head and asked how it could be reduced to what the interlocutor said, that he did not need it because he was gifted with talent. The teacher raised his finger up and said that he did not need to get close to monsters because he could conquer them with force, to which he thanked him and thought that he was of no use. Behind Lehan, screams and threats were heard. Gainando was fighting with the skeleton's hand and shouting at it to come to him. He was beaten and furious. The old man sat with his eyes down on the table and said that, among other things, talent did not mean that he could get close to them so easily. The hero asked him if the blonde had talent in dark magic. The lesson ended and the students left the tower. The blonde was swollen from blows and said things that the undead do not know what to look like. He turned to the protagonist and suggested that next time they study summoning magic and that he would be satisfied with anything that did not involve the undead. Mick imagined fierce spirits and thought about the seriousness of his friend's words, and that, in addition to spirits, most summoned monsters were quite fierce. Raphael walked behind them, who turned to him with displeasure. The angel angrily pointed to the bruises on his face and asked how he dared to hit him. Lehan turned to him and said that it was an accident. He asked him again. Some time ago, a hanging lamp hung on the wall. The hero and Morton used magic, improving their summoning skills. They experimented with what commands he could give, and he said that he managed to make the undead self-destruct. Behind them, with a skeleton hand, walked the pink-haired man. He envied the protagonist and was angry with him. The beast's paw crawled out from under his clothes. She jumped out and he tried to catch her, reaching for her with his hand. The paw stood in front of Raphael. She burped at the confused angel, who was in shock, and with all her strength she hit him in the face. A noise was heard around the tower. Returning to the present, Lehan, putting his hand to his chest, said that the summoned bone moved by itself and that it was an accident. Gainando looked at him and turned to him. He looked at him and said that he had already left. He did not believe what had happened and regretted it. The clouds were illuminated by the warm light of the sunset. The shadow of the building fell on the tiles. Two guys were standing in front of the mill workshop. They passed by the pond and the hero thought that it was completely different from the black shadow tower. The guys knocked on the door. Mick and the blonde entered the workshop. In front of them was a library, and in the center of the hall sat a professor. She looked at them and said that in that case, nothing can be done and that there is no need. The students looked at her with apprehension. She turned her head in their direction and said that there is no need to apologize. Lehan looked at her in confusion and thought about what was happening and that she seemed surprised that he was here. Morton stood in front of the hero and said that he would study with him, and the protagonist thought that you just don't say that he is a professor. Gainando turned his head to the side questioningly. He turned to the teacher and asked where the rest of the students were, to which she replied that they left after listening to the lesson and she gave homework. He closed his eyes and exhaled. The guy abruptly raised his hands and indignantly asked again and said that they already have a lot of them. The professor snapped her finger to the side. Two books appeared above the students. They were holding textbooks on the basic theory of summoning magic. She looked at them and asked them to sit down. Mick was leafing through the textbook while she asked him to read the book, make notes, and mentioned that they needed to solve problems. Lehan was carefully looking at the pages and repeating the tasks and titles in his head. He looked at the book with interest and fell silent meaningfully. He smiled and thought that this was a great textbook that was easy to study from. In front of him was a book with a face expressing impudence, and he thought that most books were designed to waste a student's time. He was carried away by reading and thought that this was a completely different book. The protagonist looked at the teacher and thought that the professor was really nice, and she thought about why he was looking at her like that. She looked away and thought that this was unexpected. Gainando was lying face down on the book, and she thought that usually when she asked them to study like that, they complained, especially the teenagers. She watched him study and thought that he calmly followed her instructions. She remembered Garcia's words, who said that the hero is not like that, and thought that she would have to watch him some more. The moonlight fell on the building. The books were neatly arranged on the shelf. Mill took a large stack of sheets in her hands and told them to read and study all these materials by the next week. The protagonist calmly accepted the task, unlike his surprised friend. He took the sheets. Gainando smiled and said that it was good. His friend and the teacher looked at him and they both thought that he would not come. Lihan, leaving, said that they would meet next week. The professor did not turn around and meaningfully remained silent. When he had already gone outside, the teacher stopped him. She was standing at the door. The woman smiled, apologized, and said that she had underestimated him and that they would see each other next week. The hero looked at the door through which the light was shining. He froze and was in confusion. He did not understand what had happened and thought about what it was and that she had underestimated him. The students looked away in different directions with anxiety during the director's drawn-out phrase. The hero and his friend looked at him attentively while he was talking about how it was time for life lessons. Skull licked his lips. He smiled again like a madman and asked if they had forgotten about their homework and offered to check. The dark-haired man looked at him with a little doubt and thought about the fact that his homework was that they stole the flags of the other towers, and it was impossible to forget about it. The girls from the different towers looked at each other and nodded during Asu's question about how they should first look at the successes of the Black Turtles and the Undying Phoenixes. The beauty with the green cape put her hand on the table. The representatives of these groups presented the banners with a smile on their faces, saying that they had exchanged them peacefully and completed the tasks. And in the end, the Lick only waved his hand, showing indifference, saying that it was an excellent job. Lian stood up from his seat when asked about what happened to the Blue Dragon Tower, and said that they also received a flag. He took out a banner and said that it was a peaceful way, thereby completing the task. But the teacher looked at him maliciously and said that they did well, and it was a wonderful job. And then he turned to the rest. The members of the White Tiger immediately drooped in his smile. Skull flew closer and threateningly asked if the honorable knights had brought with them. They were very embarrassed and lowered their eyes and remained silent. And then the hero, who was being stared at, turned away and thought that someone was shooting lasers at the back of his head. And then Jigel stood up from her seat during the question of why they did not show the flag and apologized. She lowered her head with regret and said that they failed to capture the flag, ultimately failing the task. The girl clenched her fist tightly, thinking that this greatly affects the grades. And then the principal began to mock her, saying that they could not agree, and the protagonist thought that he should shut his mouth. All the students drooped after the words that the purpose of this class is to get to know each other and start studying together in harmony, but it seems that not everyone understood it. He raised a finger and said that this time he will make the homework simple and understandable for everyone. The Ancient One imagined a beautiful sea and said that if they go west from their academy, they will see a lake, and those who have seen it know that it is as big as a sea. He imagined an island in the middle of a lake and said that there was something interesting there. Bone looked at him playfully and said that he hid the past so that they could go outside the academy. The students were immediately pierced by motivation. All the towers were incredibly happy. Everyone's eyes lit up and Asu noticed it. Green stuck out his finger and said that because of this he wanted them to work together and bring him. The students immediately fell into despair, except for the Turtle and Phoenix Tower. The prince got upset and cursed at the director. He immediately pointed his finger at the Parallel Tiger class and asked how they could work with them at all, but he did not lose his head and said that these words seemed to have been taken out of his mouth. Some time ago, the Lick imagined the relationships of the factions and said that the believers and the poor would be on one team, and the tigers and dragons on the other. He spread his hands, imagining the coats of arms, and told them to decide for themselves, and if they did not want to follow his instructions. Suddenly the skeleton folded his hands, creating a spark. He looked at them with a crazy look and said that if anything happened, they would have to face the consequences. At the moment, the different camps were in exactly the opposite situation. The hero watched them and thought that the atmosphere was not the best, and at this rate, everything would go very badly. The guys in yellow capes turned around after his address. The protagonist, like a real luminary, took his hand away and asked if they could forget about the misunderstandings between them and start working together. The big-eared one pointed his finger at him and said that he would never agree to this, and that the academy would rather collapse than unite with them, to which he nodded and said that there was one but. But then he was surprised by the words that their grades had dropped because of him, and he thought that they were worried about them. Then Lian took his hand away and said that it looked like a misunderstanding, and asked him to think carefully. The tigers began to doubt after hearing that the headmaster had taken over teaching so he could teach them, and wondered if he would give them a bad grade because of one mistake, and then said that in fact, if they gave up so easily, they would definitely get it. He tried to continue preaching, but was abruptly interrupted. Jigel walked slowly towards him, demanding his attention. She folded her arms across her chest next to her minions. The girl folded her arms and turned to her own, saying that snake language should not be trusted, and asked if everything had gone so smoothly when they had contacted him. The reincarnated tried to object in horror, but she continued and said that they had recently been punished because of him, and they had been ambushed. The vengeful person with her subordinates glared at him, asking what they thought of the one who had deceived their friends. The tiger members began to look at him with the desire to kill, but then the alchemist put her hand on his shoulder and shook her head. Then the hero closed his eyes and thought that he did not want to do this, but there was no choice. He beckoned Durugu and asked him to come to him. After that, the guy raised his hand above his head. The green-skinned man was grabbed by the neck. The protagonist pointed a wand at him and loudly said that if they did not work together, another tragedy would happen, and this time, he would be thrown into the lake. The leaders of the opposite camp were extremely surprised. The redhead was also in slight shock. The poor informant did not understand what was happening. He immediately pretended to be afraid, thinking that only he was ready for such a dishonest act to force them to work together, and asked to help him. His friends immediately rushed to him. They looked at the capture with horror and begged him to stop, because they would start working together, and asked to let him go. Leon conspired with the hostage while they began to swear. The hero slapped his secret comrade on the back and said that he would let him go this time. The dark-haired man looked at him with disdain and said that he hoped that they would watch themselves in the future. Jigel watched from the side as her comrades rejoiced at being saved and scolded the strongest mage. She was in complete shock and could not say a word, but only smiled. Soft sunlight fell on the tower, and she did not understand why this really happened. The snake-faced one imagined the relationships between the factions and thought that although there were some complex relationships in the basic magical education of the individual, this was not the point now, and the problem was the tiger's unwillingness to cooperate. She lowered her head, came closer, and was about to begin. The girl put her hand on her chest and turned to the hero and asked about when he was going to start, to which he said that he was still thinking. He imagined a huge building and thought about how raiding Professor Uragulm's lab was an urgent matter. He put his hand to his chin and thought about how time played an important role here, while his girlfriend looked at him suspiciously and thought about why he started addressing Sienna so formally. Leon imagined himself approaching the door unnoticed and thought about what if he got there. In his thoughts, he quietly looked around the corner. The hero looked behind the door, seeing a dwarf there, and thought about what would happen, what would torment him in nightmares, and it would be good if it was possible to find out his schedule without his knowledge. The stable was under the sun's rays, and from there came words that this would end their basic riding practice, and everyone did a great job. The guys were bustling around inside the building and chatting carefree, and then the professor turned to the protagonist, waving her hand. He approached her and asked what happened, to which he was told that they would not be home today. She folded her arms across her chest and said that she was going to take her nephew to the market. The reincarnated one was immediately struck by the perfect idea, after saying that they would most likely return only tomorrow and buy him some beer candies. He immediately bowed and wished them a successful trip to the market, but the guy did not move and thought about the fact that they would leave tonight, and this was terribly sudden. The dark-haired man raised his fist and thought that this is how opportunities appear. Yoner noticed her dear friend walking towards her. He walked towards everyone else and they asked what happened. The guy grabbed everyone by the shoulders and began to whisper. Leon leaned over and said that the day of the operation was determined, and it would be today. The huntress was very surprised and asked again. Ashan anxiously adjusted his glasses and said that it was unexpected, because this weekend they would finally have a good rest, and the blue-eyed girl supported him by saying that she had been waiting for this for a long time. Everyone instantly raised their fists up. The guys were incredibly happy and were going to do this for the sake of their quiet semester without homework, and loudly repeated the phrase in chorus. The hero looked at them with incomprehension and a stone face and wondered when they managed to come up with a chant. Finally, night fell. The guys gathered on the street with a satisfied look, and there is one truth that there are two types of students, namely those who went outside at night. Others were afraid and tense, and were the second option, who do it for the first time. Leon's foot stepped on the ground. He adjusted his jacket and was absolutely calm, because he was the first in this matter, and said that all their friends who would participate in the operation had already gathered. Snakeface took her hand away and asked if he knew how to open the door of the Horned Beast Tower. He nodded, looking at Ratford, and said that he now knew. Ashan and Yoner looked at the hero and he said that they should go quietly and that soon they would see what they had prepared. The walls were destroyed. There were stones on the floor. They were standing in front of the wall in the building. The guy with glasses and the redhead were in shock. The students stood behind the mouse and Leon, and were surprised that he took it so seriously. He was silent meaningfully, his mouth slightly open. The hero pointed his finger to the side and asked what it was. The students exclaimed in fear. They approached him and asked if he did it, to which he replied that sometimes he wonders who they think he is. The protagonist touched the collapsed wall and said that the original plan was for Radford to open ordinary locks, and he ordinary ones. He noticed the debris and said that there was a problem. The guy looked inside and noticed that the debris was inside, which meant that someone had gotten inside. The boys imagined fierce spirits, and he said that something that should have been outside had gotten into the Tower of the Horned Beast. The girl was worried and asked if maybe they should go back, and one of the students asked what they should do. Lehan stood and calmly refused this idea. He, without turning around, said that everyone should listen to him, and that they were getting into the tower secretly. They looked at him questioningly. The hero raised his palm up and led to the phrase. He turned to his friends and said that now they were here to stop the monster and protect the professor's precious things, and that they had volunteered to go together. The protagonist motivated everyone and began to hear admiration and agreement. He watched as the students entered the tower and called to protect the professor's things. Mick leaned against the wall and thought that now the search would go quickly. He noticed how the guy was thinking about how the darkness made everything here seem creepy. Suddenly, one of the long-eared ones caught his attention by asking anxiously if it was because of the darkness. There was thick darkness in front of them, and he continued, mentioning that everything seemed creepy. Then the reincarnated one raised his wand and used light magic. The guys came closer, and he said that they shouldn't linger because the problem wasn't in the darkness. Climbing the stairs, he mentioned that the problem was something completely different. The guy turned around and said that they had only checked the first floor and didn't know what was happening on the second. Ashan and the alchemist perked up and prepared for the worst and were about to move forward. Suddenly, something interesting caught the hero's eye. He looked at his comrades and thought that everyone was very nervous, and he couldn't blame them. As he continued to climb, the dark-haired man thought that they couldn't turn back now that they were almost to the second floor. His breathing became difficult and he thought that everything might look normal on the outside, but they couldn't let their guard down. Suddenly, Leon slowly removed his hand from his chest. Then he stretched it out in front of him with a gloomy and calm expression. An illusion appeared in front of him and there was only one thought in his head: what could be ahead? Keeping his hands on his chest, the guy thought that everything looked normal on the outside, but they couldn't let their guard down. He stretched out his hand. The protagonist was reaching for the bright light. Looking at the multicolored portal, he wondered what could be there. Then he pulled back from it. Leon turned to the girl when she asked what was wrong and replied that she felt powerful mana. A drop of sweat ran down his cheek when he said that the space itself was filled with it. He stretched out his hand into the portal. The magician entered inside. He opened his eyes slightly. Ahead of him, he saw a green forest. As the others followed, the boy said that this was space expansion magic. Siana looked around, noting that they said that an outstanding alchemist must first of all be an outstanding gardener, and this garden was so spacious. Nilia ran up to the others, saying that there were a lot of plants here that she was seeing for the first time, to which the girl agreed. Passing by the carnivorous plants, the main herds thought that there were many dangerous species here, but fortunately, this was a workshop, not a dormitory. Remembering the tall building in front of him, he thought that this meant he would no longer have to worry about traps. All the boys looked at him as Lehan asked them to calm down and noted that they needed to find the path the professor had taken. A bony hand began to crawl out from under his jacket. It pointed to the side. There were tracks of an ungulate animal. The mage leaned over them and noted that these were the tracks of a monster. The atmosphere among the boys began to darken, and some began to say that they should go back. Nilia pointed her finger and exclaimed that she had an idea. Presenting the way, she said that they could follow the monster's tracks, and since it had a good sense of smell, it could find a safe place. The boy looked at her and agreed with the plan. The girl proudly raised her nose when he praised her. The brunette walked in front of the group. They walked through the forest. The boys stayed to the sides, and as expected, none of them were attacked while they were walking this way, however. A hoof flashed to the side. Steam came out of the nostrils. A large bull showed up. The owner sat in the bushes and asked in a whisper if it was true that it was a bull, to which the protagonist answered her that yes, but he did not think it was completely ordinary. Radford looked at him and asked what they should do. Seeing the bull in front of the stairs, Leon made a mental note that it was blocking their path and they would need to do something if they wanted to move forward. Looking at the animal from the bushes, he whispered that there was no need to fight it and that it looked hungry, so they could try feeding it to make it go away. The owner smiled nervously and whispered that she didn't think that would work. The bull began to chew on the grass. It spat it out sharply. Then it began to trample it. Looking at the grass under its hooves, the girl noted that it had destroyed all the plants in their workshop. She covered her mouth with her hand, muttering that if the professor saw, the mage furrowed his brows, thinking that she was right, they would all be in trouble at this rate. He waved his hand, knowing that he had to stop it. A staff appeared in his hand. With an angry glow, the boy activated paralysis. The bull glared at him. It jumped over Mana. Ashan rushed forward, shouting that he dodged, then noted that it was going to help. As they pulled out their staves, the protagonist told them that the villain was using fire near the plants. It froze with puzzled faces as he ordered them to only use magic that would not cause harm. Several paralysis were directed at the beast. The mage touched it. The bull only grumbled. As he stood in front of Leon, the others noted the fact that he did not even pay attention and asked what the professor fed him. Siana took out the potions, asking him to take them. The liquid from the vials touched the beast. The bull turned around abruptly. It ran straight at the students. The rest of the group sat in the bushes, and Yoner told them to calm down. Since magic resistance was reduced, the spell should work against him and asked them to use curses. Pointing their staves, everyone used paralysis. The beast closed its eyes. It stopped abruptly. Then it began to fall. Suddenly, it began to run. The students began to hide in the bushes. The monster swung its paws after the student while he was asking for help. The protagonist watched all this. He clenched his teeth, realizing that this way everyone would suffer. Leon bared his teeth, thinking that he should become stronger than anyone, and the critical situation became a friendly force that really helped to become stronger. The purple Esville came out of the staff even before he cast a spell. Frowning, the magician activated paralysis. This small, mysterious change will one day become a moment that in the future will be like a miracle that shocked everyone else. Water flowed from a watering can. Someone was watering the plants. Putting the object on the table, he asked what that sound was. The bull ran. Suddenly, it fell to the ground. The guy looked at it with surprised eyes. Everyone looked at the lying beast. They started to crawl out of the bushes, asking if everything was okay now. The student waved to the protagonist and thanked him, and he noted that it was too early to relax. He looked askance at the help, thinking that he had a feeling as if this time the activation happened earlier. Looking at the bull, Leon said that he was only paralyzed, so it was enough to get up again. A root began to rise from under the ground, while he was saying that there could be other monsters nearby. The magician perked up, hearing the movement. The girl pointed up and asked everyone to look there. The willow leaves swayed in the wind. The roots came out of the ground. The tree with a face on the trunk indignantly asked who they all were. The work opened their mouths in shock, asking why the willow was talking. The guy waved his hand and asked them all to calm down. Looking at the angry tree, he mentally noted that judging by the energy emanating from the willow, it was not the main being, and based on its reaction, it was most likely the manager of this place. The protagonist glanced at his girlfriend. He placed his hand on his chest and said that they were protecting Professor Uragolm's plants, to which the girl actively agreed. Leon bowed to the tree as it smiled and said that the fact that they were protecting the plants when he was not around was impressive. With a smile on its face, it told him that it was a botany professor named Willow. Looking at the bowl, the tree said that it was amazing that they defeated it. Grabbing it with its branches, it told him that this bowl was raised by Professor Uragolm. Looking at it, the guy asked if the professor took care of the plants in this place, to which he heard the answer that today he was asked to look after everything here. The tree closed its eyes and began to say that although it was troublesome for it, there was no choice, because the man needed to meet with the Emperor's officials today. It opened its mouth slightly when the protagonist noted that it was told that he went to the market today with Professor Thunderstep. Leon looked up, listening to the question whether it was true and answering that yes, and this could be clarified with Professor Thunderstep. Willow's branches trembled, and then the magician heard gratitude. All the students perked up when the professor said that he had to reward them for defeating the bull and protecting the plants, after which he asked if they needed anything. Looking at the green foliage, the guy began to ask if there was a place where they could collect ingredients or reagents for alchemy, to which he heard the answer that there were many dangerous things that could not be used at their level. He narrowed his eyes, thinking that he would not tell them so easily, so he could try a different outcome. The protagonist ran a hand through his hair and apologized for the difficult request, noting that after everything he had seen in this wonderful place, he suddenly felt greedy and thought that he could collect some ingredients here. The tree's eyes widened when he told him that he was wondering if there was anything in Professor Uragolm's research lab. Leon looked at the professor when he said that it was a good idea. Willow headed inside, asking the others to go to the third floor instead, as he would just tell the professor that they were eaten by a bull. The mage clenched his fist in victory when he heard that they could choose what they could carry. He stepped onto the stairs. Then he extended his hand through the portal. They all found themselves in a dark room. Yoner looked around, saying that it was so dark that she could not see anything, and the boy noted that the light spell did not work. Light began to appear around the branches, while the professor told them to be careful and not to get lost, because this place was intricately arranged. A glowing thread stretched from the branches to the door. The door moved. It had the number 6 written on it. Watching what was happening, the students wondered how the door got closer to them. The door began to open. Inside it were frozen tables. The tree shook. Suddenly the door closed. Covered with beads of sweat, the professor said that he thought it would be better to seal this research lab forever. Then a destroyed classroom appeared behind the door. Then there was a work table. At the end there was darkness. The protagonist noted that what was inside was always different from reality. He took notes. Looking at his notebook, Leon mentally noted that he got a rough idea of this place. On the first and second floors there are a few traps, because the third has such a mechanic. Closing the notebook, he thought that he wrote down how to summon research labs. That's enough for now. The magician looked to the side. There were many bags there. Turning away from them, he mentally noted that they had received their rewards when our professor's research lab, and then thanked Willow. The tree looked at him and asked if he had given them too much, to which he heard the answer that they were very grateful for everything they had done. The guy smiled, thinking that everything was fine so far, and since things were going smoothly, he was just thinking about how to get supplies today without a hitch. But life in a magic school is not easy. Together with the girl, he stood on the grass near the professor, who was telling them to water everything here. The protagonist darkened, wondering how everything turned out like this. The students were standing by the tree a little earlier in the Uragolm lab. Willow said to take these items and come back. He will clean up here. The hero agreed and said that then they will go. There were plants in the pots. The guy looked at the branch holding the watering can. The tree looked surprised when it called him. Touching his chest, Leon asked if he minded if he helped him with this. Looking at him calmly, he thought that there would be nothing wrong with earning extra points from the professor. Yoner came up and said that she would help too. She raised her hand with a cute look and said that she knew how to properly water the plants. Willow looked embarrassed, saying that he never thought he would meet such good students. He was touched. The professor climbed into the arch and said that he had a reward for them. Let them follow him. The heroes looked at each other, mentally asking each other what they thought he would give them. The girl answered that she did not know. The heroes stood next to a tree. They had high expectations, but Professor Willow is a professor after all. He ordered to water everything here. The discouraged hero thought how everything turned out like this. The girl thought in surprise, didn't he say about the reward? The heroes looked at the thick bushes. The guy asked, is this it? But the girl said that he had already left. The hero touched his head in disappointment and thought that it seemed that greed had set him up this time. He apologized to the girl. Yoner held a watering can and asked what he was talking about. She looked at the hero with a slight smile. Coming closer, the guy asked if she thought they were given too much work. The redhead answered that she liked to look after the plants. Holding the watering can, she said that there were many rare species that she wanted to see. Leon looked away, thinking that she probably had a passion for it. The guy grabbed the handle of the watering can with his hand. The students were watering the plants. The light was reflected in the pond behind them. Bubbles appeared in the water. A few hours later, a hand reached up. Warming up, Yoner asked if they had managed everything. The hero answered that he thought so. Leon closed his eyes, thinking that it was harder than he thought. He felt even more guilty towards Yoner. However, the girl looked happy and asked, really? Great, good job. He thought that maybe he didn't need to feel guilty. Adjusting his robe, he said that they had done everything and would go back. There were many bubbles in the water. The figures of the heroes were reflected in the drop. Leon turned around in shock when he heard a voice that said that it was watching them. Yoner looked shocked. Holding the staff, the guy asked, who is this? His eyes widened in surprise. In front of them, a large drop with closed eyes was hovering. Opening its eyes, the water thing said that its name was Pharmakes. He was the spirit of this pond. The students opened their mouths in surprise, hearing that they must be the students of that Uragolm. The heroes looked at each other. The girl said that he did not seem dangerous. Leon waved his hand and said that it was true and clarified that they were acquainted. The spirit replied that yes, they had made a contract to look after this garden. There was a slight smile on the drop's face. He said that it was rare to see young people who cared so much about plants. He was proud of them both. Standing next to the tree, the hero thought that Professor Willow asked them to water the plants here so that they could get to know this spirit. The spirit of the pond smiled, saying that he thought he could help them a little. Do they need anything? Looking forward in surprise, the brown-haired man heard that he could give them advice regarding their problems, among other things. The spirit's eye became round when he heard Leon's words that he was in a difficult situation. Since the spirits were running away from him in terror, did he know how to deal with this? The heroes were surprised to hear that he could understand them, but they wondered how he ended up with the spirit of the tree on him. Holding the staff, the guy said that it was a gift from the oak. Standing by the pond, the heroes heard Pharmakes' words, advising them not to be too upset. Although the tree spirit and his staff was also afraid of him, he said that he was a good person. Looking at his staff, Leon asked, really, and inquired, was he afraid of him? Yoner asked with a surprised look, is there no way for Leon to make a contract with the spirits? Words were heard near the water of the pond, that he thought low-level spirits would definitely run away at the mere sight of him. Leon closed his eyes, hearing that instead of that, They should look for high-level ones. It would be better if they were fierce or evil, and thanked him for the advice. Pharmakis looked away and said that, of course, there was no guarantee that such ones would not run away from him. He just wanted to say. The chance that they would stay was higher. The guy thought that the more he spoke, the less he wanted to believe his words. The spirit turned away, Yoner asked, since that was the case. Touching the boy's hand, she asked if he could make a contract with him. Lian looked at her in surprise. The spirit looked ahead with wide eyes. Looking at the girl, the hero said that everything was fine. He did not need to make a contract with him. She replied that such an opportunity would not just happen. Opening his mouth, the boy tried to object. His cheeks slightly reddened. He thought that he was embarrassed. He felt as if the teacher was standing up for him so that the other children would be friends with him. He imagined the teacher holding the child's hand, offering to play with him. The huge drop hovering next to them replied that it was impossible. The heroes raised their eyebrows, hearing that he had already made a contract with Durugu. The spirit touched the water of the pond, saying that he was embarrassed to let him go like this. The students looked at the reflection of the castle in the water, hearing that he would introduce it to his familiar friend. He had a rather unusual character. She looked at the drop in surprise, hearing that if he told him that he had a recommendation from him, he would at least listen. The heroes' faces were reflected in the water surface. The spirit said that he hoped this meeting would help him. The drop moved upward. 2 drops joined together. The pond remained dry because all the water was now hovering above. A blue passage appeared ahead. The words of Pharmakis were heard. To go there he would meet the spirit. The passage was surrounded by a blue haze. The hero thought that there was a passage under the pond. Jumping down, the heroes thanked, saying that then they would go. A huge drop approached and told them to give him their hands first. A little water dripped onto the palm. Lian watched it shine. A blue magic seal appeared on the palm. Pharmakis said that he placed a little of his power there. He hoped that it would help him. With a joyful look, the students thanked him. The spirit smiled back. The boy and girl entered the blue passage, hearing the advice not to forget the love they have for plants. Closing his eyes, Lian thought that Pharmakis was a spirit much more benevolent than most of their professors, and called for light. In his hand was a staff. Yoner turned away, and the boy thought it would look too pathetic if he asked Pharmakis if he was still afraid of him. Coming closer, the redhead said that he lived in a pond. I wonder where the one they are looking for lives. In the vault of the cave there were drops of water. A question was heard. Would this also be a water spirit? For example, a lake or a river? On the vault there was a wooden hatch. Yoner said that she would like it to be a river spirit. They say that most of them are wise. The palm touched the slab with the words that if so, then he will be able to leave this place. That is, he will be able to gain the wisdom of life at school. Having opened the hatch, the boy climbed up. He looked ahead in surprise. Yoner, who was standing behind him, asked what was wrong. She climbed in after him. Her eyes widened in shock. The heroes were standing in a gray, half-empty room. A question was heard. Was this a punishment room? Looking ahead, Lian thought that one thing was clear. It was definitely not the river spirit. The girl who appeared in the passage asked, he had been locked here before. Were they in the same room? The guy looked through the slightly open door. Coming out into the corridor, he said that everything was fine. He doubted that this place was in use now. Yoner breathed a sigh of relief and suggested that they quickly get out of here. There was a blank wall ahead. The guy said that, however, there was no way out. The doors and corners were covered with cobwebs. The guy said that all the passages were blocked. Looking to the side in fear, Yoner asked how to get out of here. She was very scared. Looking ahead, Lian answered that everything was fine. He had an idea of how this place was arranged. He imagined the characters standing by the wall and said that he had experienced something similar. Standing next to the same wall, he replied that there was a magical passage. Turning his head, Lian thought that, unlike last time, there were no devices that would catch the eye. Reaching into his inner pocket, he decided that in this case, nothing could be done. Holding a staff in his hand, the guy thought that he would have to break through with force and told his friend to stand behind him. Blue rays were spreading from his staff. Lian realized that if the techniques did not work, he would have to resort to force. He needed to repeat how he broke the defense of the entrance to the dormitory last time. It was enough to use the right amount of mana to open the passage. The shining blue eye opened wide. A voice was heard from the darkness. Stop, stupid person. A glow appeared next to the staff. Turning around, Lian asked, Voice? The girl asked, Who is it? The guy frowned, hearing that he does not tell his name to just anyone, why they came here, and answered that Pharmakis sent them. Waving his hand, the brown-haired man explained to the spirit that he said that there was someone here with whom he could make a contract. The students looked at each other, hearing what he sees. They are both young. Pharmakis has a weakness for such. They stood by the wall, hearing that, however, he will not make a contract with them. Let them go. Looking at the hero, the girl asked, Did he disappear? Her eyebrows arched pitifully. The redhead said that this time it didn't work either. She looked upset when she said that it looked like he was scared just like the other spirits, and heard an indignant question, What is he talking about? The yellow glow lit up even brighter with the words, "Who is scared here? That's not the point." Looking forward, the redhead said that he was avoiding him. Opening her mouth, she continued that Pharmakis said that spirits are afraid to stay in Lehan's presence. The hero added in confusion that he did not say that. Opening one eye, the boy thought that he was curious why this one rejected him too. A golden glow was circling under the ceiling. A question was heard, if not because of fear, then why did he avoid it? Standing next to the spirit, the heroes heard him answer that it was because he did not like meaningless fights. The students looked at each other. With an awkward look, they falsely agreed, and the spirit said that they did not believe him at all. A yellow lightning appeared. The reason why the spirit did not want to make a contract is simple. He recently had problems after the contract made with the director. He imagined a skull showing several fingers. The director's spirit hovered near the lightning. He is very proud, so at first he refused to make it. But after a fight that lasted a whole week, he agreed, because he only had to do easy work. The blue hand and the lightning hand shook each other. Yellow lightning appeared around the tower. The contract was to watch over the students who were sent to the punishment room and make sure they did not escape. He imagined the figures jumping out of the window and thought that the students of the school were not timid. They escaped so many times that the spirit went to rest in the abandoned punishment room in his free time. The students looked at the spirit, who thought that he had an injury that caused him to refuse to sign the contract, not expecting to be attributed such a humiliating reason. The lightning formed an image of an eye. The proud spirit could not stand it anymore. Words were heard that this was very insulting. The portal shone and said that they both doubted his power, so he would show them a part of it. He pointed his finger at the protagonist and told him to gather as much magic power as he could and transform it into an element. The guy closed his eyes when he added that he should use the most destructive one, to which the protagonist replied that it would be fire. Remembering the moments, he thought that he would not allow a repeat of the previous experience and would squeeze her as hard as he could. The young man opened his mouth. Then he took out a burning stick and told it to burn. A bright flash lit up. Then it became less bright. Looking at the fire, the brunette thought, he worried in vain, the magic is stable. Light flashed on the ceiling. The protagonist held the burning stick in his hands. Suddenly, the hero's gazes looked forward. The blue-eyed girl opened her mouth in surprise and thought, she can't believe that he called lightning in such a place. What the hell will happen next? They both stared at the stick. The guy looked away and asked what he was trying to do. Lightning concentrated and thought, impossible, she couldn't transform the element. Elemental transformation is a type of talent that a spirit demonstrates as an indicator of its strength, which transforms one element into another. The students listened attentively as the story narrated, allowing one to interfere with magic or elements to prove one's power. However, the spirit did not understand what was happening. The portal spread throughout the room and thought that it could easily handle even a veteran mage's element, but it failed to transform the young mage's fire. It was somehow unusual. Then it stopped and continued its thought, wait a minute, it can't be. Looking at the fire, it thought that the flame looked normal from the outside, but inside it contained an extraordinary amount of magical power. It thought that it was like looking at dragon fire. Then it looked at Lehan and continued its thought, and it was created by this young man. It is really dangerous. The protagonist silently looked up. Then the spirit thought that young mages are usually bad at mana control. They are like children holding a ticking bomb in their hands. The fire burned in front of the boy's face as the portal continued to think where it got so much mana from if it exploded here. The punishment room, and these two will be in danger. He saw the heroes lying on the ground. Then he clenched his hand and thought that now is not the time for pride. When the protagonist looked at his partner, Lightning thought that he should cancel his magic before he started to panic, and the brunette said that their lightning is really cool. Holding a torch in his hand, the protagonist asked if he could open a passage for them. The spirit got angry and ordered not to move the staff. The young man looked at the stick and asked, the staff, to which he replied, just not to move it. Yellow-eyed looked up and asked what was wrong. Frowning, Lightning thought that if he told him how dangerous it was, he might be surprised and the flame would explode because of it. The spirit approached the students and said that he did not like it when people waved a staff in front of him. The red-haired girl twirled her finger at her temple. The hero looked at the fire and thought about how to cancel this magic. Since he had weak magic control, he would not be able to cancel such a strong spell. An explosion flashed in his imagination and he thought, if he panicked, a huge explosion would happen. After which he closed his eyes and continued the thought that he would have to try this method. The protagonist raised his head when the spirit answered that he had changed his mind, and the guy asked again. Lightning angrily pointed his finger at him and added that he would make a contract with him. Yellow-eyed frowned and thought that he had suddenly changed his mind and asked out loud why so. Looking at him, the spirit answered because he saw his endless potential. His mana is so great that any mage would have a hard time comparing with him. The brunette looked at his partner when Lightning added that he himself should know this, to which Leon said, but just now. The spirit frowned and said that he didn't know that before, but now he knows. He should rather make a contract. and in his mind he thought, it's unclear when this flame will rage. Standing behind the protagonist, Yoner asked him what he would do. Remembering Pharmakes, he thought that he was definitely an extraordinary spirit since he recommended him. Then he looked at the lightning and continued his thought, but his mental state was questionable. The hero breathed a sigh of relief. Then he thought that he was in no position to fuss about which spirit to make a contract with and answered out loud, okay. Their limbs touched when the spirit said that this was the right decision. Everything around lit up when he said to open his soul to him and accept him. The protagonist's eyes froze when he continued to say that he recognized him as his comrade. He received the right to summon him, so he should remember. Releasing a beam, he said, he is not his servant. The protagonist paused when he continued to read, and he was not his master, and the guy thought, now he knew, it was a spirit. Everything around the young man sparkled. Suddenly a lightning mark appeared on his forehead. The brunette stood with his eyes closed. The spirit surrounded him and added, the spirit of lightning Furkantra. The yellow-eyed man raised his hand to his forehead and thought, lightning, that's why he has an unstable mental state. Then he looked away and continued his thought, now that they made a contract, he can feel his doubts, not to overdo it. The girl ran up to the protagonist and asked, they made a contract, and then congratulated him. The spirit's voice was heard behind the guy, saying that this is not important. Now that the contract is concluded, he will show him his true power, to which the brunette asked a question, what is he going to do? The hero's hand rose up. Looking at it, the young man thought, he climbed into his hand, when the spirit said that so far everything is fine. While controlling his hand, he added that he would help him with control. Let him quickly release this flame, now. The brunette looked to the side questioningly. The flame was developing. The protagonist looked to the side and thought what was happening. It seemed like he was in a hurry. He opened his eyes wide when the spirit said, he. Frowning, he continued to shout, at least he understands how dangerous what he did was. The brunette held the stick and stood silently when he continued to ask how he could compress his mana so much. Because of this, the punishment room almost flew into the air. The guy looked at the torch and thought, he doesn't know what happened, but he thinks it was really dangerous. He was upset when the lightning began to speak. Even though he is strong, he is still too young. After which the spirit looked to the side and asked how they were doing. The sun was visible above the horizon when he said that the sun was rising. The heroes looked forward in fear when the spirit asked if they had anything to do. The protagonist opened his mouth and said, damn. The girl opened her mouth and said that they had a class on basic imperial geometry and arithmetic in the morning, to which the brunette replied, and also that homework would have to be handed in today. The yellow-eyed man remembered the teacher's words when he gave the drawing for creating a magic circle, and said that he wanted the guys to look at it and calculate the total costs of creating it, and said that he spent the whole night to complete this task and had to hand it in. Then he raised his head and asked Furkunter to show them the exit, to which he looked away and said that he could not. The heroes silently looked at him when he added that according to the contract, he was supposed to protect this place. The protagonist closed his eyes, covered his face with his hand and thought, even if he helped, he doubted that they would make it to class on time. After which he opened his mouth wide and asked why he was not helping at all, and why he even signed a contract. This was an example of an anxious graduate who has homework to hand in. The spirit closed his eyes and said that this punishment room was special. If they summoned him from outside, he would be able to show what he could do. Suddenly, he opened the door and said that for now he would just open the blocked passage. He could not get out, so let them leave him here and go, but let them tell someone that he was stuck here. The heroes looked up when Lehan replied, okay. Opening the locks, the guy asked him to stay here. Then he turned around, called Yoner and told her to go, to which she replied, okay. Looking after them, the spirit told them not to forget to summon him when they got outside. As they ran up the stairs, he added, what they saw was not all of his power. The hero placed a piece of paper on the floor. Then he started writing something. Looking at the paper, the girl asked what about this path, to which the protagonist replied that it was blocked. The map was made in a hurry, so it was difficult to figure out how to get out with it. Leon turned around, looked at the bone and asked if there was a passage. She landed on the floor when he said, understood. Then the young man looked at the map and thought that this place looked like an ant nest. Its structure is such that one cannot even dream of getting out. He directed his gaze downwards and said that for now they will go along the left corridor, to which the heroine replied that it was a waste of time. The students turned their heads when they heard sounds. Someone behind the door asked, they are looking for a way out. The protagonist approached the door and thought, there is someone in the prison, and asked out loud who he is. The prisoner opened his mouth and said, stop, it's a voice. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise when the hero asked if he was the newbie from last time, the one who was caught after escaping through the underground passage. The redhead looked at the door when he asked again, and she was the senior who was caught trying to steal from the dean's secret storage. The girl approached the brunette and asked who it was, to which he replied, the senior who was sitting in the next room when he was put into custody last time. The hand reached forward. Then it touched the boy and said that the way from here is not easy. The guy pushed the skeleton away and said to wait a minute. The hand flew away. Flying along the corridor, it noticed scattered bones. Then it made a dash. The hero stood and looked forward when the hand brought the bones. The protagonist stood silently when the stranger asked why she would tell him about him, and thought that he did not have any food with him to bribe her with. The protagonist turned around and opened his mouth wide when a hand called him, when someone said to stand. The boy's eyes were scared. The hand was standing on the floor. Then the hero looked at the skeleton of the animal. The skeleton without stood in front of the students. It had no head. The boy covered the lady with his hand when she screamed, "A monster," and he told her to calm down. He thinks it was his summoned monster. The creature's paw was standing on the floor. The guy sat down to him and asked. He was part of the leopard skeleton. He found his body himself and assembled it himself. Then he looked away and thought that it was good. He continued asking the skeleton. He asks him to find the bones that were hidden in the punishment room, when suddenly the heroine behind the door screamed again, "Stand." The brunette turned around when she asked he about the bone monster that can be summoned. This is the ability of dark magic that he learned from Professor Mortem. What did the protagonist ask the question? And so what? The prisoner silently touched the door. Then she slid the letter under the door and said, "Here." Leon picked up the paper when she said he wanted to get advice from her on how to get out of here. Let him take this. The protagonist looked ahead and thought about why he didn't feel happy even though he would get a map, and replied, "Thank you." The students ran when the protagonist shouted that they would go. The girl stood silently by the door. Then she smiled and said, "A new student who studies dark magic." She thought about it and said that she would like to see what he looks like one day. The sun was shining on the castle. Lehan and Yona were standing around the corner. The protagonist looked out and thought, "Damn." Looking at the man's back, he thought that they were too late. The lesson was already over. The girl looked at him and asked what they were going to do with their homework. The boy closed his eyes and thought that even though he was not the type of professor to check attendance, if they wanted to hand in their work now. He imagined the teacher telling them that they brought it despite not bothering to attend class. What was the point of checking the work of students who didn't care about punctuality? The girl turned her head and suggested that they go back. The protagonist raised his staff. The owner grabbed the boy's hand and said that he needed to calm down and that he shouldn't attack the professor. But the boy looked at her and said that he wasn't even trying. He pointed to the stack of notebooks and said to aim there. He put the staff on his shoulder and said that he wanted to shove their work in. He took both notebooks in his hands, and standing in front of the stack, he said that all preparations were complete. He frowned and thought that all the suffering he had endured under Professor Greg's supervision was for this moment. He raised his staff and said, "Forward," and the notebooks flew forward. The redhead watched, holding her breath and thinking that he was using low-level control so easily. He was clearly different from the others. The young man held the staff in front of him. He raised the staff and thought it was not enough to just squeeze through them. He had to remain unnoticed. Then he closed his eyes. A man appeared behind him, telling him to concentrate. He opened his eyes abruptly, and scratching behind his ear, he thought that he was concentrating too much, and it seemed to him that he heard the voice of Professor Greg. A man behind him said that inserting the papers into the stack was easy. The guy turned around abruptly, saw two men, and thought that he had not imagined it. The man folded his arms across his chest and asked why he was looking and that he should not lose concentration. The protagonist turned around and thought that not only was he unlucky enough to run into the professor at such a time, he had never met the professor standing next to him. The blonde rubbed his chin and said, alas, he had set up a barrier that makes a sound if something touches it, but he hardly sees it. He pointed at the notebooks and said that it was a rather sophisticated and fragile barrier. The protagonist frowned and thought, a barrier. Looking at the stack, he thought that by focusing, he could see it. The notebooks separated. The professors discussed that the student would not be able to pass it, and the guy swung his arm and thought that he could pass it. The notebooks flew up to the stack and landed on it. The professor began to go down the stairs. The aura from the barrier was visible from behind the stairs, and footsteps were heard. Leon put his hand to his face and looked after him. The blonde looked at him in surprise and exclaimed, "Oh my god." He came up to the protagonist from behind and said that it was indeed a difficult barrier. It was worth being a little surprised, and the alarm would have gone off. It was simply amazing, and how he managed to cope. Greg closed his eyes and said that he taught him. The young man said that it was all thanks to the great instructions of his professor. The professor smiled and said that Greg did not deserve such a student and asked the guy warden as if he was. Straightening up, he introduced himself as Professor Kerman Ku, who teaches magic and illusion and also an expert in barriers. He put out his hand and said that he would usually shake his hand, but does not recommend it for ethical reasons. Leon frowned and thought, illusion magic, I need to make a good impression on him. The blonde opened his mouth and said that they would soon meet at Professor Garcia's class. He would show him how interesting and fun illusion magic is. Greg folded his arms over his chest, and then looking at his colleague said that illusion magic is useless. It is not able to deceive a high-level mage. The protagonist looked surprised and thought that he was criticizing his specialization right in his face. How would the professor react to this? But the blonde ignored the criticism addressed to him and asked the brunette why he tried to go through the barrier and push the notebooks through it. The young man scratched his head and said that they were late and had not handed in their work. Kerman chuckled and asked if he had done it so that the work would be counted. He turned to his colleague and called the guy an enthusiastic mage, because in his place he would not even do Professor Alphen's homework. The young man asked him straight on why, and then he heard a voice and turned his head. The brunette opened his mouth and said, because he was a mage and a high-ranking employee of the Empire's administration, he understood politics more than magic. The blonde sighed and asked if he knew that he had taken half of his research budget. Greg said that he had too. The protagonist pursed his lips and repeated, a high-ranking employee of the administration. His face lit up and he thought that in the future he would try to be on his good side. The blonde raised a finger and said that it was better to be careful and not let him drag him to work in the administration. The dark-haired man looked at him seriously and asked him not to joke like that, because Lehan would never choose such a low path in life. The protagonist listened to this silently. He imagined his portrait in a frame and thought that his main dream was to become an employee of the Empire's administration, but he should never mention it, even under pressure. The sun was shining on the castle. The tower was standing. The girl exhaled heavily and said that they had finally returned. The guy looked at the group of guys and suggested calling everyone and dividing the items, especially since they had already gathered, and shouted that they had tried hard. Ashan turned around and was surprised that they had already returned. He grabbed the guy by the pouches and shouted that they were in big trouble and needed his help. He shouted that Durugu and Ganando had been kidnapped. The boys ran fast. While running, the guy said that it happened when they were returning from class. A summoned monster appeared out of nowhere and attacked them. Most of them managed to escape without being hurt. He continued that Ganando tripped over his own foot. Then the main character asked how Durugu got caught, to which he received the answer that he was trying to save the blonde. He saw a group of students and said that they were near the main building. You can ask the professor for help. Running up to the students, he was surprised that the students from the Tiger Tower were already there. He asked if he would help save the boys. The guy, looking confused, said that he asked them to figure it out on their own. Everyone stood there in bewilderment. The blue-haired boy scratched the back of his head and asked what to do, because nothing would change if they asked for help now, and the young man thought that he expected something like this to happen. But then one detail caught his attention. O looked at the ground and noticed a mark from the blow of the summoned monster. He pointed his finger in the direction and said that since it had come to this, they could only follow the trail and save the boys from the summoned monster themselves. He put his hand to his mouth and told the tigers to come with them if they wanted to save Durugu. The girl folded her arms across her chest and said that although she didn't want to do what he said, Durugu needed to be saved. With a shout, the students moved forward in the direction indicated. The guy looked back. Then, running up to the protagonist, he asked if they could handle it themselves. The protagonist frowned and thought that it would be fashionable to simply use other methods since the professor didn't want to help. He began to take out his staff from his bosom. Then he stuck it into the ground. Everyone around him looked at him and asked what he was doing. The guy raised his hands up. He threw his head back and shouted, "O spirit, let his lightning pour down and thunder roar." Polnillo flew near the students, and the protagonist continued, "Let the guardian of the bell tower of the fallen kingdom, the sailors crossing the ocean, fear his name." The girl looked closely and thought that the spell used to summon the spirit shows his greatness and power. It is such a difficult and long spell. Lehan continued waving his hands, saying that he makes a contract with him and has the right to summon him. He raised his staff up and shouted, "Come." A flower bud appeared at the end of the staff. Then it blossomed in the hands of the young man, and then it became a ball. The protagonist looked at it in surprise, and brought the ball to his face. The student turned away and said that he thought it would be some great spirit. The dark-haired man asked why only a small part of him appeared. The spirit replied that he forgot that he was locked somewhere because of his orders. The boy threw up his hands and said that even if it was so, it was too much. If he always had a reason not to help him in need, how could he believe him? The spirit thought that he was starting to miss the old mages, ignorant and illogical. He frowned and thought that he could just hit and burn them to ashes. The protagonist turned and said, "Concealment of the night." Looking around, he said that he did not see anyone nearby. The spirit told him that it was under him. Stems grew around the young man. Ganando screamed, and the spirit said that this monster has the ability to merge with the ground. The spirit flying in the air said, probably because the mages of this place did something unnecessary, like the fact that the matter is his ability. The monster held 2 students, and the spirit said that you need to be careful, because if Lehan is caught, the monster will suck all the mana out of him, as well as from them. The protagonist holding a staff said that he would get rid of it in an instant. The spirit above his head opened its mouth and shouted that he should not use fire magic, because if something goes wrong, it could burn everything around. The brunette looked at the monster and asked the spirit if he could do it. The flying spirit answered that in his current state it would be difficult. He raised his finger and said that there was a way out. The young man looked at him and listened that he would be taught magic, and he just had to use it. Standing in place, the protagonist asked if it wasn't more dangerous to use the magic he had just learned. The guy listened as the spirit said, "Stop talking." He wanted the brunette to imagine lightning, just like he imagined other objects. The dark-haired man's eyes widened when he heard that he had to imagine lightning striking from the sky. He thought that in order to use magic, mana had to be controlled after gathering it in one place. But lightning works differently. Because it does not stay in one place, it divides and flies to different places. It does not seem that in the current situation it will help him. The guy looked at his staff in surprise, thinking that if lightning strikes and divides in different directions, a very rare situation can happen. He frowned and thought that it was dangerous. The spirit flew up and said that it would be difficult to imagine lightning that does not divide, but it will help, and asked to give him a hand. But at the end of the staff something began to form. Lightning appeared there. The young man opened his mouth and said that it appeared. The spirit became larger and shouted that he managed and was surprised how he did it. The protagonist looked away and said that it was not difficult, and to himself he thought that he imagined batteries. He put his hand in front of him, and the spirit shouted that he had a talent for controlling lightning. Lightning passed through the protagonist's hand, and the spirit said that he should concentrate on the spell that he would say. The brunette clenched his fist and thought that even if the 10 spirits' magic is ever changing, even a new mage can use it with the help of Furkuntra. He took the staff with both hands and thought, Fenkuntra's low-level lightning, this is the second circle magic that he taught Leon. The hero's palm was surrounded by lightning. The voice told him to focus on the spell that he would speak. Clenching his fist, the guy thought that even if the spirit's magic is cruel and ever-changing, even a new mage can use it with the help of Furkuntra. Lightning burst out from Leon's staff, the low-level Furkuntra lightning that he taught him. Green vines held the students. The spirit said that the body of this summoned monster was unstable due to the various experiments it was subjected to. Thanks to this, the lightning will work better and the current spell will be quite successful. The guy said that good, he will use it right now. He raised the staff and heard that he should carefully manifest what he imagined and used the Furkuntra lightning strike spell. The spirit hovering at his shoulder chuckled. Yellow lightning surrounded the staff. The spirit thought that this time the cloud of magical power was too big. The image of the spirit distorted when he thought that this young magician did not know what situation he was in now. Lightning rushed forward under a mental exclamation of no. The women ran forward. There were brown vines ahead. A question was heard, is it here? And the answer was yes. Garcia and Digeling looked ahead in surprise. The vines were holding the students. The woman said how many students were already caught. She would free them now. Clutching the staff, she noted that this was enough to pacify him. Suddenly, the professor's gaze became surprised. A blinding lightning appeared in front of them. Digeling covered her face, protecting herself from the wind. Opening one eye, she wondered what kind of colossal magical power was this. Lightning bolts ran through the vine. The branches looked lifeless. The students' bodies were thrown down, while Garcia wondered who it was, and Digeling exclaimed that they were falling. A glow appeared around the staff. Blue beams of power caught the falling students. After lowering them to the ground, the professor asked, "Are they all safe? Is anyone injured?" She opened her mouth in surprise and cursed mentally. The guy lying on the ground was trembling. Leon stood by the huge plant, saying that the lightning completely burned the summoned monster. Turning to the spirit, he asked if he did everything right. It seemed that the mana emission could not be controlled properly. Furkuntra replied that it was not his fault. The guy looked away, hearing the words that she was wondering whose magical power it was, so it was him. The girl was standing next to Garcia, and he recognized her. Leon approached and asked what happened to the students who were captured. The professor replied that she was worried about them, but it seemed that everything went without any major incidents. She spread her arms with a smile and said that they were slightly shocked by the electricity. She approached one of the students, saying that she would heal him. The hero looked at the rays surrounding the staff. Leon looked down, thinking that judging by her reaction, nothing serious had happened. Bright rays circled around the woman. The guy thought that he did not know that she could use recovery magic. Usually professors are poorly versed in things outside of their specialization. The students, surrounded by the glow, winced. Einrogard walked holding his hand and said that they were saved and thanked Professor Garcia. Pointing her hand, she said that they should thank Leon. He defeated the vine monster and saved them all. The students of the Tiger Tower looked surprised. Then they darkened. The boys looked at each other, while the hero thought that they were more worn out by the current than by the mana drain, so he could understand this anger. He wanted to say something in defense, but the boy bowed and thanked the hero. Einrogard awkwardly responded with a look, saying that it pissed him off, but he couldn't be considered a knight if he didn't thank him for helping him. Standing next to the other students, he touched his chest and thanked him for saving him. He was beginning to understand little by little why Durugu was treating him well. Lian looked at him in surprise, listening to the words of gratitude. The next words pierced him to the heart that although he would never become a friend, but his bravery would not be forgotten, they would try their best to cooperate with him on the homework by the lake. Turning away, the boy said goodbye. Lian was upset, thinking that at times like this, these guys are great at staying professional and not breaking down into emotions. Garcia was standing behind him. The boy turned around when he heard her ask if they could talk for a while about the lightning magic he used. Looking at Furcontra, the hero said that it was his turn to explain everything. The shining yellow spirit said that he was sorry, but it seemed that his summoning time was over. The professor looked ahead in surprise, hearing that he would have to figure it out on his own. The boy extended his hand forward, hearing the spirit's words that next time he would show him what he could really do. Lian stretched his hand up. Looking to the side, he said that everything was a bit confusing. A question was heard: did he use lightning magic? The heroes looked at the man who approached. In his palm lay a piece of vine. Greg squeezed it in his fist and said that it was interesting. Liam looked at it, darkening. Suddenly Garcia covered him with her hand and asked why he was asking about lightning magic. The man replied that it was necessary for training. The professor turned around in surprise and asked, is he taking lessons from Professor Greg? Her mouth dropped open in shock when she heard that he did. Looking at the man, Garcia thought that she respected all the professors here, but his classes were beyond the pale. The vampire's eyes glowed red. She thought that his training was too harsh for any student. Turning to the hero, she thought that he was a newbie. Liam looked away, adjusting his hair, and she thought that he nevertheless managed to cope with his classes. Garcia was surprised when the man standing in front of her told her not to worry. He was successfully coping with his training. Imagining the hero surrounded by a glow and training, he said that Liam learned magic and was able to raise himself, how to create a water shield. The woman's mouth slightly dropped in surprise, hearing that his thirst for knowledge was so great that she had to stop him. Liam looked at her when she thought it was a tragedy. She imagined the boy surrounded by a glow and thought that Liam's special talent had become poison for him. He was able to study in classes where no one else could. Lowering her head, she thought that if that was the case, then she could not interfere with him. Bowing sadly, Garcia asked to take care of Liam. Greg replied that he was teaching him the same way as always. The boy was scared when she turned around and gloomily told him to try his best and clarified what she meant. The rays of the sun illuminated the tower. Liam began to dread his next lesson. The boys walked along the path. The basket was covered with a cloth. Words were heard that sometimes Liam should be given food. The guy with glasses said that he feeds them so much, he should be able to buy good food on the black market. Gainando threw his hands behind his head and said that when he was there, they did not sell much. Opposite appeared a student. While Ashan was saying that he came a couple of days ago, there was a lot of food. It seems they made a deal with the tigers. The guy raised his hand and said that they need to check. The blonde guy put his hands on his hips and asked, "They are from the Blue Dragon Tower. Nice to meet you. He is from the Tutanas family." Introducing the man with the hammer, the guy thought that the Tutanas family is a guild family of masons, quite famous in the empire. Adjusting his glasses, Ashan thought, as far as he knows, they are dwarven craftsmen, and he is an elf, and he introduced himself out loud and said that they want to exchange these items. In the basket were vials with blue liquid. These are reagents stolen from the Academy's research lab. The elf looked ahead intently. The guys opened their mouths in shock when they heard him say that they can't trade with them and asked why. They heard a man behind them ask why they don't come in. Lian held the basket and they called out to him. Pointing his finger, Gainando said that he said that they would not trade with them. Let him tell him something. Looking at Tutanas, the boy asked for the reason and was told that these were the rules. Raising his palm, the elf explained that from now on, the black market would not accept things that were not the product of their own hard work. The hero looked ahead carefully. Looking at the confidently standing boy, he thought that this was the head of the market from the Turtle Tower. He lifted the cloth, revealing vegetables, and said that he grew them himself. Could he pass? Turning to his comrades, Lian said that they would see when they heard permission to pass. The boys watched as they walked forward. Open-mouthed in shock, Ashan thought no. The hero walked behind the elf, while the boy thought that he would not be able to repay him for helping him again. Looking at the basket, Tutanas asked if he was from the great house of Wardenaz. Although he had grown them himself, the hero replied that it did not matter, he was going to share them with their tower too. Surprised, Tutanas asked, "Share for free." He clenched his fist, saying that in that case. He did not have time to finish, holding his palms to his stomach. Lian handed him a vegetable and asked if he would take a potato. Even the princess, who was very picky about food, valued it highly. Imagining Adenart chewing, he thought that her follower thought so, but he thought that she just had a good appetite. Tutanas put his palm forward, telling him to forget it. He had nothing to give him now anyway. The hero replied that he was ready to share for free. Resolutely looking at him, the fair-haired man ordered not to insult him. The dwarf from Tutanas never accepts anything without earning it. He turned away and walked away, saying that it was time for him to go. Lehan looked at him questioningly, thinking that he was an elf after all. The boy pursed his lips and walked away. The sun's rays illuminated the building. Words of greeting a hero were heard. Radford crossed his arms, saying that he had probably heard before, but hard times had come for thieves like him. The boy sitting opposite asked if he would tell what had happened. The comrade replied that the black market was thriving under the leadership of Teutonis. Looking ahead in frustration, he continued that there was a problem. The boy held a lamp, asking why it cost 5 loaves. The ogre pointed with his hand, furiously saying that this coffee was not real, let him return his bread. While the blonde one made excuses, he had warned from the beginning that it was not real and was made from dandelions. The boy with mouse ears said that some students were causing trouble. He pictured a dragon and a tiger advancing on a pair of turtles, and said that he knew that turtles could do little if they were in conflict with others. The man blocked the figures of the turtles. The boy said that this was why Teutonis had made his decision. Stones appeared in front of the predators. Teutonis stood next to tablets on which it was written that he who does not work shall not eat, and stolen goods are forbidden, so the value is fair. Radford said that he had introduced strict rules. A fist hit the box. Lehan, sitting opposite, said that good people always suffer because of a couple of hooligans. He closed his eyes, saying that this is why thieves like them will be forced to starve. Radford added that he felt the same. He pointed to the side, said that something new had appeared. The boys sat opposite the man at the table, who asked them to take a look. Imig looked at the cards, saying that among the 3 cards there was an Emperor's card. He would turn them over and shuffle them. If they found the Emperor's card, they would get double the bet. I went that way. Lehan asked if it was possible to gamble here. The comrade replied that he did not like it, but he allowed it. The guy grabbed his head, shouting about his bread. It would be enough for 3 days. The comrade apologized and said that he would try to shuffle more slowly, and at the same time he replaced the card with another. Leaning closer, Radford said never to bet with Imik. The hero replied that he saw that he was experienced with cards, maybe from the Guild of Gambling Addicts. The man who came up from behind knew the hero. The guy turned around. There were students standing behind the dissatisfied elf. He said that he heard that these people received food from him and did not repay in any way. Was it true? His look was very determined. Looking to the side, Lehan thought that it was them. He remembered the trembling students with their plates and thought that he had made them tomato stew earlier. Getting up, he started to say something, but the guy waved his hand and said that he had not come to blame him. Looking down, Teutonis said that he wanted to apologize on behalf of his friends for the wrong thing to do, because leading an idle life was irresponsible. The students were sitting at the table. The boy said that they wanted to pay, but they were having a bit of a hard time right now. Lehan thought that it was awkward for him to take payment from them, especially since they weren't from the Tiger Tower or his. The hero touched his ear, hearing the boy say that he couldn't leave it like that. Pointing at himself, Teutonis said that he would pay for them. The brunette standing opposite asked how. Pointing at the building, the elf said that from what he heard, he walked around the school at night. Looking at him, the boy heard that he had useful information. Let him find him in the evening, he would tell him everything. There was a night sky above the castle. The boy walked up the stairs. Lehan followed Teutonis. Turning back, he thought that there was no one else here except them. The elf looked ahead, saying that the way to the 3rd floor of the main building was not told to newcomers like them. In fact, after each climb up there, the structure changes, but as a result of their hard work. He remembered the green-haired girl student exclaiming that there were 5 passages. The white-haired boy exclaimed that he had definitely seen a flight of stairs leading here. The girl stretched out her arms, shouting that there was a wall blocking their way today. As they walked up the stairs, Teutonis declared that they had found a solution. The hero looked at him intently. Looking at the clock face, the boy explained that the hour and minute hands had to be on odd numbers. A full moon was shining through the window. He continued that the clouds should not cover the moon. Clutching the staff, he said that he should hold it in his left hand. The wall in front of them seemed to turn into a surface of water, fulfilling these 3 conditions. Lehan opened his mouth in surprise as he continued that a passage to the 3rd floor would open. Opposite was an arched door. Smiling slightly, Lehan said that this was to be expected from a school of magic. He would not have believed it if he had not seen it with his own eyes. It was surprising that they found out about it. Walking behind him, he asked. He called him only to tell him this, to which he received the answer that no, this is just the beginning. Turning around, Teutonis said that he wanted to introduce him to someone. The hero walking behind him clarified to whom, to which he received the answer that he could not say. Looking ahead, he heard that he would find out soon. Looking at the elf walking in front, Lehan thought, what was that? Turning slightly towards him, Teutonis said that he asked the other students about what kind of person he was. Looking at him, the guy thought, asked about him. Judging by the rumors that were going around about him, he could not hear anything good. Suddenly his eyes opened wide with realization. He thought that it was possible that the person he wanted to introduce him to was a person. The boy was scared when 2 figures appeared nearby. He looked at the bloodthirsty students in shock, exclaiming that it was the same. Tutonas pointed his finger, shouting that it was true, it was a trap. With a sly look, he shouted, wishing for death. Turning back, Leon thought, it won't happen, will it? The blonde asked, is something wrong? The moon's rays were shining through the window. The hero answered that nothing, and asked what they say about him. Looking forward, Tutonas shared that they say he gives food to others, and he wants to stop it. Those who do not get their own food and clothes cannot realize their value. Closing his eyes, the hero said that he was right. Seeing how the boy turned around, he clarified, explained that everything sounded right. Tutonas opened his mouth in surprise, hearing that those who do not work do not know how valuable labor is, especially professors. His fingers clenched into a fist. The elf said that it seemed he misjudged him and apologized. Rubbing his nose, he said that some of the Tiger Tower said that he was a heartless, cruel and evil magician, but he saw that the rumors were false. Walking behind, Leon thanked him for thinking so. Looking ahead, he thought that he did not understand what was happening. The castle stood under the night sky, while the hero thought that he could insist that the rumors were indeed false. The heroes walked up to a stone statue in the form of a sitting figure. The eyes of the statue were closed. Looking at it, Leon thought that although it was a little damaged, the statue was beautiful. Leon thoughtfully touched his chin, thinking that it was strange. Where did he get such a familiar feeling? Some parts of the statue were broken off. The elf asked if he could see these damages. Looking ahead, Tutonas said that he fixed everything last time. He saw it and could not leave it like this. Watching the boy wield the hammer, the hero asked why it was damaged again, mentally wondering why he liked to work, to which he heard the answer that this stone statue kept breaking, although he was fixing it. His fingers squeezed the handle of the hammer. The heroes froze, listening. An entrance to a cave appeared in front of them. The elf said that this was a way to open a secret passage. Pushing the boy in the back, he told him to go. He would have to go alone from here. Liam looked ahead. There was a dark passage in front of him. Putting his hands on his hips, Tutonas heard that the hero believed him and confirmed that he could be trusted. The boy opened his mouth and resolutely stepped forward. Red eyes glowed. A statue of a lion with horns asked, "Has a new student arrived?" The boy stood in front of a huge stone statue. Looking up, the hero thought, what is this? Words were heard from the statue that he was glad to meet. He is a statue of a forgotten beast. Looking at him, Leon heard that the student who repaired the stone statue and entered here, could he swear that he would not tell anyone about him? The hero agreed. The lion's tail moved. The guy asked what he was doing here and heard that he was just killing time. The room he was guarding was closed 181 years ago. Looking ahead, Leon clarified why he could not tell others about him. The stone beast shook its head and said that it was because the professors would make it work again. The hero replied that he was a very wise creature. Spreading his arms, Leon asked the great statue how he could get out of the academy. After all, he had the wisdom he needed. Introducing the tower, he continued that he knew the location of the stable, which was on top of the main building. The lion stuck out his tongue. Next to him, the guy heard that he knew at least 3 such places. A slight blush appeared on his face. He thought that finally, the beast interrupted him, stamping his paw, and said that for a start. The hero was reflected in the stone eye. Words were heard that he must defeat him in battle. Dust rose from the floor. Leon looked at the table that appeared in front of him. His gaze seemed surprised. A chessboard appeared in front of the guy. The beast raised his paw with a smile and offered to play a game. Leon looked at him in bewilderment and thought that this statue must have been very bored. The guy pounded with a hammer. Tutonas stood by a small statue. Thoughtfully looking down, he thought that the statue of the beast played chess very well. Even he, who had no equal in his family, had never been able to defeat it. He imagined the kneeling guy and thought that he did not know how skilled Leon was, but he was inevitably waiting for a loss. Closing his eyes, the guy thought that he should act naturally and console him. He should respect his pride. And suddenly he turned to the side in surprise. Leon looked at him, hearing him say that he left. Coming closer, Tutonas promised that he would bring him here until he won. He would tell him when he wanted to come again, but the hero replied that it was okay. Holding a map personally drawn by the statue, Leon replied that he had won. Tutonas stared at him in shock, dropping his hammer, and the boy said that the statue was not as experienced as he expected. Remembering the chess game from his past life, he thought that she was less skilled than the foreign professor from the nearby research lab. He supposed she considered herself experienced by her standards. Putting the map in his pocket, the hero said that thanks to this, he would be able to sleep well. The boy turned and said that it was good. Standing next to the hero, he suggested that they go back and said that he would lead him. Stepping forward, he asked how he won. Turning around sheepishly, Tutonas said he wanted to talk to him about his family's chess, the Dwarven Gambit, and his special move where he sent his knight to f3 after his opponent captured his pawn. The hero smiled and said sure. The moon was shining in the sky. The hero thought it felt like he was meddling where he shouldn't have. Tutonas had been pestering Leon about chess ever since he got back. The hero stood by the lake the next day, a Sunday morning. Looking ahead, Leon thought about how huge it was. He imagined a skeleton raising a finger and wondered if the headmaster had given the skeleton homework, thinking it would be able to do it. He imagined the vials in the chest and wondered if there was a potion that could help him cross the lake. He checked the ones he had received then. Thinking back on the different vials, he thought he only had the stupid grape wine of the Western Empire, the Cantus potions. The hero looked ahead with displeasure. The box stood on the bookcase last night after Leon returned. Words were heard when the blonde was asked how he did low-level mana recovery. He crossed his arms and replied that he cuts off the roots of the Galamaldu and cuts the rest into the size of 2 little fingers. The guy sat at the table, telling that it is also necessary to manually cut the snow aroma plant into thin slices, then quickly mix them before it dries. Yoner exclaimed that she has a wisdom potion. Let him drink it and become smarter. Leon looked at the outstretched container. In the girl's hands was a multicolored liquid. Looking at his friend, the hero asked how much is if you multiply 14 by 19, and heard the answer 417. The heroes looked at their comrade. The correct answer is 266. Gainando crossed his arms, hearing the question of how to make a low-level mana recovery potion. If he told the truth, then the answer will be the same as before. They were puzzled to hear that they had to cut off the roots and cut the remaining part with only their little finger. The girl exclaimed in confusion that she doubted that it was a wisdom potion. Standing by the water, Leon thought that it turned out that the potion did not add wisdom, but confidence. That was all the potions he had. Looking at the water surface, he thought that he would not need them now. The problem was in the lake. Is there a way to create a small boat with magic? A cry was heard in the bushes behind. Carefully, the hero approached the tree. A wooden boat stood on the ground. Words were heard. Push slowly. 2 students were pushing the boat. That in his mother's homeland he often did this. Let him rely on him. Hiding behind the tree, the hero thought that it was a small boat. The guys turned in surprise, hearing how he called out to them. He had a staff in his hand. He said that it meant they were tigers. The terrifying Leon extended the staff forward. The guys raised their hands up. Pointing the staff at the heroes, the guy heard a question. He wants to steal the boat. He won't give it to him. Leon told him not to move. Looking forward, he wondered why they were afraid of him. Is habit a terrible thing? Coming closer, he explained that they misunderstood him. He didn't come to steal the boat, but to ask what they were doing. The guy with horns looked down and clarified, is it true? Blushing a little, he asked, was he interested in the boat he made? With a timid smile, Einrogard asked, if so, why doesn't he ride it himself? The worried guy clarified, he made it himself, now he is scared. The heroes were sitting in a boat floating on the lake. Looking away, Leon thought that the boat hadn't started leaking even after they were all in it. Einrogard turned around as the boy thought it was amazing that they believed him so easily. He remembered the students who were indignant, thinking that he pretended to doubt their abilities, and then they went off to explore on their own, even letting someone they hated onto the boat. The students looked at each other as the boy thought, no matter what he thought before, maybe they could become friends now. Turning around, Leon asked to go to that island first. He looked ahead, covering his eyes with his hand. Looking at the horizon, he thought he would need a telescope. His eyes widened in realization. He remembered Alrarlong holding the sword, saying that a swordsman who reached a certain level could use mana to improve his physical abilities. Looking at the younger man, the man said that they let it out as effectively as using it in magic, but enough to help him in a deadly fight. Touching his face, Leon thought that if what he said was true. He opened his eye, thinking that he would be able to enhance his vision. Leon's body was illuminated by a blue glow. It was becoming very bright. It was as if 2 magic seals appeared in front of the hero's eyes. He thought that he was not at the proper level to be able to enhance only one part of his body, but he had an infinite supply of mana, which allowed him to use a semblance of that technique. He noticed a small island ahead. It was becoming clearer. There were mountains and trees on the island. Looking ahead, the guy said that he could see it. Pointing his finger, he shouted that the island was over there. His comrades asked in shock. Turning around, the guy said that he was lucky now that he knew which direction. He could come back here another time. Looking ahead, he continued hesitantly. The students from the Tiger Tower were holding weapons, and the guy wondered why they were holding wooden swords. In fact, they were scared by how he released his magic power. A boat was visible from the depths on the surface. An offer to return was heard. The hand was clutching the oar. Einrogard closed his eyes, thinking that he was a little uneasy, but everything went well. He was starting to get tired of rowing. He needed to return quickly. The oar was lowered into the water. Crossing his arms, Leon asked his surprised comrade, is something wrong? There was a large bubble in the water. The hero replied that it seemed like something hit. There were many bubbles in the water. The figures of the heroes were reflected in one of the drops. Looking forward in surprise, the hero said about this energy. Blue drops flew out of the ball of water above. Covering his face, Leon screamed that this was the spirit of water. Clutching his head, the guy asked his friend what he had done, and he apologized. Looking at the spirit, Leon thought that, judging by the fact that he could not communicate with it, it was not a high-ranking spirit. The feeling that he was having The drop of water wavered and seemed to tremble. He thought, "Is this fear?" The hero stood thoughtfully, touching his face with his palm. Removing his hand, he wondered if it was possible. Remembering the bright glow, the boy continued to think that it was not Einrogard, but him. He was surprised by his magical power. The boy with horns heard the demand to gather himself and stand up. Did he need his help? Looking at his comrade with concern, he asked if he would blame himself, and Leon thought that he still thought he was to blame. The hero silently looked forward. Then he turned and said that everyone makes mistakes, what matters is how he does next. Holding the staff, the boy told him to row. Holding the oars, the boy with horns said that he can leave it to him. Leon thought that they had good speed. He turned his gaze to the side. The drop of water was hovering in the air. It was as if the hero's shadow had covered it. From the point of view of the spirit of water, Leon looked at the small drop with fear. The frightened spirit sent out waves of energy. Feeling these waves, the boys asked what was happening. Leon thought it was a feeling, clutching his staff tightly. Another drop broke away from the water. The hero looked at them with his mouth open. The boat was surrounded by many hovering round drops. The students held onto each other in fear, looking at them. Water rays diverged from the drops. Leon waved his hand, ordering the shield to appear in front of him. A question was heard: why did he jump up? The drops of water collided with a transparent barrier. Turning to Einrogard, the boy shouted, "Faster!" A cry was heard demanding to continue rowing and stop resting. The sun was shining in the clear sky. The oar was lowered into the water. Tired, Einrogard held the oars, saying that he thought they had sailed long enough. The hero agreed. The bow of the boat touched the shore. The boy thought that now the problem was that the boat was at the sandy shore. Turning back, Leon thought that they wanted to go back, but they sailed to this island. They were on a small island with mountains. The heroes were walking along the shore. Einrogard turned around and looked at the boat. Leon turned around, hearing him ask if they could rest for a while before continuing. The guy closed his eyes, hearing that he had been rowing for a long time. His arms were tired, and answered that of course. The dwarf looked down, saying that the sand here was very soft. He tensely raised his arms, saying that it would be like sinking into it until he got stuck up to his knees. And so it happened, and the guy stuck out of the sand up to the middle of his body. He screamed in fear, asking, "Is he drowning?" Liam looked at the sand, screaming that this was the director's trap. Einrogard rushed forward, screaming that they needed to run and get out of this sandy beach. The hero tried to stop him. The guy's legs also sank up to his knees. Einrogard screamed for help as he sank into the sand. Leon thought it was too late to tell them anything as he held the ball in his palm. He pointed the ball upwards and commanded it to move. Looking at the metal object, he thought that basic control couldn't lift a person. The boy grabbed it, thinking he could do a little trick. Looking ahead, he thought he would launch the metal ball. His arm bent and tensed. His feet left the ground. Holding onto the ball, the boy rose into the air, thinking he could grab onto it. He rose higher and higher above the sand, thinking he just had to keep moving it to get over the sand. Einrogard's head was sticking out of the sand. The hero thought they were more than halfway down, so they couldn't do that. The boy fell, hitting a rock. Looking ahead tensely, he cursed in his mind. The boat sank halfway into the sand. Leon thought those tiger boys had completely disappeared. Looking at the boat sinking in the sand, the boy thought that it would be difficult to try to swim away now. The sand in front of him began to move. The hero noticed it with surprise. Someone's gloved hand appeared. The palm rested on the ground. Liam looked at it tensely. In front of him was a huge monster. His eyes glowed when he said that for a beginner, he had gone around the obstacle very well. Frowning, Leon thought that this was an undead. This was a trap by the director. Realizing this, the boy bowed. The monster looked at him with confusion. Hearing the question, "What is he doing here?" Did he come to give him a new task? Leon touched his chest. Hearing the question, he was not surprised, and replied that of course he was surprised. He looked forward, hearing the monster say that he would answer where he grew, asked. The undead imagined how the heroes held hands, and said that he wanted him to also descend into the sand. After that, a test would begin that would require their coordination. Pointing with his hand, the undead said for him to go. The others are waiting for him. Leon held a staff, saying that in that case. He swung the staff forward, directing the metal ball at the monster's head. It bounced off his skull, and fell to the ground nearby. The enraged monster with glowing eyes asked what he was doing. Leon bowed and apologized for his mistake. The metal ball lay behind the confused monster, who asked what was going on. The ball moved again when the boy commanded it to. Sand flew up. The metal ball hit the turtle's head. Leon raised his hand with his staff. The undead angrily opened its mouth, shouting that he considered him a fool. The hero opened his mouth slightly. A metal ball hovered above his palm. Leon thought about the coordination, but instead of trusting them in the test, he would rather try to defeat this undead. The boy was surrounded by a blue glow from using the skill Concealment of Night. He ordered his feet to firmly stand on the ground. The monster with glowing eyes asked where he learned to use the master's spells. Did he steal them? Holding the cloth of the robe, Leon thought that he himself did not want to learn them. He released the skeleton of the beast, shouting for it to run forward. The monster waved the skeleton away, saying that he cares about everything that concerns him. There were some bones scattered on the ground. The undead continued that he used a summoned creature to buy time and hide using invisibility magic. A bright glow surrounded the monster as he continued that this proved that for a newbie, he had some pretty interesting ideas, but that would be the end of it. The shining monster looked ahead intimidatingly. He was surrounded by floating sand as he said that once he arrived on the island, he became a mouse cornered. The tip of a sword appeared. A bright trace was left from the movement. The monster looked ahead in surprise, asking, did he not run away, and also absorbed his mana, what the hell? Leon struck him with a sword that used anti-magic factions, the Morning Star. Clutching the hilt, the hero thought that this sword made of black obsidian had the ability to absorb mana. Leon confidently held the weapon. The monster surrounded by sand said that he used an anti-magic sword. Looking forward furiously, he asked, does he have no pride as a mage at all? His foot touched the ground. The transparent hero landed on the other side of the monster. Looking at it, he thought that the one who made him like this was his master. The undead attacked him with sand. Holding onto his body, the monster cursed. He looked forward, thinking that if this continued, his summoning would be cancelled. He could no longer give in to it just because he was a newbie, since it had come to this. A gloved paw rose up. Sand flew up from the blow. The monster's eyes glowed as it said that it would treat him as an enemy. Triangular spikes appeared on its back. The evil spirit said that with the noble glory that was bestowed upon it by its master, the monster turned into an armored turtle. A helmet appeared on its face, like a knight's. It said that it swears by the name of Jorvan. The glowing hero saw the monster in front of him. Leon stuck his tongue out a bit, thinking that since he had been given a name, it meant that the summoning process had been difficult. Maybe he should go easy on him. Raising his muzzle, the monster demanded to show himself. Triangular spikes flew up. They hovered next to the enemy, lined up in rows. Leon jumped back, saving himself from their attack. Wincing in displeasure, the hero thought that if he continued to attack the area, he would be at a disadvantage. Looking at the armored turtle, he thought that time was playing against him. Remembering how the bright ball hovered in front of him, the hero thought that given his abilities, lightning magic would not work, and he certainly would not wait for him to use rotation like he did with the golem. Clutching his staff, the hero decided that in this case, there was only one way out. Flames appeared next to him as he commanded it to burn. Opening his mouth, the turtle monster exclaimed that here he is. What can he do with the first circle fire spell? The monster in the mask asked in surprise. A bright flame flared up around him, and Rhaego spat out sand. He was lying on the ground next to his screaming comrade. Wiping his mouth, the guy asked, weren't they underground? How did they get out? His gaze became surprised. He saw the hero walking towards them. The gloomy Leon's hand was bandaged. The students looked at him in fear. Running up to the guy, they asked what happened, is he okay? Looking at the injured hand, Einrogard asked what happened to him. The guys looked at each other, hearing the answer that they ran into a summoned creature, the undead director, but now they are safe, let them not worry. The student of the Tiger Tower looked at the hand and asked to give it to him so that he could look. The hero thought that he did not trust him. Stretching out his hand, the dwarf said to relax. He was a professional in healing magic and was good enough to enter the magic school, so such an injury was nothing. Looking at the splints and bandages, he said that he himself did well. Standing next to him, Einrogard said that he would talk about it later. He had a question. Leon was surprised to hear him say that it was a summoned evil spirit. Opening his mouth, the guy with the horns continued, did he get rid of it? The hero nodded and confirmed. The student of the Tiger Tower opened his mouth in surprise, saying that he doubted it, but did he really get rid of the director's summoned creature? Einrogard looked away, thinking that one look was enough to understand. He looked at the fallen trees, continuing the thought that a fierce battle had taken place here. Looking away, he thought what an honor it was. Leon looked away, thinking that this was what kind of thoughts were visible on his face, but in fact it was not so. He remembered how he stood engulfed in flames. The turtle monster surrounded by fire exclaimed, where did the first circle spell get so much fire power from? At this rate the master's entire island would be burned. There was sand on the monster's face. He said that the fire had to be suppressed first. A sharp stone flew forward. It pierced the monster's shell with force. Opening his mouth in shock, he asked in surprise. It was a boulder. The blade was surrounded by blue rays. Leon, who was attacking, confidently clutched the sword. The monster's paws were glowing. He thought that it was losing mana. Leon held the weapon while the monster said that it remembered it. The dissolving Jorvan demanded to say his name. Opening his mouth, the hero said it was him. With a determined look, he continued that he was Jigel. The disappearing monster threatened Jigel, saying that next time he should not expect mercy just because he was a beginner. Almost dissolving, the monster finished, calling out to the student. Leon continued to hold the sword. He exhaled, asking, is it over? Suddenly, a tree broke behind him. It fell right on the boy who was putting away his sword. Leon turned around tensely. With a sling on his neck, he opened his mouth. Touching his injured arm, Leon thought that at the last moment he relaxed and let down his guard. He was not noble at all. The students looked at each other. Looking down, the dwarf said that he could have just given up. Why did he decide to continue the fight? Looking at him, the brown-haired man thought that he did not want to go through the test with the two of them. But out loud, surrounded by a glow, the hero proudly said that it would be dishonorable to stay. The boys looked at him happily, saying that the warden's house is so noble. Touching his chest, Einrogard said that while his arm was recovering, they would take his place and offered to take his bag. Suddenly, many sounds of hunger were heard from their stomachs. Clouds were floating in the sky. The hero said that they should eat first, and they exclaimed that they would cook food. There was red soup in the pot. Holding out a plate, the hero ordered them to eat. The confused students of the Tiger Tower held the food, saying that they were supposed to cook it. They began to eat with pleasure, while the hero thought that he was curious about what they would cook since they agreed to help, but he did not expect them to start cutting tree bark. It was better to do it himself. The students listened with their mouths full, that when he began to speak. The boys were sitting around the fire. Leon said that since their boat was destroyed, they were stuck on this damn island. They needed to come up with a plan to get off the skeleton director's island. Einrogard, with a spoon in his mouth, shook his head. Hearing the question of whether he could make a new boat, Leon added that he thought it would be difficult to sail by themselves. He sat opposite and said that there was a big problem. Einrogard tensed up, thinking that he had defeated the undead principal, but he had a bigger problem, probably something incredibly serious. Opening his mouth, he said that at this rate. A gloomy Leon touched his chin and continued that they would miss tomorrow's classes. The students of the Tiger Tower were confused, thinking, lessons? Because of this, he became serious. Is this a joke? Touching his chin, Leon heard, wouldn't it be okay to skip a few classes since they were in this situation, and replied that no matter the situation, they can't skip them. Einrogard turned around, addressing the hero. He was looking at the water, saying that he didn't think they would be able to attend them. Leon, who was sitting on the ground, asked if it was possible that the other tigers would come to save them when they noticed that they were missing, and Einrogard replied that even if they noticed, they definitely wouldn't come. Leon held his chin, thinking that fortunately there would be a lecture on basic magical perception on Monday morning. Einrogard happily raised his finger, exclaiming that the principal, if he found out about their disappearance, would definitely come to help. Leon put out his palm, saying that it would not happen. He imagined Asu, who said if they couldn't handle an easy task, then they should train harder, and said that this is what he would say. He walked between the bushes, saying that he thought they would have to swim. A blue drop appeared behind him. The guy turned around tensely, exclaiming that this was energy. A drop of water hovered above him. He recognized the spirit of water. The drop moved. Tensely clutching his staff, Leon thought that it seemed like the dead were not the last, and told everyone to gather. The hovering spirit looked dissatisfied. He quickly rushed away. Leon shouted that he was running away. The guys looked at each other when he rushed after him, demanding that they stop. The sky was painted with the colors of the sunset. A cry was heard that he had not finished eating. Blue rays flew forward. Leon with the staff quickly ran ahead. Looking ahead tensely, he thought that the attack of the water spirit was very simple. He stopped, thinking that however, it would not end if they just chased him. The floating drop felt the energy and heard the demand to stop. Leon was surrounded by bright blue rays. Looking ahead determinedly, the shining boy said that he did not want to offend him. Standing behind, Einrogard thought who would believe him, while the boy asked if he was the director's henchman. The drop twisted from side to side, denying, and the hero said that she should not lie to him. Why did he attack while they were resting? The water spirit seemed to point a finger forward. He pointed to a fallen tree. The boys looked there, and Einrogard asked, "What does this mean?" Leon closed his mouth, thinking he understood. He darkened, thinking that the spirit was angry because he burned the surrounding area. Einrogard came up behind him and asked what the spirit was saying. Leon pretended not to know and said he attacked because he got angry when he hit him with his oar. The guy with the horns threw up his hands and said it wasn't on purpose. He didn't know he was there, or he would have rowed more carefully. The water spirit was puzzled as to why he was acting like that. Leon closed his eyes and continued that he said he forgave him. That was the end of it. The water spirit felt something was wrong but immersed himself in the situation. The water drop heard him ask a question. There were many trees on the island. The guy said that even though he wasn't the director's henchman, had he seen the sight of him, what was he doing on the island? He introduced himself as a shining monster, talking about what spell the director had cast on him. The island was illuminated by the sun. The hero agreed with the spirit that he wasn't the director's henchman and asked if he had seen what the director was doing on the island. Asu's silhouette loomed over him as he asked what spell he had cast on the island. Pharmakis hovered above them. Raising his head, the hero thought that it was impossible for the director not to have left something else on the island, and he was sure that there were traps somewhere. Seeing the spirit begin to change shape, Einrogard said that it was trying to say something. Pharmaki's took the form of a castle. The boys recognized it in the tomb. Leon thought that the director had sealed something here. Einrogard put his finger on the map, turning to another comrade. The hero thought that it could only be one thing. A silhouette of a pass appeared behind him, which was a ticket to travel outside the academy, and Leon asked Pharmakis to take him to this place. A small staircase was visible, leading up. A pillar was nearby. A tomb was in front of them. The two comrades looked around, surprised by the staircase, wondering if it was connected to the dungeon under the sandy beach. The hero looked ahead, not understanding why such a structure was on a remote island and what was going on in the headmaster's head. Einrogard pointed to the inscriptions, saying that perhaps the headmaster had written them. Frowning, the hero asked what it said and if there would be any traps to come, to which his comrade replied that nothing of the sort and that he would read it. Running his hand over the inscriptions, he noted that it was a congratulation on how far the students had come and that they had probably been caught off guard by this test. He introduced Asu, who spread his hands, saying that such tests were necessary to raise young mages like them. The two men shook hands, the headmaster saying that on the way to this place they had probably learned how to interact with students from other towers, and he wanted them to keep that in mind for the final cooperation task. There was a glow near the tomb. Then the skull said that if they headed inside, they would see an altar in the center of the stone columns. His skull was glowing brightly with words about how they should place one person on it to remove the seal on the altar, and then a ticket to travel outside the academy would appear. The three of them stood above the altar. Looking at it, Leon thought about what would happen to the person who stood on it. The guys next to him frowned, saying that this was just ridiculous and there must be another way, but the hero replied that there wasn't. Looking at him, Leon also said that the director liked this kind of thing, thinking that, to be more precise, this was what he was talking about. Looking at his hand, he also thought that this was bad, since there were two of them, and his hand was injured, and he was in the minus. Einrogard rushed past him as he was talking about how he needed to attack them to win. Frowning and looking at him, he noted that he acted first, and he himself was too slow to react. Einrogard rushed towards the altar. The other guy put his hand forward, calling him. Einrogard turned around, hearing the question of what he was doing, and replied that he had decided to sacrifice himself. Leon lowered his eyebrows, hearing that his comrade could not forgive him for his evil deeds, and thought that he remembered the grievances for a very long time. Lowering his eyes, he also said that after all, the hero helped them, and if not for this, they would still be locked in the dungeon. The guy looked at Einrogard in confusion, hearing that Leon should take the ticket, he would get it on his own next time. Running towards him, he said that he would join his noble cause. Frowning, Leon thought that these two had a conscience. Carmen appeared next to him when he decided to just watch them. The spirit was spinning in place. The hero clarified, should those two be stopped? Leon took out his wand and said he didn't understand why, but he agreed. Streams of water hit the backs of his comrades when he used the splash. Both fell to the ground. Looking at the hero angrily, they didn't ask what he was doing. Looking at his friend, Einrogard said that he wanted to stop their noble sacrifice from happening. Leon meanwhile looked menacingly at the spirit, saying that he did as he asked, and he had to have a reason for that. Pharmakis rushed around, crossing his arms. The hero opened his mouth in surprise. Now the spirit nodded, hearing the suggestion that the altar would not open even if someone stood on it. Putting his hand to his mouth, Leon called the director crazy. Looking away, he realized that even the offer to make a sacrifice was a trap. Einrogard and the shorter guy looked at each other, hearing that this method would not work, and agreed. Leon thought about the thing that looked suspicious from the start, since no sacrifice was needed. Seeing the shine of the altar, he noted that it was too well kept, as if it was being looked after. The hero pointed the staff towards it. A glow appeared around him, when he decided to do the same as he destroyed the barrier of the Tiger Tower. The glow near the staff became brighter. The comrades covered their faces with their hands, asking what he was doing. Leon only frowned. Pharmakis fell to the ground. A powerful explosion was heard. The spirit trembled, lying on the ground. Then, he carefully got up. Looking at the altar, the hero noted that he knew it. Seeing no damage on it, Leon said that this was an unusual altar. The comrades ran to him, asking what happened, and he replied that he tried to use magic power to remove the spell cast on him, but he could not. The hero looked at the altar again. Afterwards, he looked at the staff, thinking that there should still be some kind of reaction and whether the spell was different from the one used in the dorm, realizing that if so, then there was only one way. Pursing his lips, he did not want to be caught using it. Leon looked at his staff with apprehension, realizing that the truth could die. Shaking his head, he told the others to stay behind. Then, he raised the staff above his head. Water began to gather around him as he used the splash. The water began to swirl as the hero remembered Professor Greg saying that adding rotation was too ambitious. A huge stream of water was above Leon's head. He thought that he just needed to avoid getting caught. The hero remembered the professor's gaze and his question about what if he did get caught. The ruins were lying on the steps. The two comrades looked at it with their mouths open. The hero wiped his forehead. Kneeling down, Einrogard wondered what kind of spell that was. He remembered the hero guiding him forward, thinking that he created a huge water ball and launched it. He had seen Leon's water magic many times, but this was the first time such a spell with such a powerful force. Looking at his comrade, the boy wondered what level he was. The staff hit the ground. Leaning on it, Leon thought about how he only used it once and was already so tired, and it seemed that this method was really not suitable for the field. A black book was visible from under his robe. It fell to the ground. Looking at it, the hero thought, "What is this?" When it opened, he hoped that this would not happen again. Letters were coming out of the pages. Leon covered his face with his hand. Then he slightly opened his mouth. His comrades looked at him in shock, asking what was the matter and if he was okay. The guy raised his hand. Looking at Einrogard, he said that everything was fine and let them find a ticket to travel outside the academy. Leon took the book in his hands, thinking about what he needed to do. Frowning, the hero did not understand why he was being taught such magic. A ghostly hand appeared next to his. It was said that it was the sharp hand of Asu, a second circle body enhancement spell that makes the magician's hand incredibly sharp. Leon looked at Einrogard, thinking that the director was probably making fun of him for breaking through with brute force, and heard that his comrade had found something. He happily raised the item in his hand, saying that he found a ticket to travel outside the academy, after which he handed it to Leon, saying that it was his because, as he promised, they would not try to take it. Holding the ticket in his hand, the hero thought that it had the same pattern as the last one, and were all tickets to travel outside the academy the same. Looking at the stones, Leon asked to bring him a normal-looking cobblestone, and Einrogard asked why. Another comrade suggested that they take a break for a while. Putting his hand in his pocket, Leon refused. Holding a pen in his hand, he also said that it should be done now. The bright sun illuminated the walls of the academy. Monday morning had arrived. Basic magical personality training was underway. Someone's voice demanded to tell him where Leon was now. The girl with green hair looked at the blonde, asking what he said. Ashan adjusted his glasses, saying that they saw the hero go to the lake and disappear with the other students from Tiger Tower, and they were 90% sure that they kidnapped him like cowards. But Jigel called it nonsense. Gritting her teeth, she thought about how she hadn't seen them anywhere, and she was curious if something had happened and wondered where and what they were doing. A glow appeared behind her as she decided that she needed to get out of this situation first. Asu opened his mouth wide and wished them a good morning. Looking at the students carefully, the principal asked what they were doing here, acting like this since early morning. The students bowed, saying that they were just greeting each other since they were happy to meet after the weekend. Frowning, Jigel knew that things would only get more complicated if the principal interfered, since problems between students should be solved by the students themselves. The others thought the same, although no one said anything. Frowning, Asu said that they were boring and asked if they brought a ticket for a trip outside the academy. The students lowered their heads. The principal said that it was disappointing because their seniors always did their homework on time. But they looked at the interlocutor with delight when he said that he would give them another chance, even if it was the last time. Then they followed him when he told everyone to go to the lake. Jigel looked at her peers behind her with displeasure, who were happy that they were given a chance because before they were nervous, but now they felt relaxed. The blonde knew that he would never do something like that. Raising her head, she was sure that he was planning something, although she did not know what. Seeing the skull, and although she did not want to admit it, she still wondered if Leon would handle this. The principal looked at her. Jigel quickly turned her head away. Turning over, Asu noticed something strange. He imagined Leon asking where the little dragon was. Looking down at the students, the principal thought that if he was lucky, Leon had simply missed class because something had happened, but it would be different if he had gone to the island. Imagining the hero sitting on the ground, Asu noted that he was very unlucky, since that meant he had been locked in the dungeon for the entire weekend. A glow appeared from his mouth, releasing an icy breath as he thought about how much fun he had never had before. The water began to freeze. An icy path led far out to sea. The owner and Gainando's mouths dropped open in surprise when the principal told them to pair up while they walked there. Seeing how the students walked on the ice, he didn't expect the students to complete this homework assignment the first time. But since there would be students who would run away if he told them they were going to the island, the principal simply arranged everything to prevent them from trying to escape. Jigel stared at Asu, and since the principal was being considerate, helping them with their homework that they couldn't do themselves, even the smart students wouldn't suspect him of anything. Looming over the students, the principal thought that the most interesting part would finally begin, and as he imagined the students' screams, he was so delighted, although, more accurately, he was sad. But Asu looked ahead in surprise. Looking at the students, he saw that no one was drowning. Tearing up the ground, the principal wanted to understand why they weren't drowning. Touching the bottom, the principal realized that he couldn't feel the mana of the second Jorvan, which meant that his summoning had been cancelled. Opening his eyes wide, Asu understood that only one was capable of this. Someone's footsteps were heard. The principal saw Leon approaching. The guy looked at him. A bright glow appeared around the skull, and he called the hero a scoundrel. His comrades rushed towards him when Asu wanted to tell him that his complacency had caused the other students to lose a precious opportunity. The students surrounded Leon, asking if he was okay. Einrogard and the other boy looked at each other in surprise, hearing that the others thought the hero had been kidnapped. The boys with horns noticed their comrades running towards them. One of them grabbed his hand. The boys pulled them towards them. Frowning, the student asked if they were alright and if Leon had used a strange spell on them, to which the other replied that he hadn't. The other boy looked at Einrogard, saying that the hero had really helped them out, because if he hadn't defeated the principal's ghostly creature, they would still be sitting in the dungeon. The student looked at him with a smile. The boys furrowed their brows and decided that they could be written off since Leon had already brainwashed them, otherwise the principal would never have done something so extreme. But his eyes widened when he heard Asu say that the hero had done a great job. Leon bowed to the principal when he heard Asu say that he had defeated the proclaimed being that he had prepared for the class, and that it was truly great, which the boy apologized for. Pointing at him, the skull told him that he had defeated the proclaimed being that was supposed to drag them underground the moment they stepped foot on it and give them a test, and it was supposed to be harsh and educational. The students' mouths dropped in shock, realizing that their comrades had told the truth. The principal took a deep breath. Pointing his finger, he said that he couldn't believe that he had a ticket to go outside the school anyway. The bandages fell off Leon's arm, saying that he should be rewarded for this. Looking at his hand, he realized that it had healed, for which he thanked. The hero pointed to the other boys, saying that he had not done it alone. Einrogard and another student looked confused when they heard that they had gotten the tickets together with him. The two smiled, saying that they had done nothing at all, and that the hero had really done it alone. Looking at them with displeasure, Asu said that he already knew that, and there was no need to voice the obvious. Looking at the director, Leon noted that he had a real talent for annoying with conversation. Spreading his arms, the skull said that as a reward for finishing his homework first, he would give him special marks. Reaching out to the hero, he asked to check the ticket for a trip outside the school. His eye began to glow brightly. A glow also appeared around the ticket. At the same time, the ticket disappeared from his hand. The others opened their mouths in surprise. Standing behind, the students noticed that the ticket for the trip outside the school was gone. Lashan and Nilia ran up to them, saying that the principal had promised something completely different, to which the skull asked again, what did he promise? Winking, he suggested that they try to remember his exact words. Then Asu stood in front of the students in the classroom, saying that there was an island in the middle of the lake with a ticket for a trip hidden on it, and he wanted them to all work together to bring it to him. Lashan raised his hands to his head, realizing that the principal had never said he would give them the tickets. Pointing at a student, he said that they now understood the importance of words. The two students were clearly annoyed, hearing that what happened today would serve as experience for them, while the hero thought that Asu really had a talent for being annoying. The hero looked at the principal, hearing that this concerned him the most, asking what he could say, and whether he was being deceived. Leon pursed his lips and remained silent. Then he raised his hand, saying that he had never thought of taking the ticket for a trip outside the school for himself from the beginning, so he had nothing to complain about. The principal's mouth fell open in surprise. Seeing the hero put his hand on his chest, he thought that this was the typical behavior of someone who had the talent of arrogance, but his humility was astounding. Looking down, Asu also thought that he was terribly boring. Clapping his hands, the skull decided that another opportunity would come and said that everyone was dismissed. The students walked along the ice bridge. Leon silently looked ahead. He noticed Einrogard behind him. Putting his hand on his chest, Leon noted that he did not expect the principal to come in person, and was lucky with what he gave him. The stars were visible in the sky last night. The question was asked if it was possible to do this. The pen fell to the floor with a question whether he would fall for it, to which the answer was that it was worth trying. Leon tiredly put his hand to his forehead. There were several tickets lying on the ground. He made fakes. Now, Ashan came closer and brought his hand to his mouth, asking if Leon had foreseen this. Putting his hand on his chest, he also asked if it was okay. They had fake tickets in their inner pockets. He asked if it was okay to take something so valuable, to which his comrade noted that the hero had only made a few of them and given them one each. Waving, Leon told them to use them carefully and not to use them in front of the principal at school. Looking back, the guy understood that he had to treat his accomplices well so that they wouldn't set him up. He looked at the principal, wondering if the fakes would work, because the situation was unexpected, and he doubted that the principal had even assumed such a possibility. Seeing the students happy, he also decided that when he saw them using them, then he would understand if it was okay to use them. Nilia was walking towards Yoner when the hero thought that he had the real ticket with him anyway. The girl noticed that the bridge had disappeared, and the other replied that it happened right after everyone crossed it. Leon looked at Pharmakis, thanked him and said that if it weren't for him, it would have been hard. The spirit waved at him, and the hero thought that he was being rather modest. Frowning in surprise, The boy wondered if he had gotten close to the spirit. Then he put his hand on his chest, decided that this might be his chance, and turned to him. But the spirit immediately rushed to Nilia. The girl looked at him in surprise. The spirit was circling around Nilia. When the spirit touched her face, she asked why he was acting like this. Leon clenched his fist when she asked if Pharmakis really wanted to make a contract with her and offered to do it with the hero. Later, the boy was walking down the street. Closing his eyes, he imagined the blonde with the spirit, thinking that he had eventually made a contract with her. But, touching the door, he realized that now was not the time. Opening the door, he decided that now was not the time to think about such things. Greg looked at him. Coming closer, Leon bowed and greeted him, who replied that the guy used lightning magic. Looking at the interlocutor, the hero agreed, thinking about how everything turned out in the end. Standing up, the professor turned away. Leon thought about how he prepared for this moment when he was caught using lightning magic on the monster plane and heard that the interlocutor knew about another situation. Greg introduced the monster, saying that Leon defeated the summoned creature Asu of the second Jorvan. Imagining the director's skull, the guy wondered how many he told about this. The hero looked at the interlocutor, hearing that he knew that he injured his hand. Looking at it, Leon replied that some unforeseen circumstances arose. Taking his hand, Greg said that this always happens in battles. Without letting go, he looked into the guy's eyes, adding that the enemy will not listen to excuses. Leon jerked his hand away, saying that he understood, and thought that he was even more annoyed that he couldn't refute it. The professor turned around. As he walked away, he said that he was preparing something for that reason. The hero grabbed the staff, thinking that something was coming again. The man looked at him. Greg was surrounded by a dark aura. A blue cloud appeared above Leon when he used the splash, and he decided that he would attack first and block it. The professor spread his fingers. Dark energy hit the hero's barrier. Gritting his teeth, the guy thought about how his attack was stopped before it started, and his opponent had never done that before. Seeing the dark energy in the professor's hand, the hero thought that maybe he wanted him to dodge, not block. The attack missed his head. An explosion was heard behind him. Gritting his teeth, Leon looked behind him. A dark lightning bolt appeared near Greg's face. The guy had to jump to dodge it. He then landed on one knee. Looking away, Leon noted that he had managed to dodge it so far and wondered if he had always been so good at dodging. Closing his eyes, the professor told him that he knew it would be too easy, so he snapped his fingers. The light around them disappeared. Looking around, the hero was surprised that his opponent had disappeared into the darkness, but he still had to do something. The guy caught something in his hand. Looking at the professor, he asked what it was. Seeing the dark cloth in Leon's hand, he heard him blindfold himself with it. The hero frowned. Tie the blindfold on Greg's eyes, the guy heard him do it on his own. Looking again at the cloth in his hand, Leon noted that it was already dark here and asked if a blindfold was needed. Using magic, the professor brought it to the student's eyes, saying that he could handle it. Leon's eyes were blindfolded. He stood in complete darkness, thinking that he really couldn't see anything. A sound came from next to him, and he decided that he needed to make up his mind. A dark aura filled the room, and Leon realized that he needed to understand the mana around him. The professor looked at him silently. Greg was presented in a golden frame, and it was noted that he was confident in his educational policy. He thought that if a student couldn't do his assignments, then the problem was with him, and this way of thinking was reinforced even more after meeting Leon. Earlier, the man held the remains of lightning in his hand, and he was happy when he discovered that Leon could use lightning, because it was the most difficult element to control. At that moment, Asu spread his hands in front of him, and then the shocking truth came to him. The hero made a mistake and broke his hand in the middle of the fight. Now the professor brought his hand to his face. Looking away, he thought that if he were Leon, he would want to learn dodging techniques now, and his train of thought went in a different direction again. There were destructions on the walls and ceiling, and that was how they ended up in this situation. Leon was sitting with his knees propped up. There was a dark bandage over his eyes. He reinforced the professor's principles again. The guy was breathing heavily. He managed to dodge everything while being in the dark and not seeing anything. Leon stood up from his knees. Moving his hand to the side, Greg thought about how when he heard stories about the joys of mentoring, it seemed like nonsense to him, but now he understood everything. A slight smile appeared on the street at the thought that it was really fun. The silhouette of his face was visible in different colors. It was as if he was surrounded by multicolored lights. The guy opened his mouth in surprise, saying that he sensed mana and other elements without understanding how. Leon frowned, noting that there was no answer and he shouldn't expect anything normal. The professor put his hand forward. He realized that in this situation, it was simply unrealistic to dodge everything. Moving forward, he decided that he would simply reduce the consequences and pain as much as possible when he received a blow. The difficulty of this lesson was comparable to a third year or higher, but Leon had overestimated his expectations. Greg snapped his fingers. The hero's blindfold began to disappear. He was indeed gifted with a large amount of mana. The professor looked at the student carefully, thinking about his real talent. The guy was standing among the rubble. The man said that he did not expect him to pass everything on the first day, thinking that his talent was that he learned everything quickly. Looking tiredly at his interlocutor, Leon replied that it was all thanks to his instructions. The appearance of his special talent, hidden in the shadow of having a huge amount of mana, was inevitable. Then Greg noted that the guy looked tired. Then he handed him an object. Taking the object in his hands, Leon was surprised that the professor was worried about him. Taking off the package, he thanked him, thinking that perhaps there was medicine in it. Seeing the book in front of him, he heard that it was about basic lightning magic and its applications, and he wanted Leon to learn everything before their next meeting. The guy frowned. The man nodded, hearing that he understood everything. Adjusting his robe, the hero wondered if there would be written tests this week, and also he had so many things to do that he would not be able to sleep. Leon heard a loud sound above his head. Slightly moving his hand to the side, he asked what was going on, and Greg answered that the professors were dealing with the missing summoned monsters. Moving his hand away, the guy asked why they were doing this, to which the man replied that this was to be expected. Looking into his eyes, Greg also added that they were dealing with them so that they would not interfere with the tests. Leon only smiled nervously. Walking to the door, he said that in this case, he would go. Taking a step into the corridor, he also thought that he shouldn't have asked, so Leon became even more disappointed in the professors. As he walked, the hero looked at the book he was given. He turned the page. Looking carefully, Leon noted that it was better than expected, because the book not only teaches magic, but also describes situations that need to be taken into account for safety, and it is an excellent textbook. Looking at the cover, he noticed that the author's name was not indicated and wondered if it was written in a magic school. Someone appeared behind him when the guy thought that it would be easy to study. Leon turned around, hearing that someone was happy to meet him. Professor Carmen was standing behind him. The rays of the sun illuminated the corridor. The professor asked him if he was going to classes on learning combat magic, to which the boy agreed. Smiling, the blonde offered to go together. The hero thought that he was so happy, and it was hard to believe that he and Professor Greg were friends. Walking down the hallway, he asked the professor if they taught illusion magic, and he said yes, and it was more useful than you might think. He then imagined himself sitting at a table, hearing that barrier magic that stopped intruders and demonstrating illusions were all just part of illusion magic. A man in a white cloak loomed over a labyrinth. There was magic that combined it with spatial magic to create labyrinths, and another that combined it with mind magic to disable an opponent just by looking into their eyes. Leon imagined himself carrying a bag on his back, noting that it was pretty cool and thought that it would be great for stealing. Continuing forward, Carmen told the man that from what he had seen, he had an affinity for illusion magic and asked if he was interested in it, and he clarified about the affinity. Raising his hand to his face, Leon thought that once he entered a magic school, he would not be able to avoid studying, and more importantly, what kind of person was the professor of the main subject he would be studying with. Imagining the wings on the blonde's back, he noticed that he seemed to have a good character. Smiling at him, the hero decided that illusion magic was not a bad choice. Raising his finger, Carmen asked if there were any professors he took private lessons from other than Professor Greg. Looking up, he imagined Uragulm's face saying about him, to which the interlocutor understood that he was talking about alchemy. The blonde raised his hand in confusion, hearing about Professors Thunderstep, Willow, and Millet, and was surprised that there were so many of them. Someone's paw appeared from under the robe. A skeleton jumped forward. Leon pointed at it, said that this was bad, and he should immediately go back. Carmen asked if this was a summoned creature. Smiling at him, the boy replied that it was, adding that Professor Morton had given it to him. Carmen frowned. It was as if a ball was falling on him. The ball with Morton's face seemed to crush him at the thought that the boy was even studying dark magic. Trying to get out from under it, the professor was surprised at how many people were interested in him, and he was already tired of hearing the hero mention them. The boy was hiding the skeleton in his robe when he turned to him, and he replied that he was just thinking about it after seeing the summoned creature. Leon looked at the interlocutor when he said that he hoped, well, that he was not tired, and this creature was a rare valuable monster. The blonde, a little confused, smiled when he heard the question of whether it was a leopard and agreed. He looked away, and Leon thought about finding out what Sarkani's was after class. Carmen looked at him again. Seeing the hero sigh, he thought about how he had a lot of personal activities, and after just Professor Greg's lessons, his body and mind must be tired. Imagining the other professors piling on him, he also thought about how he really wanted to get his hands on him. Clearing his throat, Carmen still decided that the most important thing was what the guy thought about it, and he should at least ask, and then wanted to talk to him, but Leon interrupted him. Taking out a book, he said that the director gave it to him and asked him to look at it, after which he handed the book to the blonde. Carmen smiled, looking at it. He imagined Asu absorbing the hero, surprised that he gave it to him, and realized that even the craziest creature in the school was interested in him. Standing in front of his interlocutor, Leon said that he had a question about illusion magic, deciding that he needed to show himself from a good side. But then he raised his hand. He smiled a little sympathetically, saying that it did not need to be studied. The guy opened his mouth in surprise. The sign said that this was a classroom for learning basic magic. The hero wanted to stop him, but he replied that they had arrived. Turning around, he said that they would see each other in class. Leon watched Carmen talking to Garcia, not understanding why he had suddenly changed his behavior. Frowning, the guy only thought about how he wanted the blonde to teach him illusion magic. The man himself only wished him luck, mentally saying that he would root for him. The professor stood in the classroom in front of the students as an invitee to a class on learning basic magic. The students raised their hands, asking various questions. Someone wanted to know if there was a way to dispel the illusion magic of the stairs or break through it. The girl next to him wanted to know if it was possible to use illusion on bread so that it would taste like honey. Another student opened his mouth wide, asking if a first year could break through the illusion barrier. The blonde raised his hand, saying that he was glad to see them so active, but suggested that they calm down a bit. A bright aura surrounded him as he said that he would show the fascinating world of illusion magic. Raising his finger, he also said that first, they needed to know what illusion magic was, and for that, he would give a simple demonstration. Looking at everyone carefully, he told everyone to watch him closely. The man stood silently on the stage. Gainando and Yoner opened their mouths in surprise, not understanding why he suddenly became silent and did not move. Looking carefully at the professor, Leon thought that it was strange. Looking at the teacher, he also noted that he did not know why, but it seemed like something was wrong, a feeling like he was not here. A glow appeared around Carmen. The hero was surprised to see it. Frowning, he wondered if it was possible that he had already set up an illusion in such a short period of time, even though everyone was staring at him. Leon glanced to the side, deciding to try to track his mana. Seeing the distortion near Gainando, he thought that he should be nearby. Turning to the hero, his comrade asked why the professor was just standing there. But the boy turned around in fear, hearing that the professor was behind him, and cast paralysis. The spell was reflected from his hand. Gainando froze in place. Looking at him, Leon realized that the spell was reflected back at him. Seeing his reaction, Carmen said that it was great that he was noticed. Putting his hand on his head, the professor said that he shouldn't have used the curse so suddenly. Standing up, the hero apologized, but the professor said that everything was fine and it happens. Closing his eyes, he cast a spell. Carmen spread his arms out and said that as they had just seen, he had easily snuck up on them without the students noticing. Smiling confidently, he concluded by saying that illusion magic could do that. The orc listened attentively as they talked about how they could become invisible and get to enemies who were hiding. The green-haired girl was surprised to hear that it would be possible to create illusions that would confuse enemies. Raising his finger, the professor said that the new students needed to start with the basics and asked the students who had managed to recognize his illusion to stand up and come forward for a demonstration. Lehan and another girl came onto the stage and the blonde man told them that if they felt anything, they could use basic illusion to spell. Pointing to the chests, he suggested that they try dispelling the illusion that was used here. Seeing the box in front of him, the hero thought about how there had been nothing here just recently. Pointing to the girl, he suggested that they start with her. Pointing her wand forward, the student said for the illusion to disappear. The lock on the chest opened. A dark aura surrounded her. Carmen looked at her with a smile, saying that one should never let down one's defenses, because if illusion magic was used, then there was a trap. Carmen looked forward in surprise when he heard that it was him now. The boy looked at the chests. Frowning, he decided to make a good impression. Pointing his staff at them, he realized that the chests were an illusion and did not look like this yet. Noticing their transparent appearance, he realized that this is what they really looked like. Leon pursed his lips. A glow appeared near the staff after the words about the illusion disappearing. The chests began to glow brightly, then they completely disappeared. The blonde behind him applauded. One of the students noted that the boxes completely disappeared, but another student said that this was to be expected from Lehan, and he succeeded on the first try. The boy raised his hand to his face when the professor addressed him. The man said with a smile that he did well, despite the fact that this was his first time, but you don't need to try so hard to understand even illusion magic. Frowning, the boy thought that this was the first time he received such a reaction. While watching Adenart practice, he thought that maybe he did something wrong, or was it because he had too much mana? Afterwards, he went back up to his desk. The bright sun shone on the walls of the academy. Leon thought about many things. A little while later, Carmen waved his hand, saying that they would end the task here, and for the others to continue in the same spirit. The students thanked the professor. The hero quickly approached him. Raising his hand, he asked what was wrong with him, but the blonde replied that everything was fine. Putting his hand behind his head, he wanted to say the reason why he said that. He decided to explain everything. Standing in front of him, he said that right now, many professors are interested. Lian's mouth fell open in surprise. Standing in front of him, he felt awkward, thinking that he could understand the problem with excess mana, but he did not understand why it was bad to have the attention of professors, and Carmen explained that he already attended many classes, so he was just driving himself if he went to his too. Putting his hands on his waist, the professor noted that it was better to rest during rest, and he was worried about his health. The hero could not believe that such kind professors existed. Lian thought that this was another reason why he could not let him go, and replied that he did not agree with this. Clenching his fist, he said that he was ready for this. Carmen looked at him in surprise. Then he put his hand on his shoulder, saying that if he really wanted, he could join the next meeting, for which the guy thanked him. The light fell on the white walls. The interlocutor asked him not to overwork himself, but Lian in response asked him not to worry. The guy put his hand on his chest, saying that after this, he no longer planned to take other classes. Carmen's eyes became smaller. At that moment he instinctively felt something. The two of them stood as if in the middle of nothingness. The man realized that everything would not be as Lian said, but decided to remain silent for the sake of the mental health of the student. The bright sun illuminated the foliage of the trees. The hero lowered his eyebrows tiredly. He remembered Garcia, thinking that he could not believe that the test of basic magic comprehension would include everything he learned in other types of magic, and he needed to learn it all. The owner patted him on the shoulder, telling him to pull himself together. Shaking his head, he decided that now was not the time to think about that. Remembering Choidar's smile, he remembered that the basic writing test was today. The students looked tired, hearing the question of whether they were ready to take the test, and agreed. The girl raised her hand with a smile, saying that after seeing their reactions, she was already completely delighted, and told them to bring their horses. The students approached the barn, and she also added that she wanted to see how close they had become. Yoner and Gainando were standing near the horses. The girl asked if they could let them out. The guy replied that the horse tried to run away last time. Looking at his comrade, Lian thought that he was worried about his own. Frowning, he also thought about her. The horse looked threatening, and the hero reasoned that it had the most nasty character of those in this stable, and it was also huge and incredibly hardy, so much so that sometimes he doubted whether it was really a horse. Putting on the bracelet, he was glad that he had found a way to somehow control it. The bracelets on the horse's legs began to glow, as did the bracelet on her neck. Holding her by the reins, he told her to walk exactly like this. One of the students pointed at him, telling the others to look there. Seeing Lian leading the white horse, the boy shouted that he had tamed a wild horse. The hero stroked the horse's muzzle. Someone said this was to be expected of him, and that it felt like his horse was radiating refinement. The horse frowned, and the hero understood that this horse was just waiting to take revenge on him. Choidar waved her hand. When he also thought that there were not many people in his tower who had tamed their horses, the professor was about to tell about today's test. She put up a sundial, pointing to the forest. Choidar said that their horses should go with them along this path, so they would see a river, they should drink there and return, and then the test would be considered passed. Gainando raised his hand to his face when the professor said that she would make notes on the time with this watch, and asked if anyone would recognize the horses in the water from the well and return. A dark aura appeared around the girl as she noted that if anyone tried to cheat, she would drag them to the bottom of the river. White clouds floated across the sky as the command to begin sounded. Yona rode her horse next to her, asking why Lian wasn't riding his, and he replied that she might be tired, thinking that her stamina had dropped due to the equipment. The girl silently looked at hers. He said that he would do the same as her as he got down to the ground, but the hero told her that she could ride and leave first. The redhead touched the horse's muzzle sweetly, and she said that her horse might be tired as well. Lian's horse looked angry. A stingy tear ran down his cheek, wondering why his horse wasn't like this. Gainando raced past them. The boy tried to stay on the horse, and when asked why he was running back, he replied that he couldn't control it and asked for help. Looking at this, Lian noted that he was the only one with problems. The horse sighed angrily when he heard that the hero really tried his best to look after him, so let him show some warmth. A sugar cube appeared in his hand and he offered it to the horse. As he was feeding the horse, someone asked what he was doing. Turning around, Lian saw 3 students. One of them frowned when the hero asked what's wrong. The horse continued to chew the sugar when the boy asked him what he was feeding the horse, and Lian replied that it was a sugar cube. Another student pointed at it, indignantly saying that he should have sold it on the black market. Holding the horse by the reins, Lian didn't understand what was going on. One of the interlocutors turned around and told the others to concentrate, then turned back to the hero. Holding out a basket of carrots, he said that the horses loved them just as much, and that sugar was rare. Surprised that they wanted him to give it to them now without understanding why they needed it, he thanked them anyway, to which the other man said that it was nothing and that he should visit the black market next time. Waving his hand, the student also told him that when he came, they would play a game of chess. The owner looked at the basket, saying that now he would be able to save on sugar. The horse refused the carrots when Lian said that such savings would not hurt. There was a difference in behavior between the two horses. Approaching the river, the hero wondered if it would be noticeable if he changed the horse for another. Rowena turned to him, telling him to be careful. He asked, "What's the matter?" She pointed to a girl nearby, offering to take a look for himself. Looking at the horse, the girl offered him a drink. The horse approached the water, but immediately pulled back, seeing how the water began to bubble. There were surprise on the faces of Yoner and Leon. I imagined the sinister face of Choidar, seeing how the water level dropped when the horse tried to drink it, calling it too much. Adenard, who was passing by, looked at them when the hero asked her comrade if they had found a solution. She replied that they tried to get closer to the water, but it was moving too fast. The blonde walked past Leon. The girl was looking closely at the carrots when Rowena said that she was glad to see her here, but the hero thought that she was not looking at him, but at this basket. He handed her the carrot in her hand, thinking that perhaps she wanted to feed her horse, and offered to take it. But Adenard herself began to eat it. Suddenly, she frowned. Adenard looked at Lehan in confusion. He thought that the carrots for feeding horses were not that ripe, and in general he meant for her to feed her horse. Yoner and the hero turned away. The boy said that he would use his ability to control water to get it. A glow appeared near the staff. The water ball rose from the ground. Rowena looked at it in surprise, thinking that Lehan used magic quickly and easily. The white horse looked at the water sphere. The boy also thought that thanks to this method there would be no failures. The horse reached for the water, but it immediately disappeared in front of him. Yoner and the others looked at it in surprise. Standing next to her, Rowena asked Yoner what it was. She noted that the ball of water evaporated as soon as it touched the horse. Looking at the staff, Leon said that it seemed like they needed to have the horses drink directly from the river for it to count. The red-haired girl said that it was difficult. The hero put his hand in his pocket when she asked what they would do, and replied that he had already prepared something for this situation. The girl looked at the item in his hand in surprise. Frowning, she seemed to understand what it was. Someone's feet were at the water's edge a short time later. Everyone was indebted to the same rope. Yoner looked at Lehan with a smile, thinking that it was amazing that he was carrying such a long rope. The boy said that if they supported each other, they would be able to withstand the tide, no matter what it was. Lehan put his hand to his mouth and asked if he had succeeded in giving it a drink, to which they replied that it had worked. Rowena stood in the water, saying that they needed to go down quite low, but then the water level did not go down anymore. Lehan tried to drag the horse into the water, saying that it was good, and then they would just complete the task. The horse clenched its teeth in displeasure. The hero said that he would give it sugar, so let it not resist anymore. The sugar cubes were reflected in his eyes. The horse began to drink from the river. Lehan sighed, thinking that everything was going smoothly, but he opened his eyes in surprise. Imagining the dark silhouette of Greg, the hero thought of some strange feeling. He also imagined the skull of Asu, noting that it felt like the professor's disturbing plan. Lehan frowned. Turning around, he decided that something else was waiting for them. A large wave was approaching them. The water was flowing violently. Nilia and her horse looked ahead in shock, screaming about a flood. Frowning, the hero only cursed at the professor. Taking out his wand, he told the others to leave. Then he put his hand in front of him, using shield placement. The water went around them. Looking at it, Leon gritted his teeth. Yoner was on the ground, saying that thanks to him, everyone was saved, and only he and his horse remained. Holding back the water, he said that he would leave the spell and get out. But the horse's leg got caught in the stream of water. Looking to the side, Leon noticed how it was carried away by the current. The horse tried to stay afloat. Looking nervous, the hero did not expect this. Spreading his arms, he said that in this case, nothing can be done. Yoner watched as Leon's barrier disappeared. Nilia grabbed her, who wanted to rush to the hero with words about the need to help, but replied that if they went now, they would also be carried away by the current. The girl took hold of the rope, saying that she would go to the professor, after which she noticed that it had weakened. Seeing its torn end, Yoner noted that the swift current had torn it. Rowena leaned over to the water, asking the hero if he could hear him, suggesting that he abandon the horse and save himself. She frowned. Seeing only the horse, she noted that the hero was not visible at all, and probably carried away by the current. The horse in the water felt something. The flow of water lifted it. A hand was holding the horse. It was Leon standing, holding it above his head. Everyone looked at him in shock. Noticing the barrier, someone said that it was not very strong, but it held. Looking down, the horse thought that this was an awkward situation. Leon said that if he resisted, he would throw him to the bottom. The horse frowned. Seeing how Yoner was holding him, the horse thought that it was difficult for him to survive, and he was still trying to save him. Leon frowned, thinking that he couldn't lose his concentration. He had to use all his mana to maintain the water shield, and if he relaxed, they would be carried away by the current. His comrades watched as Leon came out of the water. He placed the horse on the ground. After that, he was breathing heavily. The hero raised his hands and shouted the professor's name, watching as Leon tried to recover. Yoner asked why he kept calling him. Rowena replied that she didn't know. The students couldn't understand what was behind Lian's angry shout. The horse looked at him carefully, wondering if he was safe and sound. Lian touched his muzzle. Approaching the horse's ear, he said that no matter how kindly he acted, he would not take off the bracelet or belt. The horse's eyes began to glow brightly. The hero breathed heavily, saying that he knew what he really was like, and did he really think he would deceive him? The others watched the fight between them in silence. The owner smiled and said that she was glad that Lian was safe. Noticing that the water was receding, the students immediately said with alarm that the professor was probably involved and mentioned that the horses could have been hurt. While the bird was flying in the sky, the green-haired girl said with horror that she had been looking up to him and was disappointed. But suddenly they finally noticed the beast approaching and pointed. After flapping its wing, the feathers began to fly apart. The flying predator finally landed. The professor and the huntress were riding on it. The bird immediately got angry when it saw Lian, and the dwarf was glad that she was not late. But then the students ran closer and said with displeasure that they refused to take the test because it was a risk to life. The short-haired girl chewed the grass with displeasure and said that she heard that the river spirit had thrown a tantrum again. Everyone else was wildly surprised when she continued and said that the horses almost died and mentioned that she came to stop the test. There was a deathly silence and Choidar looked at them with incomprehension, asking what was wrong. The sun was especially bright that day and there was no honest answer after a short silence. Nilia noticed something important while adjusting her hair. She looked with a smile at the hero, whose jacket the horse was chewing, and asked if they had become friends. But the guy only looked at the pet, who was furious and said that it only seemed to her, and said that he should not be trusted. The white-haired girl looked at him with a little regret and said that she thought that he was showing love, but suddenly someone slowed them down. The professor was standing behind him, who was in complete shock. She was horrified and asked what the white horse was doing, thinking that it apparently recognized Lian as its owner. She looked closely at their connection and suddenly remembered that it was actually a griffin. Nick stroked the ungulate on the head and grumbled. At this time, Choidar imagined a mythical creature in the wild and thought that they were very proud, since they had the features of an eagle and a lion and would rather die than submit to someone unprincipled and evil. She saw their spiritual connection and thought that she was not sure of his loyalty even after many years. But apparently the beast recognized the newcomer as its master. But then the woman came to her senses and surprised the guys by shouting with a question about what was happening, to which they asked again in surprise. The professor was shocked when she heard from the alchemist that the horse fell into the river when the spirit began to get angry, but Lian got out of the water with his pet in his arms. The teacher was furious when the hero simply turned around and reminded her that she was chewing something and asked if she didn't like it, to which she screamed that it was not about that. Then the guy came up to her and pointed his finger to the side and asked what the horse's name was. When the horse started getting angry, she said that no matter what name they gave him, he didn't like everything, and asked if he had time to give him a name. She froze in alarm and started thinking about the real appearance of the monster, and said the second half. The blonde looked at these two, noticing the wings, and said that his name was Fonric. The protagonist stroked the pet's head and called him by name, saying that it was unusual. Then he angered him and asked if he liked everything, because he finally managed to give a name, to which the beast said with displeasure in his own way that he didn't like it. Then the dark-haired one exhaled heavily. Looking at the lake, he immediately said what a bad character he had. The other students began to water their mounts in the river without any problems. The guys from the turtle looked at them with a displeased look and said that you can't water them like that and you should have watered them when the river spirit was angry. Suddenly, someone came up to the professor from behind and called out. She turned around and, seeing the hero, asked if he had come to find out his grade and said that he had the highest score and there was no need to worry, to which he said that he had not come for that. The guy quietly knelt down and asked if she could. The dark-haired man introduced his new pet and asked to tell him about the famous monster Sarin. Choidar turned to him and, asking again, mentioned that there was nothing special to tell. She imagined the beast on the rock and said that it was the king of leopards, and then mentioned that legend says that it was born on the top of a rocky mountain. Lian then turned to her and asked her anxiously if the monster was dangerous, to which she said that it was definitely dangerous, and in fact, just like a normal leopard. He looked at her anxiously and asked her what she thought about turning him into an undead creature and controlling him. The professor continued chewing the grass and asked about why he would put himself in danger, and that the fact that he had become undead did not mean that he had lost his wild nature. The protagonist imagined himself in danger with his pet, and she continued, saying that if he waited for the right moment or was unhappy, he could break free from control and attack. The guy closed his eyes and nodded. He looked away and imagined the necromancer professor, worriedly thinking that this was even worse than anything the director had ever done, and even Asu had not given him such a monster, calling it a gift. Then the blonde looked ahead with an interested look and said that if he felt that he was missing something, then he should not stop there. The alchemist listened with particular enthusiasm to the words that this did not only apply to taming animals, because magic is not something that can be learned overnight. Then Lian looked away and thought that the advice was good, but there was one but. Looking at how the others were struggling with the horses, he thought that those who were lazy were not present here and probably got stuck at the very beginning. Choidar raised her fist up and offered to pass this on to the laziest ones, because the lesson was over and they were going to see each other next time, to which they thanked her immediately. The hero slowly followed his classmates. Suddenly, he was forced to turn around with a loud appeal. He looked at the dwarf and asked what happened. He looked at him with a frown and said that he had a request and needed help. The guy looked closely at the three and thought that he was very proud and still turned to him for help. He looked down and anxiously asked what happened. He swallowed and anxiously pursed his lip. The short one stretched out his hand in front of him and said that he needed help with cooking. Suddenly the dark-haired man winced and asked him in confusion what he meant. The dwarf imagined a priest and said that Mujinin was a servant of the order and they were one of the few who had an irresistible thirst for knowledge. Then he turned away and said with concern that because of this the servant only reads books and that the problem was that he didn't even eat. Neither did Lian calmly suggest that it was because of the poor living conditions, to which he was immediately told that this was not the case. He immediately imagined the priests in the light of day with bread and food and at night, saying that he had never been a glutton and the problem was that other servants would have taken care of him in the order, but here no one cared about him. The hero looked at him in surprise and thought about why he should approach him with this, but he immediately moved his hand away and said that he had thought about it. The dwarf imagined the protagonist's cooking and said that he had heard about his culinary skills and asked the priests of the unquenchable phoenix and they praised your cooking. Lian looked at Tutana's looking at Langit and saying that this was not all and that even he, who came from a family of cooks, said that no one in the academy could surpass him in cooking and thought about how that was related to this. The hero closed his eyes and thought that they could have just brought him food and remained silent meaningfully. The dwarf looked at the guy who stood with his eyes closed and thought that anyway, there was nothing wrong with making them become his debtors and asked if they had the ingredients, to which the chess lover replied that they just needed to go get them. The head of the black market raised a finger. He imagined the school and, standing near his friends, said that what they needed could be taken from the kitchen, which was located under the main building. The protagonist, his eyes wide open, repeated the location of the ingredients. He remembered standing with Ratford and the storekeeper noticed them and thought about the basement. Nick turned around, walked in the opposite direction from the guys and said that he had a lot of things to do today and he had to go. Tutanas grabbed him, begging him to help him with this and saying that he was the only one who was able to invade the Tiger Tower. He looked at the chess lover who was holding his leg and said what he said about him needing his culinary skills and asked about why he was talking about the Tiger Tower then, to which he replied that as expected, the guy sees right through them. The blonde one watched what was happening and said that they were not asking to do this for free. He held a suitcase in his hands and said that she would make him change his mind. Lian looked at the open suitcase and thought about what they had prepared for him. He saw a forbidden book on black magic. He was asked if it became more interesting to him now. He looked with apprehension as dark energy came out of the suitcase and asked if it was a curse and ordered to close it right away. The guy, embarrassed, closed the bag. They were standing on the lawn. He looked at Tutanas and said what burst out as soon as he opened it and asked what was going on, to which he answered that is expected from him. A lover of the curse, he quickly recognized it. The hero looked at him and thought about what the hell he was talking about. The head of the black market looked at the guy and said that judging by what the tigers said, he liked this kind of thing. To which he got very angry and thought that they were always talking some kind of nonsense and that one day he would lock them all in the punishment room. The sun's rays fell on the tower, and the protagonist asked about where he found this book. He said that he found it on the 4th floor of the library. The dwarf raised his finger, saying that there was a bottomless hole and they found it inside. The library of a magic academy is far from an ordinary repository of knowledge. The upper floors, which are located above the 1st and 2nd, can be taken for a dungeon or a labyrinth. The white-haired man stood with the student of the Tiger Tower and said that they were there on business. Lian looked at them puzzled and asked what they were doing on the upper floors of the library. The chess lover spread his arms out to the sides and said that they were going to draw a map of the academy and that it would make life easier with it. He looked at them with surprise and said that it was interesting. Nick stood in front of Tutanas and thought that they were really useful, unlike the people from his tower, a chess lover, and said that they found this book when they were trying to find an old map and said that it was a pity that he did not like it. The hero looked at the guys whispering that it was all because of the curse and came to the conclusion that they did not think that he would go for it and said that he would hardly like the curse that absorbs mana. The protagonist was struck by some thought and his gaze froze. He turned to one of the students and clarified what curse he was talking about. In the suitcase lay a book with a curse to absorb mana. When the students read it, it sucked out all the mana and they fainted. Mick meaningfully remained silent, looking down. He held a gift in his hands and said that he would try to read it, to which Langit said that he liked all sorts of cursed things. Lian opened his briefcase and dark magic power began to flow out. He took out a book and looked at it carefully. The text was reflected in his pupils. The hero was standing near the students of the Turtle Tower. The guy felt the book absorbing his mana and thought that there was nothing serious in it and that the book sucked out mana very weakly. He continued to read, turning over page after page, and thought that this book was amazing. The protagonist looked at its pages with a thoughtful look. The book was lying in the center of the red magic circle, and the student of the blue dragon tower was surprised for two reasons. Firstly, this book was not about dark magic, but about blood magic, and this technique increases the amount of mana with the help of blood, and therefore it is quite dangerous. But nevertheless, it is top secret. Lehan reached into the inner pocket of his jacket and thought about something. He took out the book that Professor Greg gave him and thought that both books had the same handwriting and similar covers. The guy looked at the book and thought that the vampire would not describe everything in such detail. Teutonis stood behind him and asked if he liked the book. The protagonist looked towards the dwarf and said that he liked the book, which made him happy. The guy's gaze fell on the textbook and he thought that it said that more mana was needed to use blood magic and that he thought he would be able to cope with it. Mick turned to the guys and said that they needed to go get the ingredients. They went towards the tower. The guy turned to the chess lover and said that he had a condition. Moonbeams fell from the sky, falling to the ground, through the clouds, and the dwarf agreed to the condition. Rotford stood in the building and said that he was counting on them. Lehan and the mouse stood aside from the guys. The guy looked at those present and asked if Nilia was here, to which his interlocutor replied that they did not invite her. He remembered how upset she was about not being called and thought that he would have to explain everything to her later. The hero turned to the students of the Turtle Tower and said that now there would be a short excursion before they began. In the basement there was a storekeeper, and the guy said that there were many different rooms in the basement and that the storeroom was guarded by a caretaker. He could not see, but felt the presence. The protagonist stood in front of the dwarf and said that if they were caught, it would be impossible to brush him off or hide from him. His interlocutor looked at him and thought about how he did it then. Teutonis asked the guy about how he managed to escape when he was caught wandering around the academy at night, to which he replied that he used invisibility. The chess lover stood behind the wall and watched the guard carry away the student and said that one of them would be bait and let himself be caught. He looked at Mick and said that then the others would be able to pass unnoticed. Lehan looked at him disapprovingly and thought that this was a very illiterate approach. The moonlight fell on the school and he thought that next time he should try with the students of the Tiger Tower. Some time ago, Lick was in the building and was talking about how he could confuse him with a first-year student. He clenched his hand into a fist and angrily said that thanks to the storekeeper, 2 of their students almost escaped. The guard looked at the interlocutor and said that he was not able to distinguish him only by the amount of mana, to which he replied that one should not rely on mana and that it was better to find another way to identify violators. A figure was standing nearby and the skull said that if anything happened, he was ready to deliver him an assistant. A knight stood in front of them. Lehan stood around the corner and eavesdropped on them. The students stood behind the wall and Lick said that he should not even think of letting the hero go if he found him. The guy did not take his eyes off the passage and thought that the path to the storeroom was easy and that he should have strengthened the guard. The students stood in front of each other and whispered about the walking armor and whether they knew anything about it. Langet looked down and whispered that he saw him and that a couple of students had already managed to get caught and that it was useless to attack him. He immediately recovers. The protagonist carefully looked out from behind the corner and thought that it was really impossible to neutralize him. The guy hid behind the wall and thought that this was a summoned inorganic creature that dissipated upon receiving a certain amount of damage, while the knight was walking towards them. He remembered how the professor determined the students' actions by the loud sounds of thunder and thought about how he couldn't use lightning magic, and it was most effective here, and that unless he wanted the Lick to know about his presence here. Lehan turned to the students and whispered that he hardly knew about their presence and that they needed to find a way around him, and asked if the knight would go after his target, to which he was told that it happened differently from time to time. The blonde was scared by what he saw and whispered to stop. He pointed his finger towards another walking suit of armor and thought that there was another one here. The guards were approaching them, pressing them from both sides, and one of the students thought that they were surrounded. The student from the Turtle Tower rushed forward, saying that he would distract them, but the hero held him back and told him not to talk nonsense and come here. The knight stood in front of the turn where the boys were hiding. He walked around the corner. There was another guard in front of him and no one else was here. One of them looked at the other questioningly. The doors were closed. Lehan covered the mouth of one of the students and Ratford put his index finger to his lips. He looked at the doors and said that now there was one less problem. They were standing in a classroom and the hero said that this room was used for lessons. The mouse and the dwarf came up to him and asked him about what was going on. Langet and his classmates stood in front of each other and wondered if there was anything interesting here, while the student from the Blue Dragon Tower said that they should forget. He looked up and thought that something was wrong here and maybe he was thinking too much and everything seemed to be fine. The students looked at him while he said that they couldn't hide here. The protagonist took out his staff and said that as soon as the caretaker appeared here, he would immediately defeat him with magic and they would need to quickly escape. After all, there would be a huge noise here. The guys looked at him and understood the plan. One of the students watched and admired MC's actions. The white-haired man tripped and fell noisily to the floor, and Lenggit looked at him in fear and asked what it was, to which he received an answer that there was someone here. A piece of paper appeared in front of the guy. It was written that they should be careful. The student of the turtle tower crawled away from the piece of paper and shouted that there was a spirit here. The magician continued to write on the piece of paper that he was not a spirit, but a high school student. The pen with the paper rose above the guys so that everyone could read what was written. Liam looked closely at the message and asked again in his thoughts. The scared boy looked at the letter and asked why he was hiding from them and ordered him to show himself and asked if he obeyed the principal, and the upperclassman wrote that he should stop talking nonsense. He wrote that he did not want to end up in the punishment room again and that even their conversation put him in danger. The hero read and thought about how upperclassmen were sent there, even because of contact with freshmen. The piece of paper continued to hang over the students, and there was a message that they should behave more quietly and, being newcomers, not even think of trying to defeat monsters in armor. A magical connection appeared between the protagonist and Rodfard. Mick extended his hand palm up and thought that this was a chance, and a question appeared in his head. He stood with his fist clenched and, imagining the night, asked about how they should get rid of the guards and thought that he did not know when he would be able to meet the upperclassmen again. The mouse and the white-haired were in shock, and Lian asked about how to quickly get from there to the kitchen, and the others asked about whether they had answers to the geometry and arithmetic test, to which he asked them to calm down and said that they did not even know anything about the guards in armor. The hero watched as the pen wrote letters on the paper and suggested that everyone listen to what the senior would say and asked a question about the origin of these creatures. Tutanas brought his hand to the sheet, turned to the protagonist and said that this was a senior, not a newbie, and asked why he would do this, to which he wrote that he was going there to pick up a chemical reagent that he hid in the kitchen. The door was closed and Mick thought that he was worried about their future. A sentence appeared on the sheet that all the guards passed by and they needed to move. The crowd went to the exit and the guy called out to them. He approached the invisible man and asked if they could fool the guards with illusions and clarified that he was talking about learning magic right now. The senior wrote that this was not a spell that a first year could learn, but since he wanted to learn, he would try to explain. The hands held the magical fire in their hands. He said that the main illusion of the Pakita is a spell that calls an illusion containing heat. Heat began to spread throughout the hall, and he said that he does not use magic to change the environment. It serves as smoke to deploy it like a curtain, and that this should be enough to be invisible, and mentioned that this spell consumes a lot of mana. The guy took the paper and after a moment of silence said that he understood. The invisible man looked at Lihan and thought about how he was speechless when he saw how difficult it was and that it was too difficult for new students. The hero put his finger to his chin and the upperclassmen thought about how they still didn't know how to control mana and didn't have enough of it, so they wouldn't be able to use the spell, and he said that he understood. The protagonist raised his staff up. He concentrated and cast a spell. A curtain of heat began to appear around him. The guy looked back. The paper and the feather were hanging motionless. The invisible man didn't understand what was happening. The upperclassman was in shock and Mick turned to him, asking if he did everything right, to which he replied that he looked strange and asked if it could be the color. While the words were being crossed out on the sheet, Lian thought about why he was acting so pathetic and why he was picking on the freshmen. He was holding a staff in his hands and a senior student was writing about how talented he was and asked if Garcia had told him about it, to which he replied that she had forbidden him to use fire magic. The hero looked to the side towards the door and thought about who it was. The doors were closed and he said that they didn't know when they would return and that it would be better to go towards the kitchen. They entered the room and the invisible man wrote that this place was called the boiler room. The guy was looking at the opening cabinet and a senior student asked him to look there and told him not to shout. There were semi-finished meat products in the chest of drawers. He drew a sly smile on the sheet and thought that they would start drooling. The protagonist picked up the sausages and thanked the stranger. Tutanas approached him and said that he had found the necessary ingredients, and the senior guy was surprised and thought about who he was to evaluate such gifts and react like that. There was a cauldron on the table and the dwarf said that now it was MC's turn. A pink liquid was boiling in the cauldron. Lian looked at the piece of paper that asked what it was and he answered that he was going to cook something. The invisible man was surprised and wrote that he was dealing with alchemy and that a freshman would not be able to handle it and asked him to stop. The hero looked ahead questioningly. He turned to the chess lover and he said that everything was fine and there was nothing to worry about. The guy stood in front of the Turtle Tower student and thought that he had reason to believe that everything would work out. That was enough. After all, he was not one to act recklessly and the head of the black market told him to take the recipe, which described all the details that he could write down. He handed the protagonist a piece of paper and said that everything should work out for him. The guy frowned and thought that he believed that everything would work out only because of him. The invisible man stood behind the student and wrote that he tried to stop him. Mick turned back and said that everything was fine. The senior student remained silent and thought about how arrogant the newbie was and that now he would learn his limits and that he should not cry when he spoiled all the liquid in the pot. After a while, a golden liquid was bubbling in the container. Everyone looked at it and said that it was ready. The senior student broke his pen in half in surprise. On the sheet that hung above Lee and it was written that this was impossible and asked what year he was in, to which he replied that he was here for the first year. A question appeared on the paper about how someone like him could be a newbie. Tennis was stirring the potion and the hero asked if he had finished it, to which he replied that he had. He dipped a stick into the liquid and said that it was his family's secret technique called beer caramel. The protagonist approached him and asked again. The dwarf put a piece of caramel in his mouth and said that it was a healthy, nutritious product that could be stored for a month and that eating one spoonful would keep him full for the whole day. The guy tried some more, thought that it was similar to Iris and said that he liked it, to which he replied that besides that, it restored mana. The chess lover stood nearby and said that his ancestors made this caramel instead of beer. The leaflet twitched warily and Mick said that it was time to leave. The invisible man hit him with the leaflet and wrote that they were in big trouble. The guy held his head and asked what was going on, to which the senior asked him to shut up. A shadow appeared near the door and he wrote that right now the storekeeper was coming here from outside. The caretaker was holding a piece of paper in his hands and standing by the door. He felt something. The guard stood in front of the door to the boiler room. The guys were in a stupor and the senior guy ordered everyone to hide in the corner so that he could cast a spell. Leon looked at him and asked if he could deceive him, to which he asked him to shut up and said that he did not know. The hand rested on the door. The students stood, waiting for the meeting. The guy did not take his eyes off the door and thought about why he was standing behind the door and not coming in. A magic circle began to emanate from the storekeeper's hands. The magic spread along the wall. The protagonist looked away and said that he was using magic, to which the invisible man replied that he was indeed using magic and asked how he knew about it, since he only figured it out because he installed something outside. Everyone looked at him with admiration while he said that he knew it because his mana was moving, to which the upperclassman asked him that he could tell from here. The upperclassman stood in front of the protagonist and wrote that it didn't matter now and that the caretaker wanted to catch them. The man stood behind the door and cast a spell. Mick thought about why the storeroom guard, who usually passed by, suddenly started acting like this and that he was casting a spell not only on the kitchen but also on the door itself. The invisible man watched what was happening. He was silent and the paper with the pen fell to the floor. The whole room was shrouded in magic and he thought that this was spatial magic and it was known for being the hardest to use. Leon sat down to the piece of paper and asked the elder about what happened, but there was no answer. The back doors suddenly opened and the gnome cried out in surprise. The hero looked at the door and thought that the doors opened on both sides at the same time. All the guys froze. The senior student began to pick up the piece of paper and the protagonist asked him what he was doing. The paper stood in front of the guy and it said that it was better for him to see everything himself and there was a request for them to leave. Mick wondered and said that the text appeared out of nowhere. Tennis turned to his friend and said that he was leaving because it was becoming very dangerous here. He looked ahead in surprise and froze. The gnome stood in the doorway in a stupor. He looked at the piece of paper and said that he had just left through the back door and asked what happened, to which the invisible man replied by writing that the guard changed the space of the room with magic. Leon looked at the piece of paper and asked about how they could get out of here. There was a tied pen on the piece of paper and it was written that there was no way. The hero froze in front of the piece of paper. He closed his eyes and was silent. The protagonist stood with his back to the guys and said that it looked like they would soon be sent to the punishment room. The students looked at Mick with fear while he said that they had foreseen this and that he should not forget to keep his promise. An upperclassman looked at the guy and thought that you can't tell that he is scared, although he knows that he will end up in the punishment room and that he is definitely a freshman and that now he is ashamed of the fact that he tried to play a prank on him. The upperclassman approached the guys and wrote on the piece of paper that there is another way. They looked at him questioningly and did not believe him. They looked in his direction and he asked them to help with this. The invisible man opened a bag of beer candies. He took a bite out of one. Everyone sat in front of the sheet and he wrote about how he was feeling much better now and how he was constantly using spells, which was why his mana was running out. Tennis held the bag of candies in his hand and asked the senior if it would really work, to which he asked him not to be afraid and to trust. He held a stick in his hands and thought about starting. Fire magic energy began to appear in the room. He thought about showing them what he could do as a third year wearing the symbol of pure silver and cast a spell. Leon watched as the invisible man cast 2 more spells and thought about how he cast 3 spells at once. At the senior's command, the arrow flew towards the door. Its trajectory was disrupted and it hit the door below. As the projectile flew past the guys, Radford thought that he was not inferior to the hero. The protagonist looked at the arrow and thought about how the shape was incomplete and how he had lost control of it when the arrow flew and how much he still had to learn. The guy watched the projectile and caught himself thinking that he was exactly like Professor Greg. The arrow hit the door. Nick and the mouse screamed from the explosion. Next to Lehan, a high school student was angrily writing on a piece of paper, telling them that this was a very difficult spell. The hero stood facing the door and was silently meaningful. He touched the door with his hand and turned to the magician. The guy turned to the side and asked to teach him so that he could try to use the spell. The protagonist clenched his fist and looked at the piece of paper. The invisible man wrote on it that this cannot be learned just like that. He thought about it and played in his head how he dealt with the heat curtain and basic magic and how he managed to use alchemy. Nick looked at the sheet of paper and thanked him for agreeing and for writing everything down for him in detail. The cubes that were fastened together followed each other, and the senior wrote that the spell was cast in several stages. First, a spell to enhance the senses, to become agile and speed up reflexes. The guy's head lit up and he continued to talk about how, in addition, as the name suggests, it enhances the 5 senses of a person, which is necessary when fighting those who distort the feelings of others. The room was divided into squares, like a 3-dimensional diagram, and the senior student said that the next spell was spatial recognition. It played the role of an auxiliary spell in order to accurately navigate in space, and he wrote that this spell is usually used by combat mages, but it is also necessary when fighting space magic. Although this is a spell of the first ring, its properties make it more complex than the spells of the second. The arrow flew forward and he said that the last spell was an attack spell. For it you need to find a weak spot in the distorted space and hit it. Leon carefully read what the invisible man told him. He put his chin on his hand and thought that right now he can't learn the spell of the second ring, but judging by what he read, he should cope with the spell of recognition of space, and thought about what he would replace the enhancement of feelings with arrogant steps, and the last one with sharp hands. He sat on the chest and said that it was worth trying. The hero took the staff in his hands and stood up. He stood in front of the senior, who thought that he was an arrogant newbie and that he should not think that it would work and that he would now understand what he experienced. The protagonist stood in front of the guys and the senior doubted that he would succeed. An hour later, the guy walked along the stone path. The students walked along the street. Radford took the protagonist by the elbow and said admiringly that he got it on the first try, and he thanked the senior student that he teaches better than the professors. There was a piece of paper on the road and Mick asked why he didn't answer. The invisible man crumpled the piece of paper and thought about how he had studied magic in vain and how proud he was of being exceptional among third-year students. Lenggett looked at his classmate and asked if maybe he had left, to which he replied that it must be so, because he had already said everything he wanted, and a sentence appeared on the piece of paper that he was still here. The piece of paper was hanging on Lehan and he wondered, and the blonde man said that he was probably tired from using up his mana. The hero looked at the piece of paper with interest and asked how he managed to remain invisible even when his mana was running low, and the invisible man wondered if he also used cursed artifacts. He raised the pen over the piece of paper. The paper was squeezed tightly by invisible fingers and it was written on it that it was not he who cast this spell on himself. The guys looked at what was written and thought. Lick was standing behind the protagonist, who put his fingers to his mouth and thought that it was the director. Mick leaned over the piece of paper and asked about the professor casting a spell on the seniors so that they could not meet with them, and asked why he needed this, to which the senior remained silent. He held the pen in his hands and thought about how he was shocked by the newcomer, but this is a common thing in this school. It happens, although rarely. The boy watched as the senior student thanked him on a piece of paper for today and thought that he had gone too far to catch up. They stood opposite each other and he wrote that usually at the academy, during night meetings, they did not ask each other's names, but he wanted to know his name and asked if he would tell them. Lehan looked at him in surprise and thought that the senior either felt defeated or was not interested in people at all. The guys stood silently behind the boy and he thought that they called him by name so many times that night. The hero closed his eyes and thought that he would say his name. The invisible man thought that he should introduce himself too. He took a pen in his hands and wrote that his name was Val Fenton of the Moratti clan. Holding the paper in his hand, he turned it towards the student. He remembered how they fought with Jigel and fell into a stupor. After a short silence, he said that his name was Gainando. The guy came out of invisibility and they looked at each other. In Einrogard, people use tricks to survive. The next day they were standing on the roof of the building, and Goldel said that this week they would be testing their fighting skills. He looked to the side and said that he had invited guests. Behind him were the invited knights who were on duty and were supposed to be the students' opponents. One of the knights had shining eyes. The knights served in the White Cavalry. They were some of the most respected knights in the Empire. The knights sat in armor on a horse, and in this form they wandered around the Empire. The teacher looked at the students with a smile and thought that the students were still very young, so they could learn a lot from them. Fighters stood in front of the guys. One of the warriors sighed. Vikelance looked at the young men and thought that the teacher had invited them here, although he was not happy about it. Two students were talking about fighting knights and he thought that although they were learning fencing, the knights who were just training would be enough for this. He looked at the professor and turned to him. They stood in front of each other and the knight asked if they were working as agreed, to which the teacher replied that they were and asked them to spare the lives of the students. Leon looked at what was happening and thought that the professor was becoming like Greg. Three guys were standing in front of each other and the teacher was talking about uniting into groups. The hero noticed that the guys were unhappy and thought that this would not lead to anything good. The protagonist turned to the dissatisfied Jigel. He raised his hand palm up and said that he would follow his orders. He looked at him puzzled and asked what he was planning. Mick approached the guy and said that this time they would not get points if they did not work together. The blonde looked at him and asked him what he thought, that he would believe him. Durugu watched with horror as his friends argued, veiledly insulting each other. He immediately tried to switch his attention when the fire of hostility broke out between them and thought that it was better for these two not to communicate in principle and asked the professor about who they should fight. The big-eared one turned around after the question about the draw and said with a smile that he had already made a decision in advance, taking into account their skills and their opponent would be. Taking his hand away, he pointed to the huge knight and said that their strongest trio would fight the strongest of the guard. Vikelance looked at them with a menacing look and said that he was looking forward to the fight. The hero looked at him with anxiety and meaningfully remained silent, while Jigel hid her feelings and said that she was waiting for the same. Finally, the students took their places for the fight. The knight's leg slowly rose. He slammed it down on the ground with all his might, raising dust. Raising the blade up, the man released an aura and demanded that they use everything they had in the fight, and they could even use magic if they wanted, but he wasn't going to stand on ceremony with them. Then the two puppeteers immediately became even more alarmed. The trio stood in a stance and the protagonist thought that he could feel it even just standing in front of him, and that he was as strong as Alrarlong, or maybe even stronger. Looking at the enemy and noticing the aura, he thought that he didn't know where to aim better because he was like an impregnable fortress. Suddenly, the guy pulled out his staff and thought that it was impossible to defeat him anyway. Leon put his tool in front of himself, creating a green flow of mana and thought that, however, he needed to do everything in his power if he wanted to score points and ordered his legs to rule the earth. The big-eared one was immediately surprised when she felt her body strengthen. The green-skinned one was simply surprised. He looked at the reincarnated one and thanked him, while he thought that there were side effects, but it was better to remain silent. Suddenly, the hero calmly released the flow again, ordering the space to be recognized. Durugu was impressed and asked how he cast more spells. Then the protagonist raised his staff and blurred himself, calling for heat to distort the air and ordered his hands to tear the enemies apart. At the same time, claws appeared above his hand and he wondered how effective it would be against the knight. Leon finally wrapped his hand in magic and thought about using all possible spells. Vikelance looked at them in surprise and wondered how he was able to cast several spells at once and thought that if he ran out of mana, he would be in trouble. But suddenly, when he looked at the satisfied long-eared one, he wondered why the professor did not stop him. But he immediately had to turn around because the protagonist had already charged mana for the spell and used the flash. Jigel rushed forward, called her subordinate with her and ordered him to go forward. The knight swung his blade, parrying the lunge. The swordswoman quickly jumped behind him and raised her blade. She immediately thought that her body and legs had become much lighter than usual, and this was annoying, but having managed to surround the knight together with his subordinate, a clear thought arose in her head that she needed to admit that the spell was useful. The knight had two blades at once near his head, moving from different sides. But suddenly all the lunges were amiss and the target was lost. Durugu did not notice the enemy behind him and screamed that he had disappeared. A powerful blow instantly flew at his back. He immediately fell on Jigel and crushed her. Then the knight raised his blade above his head to strike. But at that very second, the hero released a water ball and sent it at his opponent. Vikelance jumped aside and thought that a regular basic spell would not hit him and it would be enough to just dodge. But then the projectile suddenly changed its direction. A drop of dense water flew right behind his collar. At the last moment, the Imperial swordsman noticed something was wrong. The spell finally reached its target. Water was running down the blonde's gloves. He clenched his fist and, looking at the strongest magician, said with a smile that he was incredible. Then the white warrior looked at him and turned. The dark-haired man did not take his eyes off him and prepared another attack. A multitude of water spheres immediately appeared from behind his back. He looked ahead with a slightly tired look and thought that the space recognition spell was really great, and it was usually difficult to control the water balls when there were a lot of them, but now it was much easier. Vikelance looked at him with concern and said that he was sincerely surprised and thought about whether all the first-year students of this academy were really capable of something like this. He carefully examined the hero's body and thought that it was impossible and noted that such talent was extremely rare. Seeing such high-quality control, the man immediately thought that this talent was a treasure that only he had. The white-haired man, who was watching the fight from the side, thought that he would need to talk to Professor Greg. Looking at him, he saw the reflection of his colleague and thought that his current level of skills was much higher than that of an ordinary first-year student. And apparently, the matter was in the combat magic classes that turned out to be too dangerous. The big-eared man exhaled with anxiety and thought that, as he thought, he was the only one who could protect the children, but he still did not know that he was making more and more mistakes each time. The poor knight tried to defend himself as best he could, because a barrage of attacks was flying at him from all sides. He managed to beat the half-orc. At the same time, the knight managed to drive the elf away from himself while the hero tried to aim. Vikelence pressed the gentle girl straight into his friend. The protagonist, watching his dark aura, thought that it was impossible to penetrate him while feeling a cruel look on himself. He walked away a little and thought that they could not do anything, even the three of them, and tried to come up with a solution. Suddenly, Leon saw the light, thinking that there was still a solution. He stood in a stupid pose, holding his staff in front of him. The knight looked at him seriously and thought that this boy was from the warden's family. Looking at him again, he thought that he used the same spell without moving from the spot. Suddenly, the heavyweight looked at him, exhaled, and thought that he believed that he was no more experienced than an ordinary first-year student, albeit from a famous family. A cloud of lightning began to appear behind him. Leon suddenly became visible and commanded the spell to work. He held the staff in front of him, while the other stared at his copy and called out the lightning of Furkantra. The knight tried to quickly turn around and asked how this was possible. Looking back at what was in front of him, he realized that it was an illusion, and an unnoticeable one at that. In fact, the hero created an illusion of himself with a low-level spell and used invisibility to bypass it. He stood there with a tired look and thought about how it worked. Extending the staff in front of him, the protagonist thought about how he was counting on his spirit. As the lightning bolt flew at Vikelence, he thought about how this spell was similar to the magic of the fourth ring. The knight's sword was covered in an aura, and he thought about how the ability to think so clearly in the midst of battle did not seem to be appreciated enough. In the blink of an eye, a slash appeared in space. The blow was reflected, but not neutralized. In the air, the projectile began to explode, releasing a large amount of energy. A bright flash almost blinded the knight. Leon stood motionless in front of him. He frowned and clenched his teeth, thinking that it had no effect and thinking that he would never turn to the spirit again. Suddenly, Vikelence startled him by pointing his sword. He raised the blade vertically and emitting ominous energy, said that he was very impressed, although he was young, and that it would be an insult to a man with such skill, so it was time to start fighting at full strength. As it turned out, for Leon, everything happened exactly as he least wanted. While the knight's foot dug into the ground, he anxiously said that this was some kind of misunderstanding. The swordsman immediately broke away from the spot with great speed and headed towards the target. The dark-haired man tried to cover himself with his tool and clenched his teeth, thinking that it looked like he would have to use it, and ordered to gather himself. The teacher, who looked suspiciously like Invoker, was wildly surprised when he heard the order to shrink and explode. He looked at the student in horror and wondered where he knew this spell from and who he learned it from. In fact, no one taught him this. However, after carefully studying the book The Basics of Blood Magic and its application, Leon figured it out himself. The great and amazing magic missile Fiblicus, like most similar spells, belong to the first ring, but this one is different from the rest, and the wizard instantly extracts a huge amount of mana, which is why this process is not used in any other magic missile spell. Waves began to form on the edge of the hero's staff, and this spell is suitable for those who have an entire ocean of mana. The guy slowly raised the spell and thought with anxiety that he never thought he would use it in a real fight without any practice. When his magic became unstable, he silently begged for it to work. Suddenly, a sharp feeling of discomfort covered him, because of which he thought that he had made a mistake somewhere. Time seemed to stop around him, and the reincarnated thought that he had used it correctly, but something was wrong. Seeing the knight's extremely slow movement, the guy seemed to realize what was happening. He looked to the side in horror. Behind him stood a big guy with a two-handed blade, and Leon thought that, apparently, his spell would soon explode. Then a purple blade flew straight to his shoulder, but he only smiled softly and thought that he realized that this was not the magic missile that needed to be fired. The dark-haired decided to leave the flash untouched. A powerful explosion occurred. The swordsman noticed this with horror and was dumbfounded when it was already too late. The magician only looked at him half-turned and looked like a killer. Both were thrown far to the sides, and the reincarnated thought that this was a spell that exploded at close range. A huge column of smoke was coming out, and the remaining teammates finally woke up and started looking for the third one. In the clouds of smoke they saw a silhouette and asked him if everything was okay. The hero hit the ground with his staff and, while dispersing the clouds, thought about how he was outraged that the book failed to accurately describe him. He covered his face with his hand and, trying to catch his breath, thought about how he could have been hurt and how he barely managed to survive, controlling the blast zone. But suddenly, during the flow of thoughts, his staff was sharply hit. The magic tool flew out of the guy's hands from the blow of the blade. Kellen stood above him with an arrogant look and without a single scratch. Lihan just looked at him in horror and said nothing, and then the knight put his blade back in its sheath. It was a huge mistake, because at that very moment the reincarnated one grabbed his blade while he was talking about joining the Knights of the White Cavalry. Under his throat was a blade filled with mana. The dark-haired one looked at him menacingly like a cornered animal. The knight just looked at him calmly and meaningfully remained silent. He lowered his head with a smile and said that he still had a lot to learn, and wondered how it was possible to let down his guard just because he got rid of his staff. He put 2 fingers on the weapon and said that he admitted defeat. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.